This young man was once a student at a culinary school, with the modest dream of becoming a famous chef. Following a somewhat familiar isekai storyline, he was rammed by Truck-kun and transported to another world. The world he was sent to had monsters, magic, and an empire at war with the dragon tribe. Unfortunately, as soon as the protagonist crossed over, he was drafted into a compulsory military service that lasted 15 years. Under the name Allison, he survived the war and became a legendary archmage. After many hardships, Allison finally achieved his dream in this strange world by opening a restaurant in the city of Darrett. As he stood at the entrance of his restaurant, crying like a child, a woman saw him. Thinking the young man was in distress, the woman approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Allison wiped away his tears and explained, "I'm fine. I'm just so happy that I finally managed to open my restaurant." Seeing such a young man as the owner of a grand restaurant surprised the woman. "Ah, you're the owner of this place? Nice to meet you. My name is Ren." To avoid revealing his true identity, Allison introduced himself as L. The two quickly struck up a conversation and got to know each other. "I guess you haven't been here for long, right? I think this is the first time I've seen you. Are you here alone?" Ren asked. Allison quickly replied, "Oh, no, I'm here with a friend I met in the military. She sleeps a lot, so I think she'll wake up in the afternoon." After chatting for a while, Ren suddenly asked excitedly, "By the way, you said you're opening a restaurant, right? Don't you need a place to get meat?" "It's quite a coincidence, my husband owns a butcher shop. If you go to the left side of the alley at the village's main gate, you'll find Gold's butcher shop." Upon hearing this, Allison decided to get the meat immediately to prepare for the restaurant's opening. "Oh, really? Thank you. I'll go right now." But Ren suddenly looked worried and hesitated. I should warn you, he's a bit hot-tempered. Sometimes I worry. If you find him too grumpy, you can tell him I sent you." Despite this warning, Allison wasn't too concerned. She seemed like a kind person. So how bad could her husband be if she was this nice? "I've met many kinds of people in the past 15 years. It'll be fine," he thought confidently. However, as soon as he saw the terrifying face of Klon, the butcher, Allison recoiled. I'm the owner of a restaurant here, and this is the butcher shop. I'd like to buy some meat." Before Allison could finish his sentence, Klon slammed the table and shouted, "I don't sell." When Allison asked why, Klon raised his voice even more. "Are you deaf? I said I don't sell my meat." "So, you're the owner of a restaurant? Huh? I've seen many scumbags like you. You buy meat cheaply and sell it for double the price just before it spoils. You've been tricking me for 3 years with that business tactic. I don't know where all of you come from, but I'm sure you're just the same. I have no meat to sell to you." At that moment, a giant frying pan came crashing down on Klon's head. "What nonsense are you spouting? I came here because I was worried. And it turns out I was right," Ren exclaimed. Despite being furious just a moment ago, Klon turned into a meat puppy as soon as he saw his wife. Truly, he was a shark outside but a small fish at home. After dealing with her husband, Ren turned to Allison. "I'm sorry, Allison, I apologize." Once he gets angry, it takes a while for him to calm down. "You're looking for Beller and meat, right?" Although he didn't want to, Klon eventually had to give in. Afraid of another frying pan to the face, he shuffled to the back and brought out the meat. At this moment, Ren apologized to Allison again. "Phew, I'm sorry again." He used to take care of a restaurant very carefully because the owner was his comrade when he was still a mercenary. I think he was really shocked when he was betrayed like that. Understanding the reason behind it made Allison feel somewhat sympathetic, but he was quite surprised to learn that Klon had been a mercenary in his younger days. Bringing up this matter, Ren asked, "You don't look that old. Have you completed your military service?" Thinking about the 15 years of his precious youth that were lost, Allison couldn't hold back his tears. "I've had quite a bit of trouble. I've been through a lot of terrible things over the past 15 years. Just as Allison was about to open up, Klon returned with a bag in his hand. "Here's the meat. Why don't you show off those so-called amazing skills of yours?" Allison checked the meat and was quite astonished. He didn't expect to receive this cut instead of the Bellerin meat. Seeing his reaction, Klon chuckled smugly. "Ha ha ha, did you think I would give you the precious Bellerin meat? Bellerin meat is delicious no matter how you cook it. But from now on, I will only supply meat to restaurants that I recognize. Try to make a special dish with that piece of meat. If you don't impress me from now on, you won't even get a piece of fat, let alone meat. I'm very picky." Klon warned, so you better prepare yourself from now on. Seeing Allison's stunned expression only made Klon even more satisfied. Hey, are you even listening? Scared now, aren't you? Let's see if you can cook up anything decent. At that moment, the legendary frying pan was used once again. Klon was knocked unconscious on the spot. Women are truly terrifying, Klon thought to himself. Ren couldn't believe she had to go through this much trouble because of her husband. She was about to give Allison a piece of Bellerin meat, but to her surprise, Allison declined. Oh, it's fine, he said. I'll cook for both of you. Please join me and Mr. Klon for dinner at my restaurant this evening. Ren was extremely surprised, especially since the meat Klon had given him was the fatty part of a gooba. Before she could swap the meat, Allison had already turned to leave. This is enough, he assured. I can guarantee I can make something delicious with this meat. See you both later. In this world, animals and livestock are known by entirely different names than in Allison's previous world. Cows are called Guka, chickens are Valentine, wolves are Bellerin, and pigs are called Gooba. Looking at the pork belly in front of him, Allison understood why his pride was so strong. This was indeed a premium type of meat in this world. Unlike in his old world, var and kill, a type of poultry, was considered a luxury ingredient here. The easiest and most commonly used meat was Gooba, or pork. This pork belly was one of the cheapest cuts. People here did not highly regard this part of the meat. But Allison had no complaints since it was inexpensive. With the quality of this pork belly, the most natural way to enjoy it was to grill it. Allison used magic to create a flame in the palm of his hand and lit the grill. As a grand mage, he could easily use magic while cooking, which added a special touch to his dishes, making them even more delicious. As the sun began to set, Klon and his wife made their way to Allison's restaurant as per his invitation that morning. On the way, Ren kept questioning Klon. Why did you say that? Didn't you say you'd only supply meat to restaurants you approved of? Since when did you come up with that rule? He seems honest and kind. Can't you be nice to the new residents? Klon grumbled back at his wife. You've only met him today. How can you be so sure? Ren became even more furious. Isn't being fooled better than tricking others? Don't you think other people's judgment can be more accurate sometimes? You didn't even mean to test his cooking skills, you just wanted to see his sense of responsibility. Didn't you? Having lived together for so many years, how could she not know what her husband was thinking? Though Ren hit the nail on the head, Klon was left speechless. You know I'm a picky eater. What if his cooking skills aren't up to the mark? He muttered. Little did they know, the person about to cook for them was a great grand mage. During the war, Allison saved countless lives thanks to his incredible magic. Now, that very magic was being used to cut meat. Every magic has its own purpose. Scoring the meat allows it to absorb the seasoning better. And grilling it this way also helps retain its moisture, making it even crispier on the surface. As Allison finished his preparations, Klon and his wife arrived. The moment they walked in, Klon appeared visibly irritated and complained about everything. It wasn't until Ren brought out the legendary frying pan that he finally sat down and waited patiently for the meal. Meanwhile, Allison was in the kitchen preparing the dish. He let the pan heat up, then added a small amount of oil, just enough to prevent the fatty pork belly from sticking to the pan. He placed the meat skin side down first to prevent the skin from drying out while the meat cooked. While grilling, Allison focused his mind entirely on every action. To him, the kitchen was a battlefield, and cooking was an art. Every step needed to be executed with precision. Delicious food can be made even more appetizing through the sounds it makes. The sizzling of pork was no exception. He first seared the skin, then adjusted the heat to ensure all sides had a beautiful color. After sprinkling a bit of salt, he grilled the meat to make sure it was cooked from the inside out. He then cut it into bite-sized pieces. Next, he prepared a salad to accompany the meat. Eating only a savory dish like this might be unusual for the people here. Fresh vegetables and a tangy sauce helped balance the richness of the grilled pork belly. Given Klon's meticulous nature, it was best to avoid adding unnecessary ingredients. Finally, Allison carefully plated the dish. The grilled pork belly and salad were ready. After finishing the meal, he carefully presented it to the restaurant's first two guests. As Ren took her first bite, her taste buds exploded. She seemed to be transported to a scene where pigs roamed freely across endless fields. Oh my, this is delicious. Is this really Gooba pork belly? It's lightly crispy on the outside but juicy on the inside. The slight tartness of the salad cuts through the richness of the pork. I never imagined such a perfect combination. This reaction didn't surprise Allison much. He had experienced the terrible food of this world during his time in the army. So he could understand why Ren felt this way. "I'm glad you like it," he said, smiling brightly. "I love it. It seems I'll have to keep supplying meat just to make sure I can continue enjoying your food," Klon said. Allison was overjoyed to hear this. "Ha ha, thank you for the compliment, ma'am. And what about you, Mr. Klon? Did the dish suit your taste?" Turning toward Klon, Allison was startled. His plate was empty, and his face was intense, with drool flowing like a river. "No way, the meat's all gone. Bring more meat up here. I need more meat," he demanded. At that moment, Ren promptly stopped him with the legendary frying pan. "If you want more, ask politely," she scolded. Klon groaned before laughing loudly. "You've passed. To be honest, among all the Gooba dishes I've tasted, this one is the best. It's a deal. Just tell me what kind of meat you want, and I'll supply you with the finest cuts from the Louvern Empire." Finally, everything went smoothly. Allison had found an excellent meat supplier. That alone was enough to consider his first day of business a success. But just then, a certain loli of doom woke up. Drawn by the smell of food, things were about to get interesting. Late afternoon, outskirts of the city. Allison had easily adapted after opening his restaurant for a short time. Although the number of diners wasn't overwhelming, it was steady. Everyone who tried Allison's dishes kept coming back for more. After seeing off the last guests, Allison prepared to clean up the restaurant. It was then that he realized his spices were nearly depleted. Sauces and spices. Everyone should know how crucial these are in cooking. However, in this world, they were both rare and expensive, making them difficult to use freely. Additionally, their quality and variety were not on par with the modern world. Allison took out one gold coin and placed it into a magic circle he had drawn beforehand. Then recited an incantation. Only he knew the fastest way to solve the ingredient problem was to use the summoning spell of this world to summon items from the modern world. In fact, Allison had accidentally created this spell while trying to find a way back to his old world. The magic had limitations on the size and mass of objects it could summon. But it was still useful. This wasn't a perfect spell, as it couldn't help Allison return to his original world. He felt guilty about taking things this way, so he always left a gold coin in exchange. Besides, raw ingredients like fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables would spoil when summoned to this world. Pre-processed products also had an expiration date, but they seemed to remain unaffected by the summoning process. Allison didn't know why. Another thing is that it takes a lot of energy. Despite holding the title of Archmage, Allison could only cast the summoning spell once a day. After transferring the summoned ingredients into new containers, he placed them into his magic-powered refrigerator. However, as soon as he opened the fridge, he was boiling with rage. "What the heck? Where's all my beer?" Allison immediately realized the culprit was the little loli, Rurin, so he went to deal with her right away. Rurin was sleeping soundly next to a pile of empty beer cans when she received a knock on the head. "Wake up, what have you done?" Rurin, half asleep, protested. "What? I didn't do anything." Allison held up a beer can and questioned her. "Look at this. Who gave you permission to drink all the beer in the fridge? At least clean up after yourself." Rurin, still groggy, retorted. "Who told you not to save the good food for me last time? And I'm a dragon. Cleaning up is something only lowly beings do. I won't clean up." Hearing the bratty response made Allison even angrier. So he gave her an extra punch and dragged her off to do some work. "Peel this pile of onions." Watching Rurin cry her eyes out while peeling the onions, she looked harmless, but Allison still had some concerns. As she said, she was a dragon, though currently in human form. "I found her after she lost her mother and home during the war with the dragon tribe. I couldn't just leave her, so I decided to help her, and we've been together ever since. Although she has lived for hundreds of years, she is still quite young by dragon standards. Perhaps that's why she's a bit childish. Turns out she's a legal loli. So don't get any weird ideas." Unable to stay mad seeing poor Rurin getting punished, Allison softened. "I'll make steak for dinner if you finish peeling these. So stop crying." The moment she heard steak, Rurin's eyes lit up. "Steak? You promise, right? This loli seems a bit easy to bribe." Just then, Klon walked into the restaurant looking dejected. "Give me some beer with a side dish." Allison opened the fridge and started to prepare. But since all the beer had been guzzled by Rurin, he had to serve some soju instead. "Good thing I summoned this last time," he thought. To be sure, he decided to pour it into a different bottle. Seeing the clear liquid, Klon was astonished. What's this? It's not beer, it's water. As Allison poured the soju, he explained, not at all. If you're curious, why not give it a try? This is soju. Although the smell was a bit strange, Klon trusted Allison and took a sip of the soju, followed by a few bites of meat. This stuff is good. At first, it has a slightly bitter taste, but the sweetness that follows goes perfectly with the meat. This side dish pairs excellently with soju. It has a different kind of charm compared to the salad. I already knew it, but your cooking skills are truly extraordinary. Could you bring me another bottle? Despite the compliment, Klon's face was full of sorrow. Allison could tell that something was wrong just by looking at him. After downing 4 bottles of soju in a row, Klon still wanted more. Seeing this, Allison quickly intervened. Mr. Klon, you've had too much. This drink has a high alcohol content. But Klon refused to stop. I said bring me another bottle. I'm not leaving until I'm drunk today. Allison was sure something was wrong and asked, what do you mean? What's going on? Klon, who had been waiting for a chance to vent, began to pour out his concerns. I suspect Ren is having an affair. Initially, she said she needed to go out for a bit, but it's been happening more frequently. Every month, on a fixed day, she dresses up. This has been going on for months. So the other day, I decided to secretly follow her and saw her meeting a colleague from her mercenary days. He used to be my best friend. This is surely the reason he suddenly disappeared after I opened my butcher shop. He must feel ashamed to face me while secretly having an affair with Ren. And today, she went out again. Even though it's not the usual day, she probably doesn't care about me anymore. Klon's mood shifted from anger to helpless sadness. Allison didn't know what else to do but try to comfort him. First, calm down. Getting drunk won't solve the problem, right? Klon couldn't keep calm and shouted. But I can't face the truth. And you know what's funny? I still love Ren. Even in this situation, I can't live without her. What should I do? A man truly in turmoil. This was also why Klon had endured this for months. But he had reached his limit. Their marriage was on the brink of collapse if something wasn't done. Unable to ignore this, Allison decided to help. Leave this to me. I haven't known Ren for long, but I don't think she's the kind of person who would do such a thing. Please wait here. Allison then went into detective mode to investigate this affair. Naturally, he couldn't do it without his trusty assistant, lowly Rurin. At that moment, Rurin was still crying while peeling onions. This is too much. Elle is a fool, she complained. After changing his clothes, Allison called Rurin. Stop peeling and come outside. We have some work to do. Or you can keep peeling if you prefer. Of course, Rurin chose to escape the boring task. Thus, the human and the dragon set off together to spy on the restaurant Klon mentioned. Wow, look how crowded those restaurants are, Rurin exclaimed. Unlike other places, those other places being Allison's restaurant, of course. Seeing the crowd, Allison could only dream of having that many customers. But the important task now was finding Ren. Klon said she should be around here somewhere. There she is, sitting with a man opposite her. Is he the colleague Klon mentioned? After spotting the target, it was time for Rurin to prove her worth. Rurin, do you see that man and woman over there? Eavesdrop on their conversation for me. Naturally, Rurin wouldn't do anything without compensation. If I do this, I get to eat steak without prepping the ingredients. Right? After Allison sealed the deal with 2 steaks, Rurin used her dragon's keen senses to listen in on their conversation and relay it to Allison. Don't you think it's time to tell my husband? Ren asked. Klon is becoming increasingly suspicious of our relationship. He's also upset that you haven't visited the butcher shop. The man hesitated before replying. But you know how he is. If he finds out I'm helping him, he'll avoid me immediately. Hearing this, Allison was a bit surprised and confirmed with Rurin. Is that really what the man named Men just said? After getting confirmation, Allison deduced that this didn't sound like an affair. So, he decided not to spy any longer and instead approached the two directly to talk. As for poor Rurin, after serving her purpose, she was sent back home to wait. Meanwhile, Ren continued her conversation with the man. I understand why you think that way. But it's not fair for you to be misunderstood. You're only doing this for the sake of our marriage. Just then, Allison stepped in and interrupted the conversation. Excuse me, may I join this conversation? As you said, Mr. Klon has completely misunderstood the two of you. A while later, Klon, who was sleeping soundly in the restaurant, was woken up by the sound of the door opening. The people entering were none other than Ment and Klon's wife. Ren, Klon, long time no see, Ment greeted. Seeing them together made Klon tremble with rage. Right, you two look good together. He spat sarcastically. Ren quickly tried to explain. Honey, it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Seeing his wife still trying to deny it, Klon clenched his fists and shouted. What do you mean? Not like that. It could have been anyone. But why him? Ment? I trusted this bastard. Unable to contain himself any longer, Klon charged and threw a punch at Ment. However, a magical shield blocked the blow before things could escalate further. Mr. Ment, why don't you clear up this misunderstanding? Allison interjected. Letting him punch you won't solve anything. Mr. Klon will calm down if you tell him the truth. That you were the one who lent him the money to open his shop. Hearing Allison's words, Klon was so shocked that he sobered up immediately. What did you just say? Remaining calm, Allison carried a pile of ingredients into the kitchen. Everyone, please sit down and talk. I'll go prepare some food. Allison had already thought of the perfect dish for this situation. Klon had been drinking all day, so he'd need something to help sober him up. Since Rurin had once again given him some Bellerin meat, a hot pot of shabu shabu was the best choice. Shabu shabu is a Japanese nabemono hot pot dish consisting of thinly sliced meat and vegetables boiled in water and served with dipping sauces. Allison took out a large, deep pan and began cooking. He prepared various sauces, along with soy sauce as a dip for the meat, and then started working on the broth. After filtering anchovies and adding seasonings, he poured it all into the hot pot. The shabu shabu was ready. Meanwhile, Klon, still in disbelief over what he had just heard, asked Ren again. What did you say? Ment really lent us money to open the shop? Ren sighed and explained. Yes, just like you said, when you had no money after being scammed. Ment lent us nearly all his savings to invest in our shop. Now that we have a steady income, I meet him monthly to repay the debt. That's all. Klon broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. But that money was supposed to be what the Lord returned to me after they caught the scammer. Are you saying that was a lie? Suddenly, everything Klon had believed for years turned out to be a lie, making it difficult for him to accept. Ment spoke up. Back then, if I had told you the truth, would you have accepted the money? I'm sorry I didn't come to congratulate you at the opening. I had no other choice. If the truth was revealed, it would have seemed like I tricked you. I never thought you'd be going through such a tough time. It seems I did something unnecessary. Klon, with a dark expression, asked, but didn't you have plans for your retirement after being a mercenary? Why did you give that money to me? At that moment, Allison brought in the hot pot, cutting off the conversation, much to Klon's irritation. Sorry, but the vegetables can't be overcooked. Isn't it better to talk while eating? With that, the tense atmosphere was finally broken. As Ment curiously looked at the thin slices of meat, Allison explained, this is Bellerin meat from Mr. Klon's butcher shop. I sliced it thin because this dish involves dipping the meat into the hot pot broth and eating it directly. He invited everyone to try the dish. After tasting a piece, Ment found this unusual dish delightful. He then scooped a bowl of soup for Klon and began to speak. Do you remember the Battle of Perrin? That day, you were stabbed by a sword while protecting me. I still remember that day vividly. We ran out of food because the battle lasted longer than expected. The only thing we could eat was bland soup. Later, I caught a wild Bellerin. Although I passed out right beside you after catching one. The soup made from that Bellerin's meat was bland, tough, and smelly, but it was better than a feast. Klon sipped the soup, recalling old memories. His whole body trembled. Yes, it was delicious. Ment served himself another bowl and continued. Earlier, you asked why I helped you despite my retirement plans. To tell you the truth, I had no plans. I had nothing more important than helping you. Now Klon finally understood everything. Tears began to stream down the face of the gruff man. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. Standing nearby, Allison watched the old friends resolve their misunderstandings, feeling glad for them. However, he soon found himself in trouble with Rurin. A promise to a dragon is absolute. But you didn't see it that way at all. Allison hurriedly tried to appease her. It's not nighttime yet, but fine, let me make the steak for you. Rurin, still furious, retorted, it's already nighttime. How dare you treat me this way when I only asked you to do what we agreed upon? At that moment, Ment walked in, so Allison quickly covered Rurin's mouth and lifted her into the air. Would this count as abuse of a young dragon that's a few hundred years old? He wondered. Ment, confused by the scene before him, chose not to ask questions and got straight to the point. I came here to ask you something. Recently, the mercenary group received a commission to escort a very important figure. And we want to hold a celebration. That's why, if it's alright with you, we'd like to have a dinner at your restaurant before our departure. Would that be possible? This was a fantastic business opportunity. And of course, Allison wouldn't refuse. The next day, Allison went to Klon's butcher shop to buy some palanque meat, aka chicken. But it was unavailable. If Klon could sell that meat, he'd be rich already. Allison thought. Disappointed, he said, so you don't have any? Then, you said you'd sell me any meat I wanted. Where's that confidence now, Mr. Klon? Klon, feeling frustrated, replied, palanque meat is a different matter. Right, I've heard they've been appearing in the Limong forest recently. And so, Allison went to the Limong forest. But things weren't as easy as he had imagined. Palanque was a monster in the shape of a chicken. But in this world, their behavior was completely different. They periodically changed their habitat, making them very hard to find. Plus, they were extremely agile, making them even harder to catch. That's why palanque meat was a rare and highly sought-after ingredient. After a long chase, Allison was exhausted, while the palanque even stopped to taunt him, making Allison boil with anger. Should I just set the whole forest on fire? He thought. Now, he was regretting his decision to add this dish to the mercenary group's menu. After struggling without success, Allison had no choice but to ask Ruren for help. You're going to have to do the dishes a lot after this, he told her. Ruren then released the mighty aura of the dragon tribe, causing the palanque to freeze in fear. With just one black dragon roar, the premium chicken meat was in his hands. How was that? Scary, right? If you hadn't eaten the dragon heart, you'd have ended up like that palanque, she boasted. Since he had consumed the dragon heart, Allison could resist Ruren's attacks and keep her from wreaking havoc everywhere. After that, the two roamed around the forest and hunted 15 more palanque for cooking. After a hard day's work, Ruren returned to the restaurant and rewarded herself with a cold can of beer. Ah, drinking beer after work is the best, she sighed. But in reality, all she did was walk around and glare at the monsters. She hadn't actually done much. Meanwhile, Allison was busy preparing the food for tonight's guests. This time, the dish was perfect to pair with beer. As dusk settled, Ment's guests arrived at the restaurant, ready for their meal. However, since this was a new and unknown place, they were skeptical. Is this the place you mentioned? Are you sure the food will be good? One of them questioned. I don't trust Ment's taste. Only Minton, Ment's junior mercenary, trusted him unconditionally. People often joked that Minton would praise the food even if Ment fed him grass. At that moment, Allison appeared and started serving the dishes. Ment took this opportunity to introduce Minton to Allison. This is my beloved junior. Minton, Ment said. Minton was thrilled. I've heard so much about you. You have no idea how much my senior praises this restaurant. I'm really excited. Despite the high praise, Allison remained composed. Well then, I hope today's meal meets your expectations. The food is ready. As the crispy fried drumsticks and wings were brought out, the guests were left in awe. Do you know the palanque? Allison asked. This is crispy fried palanque. The moment they heard the name, Minton jumped up in excitement. Valentine, it's the legendary monster even professional hunters can't catch. Allison was a bit surprised by this reaction. It's not that legendary. Please, eat while it's still hot. Who would have thought that a chicken could be a legendary monster feared by hunters? For Allison, though, it was just a rare cooking ingredient. The guests took their first bite and couldn't contain their emotions. This is really delicious, not like your usual fare. Minton, without saying much, grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth. He was speechless. It's just fried chicken, yet it got everyone so excited. No wonder it's called a legendary ingredient. With so many guests, Allison had to find Ruren in the kitchen for help. Ruren, we can't handle this many customers on our own. Can you help serve the tables? But how can a noble black dragon work as a waiter? Are you seriously asking a dragon to serve humans? Ruren huffed. You caught a legendary creature that even professional hunters couldn't catch. Allison replied, cornered and with no other choice. So he resorted to emotional manipulation. Well, if you don't want to, that's fine. But do you remember? We promised each other that we'd open a restaurant after the war ended. That we'd overcome everything together. It's sad how a dragon's heart can change so quickly. I was so happy thinking about it. Though a few hundred years old, Ruren was still just a child, easily swayed by these words. I understand. I've changed my mind. Being a waiter could be a new experience for a dragon. I need to serve beer. Right? And thus, Allison's plan was a complete success. With the help of the lowly waitress, everything was finally taken care of. To reward her hard work, Allison saved some fried chicken and beer for Rurin. After her hard day's work, Rurin devoured the fried chicken with great pleasure. Noticing his surroundings, Allison spoke up. By the way, I haven't asked you to clean up yet. What's going on? Have you finally grown up? Rurin rested her head on Allison's shoulder and replied, because this is a restaurant, our restaurant. Seizing this opportunity, Allison tried to bring up the matter of waiving his punishment of washing dishes for a month. But life isn't a dream. A grand mage washing dishes for a month is unavoidable, Rurin declared. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared outside the restaurant. Sensing the aura, Rurin immediately hid behind Allison. What could possibly frighten a dragon so much? Before Allison could grasp the situation, the restaurant doors slowly opened. How unpleasant. Human cities are always such hateful places to visit, the figure muttered. Allison, however, wasn't surprised. It's been a while, hasn't it, Elder Black Dragon Metadonna? Metadonna seemed very displeased with Allison. My name is not for a mere human to call casually. Allison stood up to face Metadonna, ready to fight at any moment. Why are you here? Metadonna approached slowly. You're living quite comfortably with a dragon in a small place like this. Any inconveniences? Rurin, peeking out cautiously, whispered. No, sir. She seemed to be very afraid of the Elder Black Dragon. Allison was entirely different from his usual friendly demeanor. He seemed like a completely different person, more cold-blooded. Are you here for Rurin? As far as I know, no one has the right to take her away from my care. Do you remember the punishment of fiery execution last time? Mentioning this, Metadonna also became extremely menacing. Your mouth is as insolent as ever. But yes, you're right, I'm here for Rurin. Despite her fear, Rurin gathered all her courage to resist. I will stay with Elle. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? You abandoned me. Metadonna softened his voice. Child, who said I abandoned you? I was just late, even though your mother made a grave mistake against the clan. Allison interrupted. You should stop talking about that. The important thing is the promise between you and me. I've heard that promises are very important to dragons. Metadonna wasn't angry but instead gave a cunning smile. You're right, I'm here to talk about that promise. Yes, we promised to entrust Rurin to you. But there was a condition attached to that promise. Isn't it true that a promise made first should be fulfilled first? When Allison asked what the condition was, the elder did not hesitate to answer. The age at which a black dragon is considered an adult in the clan is 800 years. Until then, any dragon without its own lair will be protected and sent to the clan's sanctuary. Rurin used her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the recent war. Therefore, Rurin, who will turn 800 next year, must leave and find her own sanctuary. This is the clan's rule, and no one can defy it. If you break the rule, it will be considered a declaration of war. Hearing this, Allison sighed. Let's do it. As you said, Metadonna was furious, exuding a terrifying aura. But Allison wasn't afraid. Instead, he continued, why was I worrying so much? Can't we just do that? Thinking this was a declaration of war, Metadonna nearly transformed into his true form. You brat, you may have eaten the heart of the Lord, but you are underestimating us far too much. As expected of the Elder Black Dragon, this power was indeed terrifying. If Metadonna unleashed his full strength, this entire place would be leveled to the ground. Sensing the danger, Rurin quickly tried to calm them down. Elle, it's fine, you can't declare war. Allison, looking dumbfounded, asked, declare war? What are you talking about? I was just talking about creating a dragon's lair. Metadonna and Rurin were both stunned upon hearing this. For a moment, it seemed like a war between dragons and humans was about to break out again. All because of this young man. Allison continued, I mean, we have a whole year, right? We just need to finish it within that time. We have enough treasures, so we can start now. We can do that, right? Metadonna, at a loss for words, decided to retreat. Well, that's possible. I will return in 1 year. And that was how Allison's quest to create a dragon's lair began. A dragon's lair is simply a place for a dragon to live, filled with treasures and jewels, symbolizing its grandeur. Building a dragon's lair requires a lot of money and time. That's why Allison wouldn't have much free time even if he started now. But as luck would have it, the restaurant suddenly became unusually crowded. Customers flocked in because of rumors that the restaurant sold Palanque meat. Although Allison explained that he no longer sold it since it was a special menu item. The crowd didn't decrease. Even with Ruren's help, the workload was overwhelming. Unable to continue like this, Allison had to find a way to reduce the number of customers. The next day, he took Klon into the forest to the area where the Palanque resided. Klon, confused, asked, "What is this? What's going on?" Allison explained, "Palanque, of course. I will supply Palanque to you. You'll be the only one in the empire selling Palanque meat, attracting plenty of customers." Klon still couldn't believe it. "What? How are you going to catch Valentine? It's difficult even for the top hunters of Greg City." But it wasn't difficult at all. Just bribe Ruren with some meat. And it was done. Allison reassured Klon, "You don't need to worry about that. Mr. Ment's mercenary group has already tasted it once. As for the profit, it will be split 50 to 50. I'm not giving it away for free. So I'll take half of the selling price." Klon immediately objected. "What? You're doing too much. You catch them and supply them to us. So why are you only taking half?" But Allison didn't care much about the money. "Half is fair enough. I won't be able to supply a large quantity. So I won't take much. Instead, you should use it as bait to sell more of the other types of meat and buy Mrs. Wren some new clothes. Treat her better." Though annoyed by Allison's unreasonable attitude, Klon couldn't do much, so he agreed reluctantly. "Fine, I'll sell it for you. Don't change your mind." Of course, Allison had no intention of changing his mind. This was his plan to reduce the number of customers at his restaurant. However, there was one issue. The Palanque would periodically change their habitat. Naturally, Allison had already thought about this. With a wave of his hand, he created a massive barrier surrounding the Palanque in the forest. Klon watched in shock. Mouth agape. Creating a barrier of this size was no easy task. This wasn't something you could do after just a few years of learning magic. "Who exactly are you, Allison?" Allison simply gestured for secrecy. "Just a retired restaurant owner after the war. Like you, Mr. Klon. So, let's keep my magic use a secret." And that's how Allison's plan unfolded perfectly. The next day, his restaurant was completely empty. Not a single customer in sight, exactly as planned. However, Ruren was curious. Is this really something to be happy about? Allison was already in tears. He had expected at least 1 or 2 customers to remain, but at least now they had time to build the dragon's lair. Hearing this, Ruren was thrilled. "Oh, right, the lair, hee. Will you live there with me once it's built?" Allison immediately refused. "Of course not. I'll live here, where I've put in so much effort to build." Hearing this, Ruren threw a tantrum. "What? Then I don't want it. Let's declare war on the Black Dragon clan instead." Well, the fate of humanity didn't look too promising at that moment. Allison had to reassure her that the lair would be nearby. Only then did Ruren agree. The location for the dragon's lair was none other than the hill right below the restaurant. Since the restaurant was in the outskirts of the city, all the surrounding land belonged to Allison. So, the two of them could do whatever they wanted. However, the interior of the lair had to be reinforced with magic, or else the entire hill would crumble. Ruren, now fired up, decided to start digging the lair immediately. But her partner slipped away at that moment. "Well then, I'll head back to the restaurant. Good luck. I can't leave the restaurant unattended for too long, right?" Ruren just sat there in place, fuming. Although he claimed he was going back to work, Allison actually lay down on a table, enjoying this rare moment of rest. Just then, someone entered the restaurant. "Excuse me, is this the famous restaurant?" Seeing this, Allison quickly stood up to greet the guest. "Welcome, famous. I don't know about that, but this is definitely a restaurant." The customer continued. "I heard you can eat the legendary Palanque meat here." Hearing this, Allison felt a bit disheartened. "I'm sorry, but we no longer serve Palanque meat. You'll have to visit Klon's butcher shop for that." However, the customer still didn't leave. "But can I have something else? I just want to eat something." "Anything will do." Allison asked the guest to wait for a moment and then went into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Judging by the customer's attire, he looked like the son of a noble family facing hard times. Since it's not right to judge customers, Allison decided to serve him as he normally would. Using magic to cook, he thought, the only dish I can make that a child might enjoy is a hamburger. Since I make it often when Ruren asks for it. For the meat, he used finely chopped uncut tenderloin, seasoned it with a bit of salt, and fried it with butter along with the bread. He placed the patty on top of some vegetables. covered it with garlic demi-glace sauce, and finally added an egg he had obtained while catching the palanque. Thus, a hamburger capable of bribing a dragon was completed. As Allison prepared the food, he thought through the recipe in his mind, a habit he had developed over time. The young guest was astonished when he saw the dish. "Wow, is this a sandwich?" Too lazy to explain, Allison just said, "They're similar." Just as the young guest was about to take a bite, a man suddenly burst through the door. "Young master, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing in a place like this? What if you get food poisoning from eating at a place like this? Please, come with me." Allison couldn't stand hearing his restaurant being slandered, so he spoke up. "I've been holding back, but you're going too far." The man didn't stop. "Are you the owner of this restaurant? Do you even know who you're serving? This is the son of the Baron of Greg City, the heir to Baron Deeren Greg." But that didn't faze Allison at all. "I don't care if he's a baron or a duke. The food I serve is for my customers. Is there a problem with that?" The two argued back and forth, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, the young man, Iron, tried to calm them. "Please, stop, it's fine." Feeling guilty, he left a gold coin on the table and walked out. However, this made Allison feel even worse. A while later, Ruren came running back, covered in mud and crying. "It's Elle's turn now. I said it's Elle's turn. I've done all the work. I can't do it anymore. My hands hurt." But Allison had already changed clothes and was preparing to leave. "Not now. I'll dig tomorrow. More importantly, I need to go somewhere." Ruren, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going all of a sudden?" "I'm hungry." Allison looked intently at the gold coin in his hand and said, "I'll cook something for you when I get back. I've taken the payment, so I had to do it. We need to go to the Lord's castle." At the Lord's castle, Deeren was sitting alone in his room, feeling down when a portal suddenly appeared. Out stepped Allison and Ruren. "Greetings, young Baron Greg," Allison said. Deeren, too shocked to speak, watched as Allison approached with a paper bag in his hand. "You left something behind. You haven't had a chance to try it yet, right? I reheated it, so take a bite." Was this otherworldly delivery service? If only delivery guys back home used teleportation portals like this. Holding the hamburger in his hand, Deeren's mouth watered. Though full of questions, he decided to take a bite first. Is this guy seriously planning to eat food delivered by a suspicious person who just teleported into his room? There must be something wrong with his head. Just then, a knock on the door echoed through the room. "Young master, I heard some noise in the room. Is everything okay?" Allison's expression turned to one of exasperation. "Oh, come on, let the kid eat his hamburger. You idiot." Deeren trembled and looked to Allison for help. What should I do?" Allison reminded him. "What do you mean? What should you do? Tell him nothing's wrong. You're the heir to the Lord. A baron. They can't disobey your orders. So be confident." Deeren lowered his head, his voice full of sorrow. "But they've never listened to me before. They always ignore me." Not hearing a response, the person outside started banging on the door even more urgently. "Young master, I will open the door and come in." Unable to stand it any longer, Ruren used magic to mimic Deeren's voice and shouted, "Nothing is wrong. Get lost. I didn't order you to come in." Hearing a voice exactly like his own left Deeren astonished. But he still anxiously glanced at the door, convinced that no one would listen to him. The banging suddenly stopped. "Understood, sir. Please call me if anything happens." As Deeren stood there, mouth agape in disbelief, Allison spoke up. "See? I told you. You have to create your own sense of authority." Deeren immediately knelt on the ground. "Master, please, become my master." Allison had no idea what was happening, his face completely blank. Deeren then began to recount his past. "My mother passed away shortly after I was born. My father remarried not long after. So I spent most of my time with my stepmother. She was very strict, always telling me to be cautious in my actions because I am the Lord's son. Still, I loved her because those were also happy times. However, everything changed when my father became bedridden due to a serious illness. She stopped looking at me or speaking to me directly during meals or parties. I want to become a good lord like my father. But the servants have tried to control and limit my activities on my stepmother's orders. I have no one to talk to, everyone ignores me. Since then, I felt that I won't be treated any better even after I inherit the title of lord. But my thoughts changed after what happened today. Master, please teach me how to become a good lord." Stars shone in Deeren's eyes, filled with hope, but Allison responded bluntly, "That conclusion is a bit odd, isn't it? How did things turn out like this?" I'm just a restaurant owner. Diren quickly explained, but this has never happened before. He would have come in even if I told him to leave. Allison realized the issue. Diren lacked confidence. It seemed like he had thrown away his own assertiveness and become more introverted. With a sigh, Allison spoke up. Look people in the eyes when you talk to them. You said you want to be a good lord, right? The position of a lord also comes with responsibilities. So you must take responsibility for every word you say. I'm not telling you to ignore others' words. Make sure you listen and think carefully before making a decision you truly believe in. If the decision benefits you, then everything will be fine. If not, accept it and take responsibility for it. In my view, that's what makes a good lord. These words seemed to awaken something within Diren, though he couldn't fully grasp it yet. Before he could say more, Allison was already preparing to leave. Anyway, eat the burger before it gets cold, and drop by the restaurant now and then. Afterward, Diren continued to ponder over what had just happened. As soon as Diren took a bite of the hamburger, he suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be? I understand now. A good lord must be someone who is dedicated, ensuring that all his people can enjoy delicious food like this. It seemed like the young man had misunderstood something quite fundamental. Meanwhile, Allison and Ruren had teleported outside the city. To prevent Ruren from overthinking, Allison carefully instructed her, I hope you don't take his words too seriously. Ruren asked in return, you mean that kid? But why did you put so much effort into it? It seems like you care a lot. Allison then took out the gold coin he had been paid earlier. I'm just doing the work I was paid for. Holding the gold coin in her hand, Ruren was surprised. This is 100.000 rows. A regular hamburger is sold for 200 rows. Did he really pay you this much just for a hamburger? Yes, Allison replied. That's why we needed to provide him with proper service at that price. This isn't some cheap place. That kid is as wealthy as a dragon. I hope he becomes a regular customer from now on. However, Ruren didn't seem to like that idea. I'm not happy about that. It means fewer hamburgers for me. A greedy dragon indeed. In a forest on the outskirts of Greg City, there was a peculiar and very popular clinic. The doctor there was highly skilled and had even learned healing magic. But that wasn't why the clinic had gained such fame. The main reason patients traveled to this remote area far from town was because the clinic owner was an elf. Not a human. Elena, the owner of the clinic, was currently confiding in Ren about the idea of returning to her homeland. I've been thinking about going back to my homeland, she said. I love helping and healing people. So I left my village despite everyone's objections. But reality is very different from what I had imagined. No one cares about the treatment. They just want to meet a female elf at any cost. They don't see me as a doctor at all. Recently, a woman came here and got angry with me. She said I was seducing her husband. I know not all humans are like that. And it's not that I hate healing others. But it's really hard to keep this up and move forward. Rin listened and then asked, by the way, do you not like me either? Elena quickly explained, no, it's not that I don't like you. Rin, in fact, you've always treated me well. That's why I accepted this without any prejudice. Rin then asked, so, if there were more things here that you liked, would you stay? There are many things I don't like about my husband, his snoring. How naive he can be, but there are also things I love more. I love how reliable he is. How he only has eyes for me. And how he always does his best in everything he does. You said you still enjoy healing people, right? If so, why not have dinner at the restaurant by the hillside tonight? The reasons for you to love this place might increase little by little. Elle's restaurant could be such a place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Allison was caught by Clone while digging the cave with a shovel. Elle, what are you doing here? I was just heading to the restaurant. Allison cheerfully replied, I was just about to head back there. I was in the middle of some construction work. Then Clone introduced the person with him. Nellin, his nephew. They decided to discuss some matters over a meal at the restaurant. During this time, Clone mentioned that his wife and an elf would be visiting the restaurant. Hearing this, Allison immediately grabbed his shovel and headed back to the restaurant. On the way, Allison asked Clone, usually, elves don't leave their forest homeland. That person must be quite famous, right? Speaking of this, Clone was a bit irritated. You don't have to ask me. I've heard all the boys in town run over there even if they just get a small thorn in their finger. It's disgraceful. Hearing stories like that, I understand why elves might hate humans so much. Allison replied, not all elves are like that. You shouldn't impose prejudices on them. I admit that elves are a very proud race. But before Allison could finish his words, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Elena, a noble elf, was on her knees, trembling in fear in front of Rurin. "Why, you are a great existence. Please forgive my rudeness," Elena stammered. Rurin exuded an intimidating aura. "So you know you've been rude? Huh? I'll forgive you if you spend the rest of your life as my subordinate." Allison, witnessing this, was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Rurin proudly said, "Oh, you're back? I've acquired an elf subordinate for myself." At this, Allison's hands clenched, and they were engulfed in the flames of anger. "What the hell are you doing with our customer?" A few minutes earlier, while Rurin was lying on the table, Elena pushed the door open and entered. "Excuse me, is anyone here? Is this El's restaurant?" Rurin stood up to greet the guest. "Yes, but he's not here right now. More importantly, are you an elf?" Once again being noticed because of her race, Elena lowered her head. "Yes, I am." Rurin approached her. They say elves are beautiful. It's not an exaggeration." Elena awkwardly responded. "Ah, you're beautiful too, and you look much younger than me." Rurin gave a dangerous smile. "Younger? Are you saying I look young? I may be young compared to my race, but I am much older than you. Who gave you permission to speak so casually with me?" A terrifying aura immediately filled the room, making Elena collapse to the ground in fear. This was the scene Allison witnessed earlier. After dealing with the little troublemaker, Allison opened the door for the guest. "Haha, sorry for the noise. Please, come in." Rurin, after getting a lump on her head, cried miserably. Elena, witnessing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. "Am I dreaming? Is she really a dragon?" One thing that everyone, from children to the elderly, knows is never to provoke a dragon. Dragons are walking natural disasters that can burn down entire villages on a whim. They are the strongest race, the pinnacle of all species. I've heard dragon myths since I was young, so much that I've grown tired of them. Yet, he's treating that dragon like a child. Who is he, really? While Elena was still bewildered, Allison approached her. "My apologies. On her behalf, I apologize for what just happened. I really didn't expect such a thing to occur in my absence." Still trembling, Elena asked, "Are you really human?" Allison was a bit surprised but soon realized that Rurin had revealed her identity as a dragon. With no other choice, Allison whispered to Elena, "Yes, I am human, and yes, that girl is a dragon. As you guessed, it's quite unusual for me to live with a dragon, but it's complicated to explain. Could you keep this a secret?" Elena, still shaking, replied, "Oh, of course, I don't intend to provoke a dragon. I don't want to die yet." Allison could only reassure her, saying she wouldn't be killed here. It seemed Rurin had left quite a terrible first impression. "By the way," Allison asked, "are you the elf Dr. Korin mentioned?" Elena, looking drained, replied, "Yes, I am. I am Elena." Hearing this, Allison's face went blank. He could almost imagine a half-star review for the restaurant if this were Earth. "I came here following a friend's recommendation, only to be made a subordinate and oppressed. It's unbelievable. The first impression is really bad. If this were on Earth, the restaurant would have already been shut down by furious netizens." Elena continued, "I heard that even the vegetable dishes here are delicious." When it came to food, Allison was extremely professional. "Yes, that's true. Do you have any food allergies?" Elena explained, "Not for humanitarian reasons or anything, but my body can't digest meat. As long as I don't eat meat, I'm fine." Allison pondered for a moment, then got to work in the kitchen. There were plenty of delicious dishes that didn't require meat, but he thought pasta was one of the best options. He finely sliced onions, garlic, and mushrooms and tossed them into a pan with hot olive oil. This combination would blend the different flavors, creating a harmonious taste. Next, he strained crushed tomatoes and added them to the pan, seasoning with salt, sugar, and other spices. He reduced the heat to prevent the sauce from burning. While waiting for the sauce to thicken, he cooked the spaghetti for 8 minutes, remembering to reserve some pasta water. Finally, he mixed the pasta with the sauce, adding the reserved water to help thin the sauce. The pasta was ready. Allison then served the dish to Elena. "Please enjoy this meal. I didn't add any meat, so you don't have to worry." Just looking at the dish made Elena eager to dig in. She carefully took a bite of the delicious pasta. Meanwhile, Allison continued to serve the pork dish to Clone and his nephew, Nellin, but he noticed Nellin didn't seem to enjoy it much. Could it be that he didn't like this dish? When he turned to look at Elena, Allison could hardly believe his eyes. The image of a noble elf had completely vanished, replaced by a food-loving girl thoroughly enjoying the delicious meal. This is amazing. I've only ever eaten raw vegetables until now. I never knew something could taste this good. Absolutely delicious. Elena quickly finished the plate of pasta, savoring every bite. At that moment, Allison approached, startling her. It seems like you really enjoyed the pasta, he remarked. Elena quickly, embarrassed, covered her face. I'm sorry. It was so delicious that I couldn't help myself. Allison smiled kindly and handed her a napkin. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you liked it. You don't visit many other restaurants, do you? Blushing, Elena replied. No, I attract a lot of attention in the city, so I usually just eat the vegetables I buy at the market. It's not that I haven't thought about having a proper meal at a restaurant, but most places don't have many vegetarian options. Even when they do, it's just like eating raw vegetables. So, I used to wonder if cooking was even necessary. Allison completely understood how Elena felt. People here didn't use a lot of spices, so everything tasted rather bland. As he said this, Elena's eyes lit up with excitement. But I've changed my mind after coming here. The dish I just had was truly delicious. I must thank Miss Wren. This means the bad review from earlier has been erased. Allison finally sighed in relief. I'm so glad to hear that. At this moment, Clone suddenly stood up and shouted. What did you just say? Nellen repeated. I said I just found out that my mother and I are not related by blood. Meanwhile, deep inside the mine, Nellen's mother, worried about him, had brought food to him, but she didn't know that Nellen wasn't there. On the other side, Clone sat down calmly and asked, Who did you hear this from? Nellen slammed the table and yelled. That doesn't matter now. I've been lied to for 25 years. I can't focus on my work. That's why I left the mine early. I can't just go home like this. At this moment, Elena and Allison were quietly listening to the drama, trying not to make a sound. No matter the world, eavesdropping on drama was irresistible. Clone then tried to reason with Nellen. Do you have any idea what May has gone through to raise you? She worked day and night just to take care of you, even after your father sacrificed himself while serving as a mercenary. Don't you think it's noble that she raised a child who wasn't her own flesh and blood? You're smart enough to understand that. Nellen's face darkened, and his voice trembled. I know that. I know I'm at fault. But this morning, I was so angry that I refused to eat the lunch she made and called her an old hag. Hearing this, Clone became furious. He grabbed Nellen by the collar. There are things you can say, and there are things you should never say. You fool. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Allison had to intervene. Stop. Just then, Ren burst through the door, panic-stricken, and shouted, Nellen, something terrible has happened. Come quickly to the mine. The mine has collapsed where your mother is. She's trapped inside. Clone, now agitated, shouted, What do you mean the mine collapsed? What happened to May? Ren, still in shock, replied, I'm not sure. I think she went inside looking for Nellen, and then. Nellen couldn't stay calm any longer. He rushed toward the mine, determined to save his mother. Allison and Elena followed closely, hoping to help. When they arrived at the mine, people were trying to hold back the frantic Nellen. He was on the verge of throwing himself into the rubble to rescue his mother. Calm down, Nellen. It's too dangerous. It could collapse again. Allison and Elena arrived just in time. Please, everyone, stay calm. We'll go inside and rescue Nellen's mother. Others rushed to stop them immediately. Hey, listen, you can't go in there either. We can't predict when the mine will collapse. They warned urgently. This is an emergency. Allison quickly explained. She is a healer, trained in healing spells. There could be many people inside who are unable to move and in need of treatment. We're wasting time. Please, let us through. After much explanation, the two were finally allowed inside. On the way, Elena spoke to Allison. I appreciate your help, but you didn't have to follow me in here. It's very dangerous. At that moment, the mine shook, and countless rocks began to fall. Fortunately, they were all blocked by Allison's magical shield. You see, Allison said calmly, I'm quite skilled in magic. I'll block any falling rocks for you. Elena was astonished. So, you're a mage? As they proceeded further inside, Allison replied, In my youth, I was quite successful, but now I've retired. Still, I'm curious. Why did you decide to come here? I heard you have a clinic in Greg City. I tell you this, Allison continued, because one of my friends is also an elf. I don't think you own that clinic just because you're an elf. I'm sure there have been times when people haven't treated you well. Yet, you chose to go into a collapsed mine to save others. Is there a special reason for that? Just as Elena was about to answer, they reached a fork in the path. Oh no, the path splits, she exclaimed. We don't have time to search both paths. Allison closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. Light spirits were summoned and illuminated the entire space. Even someone like Elena, an elf, was amazed by this sight. The spirits then split up and explored both paths. It wasn't long before they found the injured. Seeing the moving lights, one of the workers panicked. What is this? I must be on my way to heaven. I'm starting to see hallucinations. But luckily, it was all real. Allison and Elena arrived in time. Are you okay? Can you move? Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe. A bit of magical first aid was enough for the worker to leave on his own. At that moment, the spirits reported that there were others injured. And so, the rescue team operated at full capacity. Allison took on the role of protector, using magic to move rocks, while Elena focused on healing the injured workers with her healing spells. After being given first aid, the injured were transported outside by Allison's magic. Soon, all the workers were rescued, except for Nellen's mother, who was still missing. The two then continued deeper into the mine and finally found her lying unconscious on the ground. Elena immediately approached and assessed the situation. She's seriously injured. I'll use a stronger healing spell on her, but I can't guarantee the result. Elena placed her hands on her chest and began chanting. A gentle green light immediately enveloped everything at the temporary first aid station. Ren, unable to do anything, cried non-stop. Standing beside him, Loon tried to comfort him. Miss Elena said the magic would work. So don't worry too much. She will definitely wake up. Nellen, watching his mother lying motionless with bandages on her head, was as if frozen. Allison tried to reassure him as well. Don't worry. Miss Elena has quickly treated her with a stronger spell. So she's out of danger now. Elena, exhausted, trembled all over. She suffered a severe head injury. But I've successfully healed it. The wound near her eye isn't too serious. So she should be able to see normally when the bandages are removed. Nellen opened the basket next to his mother. Inside was the breakfast she had painstakingly prepared but was met with harsh words from him. Now, it was too late for regrets. It was all his fault that his mother came and got injured this badly. At that moment, her hand moved. Nellen, are you there? The first thing she did upon waking was call her son's name. Such sacred maternal love. Everyone sighed with relief, while Nellen burst into tears. I'm here, Mom, I'm right here. I was so scared that my words to you this morning would be the last. He sobbed. Hearing this, tears rolled down her cheeks. You called me, Mom, again. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm just so glad you weren't inside the mine. Witnessing this scene, Elena couldn't help but feel moved. She approached Allison and said, as you said, honestly, I had planned to close the clinic and return to my homeland. I was so disappointed in humans after witnessing terrible things here. That's when Corin told me, try to increase what you like here. Maybe I rushed over here to find that. Humans have shorter lifespans than elves, but they can freely express their emotions. That's why they easily feel disappointment and hurt. I used to feel that way. But ironically, that's also why I opened the clinic. There are still many things here that I like. Things that keep me from leaving. I like the genuine emotions of humans. And now, I've also discovered that the food here is quite delicious. Today, I realized many things. Before she could finish, Elena nearly fainted from exhaustion. Luckily, Allison caught her just in time. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Allison then began transferring her magical energy through her hands. Elena could feel the energy flowing into her body and was utterly astonished. Isn't this the magic of the elf race? She exclaimed. Allison quickly withdrew her hands and explained. The friend I mentioned taught me this magic. His name is Biden. As soon as she heard the name, Elena gasped in shock. Biden? The hero of the elf race. That Biden? How did you? To avoid complications, Allison didn't explain further and simply said that she was a well-known mage. Meanwhile, on Bernice Hill, at the foot of the roaring restaurant, Zurin was still digging a hole all by herself. Damn it, that guy always leaves me on my own. How could he ask me to dig a hole just because I'm not allowed to use magic in front of others? It's so unfair. I just wanted to take on a subordinate to help with the restaurant. At that moment, a stream of water suddenly burst up, soaking Zurin completely. When Allison returned and saw the mess, she questioned her. So you say water naturally spouted up from the ground? You wanted to know where it came from and dug until you ended up like this? Zurin, covered in mud, proudly stood her ground. Exactly. Allison, though furious, tried to hold back her anger. Don't lose your temper, She didn't mean to infuriate you. Looking at the battlefield on the ground, it was evident Zurin had tried to dig further but found nothing. Allison remarked, "There must be an underground water vein nearby. You probably hit it while digging. You dug quite deep, but even with magic, it's impossible to see it from here. Remember what we talked about earlier? We need to reinforce the cave walls with barriers." "Of course, I remember," Zurin replied confidently. "If not, this cave would have collapsed long ago." Allison then released an enormous amount of magical energy, creating a magic circle. Julian, who was nearby, reminded her, "Remember to restrain your power, or you'll blow up the entire hill." The magic Allison used was level 8, Earth Prison. In an instant, the cave was dug much deeper. Julian didn't forget her task either. With just a stomp, she erected a barrier to support the cave ceiling and prevent it from collapsing. And so, Zurin's dragon cave was finally completed. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked, and a jet of water gushed up from the earth. Allison observed it closely. The Earth Prison spell hit the underground water vein. So the water is now gushing out? This must be hot spring water. But before Allison could say more, Zurin rushed towards it, ready to take a bath without thinking. Allison shouted a warning, "That's hot water," but it was already too late. Zurin screamed loudly as the hot water enveloped her. She quickly stripped off her soaking wet clothes and tried to warm herself. "Listen," Allison admonished, "you can't just rush into everything like that." While scolding her, Allison used magic to create a spherical barrier. By pressing this barrier into the ground, the earth settled naturally, forming a basin for the clean water. She then removed the top part of the barrier, creating a hot spring. Without any mercy, Allison tossed Zurin into the water. Zurin shrieked as she fell into the water. "It's hot, I'm going to be boiled alive." But soon, she realized the water was just warm. Of course, Allison had cooled it down beforehand. Allison then removed her outer clothes and joined Zurin in the water. After hesitating for a moment, Zurin asked, "I saw you disappeared somewhere. Where did you go?" Allison replied that the mine had collapsed, so she went to rescue people. But Zurin was only interested in whether she went with the elf. Allison quickly explained, "Of course, I needed her. You know I'm not very good at healing magic, right?" However, Zurin was already sulking and turned away. "No wonder you look so cheerful. I had to dig this hole while you know I hate elves and all those other races. I hate them all, except you." It seemed like this little one was jealous seeing her partner with another woman. Allison then carefully made a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to Zurin. Despite her sulking, Zurin couldn't resist and took the cup, drinking it with delight. As the atmosphere calmed down, Allison prepared a cup for herself and began to speak. Cocoa powder is made from cacao beans. This powder may look simple, but it takes many steps to make it: fermenting, drying, roasting, grinding, and more. Many people work hard so we can enjoy it. I have enough power to blow up a mine. But even so, I don't have the ability to heal the injured. I can't even find simple ingredients for the restaurant without Mr. Clone's help. Even if I use magic to create a space here, I would still need the dwarves to build this dragon cave. People can differ in race, abilities, and personality, but that's not a reason to shun them. Even dragons can't handle everything on their own." Hearing this, Zurin seemed to understand. "I get it, but I'll still treat you differently from them. You're special." And so, the two spent the entire night enjoying the hot spring together. Elsewhere, Men's group of mercenaries encountered trouble on their escort mission. They were surrounded and pushed toward a cliff. Despite her best efforts to break through the encirclement, Men was taken down by a bandit who dragged her off the cliff with him. Back at the restaurant, Allison had put up a closed sign today to focus on other tasks. When Zurin asked why, Allison explained, "The other day, we had hot cocoa, but unfortunately, we didn't have any milk. So, I'm going to build a farm to ensure we always have a steady supply. But everything is starting from scratch. And what I need are the Baronerics down at the lower reaches of the Varan River." Upon hearing that they had to teleport downstream to the Varan River, Zurin was a bit confused. "You don't know that I can't teleport to places I've never been to?" Zurin asked. "Last time, I teleported us to the Lord's castle by following the scent of that kid." But Allison insisted, "I'll give you the location and the distance. So just go with your instincts." Reluctantly, Zurin complied, and the two of them teleported to the lower reaches of the Varan River. From there, Allison could see a herd of Baronerics nearby. The only problem was that they were both in free fall from midair. Even in this situation, They still found time to argue. "You're a dragon. Why are you afraid of falling?" Allison shouted. "Don't you have wings?" Zurin clung to Allison's neck and screamed. "I'm not turning into my dragon form. I'd rather die." For some reason, Zurin refused to transform into her dragon form. Allison didn't push the matter further. Thanks to Allison's magic, they landed safely on the ground. As soon as they touched down, Zurin was overwhelmed by the sheer size of the river. When Allison explained that it was the sea, she felt a bit embarrassed. It was understandable, though, as Zurin had never seen the ocean before. So, a spontaneous beach outing was planned. Zurin was absolutely thrilled at the idea. Their mission now was to catch around 10 Baronerics. Whoever caught fewer would have to do the cooking for the day. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, 3 people sat outside the door, looking as if they were about to starve to death. It seemed that Allison's die-hard fans couldn't survive without his food. While waiting, the 3 got to know each other. Allison, completely unaware of this, enjoyed her time with Zurin for a while before returning. Thanks to the mind manipulation magic of the dragon race, the Baronerics obediently followed them into the pen. The fragile fence Allison had built would be enough for now. "I'll build a proper sleeping area for the Baronerics later," Allison said, "but for now, let's reopen the restaurant." Just as Allison stepped through the door, he was stunned to see 3 starving ghosts lingering outside. Luckily, he arrived in time, preventing a potential tragedy. The 3 were then served their favorite dishes. "Seriously," Allison sighed, "what would you have done if I didn't return today? Just keep waiting by the door?" Loon responded casually, "I guess you'd have to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant." Cause of death: starvation. Speechless, Allison could only shake his head. Meanwhile, Zurin was busy washing 8 plates after losing the bet with Allison. When Noel found out that Allison planned to raise Baronerics, he questioned, "How do you plan to manage them? Aren't you short on staff?" Allison replied, "I've been thinking about that. I plan to hire some employees. The meadow needs careful maintenance, so I can't just hire anyone. I'll prepare a few recruitment posts." Clone immediately came up with an idea. "You mean interviews? Haha, don't worry. Don't elves have the ability to see through a person's inner nature? And you, the boss here, also need to identify who's good and who's not. I've met many people during my time as a mercenary. We've already bothered you on your day off, so let us help you. We'll help you interview candidates and select the most talented ones for you. Just leave it to us." And so, the next day, the interview for the meadow caretaker position began. Many people heard the announcement and came to apply. The judges this time were none other than the trio of Clone, Elena, and Diren. The first applicant stepped in but was immediately dismissed. "Young man, no passion at all. How do you expect to manage Baronerics?" The next person muttered, "Is this an interview for employees or directors?" The following applicant was a handsome young man who appeared energetic. Clone seemed somewhat satisfied at first glance. But this guy's mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts about Elena. Seeing through his inner thoughts, Elena instantly dismissed him. Next was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth. "I have 35 years of experience. I'll create the most beautiful meadow in Greg." This time, it was Diren's turn to step up. "Then what do you think about the comfort of the Baronerics?" Before the man could process the question, Diren pulled out a scroll filled with text. "Have you planned for the sleeping and recreational activities of the Baronerics? What about those with ill intentions toward them? Have you thought of ways to deal with them? As for milk supply, what are your thoughts on that? You need to have a clear plan ready to compete with others. I'm also curious about how you'll handle any Baronerics that get sick or injured. You'll need to write a health report and ensure they're healthy. This isn't just about tending grass. I am a Baron who cares about Baronerics as much as my people. You shouldn't underestimate them." Good grief. They were utterly speechless. The middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore and got up to leave. Before leaving, he muttered, "This is madness." But Diren wasn't done yet. "Where do you think you're going? You have to protect the people. People like you don't even care if the Baronerics are sad or not." Witnessing the antics of these 3, Allison was utterly stunned. He had a bad feeling about this whole thing. And so, the interviews continued. As time went on, the reasons for disqualification given by the trio became increasingly unreasonable and absurd. Some applicants were dismissed before they could even say a word. Allison was on the verge of tears, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Their enthusiasm, combined with ignorance, was nothing short of destructive. After a while, there were no more applicants left. No more applicants? Is it because the salary on the job post was too low? Haha. Ron laughed, clueless. Little did he know that the trio had scared away all the candidates. With no other choice, Allison had to step in. I appreciate what you've done, but let me handle the next interview, he said, just as Minton pushed the door open. I saw the job posting. Can I work here? He asked. Clone was shocked. Min-10? What are you doing here? Weren't you on an escort mission? Min-10 explained. We were attacked by a band of thieves, and my superior fell off a cliff while helping me. She was extremely worried. That bastard meant. Why didn't he tell me about this? What's his condition now? Min-10's face darkened as she recounted. He's injured all over, but he can only move one leg now. Because of that, he's had to retire from being a mercenary. Even though Elena wanted to help. Min-10 continued. Too much time had passed since the injury, and there was nothing she could do. All she can do now is check on him from time to time. At that moment, Lauren interjected. But why are you the one looking for work when Ment is the one who's hurt? Allison immediately scolded her. Watch your words. She's already under a lot of stress. And now you're complaining? However, Ruben was still curious. Aren't you curious too? It seems like she's also given up on being a mercenary. It's strange that she left the field to find work here with Ment. Min-10 blushed and awkwardly explained. I'm just trying to find a job that fits Ment so we can work together. Her face turned red as she spoke, and it became obvious to everyone what was really going on. Clone, incredulous, asked, wait, don't tell me, how old are you again? When he found out Min-10 was only 29, Clone shouted, you're 13 years younger than him. But Min-10 didn't care. Age is just a number to me. Elena was puzzled. Why shouldn't it work? Among elves, a 13-year age gap is basically like being the same age. Allison explained, you can't compare this to elves. Humans have much shorter lifespans than elves, so 13 years is quite a big difference. Min-10, however, showed her resolve. I don't care. I've made up my mind. I've left the mercenary guild, and if you don't let me work here, I'll starve on the streets. This job application is wild. Clone muttered. Ruben, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. I like your passion. You're right. Age doesn't matter. You're hired. It seemed like Ruben was eager to prove that even though he was over 700 years old, age wasn't an issue for him either. Min-10 was overjoyed to be accepted. But Allison chimed in. My father appreciates that you and Ment want to work here, but we haven't heard Ment's opinion on this yet. Min-10 blushed again. That's true. I haven't asked him yet. I was going to tell him after I secured the job here. He's the one who taught me how to wield a sword, from the way to grip it to how to maintain my weapons. Working on a farm is tough, but I want to learn how to handle it myself. After that, I want to show him how I can manage things here. Hasn't even gotten the job yet, and she's already planning that far ahead. This is wild. Clone muttered again. The heartwarming love story touched Elena deeply. How beautiful. The determination of love, a wonderful desire to be together. However, she couldn't help but feel that some of the words being used might not be quite right. After thinking for a moment, Allison spoke up. Once you've managed to get that first bucket of milk, I've got the perfect dish in mind for when we visit Ment. I'm really looking forward to working with you. And with that, the restaurant staff gained a new member. The next day, Min-10 eagerly arrived early to start work. Her first task was to lead the Baron Eric out to graze. Excited and careful, Min-10 approached the first Baron Eric. She was quite surprised at how calm they were. I'm not sure what kind of magic they used, but these Baron Eric are so well behaved. This shouldn't be a problem, she thought. But, of course, things weren't going to be that easy. While the Baron Eric didn't act aggressively, even a slight nudge from one of them sent Min-10 tumbling to the ground. No matter how many methods she tried, all Min-10 got in return was a series of mishaps. After finally struggling to get the Baron Eric out to the pasture, Allison assigned her the next task. The wild Baron Eric are very active, so you don't need to trim their hooves. But since these ones are tamed, you'll have to check their hooves regularly. Naturally, Min-10 found herself being kicked again and again as she attempted to complete the task. The next day, as she was preparing dry hay for the evening, the Baron Eric crowded around her. Go away, the fresh grass is over there, she exclaimed. Remembering the old saying, it's like playing music to a cow's ears. She thought, these things are like cows, so of course they won't listen. And, as expected, she was kicked again. A few days later, exhausted and filthy, Min-10 sat down and complained. I'm completely drained. I haven't done anything right, herding cows, trimming hooves. I haven't even managed to milk them yet. I was so confident at first. But now, what am I doing here? If I get fired before I even get to work with my mentor, what will I do? But as if understanding her thoughts, the Baron Eric came over and comforted her. They seemed to understand and even willingly approached to be milked. Overjoyed, Min 10 triumphantly carried her first bucket of milk to Allison. Boss, I did it. I finally got some milk. This exceeded Allison's expectations. I thought it would take at least a week to get any milk, he said. Pleasantly surprised, receiving the bucket of milk, Allison smiled brightly. Well done, now we can start preparing. There's a clean set of clothes over there, go get change. Confused, Min 10 asked, preparing for what? Allison grinned. Of course, we're preparing a special dish for Ment, a super cheesy pizza. First, pasteurize the milk at a low temperature for 30 minutes. Allison instructed. Next, lower the heat and add vinegar to curdle the milk. Once it thickens, scoop out the curds and leave the liquid behind. After soaking the curds in salt water, knead them in warm water. This process will remove the remaining whey and air. And once it's all kneaded, we'll have mozzarella cheese. Looking at the strange substance, Min 10 couldn't help but ask, is this cheese? It doesn't look like the kind I know. Allison explained, it's just a different type of cheese. We'll put it on top of the pizza dough and bake it. You need something special when you confess your feelings, right? Ment loves food, so this will be a fitting gift. At the mention of confessing her feelings, Min 10 blushed furiously. CC confess? I haven't even thought about that yet. But, maybe this is my chance? As Allison kneaded the dough, he boasted, trust me, when I was young, plenty of women were after me. Min 10, feeling embarrassed, hesitated before asking, so, you have a lot of dating experience? Huh? Allison casually responded, nope, I never went on a single date. His response made Min 10 nearly punch him out of frustration. Allison then handed her the pizza and continued, but one thing I do know for sure, being honest always works. So, put your heart into this dish. Ment will definitely notice. Typical love advice from someone who talks like an expert. Min 10 thought, rolling her eyes. After the preparations were finished, everyone headed to Ment's house to check on his health. Min 10, meanwhile, stood outside shyly holding the pizza. What will her decision be? After some casual conversation, Allison introduced Elena. This is Elena, who runs a clinic. Ment was shocked to see everyone visiting. Oh, the famous elf healer. But how did you all know? You couldn't have known unless you were with the mercenary group. At that moment, Min 10 blushed deeply and stepped inside. How are you feeling, sir? She asked timidly. Ment finally understood why they were all here. Elena then used healing magic on Ment's injured leg. Although it couldn't fully heal him, she could assist him in his rehabilitation process. Afterward, Ment approached Min 10. I thought you had something you wanted to say, he said. Looking at her expectantly, Min 10's face flushed red, and she was sweating profusely. This is such a big moment. It's way more embarrassing than I thought. Everyone else was eagerly anticipating a romantic confession. But Min 10 panicked and changed the subject. You're hungry, right? Let's eat first, and then we can talk. She was trembling as she reminded herself to stay calm. Just like I was told, honesty always works. I'll express my sincerity through the food, she thought. It turned out that Min 10 had arranged the sausages on the pizza in the shape of a heart. But Ment didn't understand the gesture at all. Seeing his confusion, Min 10 nervously explained, this is called a pizza. I made it myself, with a lot of help from Allison. Isn't it beautiful? Ment, oblivious to the significance, interrupted just as Min 10 was about to reach the important part. Let's try it, shall we? He said, already reaching for the pizza. Poor Min 10 was left crying internally as her plan to confess through food crumbled. When Ment discovered that the gooey substance on the pizza was cheese, he was surprised. I always thought cheese was that smelly stuff they sold in the market. I never knew it could taste like this. As soon as he took a bite, Ment was immediately won over by the flavor. The taste and the chewy texture. This is delicious. Everyone, dig in. And just like that, Min 10's heartfelt confession through food was a complete failure. She could only eat her pizza in tears. After they finished the meal, Ment happily remarked, Min 10, I never imagined you'd be such a good cook. How did you learn to make something like this? Min 10, becoming serious, replied, Ment, have you decided what you're going to do with your future? Ment, confused by the sudden change in tone, felt the air grow tense. Why is the mood so serious? I'll think about it slowly, he answered cautiously. Min 10 then asked, Why don't you come work with me at LD's ranch? Ment was surprised by this new information. LD's ranch? What ranch? Allison chimed in with a laugh. It's only recently that I acquired it. I'd be honored if you joined us. Min 10 is already working for me. Too. Ment, taken aback, asked, she's already working there? What about the mercenary guild? Min 10, embarrassed, turned away, unable to face him directly. Mustering all her courage, she shouted, I left right after you did. I want to be with you in the future, by your side. Ment, finally understanding what she meant, agreed to work at the ranch. Everyone, especially Min 10, was thrilled by his decision. However, as it turned out, Ment hadn't grasped the full meaning of her words. I'm glad you're working at the ranch now. At least you'll have more freedom to date. You couldn't exactly date while being a mercenary. Right? You've grown up, so you should try dating some guys now. Min 10 was speechless, and Allison could only sigh. Ment continued, anyway, I owe you one. Allison, when can I start working? Allison, exasperated, replied, you can start after you've fully recovered. Just rest for now. At that moment, Allison felt guilty and said, I'm really sorry. Min 10, I thought it would work. So, in the end, sincerity didn't help at all. I guess you shouldn't trust advice from people who've never had a relationship. On the way back, Allison tried to comfort her. Min 10, please don't be too upset. You two will be working together at the ranch, so you'll have plenty of opportunities. Min 10 forced a smile. I'm not upset. There will be more chances in the future. Like I said, I'm happy to be working with all of you. I'll see you later, boss. Though she said that, as Min 10 walked away, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried quietly. However, she was determined not to give up. No matter what obstacles came her way, the power of love is truly strong, she thought, as the others watching could only shake their heads in sympathy, unable to do anything to help. Meanwhile, Ment sat alone in the dim light, sighing deeply. What should I do? He wondered. It seemed like Ment had realized everything from the beginning, but he just didn't want to face the truth. The next day, Crown Prince Leon Harris of the Loven Empire arrived in the area. Though he wore a smile, his disdain was clear. So peaceful here. This place is so ugly, he muttered, when he saw two beautiful women standing by the side of the road. Without hesitation, he approached them and invited them to his room that evening. What a disgusting man, everyone thought. Seeing this, Pogo Tamurin asked the Archmage Medrin, what is the prince doing? He's invited those two women to the castle tonight. Medrin replied. Pogo's face became dangerously serious. This is a royal meeting, how dare he act so disrespectfully? Father, let them handle it on their own. I'm tired of cleaning up after the crown prince. Meanwhile, Diarin was preparing for his meeting with the prince, as his mother wasn't feeling well, and he had to go alone. The steward, noticing his concern, offered some encouragement. After everything that has happened, you have truly become a lord. Every word you say now represents Greg. Don't forget that. As Diarin entered the room, where both the crown prince and Pogo were present, he felt a bit nervous. Father, please grant me your wisdom. He prayed silently. Once seated at the table, Pogo inquired, how is Count Greg's health? No improvement, I assume? At the mention of his father, Diaron's face showed some sadness. Yes, my father is still bedridden. Prince Leon spoke up. That's truly unfortunate. If I recall correctly, Count Greg was a vassal of Duke Saren, wasn't he? Diaron replied carefully. Yes, that's correct, but it's been a long time since they last spoke. I haven't seen the Duke in years. Diaron was being cautious, trying not to say anything that could be used against him. Leon continued, I see. I've heard that Duke Saren's health is also in decline. Pogo immediately followed up. Isn't it time for you to change your allegiance? I'm suggesting you align with me. That way, this territory will receive strong protection, and your position will remain secure. Don't you think so? Dylan thought carefully before responding. That's a difficult decision to make on the spot. He knew that during such sensitive times, it was unwise to make any hasty decisions. Pogo wasn't ready to give up and continued. Alright, let's discuss something else first. With the large-scale irrigation system and the ongoing civil war in the neighboring kingdom, many things are happening. It means that Greg will, like other territories, have to pay higher taxes. Dylan froze in shock. Is that an official request from the central royal government? Pogo grinned slyly. Does that even matter? Managing the territory is the count's responsibility. But, if you agree to my earlier offer, this issue could be reconsidered. What do you say? Will this be another decision that's difficult to make? As a count, Choices are part of your duty, whether good or bad. You must make decisions, because inaction is never an option. So, what will your choice be? Pogo's words wrapped around Dylan like a venomous snake tightening its grip. Dylan knew that if he did nothing, Greg would be torn apart in the ruthless power struggles of the realm. He had no choice. In frustration, he shouted, "Fine, I'll host a grand banquet. And after that, I'll give you my answer." Pogo was about to decline, assuming that nothing good could come from a backwater place like this. But at that moment, Leon chimed in, "That sounds interesting. It's perfect timing. I could use something to pass the time until dinner. So, can you serve me a dish that will impress me? I'm tired of the palace's royal cuisine." Dylan forced a smile. Of course, here in Greg, we have an excellent restaurant. At this point, he could only rely on Allison, the self-proclaimed master chef. At the restaurant, Allison was busy serving lunch to his staff. Today's menu featured fried rice, which looked mouthwatering just from the sight of it. Rurin, the gluttonous dragon, grumbled before starting to eat. "The amount of food I'm eating keeps decreasing. Typical of a greedy dragon," Allison thought. Luckily, Allison had prepared plenty, so she could have seconds or thirds, if necessary. Just then, the door burst open, and a group of knights stormed into the restaurant. Are you the owner of this place?" Little did they know, they had picked the wrong person to mess with. Allison fearlessly stepped forward. "Yes, I'm the owner. But what's the meaning of this? And could you put that sword away?" The knight still refused to back down. "Who do you think you're ordering around? You realize who we are, don't you?" Allison replied calmly. "I know exactly who you are. You're knights of the Imperial Order. Specifically from the Order of Origins." At this point, Min 10 was so scared she couldn't move, while Rurin remained focused on her meal, determined to finish quickly so she could ask for another helping. Despite everything, she still kept an ear on the conversation. "What's going on?" she asked casually. Allison reassured her, "I'll handle it, don't worry." Then, turning back to the knight, Allison continued, "Once again, could you lower your sword? People are eating here." The knight pressed his sword against Allison's neck and threatened, "You don't seem to understand the situation. Kneel, or today will be the last time you see the sun." Allison couldn't take it anymore. "This is your final warning, leave this restaurant now," he said, preparing to use magic at any moment. The knight, oblivious to Allison's power, became even more enraged and raised his sword to strike. But just as the knight was about to make a grave mistake, a voice echoed through the room. "Stop, what do you idiots think you're doing?" The voice belonged to none other than Darian, a familiar face to Allison and the vice-captain of the knights. "Please forgive their rudeness. It's been a long time. Grand Mage Allison," Darian said with a bow. The foolish knights were then punished, forced to kneel with their hands raised outside the restaurant. "I sincerely apologize on behalf of my soldiers," Darian said. "I had ordered them to keep an eye on the place in case you left again. But I didn't expect them to act like this." Allison, not one to hold grudges, shrugged it off. "It's fine. Your soldiers are loyal. At least. How long has it been?" Darian replied. "It's been 5 years now." The title of Grand Mage made Allison feel uncomfortable, as he had left the military a long time ago. Darian, remembering the past, continued, "I've never forgotten that day. Not even for a moment. When the 3rd Battalion was surrounded and nearly wiped out due to my poor leadership. It was you, Grand Mage Allison, who single-handedly broke through the enemy's lines and turned the tide of the battle." Allison smiled warmly. "That's only because the battalion held their formation until the end. It was your leadership and your willingness to fight to the death that made it possible, Darian, and since then, you've refused any rewards and insisted on taking punishment instead. Please, let's not dwell on it anymore." Darian, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Of course, a knight must live and die with honor. At that time, I couldn't believe that someone like me, who had failed so miserably, would be offered a reward. Meanwhile, my wife was living in extreme poverty because of the war. When I found out, it felt like a slap in the face. I had been so focused on my honor that I failed to protect the person I loved." The atmosphere became heavy until Darian broke the silence with a revelation. "But then I found out that Grand Mage Allison had secretly sent my rejected reward to my wife. I can't express how grateful I was. Ever since, I've wondered how I could repay that kindness. What could I do to help you, Grand Mage Allison? You've left the military, but when I heard you were opening a restaurant, I suddenly had an idea." Darian enthusiastically declared, "Let's shut down every restaurant in Greg. Except for this one, that way, Grand Mage Allison's restaurant will become the greatest in the city. It's a perfect plan. Allison stood there, speechless, wondering if Darian's mind was functioning normally. Is this guy serious? He thought. Without waiting for a response, Darian drew his sword and charged off to carry out his ridiculous idea. He's beyond saving, Allison muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Pogo was incredibly anxious about the Crown Prince, Leon, choosing to dine at an unfamiliar restaurant without any escort. It was risky, especially if something went wrong, but Leon remained completely unconcerned. At that moment, a barrage of arrows flew directly toward Leon, only to be stopped by a magical barrier. This was why Leon had felt so at ease. Grand Mage Medrin was with him, and her presence alone was enough to overpower nearly any threat. The assassins finally revealed themselves, shouting, "Hand over the prince, and we'll spare the rest of you." But they were about to pay dearly for their audacity. In an instant, Medrin unleashed her power, and the ground shook violently. Cries rang out as the assassins were buried beneath the earth. The Crown Prince, Leon, emerged without a scratch and marveled at the overwhelming display of power. Staring at the now collapsed mountainside, Leon praised her. "This truly is the might of the Empire's greatest Grand Mage. With you here, even dragons wouldn't be a threat." Medrin smiled humbly, saying, "You're too kind, Your Highness." Surprisingly, one assassin survived the onslaught, gasping for breath beneath the rubble. "Medrin, she's a monster," he muttered weakly. Leon, still smiling calmly but with venom in his voice, said, "Enough. They all say the same thing in the end. So, here's my command, leave none alive." With a nod, Medrin responded, "As you wish." Another wave of earth and rock came crashing down, and the remaining assassin was silenced for good. Watching this, Dairon couldn't help but be in awe. What I'm witnessing is truly extraordinary. So the rumors are true. She's the only mage in the Empire capable of taking on an entire army single-handedly. A Grand Mage of the 7th rank. That's Medrin. With the path now clear, the Crown Prince could proceed without issue. Back at Allison's restaurant, Allison was having a conversation with Darian. "You've got a bad habit," Allison teased. Darian looked curious. "What's that?" Allison explained. "Whenever you get excited, you charge ahead without thinking, paying no attention to your surroundings." Darian, feeling trapped, admitted honestly, "I wonder why someone as knowledgeable as you would do that. It brings back old memories." Allison smiled, but while doing so, he cast a spell that bound Darian in a ridiculous position, head planted into the ground. Rear up in the air. Blood rushed to Darian's head, suddenly making him reflect on many things, including reconsidering his friendship with this guy. Before that, Darian had shouted, "I'll fix it, I promise." Only then was Allison kind enough to return him to a normal position, with his head back in the fresh air instead of inhaling dirt. "Thank God, I'm alive," Darian gasped. Allison scolded him, "You idiot, who do you think you were brandishing your sword at just now?" Meanwhile, the soldiers questioned Darian's actions, wondering how he had unknowingly stirred up a hornet's nest. Still embarrassed, Darian confessed his earlier plan to repay Allison. He admitted that he'd thought about going around to each restaurant and spreading rumors that their food contained bugs. Creative, but not in the right way, Allison thought, shaking his head. Darian apologized profusely, promising to find a better way to repay him. Just then, something caught Darian's eye, and he hurriedly ordered the knights to stop moving. "The Crown Prince is coming," he exclaimed. Indeed, Crown Prince Leon approached, recognizing Darian as a familiar face. He took note of the restaurant, immediately understanding that this wasn't an ordinary place. Darian knelt and greeted the prince. "Your Highness, I deeply apologize. I was told you'd be staying at Count Greg's estate until this evening." Leon waved it off. "That was my original plan. But I heard there was an exceptional restaurant in town, so I decided to come here instead. And, of course, I didn't come alone." Leon then introduced his trusted entourage, and Darian became noticeably uneasy when he saw Medrin among them. Leon, however, enthusiastically greeted Allison. Allison returned the greeting, but internally he thought, "The Crown Prince of the Empire is here? So that's why the Order of Origins is in Greg. And that woman behind the prince, she's familiar. But not someone I like. Wait, her uniform." Allison realized with some surprise. "That's the old uniform of the Royal Mages." Leon, sharp-eyed, noticed as well. "You used to serve in the Royal Mage Corps, didn't you? I can tell from the robes." Allison replied casually, "Yes, Your Highness. I wore it because it's comfortable. Even though I've been discharged for quite some time. Leon was thrilled to learn Allison was a former mage. Well, you must have heard of Medrin. Standing right over there. A grand mage of the 7th rank. If you served, then surely you've heard of her. Right? Leon eagerly introduced his prized subordinate. Unable to contain his excitement. Before Allison could respond, Leon called out loudly, Mary, come over here for a moment. One of your subordinates is here. Oh, great. Allison thought sarcastically. Why is he calling her over now? Pogo frowned, clearly frustrated. What a waste of time being stuck in this tiny restaurant. Medrin, the Crown Prince is calling you. Pogo said. Medrin heard but was too busy trembling to respond. The fear on her face was clear as day. Especially with Allison standing right in front of her. Already terrified. Now her own teammates were pushing her forward. It was too much. It wasn't until Pogo called her name a second time that Medrin snapped out of her daze. But she still couldn't find the words to speak. Were you too tired earlier? Go meet him and take a look at him. Pogo urged. Medrin apologized, dismounted from her horse, and removed her helmet as she approached the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Leon, completely unaware of her fear, enthusiastically introduced her. I've heard this man here used to be a mage as well. Do you know him? Medrin, sweating profusely, stammered. She vividly recalled her past encounter with Allison. Trying to calm herself, she reminded herself to stay composed. If I mess this up, everyone here could end up buried. She thought anxiously. Allison smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I'm Allison. Despite his pleasant demeanor, Medrin could tell this was a warning sign. Allison gave her a subtle signal, and she quickly followed his lead. I'm Medrin. It's also my first time meeting you. She responded nervously. Leon, realizing they were meeting for the first time, felt a pang of disappointment. He had no idea that Medrin was scrambling to figure out Allison's intentions. If he was pretending not to know her, it must mean he didn't want any trouble. That meant she had to act as naturally as possible, hoping that even if she made a minor misstep, she'd be forgiven. With this thought, Medrin put all her acting skills to use and said, We will be holding a banquet for the Crown Prince at this restaurant. It's a great honor for any chef. So, could you kindly prepare a grand meal for us? Allison? Allison, giving her a cold, stern look, responded, Of course, I'll prepare everything. Meanwhile, Min 10, busy working at the ranch, was eavesdropping. Even the royal family is involved now? She thought. What is Allison's real identity? Inside the restaurant, Leon was admiring the interior. It's cleaner than I expected, he said, praising the establishment. Allison smiled and said, I didn't expect to host such distinguished guests, so I apologize if the welcome isn't as grand as it should be. Leon laughed heartily and reassured him. Don't worry about it. The most important thing in any restaurant is the flavor of the food. Indeed, Allison replied, but he wanted to confirm something. Since everything's moving so quickly, may I ask one more time, can this restaurant truly serve dishes that will surprise even the Crown Prince? Leon, excited, replied, the heir of Count Greg is very confident in his recommendation, so my expectations are high. Allison, barely hiding his irritation, glanced at Darian, who sat there looking pleased with himself. So, this guy brought this mess to me. Huh? Allison finally grasped the absurdity of the situation he was in. His once peaceful post-military life was now in jeopardy. Count Greg, currently bedridden, had left Greg in a state of instability. And Allison realized that young Darian must have come to him seeking help. Unable to bear the pressure of the ongoing power struggles, things were made worse by Pogo Temeran, one of the 3 great powers of the royal palace, who was sitting at the table, staring at Darian with a sharp, assessing gaze while holding a knife. I hope this isn't your way of stalling for time. Darian Greg, Pogo said. Even Crown Prince Leon, who shared an alliance with Duke Leon, joined in half-jokingly. Look at that man over there, he said, nodding towards Pogo. You'd better prepare a splendid feast for him. We've got a lot of work to do tonight. Allison, sensing that things were getting out of hand, knew he couldn't just stand by anymore. Right then, the Crown Prince had another idea. Hey, Greg kid, Leon began, his tone light but with an ominous energy. We trusted you enough to come all the way to this far-flung restaurant. Don't you think it's time you showed some trust in us? Darian hadn't quite caught up with the prince's intentions. Let's make a bet, Leon said, grinning darkly. Can this restaurant serve a dish that can satisfy me? If you lose, you'll have to parade naked around Greg. What the? Is this guy some kind of pervert? Darian thought, his face turning pale from the prince's outrageous condition. And yet, Leon kept smiling, saying, if you truly trust this restaurant, there's no need to be afraid. Allison, now fully aware of the stakes, smiled dangerously. I'll prepare a dish that will satisfy His Highness, he said, thinking that both Leon and Pogo needed to learn that no one should mess with Greg. The Crown Prince, now excited, suggested, let's seal the bet, a dish that makes the prince happy. Does such a thing even exist? Allison knew that Prince Leon, who had likely tasted every delicacy the Empire had to offer, would be a tough critic, but he remained unfazed, bringing out the first course, a light mushroom soup to whet the prince's appetite. This is a delicate mushroom soup, Allison explained, a light dish to stimulate your palate. Leon looked intrigued as the fragrant soup was set before him. Allison knew that satisfying a customer like Leon was no simple task. This smells delightful, Leon remarked, bringing the bowl closer. The flavors are rich, and the temperature control is flawless, enhancing the essence of the mushrooms. But, he added with a smirk, this won't be enough to impress me. I've had countless bowls of mushroom soup just like this. Pogo, wiping his mouth with a napkin, agreed, indeed, it's good, but not enough to make us marvel. Allison, still smiling kindly, said, I'd also like to hear the opinion of some of our other esteemed guests. He turned to Medrin, who could hardly refuse his request. Medrin, trembling slightly, opened the lid of her mushroom soup. To her shock, she found a message floating on the surface of the soup's broth. Give your review with fiery passion. Mary saw the message floating in the soup and immediately began to sweat. Worried that even her makeup would give out under the pressure. Trembling, she put a spoonful of the soup in her mouth. Then, in a burst of exaggerated acting, she slammed the table and stood up. Oh, this flavor, Mary exclaimed dramatically. This soup is truly divine. The richness, the texture, it's pure culinary perfection. I feel like the mushrooms are growing inside my stomach. She continued, This is like 7th level magic in the culinary world. No, wait, 9th level magic. Her over-the-top display made it seem less like she had just eaten a delicious dish and more like she'd been given a passionate night by a lover. The excessive performance left Duke Pogo and Crown Prince Leon dumbfounded, while even Darian was caught off guard. Only Allison knew the full context, and he could barely contain his laughter, holding his stomach as if trying not to burst out laughing. Mary, still blushing, tried to recover. So, please, Your Highness, give the soup another try. It's really quite delicious. The sheer awkwardness of the situation made Mary wish she could disappear, thinking that facing the King of Hell might be less embarrassing than this moment. Leon, still stunned, reluctantly agreed. Well, if she's praising it so much, I'll give it another try. He added, Mary, your expressions are more lively than I imagined. Darian also acknowledged that the soup was, indeed, very good. Honestly, if it weren't such an important occasion, I might have ordered another bowl or 8, he admitted. However, Darian suspected something more than just the soup's flavor was causing Mary's fiery reaction. As a high-ranking royal mage, she had likely eaten better soups before. So why the sudden over-the-top praise? Even Leon and Pogo felt the same. It's a good soup, sure, but there's nothing that remarkable about it. They thought, who in their right mind could force a 7th-level Grand Mage to act like this? Darian pondered, glancing toward Allison. Could it be the owner of the restaurant? Allison covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Well then, I'll prepare the next dish, he said with a mischievous grin. Leon, still unimpressed, said, I've tried it again, but there's not much difference from the soup I've had in the palace. Pogo agreed, adding, I had no idea you liked mushroom soup so much. Mary, I'll make sure to add it to your diet when we return to the palace. Mary, startled by the conversation, quickly chimed in. The food here is quite unique, she insisted, hastily downing the rest of the soup to avoid further comments. As she finished the bowl, another message appeared at the bottom. Meet me behind the restaurant after you're done. I knew I shouldn't have gulped the whole thing, Mary thought. Regretting her decision, she quickly spat out the remaining soup, coughing and sputtering. Leon, sensing something was off, whispered to Pogo, she doesn't normally act like this, does she? Once she finished coughing, Mary nervously made her way to the back of the restaurant, where Allison was already standing, gazing out from the balcony. She approached cautiously, deciding it was safer to speak from a distance. Did you call for me, sir? She asked hesitantly. Suddenly, A rainbow-colored magical barrier appeared around them. Mary immediately recognized it as a soundproofing spell, ensuring that their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Allison turned around with a seemingly innocent smile. "Long time no see, Medrin. Your performance while eating the soup was quite spectacular." Though it sounded like praise, Medrin couldn't help but feel like she was being scolded. She stammered, unable to form a coherent reply. Before Allison continued, "But you shouldn't have done that." Allison's smile remained, but an ominous, overwhelming magical energy began to emanate from him. "I'm glad to see you again. But I distinctly remember warning you last time, don't let me see you again." "I swear, I didn't know you were here," Medrin blurted, panic rising. Allison's eyes narrowed as he pressed on. "Then why are you here?" Medrin quickly explained, "I'm just following the orders of Duke Temeran. He's expanding his influence across various territories, and we're accompanying him to strengthen his position within the royal palace." "I'm not asking about Duke Temeran." Allison cut her off. "I'm asking about the Crown Prince." At the mention of Crown Prince Leon, Medrin began to sweat profusely, her face frozen in place as if glued by fear. Even though Allison had been living in a remote region, he was well aware of Leon's notorious reputation. "I've heard that his moral decay is infamous," Allison said, sighing. "He's not only obsessed with power and women but also completely indifferent to others as long as he can indulge in his pleasures." "I thought those were just rumors," Allison continued, "but today, I see they're true. While Leon pretends to resist authority, he knows exactly how to exploit his position. He's treating Count Greg's son like a pawn in a game, all while using his own image as a shield." Allison's voice dropped, his expression darkening. "As for Duke Temeran seizing Greg, that's just one small step in a much larger plan." Medrin bit her lip, her panic reaching new heights. But Allison pressed on. "What's the Crown Prince's ultimate goal?" "That's what I'm asking." "I can't tell you," Medrin whimpered. "Please, anything but that. Even if you tore my mouth apart, I wouldn't be able to reveal it." Allison's expression turned cold. "Oh, even if your mouth were ripped open, you still wouldn't talk? Let's see if that's true." Suddenly, Rurin, cloaked in dark energy, approached menacingly. The pressure was unbearable, and Medrin collapsed to her knees in terror. "I just want to go home. This place is full of people ready to eat me alive," she wailed. Of course, she couldn't escape now. A short while later, Medrin returned to the banquet table, her face pale and shaken. Both Crown Prince Leon and Duke Pogo looked at her with concern. Medrin, trying to regain her composure, placed a hand over her chest and, in a weak attempt to cover up her distress, lied, "I was just savoring the lingering taste of the soup." Crown Prince Leon sighed, feigning disappointment. "Mushroom soup, huh? I must say, it's surprising to find such a dish in an outskirt restaurant like this." He cast a sly glance at Darian, suspecting that the young lord might be secretly optimistic about the bet. But Leon wasn't about to let things slide that easily. With a swift turn, Leon asked Duke Temeran, "What were the terms of our bet again?" The Duke smirked. "To serve a dish that could satisfy you, Your Highness." Leon's smile grew more devious. "Ha ha ha, what should I do now? I'm not in the mood for surprises today," he said. "Normally, a soup like that would be enough to satisfy me," he continued, clearly trying to manipulate the situation. Darian, fuming silently, clenched his fists. Leon, noticing his reaction, pressed further. "But today, we're in the middle of a very important wager, aren't we?" He laughed again, this time feeling slightly dizzy from overexerting himself. Holding his head for a moment, he then resumed his verbal assault on Darian. "You're not a fool, right? You understand what this means, don't you?" Leon's voice turned cold. "Even if your father, bedridden as he is, rose from his deathbed to offer me a grand feast, I still wouldn't be satisfied." "But," Leon leaned closer, his words cutting deep, "if I hear the answer you've been avoiding in Greg, maybe, just maybe, my mood might improve." Darian gritted his teeth, clenching his hands even tighter as he tried to keep calm. After a deep breath, he finally responded, "A count must bear responsibility for his people. I may endure personal shame, but I refuse to jeopardize the well-being of my people just to avoid temporary embarrassment. And above all," Darian continued, "I believe in this restaurant. Let the wager continue. If I lose, then I'll walk naked around Greg." Leon, amused by Darian's resolve, smirked. Well, you're certainly determined, aren't you? But I doubt this is the answer I was hoping for. Let's see if you don't regret that trust of yours." As the late afternoon sun bathed the sky in hues of orange and gold, Allison arrived with the main course. The confidence in Allison's smile caught Leon's attention. And for a brief moment, the Crown Prince could sense that Allison was certain of his victory. "This dish has a special meaning," Allison said, his smile never fading. "So naturally, I must be confident in it." With a dramatic flourish, Allison lifted the lid. To everyone's surprise, the dish revealed what appeared to be a smoking mound of dirt. Duke Pogo raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" Allison, unfazed, responded casually. "It's a baked mud mound." Pogo looked even more skeptical. "Mud? Now you're serving mud? Are you sure you want us to eat this?" Allison, still calm, picked up a small hammer and replied, "Of course not." With a sharp and decisive strike, he broke the mud open, revealing a layer of leaves inside. The moment the leaves parted, everyone, including the Crown Prince, gasped. Hidden beneath the leaves was a golden roasted Balenciaga, perfectly cooked. "This dish," Allison explained, "is inspired by an old guild recipe. In your language, it's known as clay-baked chicken." Leon, intrigued, asked, "How did you manage to get this kind of meat?" Allison responded matter-of-factly, "We usually don't serve this kind of meat. It's reserved only for our most special guests." Allison, calmly slicing the roast chicken, began to speak as he worked. At first glance, this dish might look like nothing more than a lump of worthless mud. Someone unfamiliar with it might point and wonder, what is this supposed to be? It might conceal itself once, twice, even 3 times. While talking, Allison deftly placed a piece of chicken on Crown Prince Leon's plate, smiling charmingly. But that's simply because those chefs didn't understand the true nature of the dish. Once you break through the layer of clay, the juicy, flavorful Balenciaga meat inside is revealed. And then everyone's reaction is, he paused and chuckled. Hee. Leon, becoming increasingly suspicious, wondered exactly who this man was really mocking. Allison, with his back to the group now, held a piece of broken clay in his hand, studying it as if pondering every word carefully. "Oh, nothing," he said with a casual air. "It's just that this dish reminds me of a deeper plot. One meant to eliminate certain nobles to consolidate royal power." He then added, "Kind of like behaving foolishly. Just as a certain crown prince might." The room fell silent. Everyone froze, their faces plastered with expressions of shock. Allison's words hung in the air, sharp and cutting. Despite the tension, Allison continued as though nothing was wrong, breaking the clay piece in his hand with a casual snap. "Of course," he added, "just like this dish, even when broken, the beauty inside remains. Isn't that right, Your Highness?" For a moment, Prince Leon felt as though he was being served at a banquet of betrayal, a hangmen feast. The swift and unexpected turn of the conversation left everyone reeling. Allison's calm, measured words painted a picture that no one had anticipated. "Let's talk about the current state of the Reuben Empire, shall we?" Allison suggested, now looking as though he were deep in thought, holding the broken clay piece as if it were a detective's clue. "The empire has been weakened by its war with the Dragon Clan, and the king's loose grip on power has allowed the counts to expand their influence within their territories unchecked." Allison stroked his chin, piecing the scenario together like a master detective unraveling a mystery. "The king's authority has hit rock bottom. In such a fragile situation, the crown prince must find ways to survive." It was astonishing to see how much Allison knew, as though he had been secretly watching the inner workings of the empire from the shadows. He set the broken piece of clay down on the table and, with a calculated tone, added, "The most logical way to survive would be to abandon one's claim to power." Leon, feeling as though his deepest secret had been laid bare, began to sweat profusely. His calm demeanor crumbled as he muttered, "Look at me. I have no desire for power or anything like that. I'm completely harmless. Just leave me alone with my pleasures and indulgences." "Exactly," Allison said coolly. "That's precisely what you've been doing." Leon, confronted so openly by Allison's piercing insight, sat there like a scolded child, awaiting judgment. Allison then shrugged, saying, "Of course, everything I've just said is purely speculation on my part." Meanwhile, Duke Pogo fixed Allison with a dangerous glare. "Are you mad? Do you even realize what kind of nonsense you're spouting?" Allison, with his back turned to the group, spoke calmly, "Be patient and listen a little longer. The best part is yet to come." He paused, allowing the tension to build, before continuing, "The truth is, all of the crown prince's actions have been nothing but a performance. He's quietly preparing, step by step, to strike back at the nobility and reclaim the royal power that's been lost." Hearing this, Prince Leon began to tremble, his body reacting as though struck by a sudden gust of wind. He shook uncontrollably, nearly convulsing. Allison smirked and added, "What do you think would happen if this plan were exposed? All those assassination attempts so far, they'd look like child's play." Duke Pogo, enraged, slammed his hand on the table. "Darian," he shouted. Darian, alarmed, rushed into the room. "Deputy Commander Darian, ready for orders." Pogo's gaze bore into Allison like he was ready to tear him apart. "That's an interesting theory," he growled. "But do you understand what situation you're in right now?" He leaned forward, his voice menacing. "This restaurant will be wiped off the map tonight, along with its owner." Darian, sweating and confused, worried about what Allison had done to provoke such a dire threat. "Are you planning to eliminate me?" Allison chuckled, his voice full of confidence. "You think it's that easy?" Allison let out a light laugh. "You old fool, I'd take on 10 night orders of origins. No problem. You think you can just erase me like that?" Pogo's face twisted with rage as he saw Allison smirking at him. "You've got quite a sharp tongue, don't you?" he spat. At that moment, he turned to Medrin, who was still shaking. "Medrin, restrain him, get him to kneel." Medrin, practically vibrating with fear, whispered, Could I please be excused from this conversation?" She bit her lip, struggling to keep her composure. In her head, she was practically begging, I'll kneel for all of you, just don't make me do this." Medrin trembled uncontrollably. I can't do it," she stammered, her voice cracking, while Pogo was clueless about Allison's true nature. Medrin knew all too well how dangerous he was. She had been signaling to everyone that they were in over their heads. But no one seemed to be on the same wavelength. Pogo recoiled. What are you talking about? I can't believe this." Allison, no longer bothering to hide his mocking smile, said, "See, even Medrin knows when to quit." Pogo's face contorted with fury. "You dare," he bellowed. "Knights of the Order of Origins. Execute him now. Cut off his head." Just as the tension reached its peak, Prince Leon, oblivious to the chaos around him, picked up his fork, speared a piece of the roasted chicken, and popped it into his mouth. Then, with dramatic flair, he tore a leg off the chicken and took a huge bite, making enough noise to draw the attention of everyone in the room. Leon, now grinning from ear to ear, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this is amazing. This chicken is absolutely delicious." He turned to the others. "What are you all doing? Eat, I tell you." The group stood frozen, stunned by the prince's sudden outburst. Pogo, flustered, stammered, "But, Your Highness, in this situation?" Without warning, Leon slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. "I said sit down and eat." Reluctantly, they obeyed. Leon, between bites, laughed to himself, clearly enjoying the dish. All these years pretending to be a fool. And yet I've learned that the wise man knows when to play along with the times. Isn't that right? Pogo, witnessing Prince Leon's erratic behavior, swallowed hard, the sound of it almost audible in the tense silence. Feeling the pressure, he sat down and began to carve up his portion of the chicken. "How is it?" Leon asked, leaning in. It's delicious." Pogo responded reluctantly. "Are you satisfied?" Leon pressed. Pogo hesitated, then, realizing there was no other way out, nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." At last, it seemed Pogo had finally caught on to the wavelength of his unpredictable ally. Sensing that the situation had calmed down, Prince Leon made a decisive declaration. "It seems the outcome is clear. I've lost. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't satisfied with such an exquisite meal." He wiped his mouth with a napkin and turned toward Darian. "Congratulations, heir of Count Greg, you won the wager," Leon announced. Darian, taken aback by the sudden praise, stammered for a moment before quickly bowing in thanks. Leon rose from his seat, pulling his cloak over his shoulders. "Thank you for the wonderful meal, Allison," he said, "but now, we'll be on our way." Allison, ever the polite host, responded with a bow. "It's been an honor, Your Highness, but weren't you waiting to hear Darian's answer?" Leon, with a dismissive wave, shrugged. "I had planned to stay another day to meet with some of the local ladies. But I think I've already heard Darian's answer." He sighed, as if relieved from a great burden. "Rest assured, there will be no more trouble." Turning to his knights, Leon commanded, "Gather the Order of Origins. We're heading back to the capital." With that, the prince and his entourage finally made their exit. As they left, Allison, who had been holding himself together throughout the tense encounter, slumped in relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. Phew, looks like everything turned out alright. Darian, still trying to process what had just happened, gave a strained smile. Yeah, we won the bet, but what was all that about? How did you manage to handle everything so smoothly? Allison chuckled softly. You don't need to understand all the details right now. Just know this, while I'm around, you won't have to worry about these kinds of issues anymore. Darian, clearly wanting to ask more, was cut off by Allison's reassuring tone. Now that those troublesome guests are gone, why don't you enjoy the Balenciaga roast properly? You mentioned earlier that you wanted to try it, didn't you? Yes, I did. I'll enjoy it, Darian replied, now visibly more relaxed. Allison, serving him a hearty portion, smiled. And by the way, your speech earlier, about accounts responsibility, was quite impressive. Darian blushed, feeling shy. Allison handed him a chicken leg with a wink. Here, eat this and grow up strong. Outside, as the prince's retinue made their way back to the capital, the mood was unusually quiet. Both Duke Pogo and Medrin walked in silence, their heads bowed, seemingly deep in thought. Darian, still confused, wore a blank expression, trying to make sense of the strange events. Suddenly, Leon broke the silence. Medrin, that chef, is he the one you mentioned before? Medrin, still recovering from the earlier ordeal, hesitated but eventually answered, Yes, Your Highness. Duke Pogo, startled, looked at her in disbelief. Impossible. Leon laughed heartily, as if he had just figured out a long unsolved puzzle. I thought the same at first, he said, but reality has shown me otherwise. There's one person, someone my father and the other nobles wouldn't dare to underestimate. Pogo, still not entirely convinced, scoffed, and that's the reason? But both the Order of Origins and Medrin were present at the time. Are we just supposed to leave him alone like that? It's too dangerous. Leon shook his head. Of course, that's not the only reason. What have we been doing to expand our influence? Pressuring nobles with the Order of Origins and Medrin, tightening the noose until they submit. Suddenly, Leon's expression shifted to a more contemplative one as he thought back to Darian Gregg. He let out a bitter chuckle. But that boy, he stood firm even under all that pressure. If I were in his shoes, would I have accepted such a bet as he did? Pogo remained silent, unable to answer, merely listening as Leon continued. We threatened and controlled him. Yet in the end, I'm entrusting everything to that very boy. Perhaps it's time we restart, slower this time, and build trust. The road we're walking now is more dangerous than strolling naked through the streets. After the eventful dinner with Allison, it seemed Leon had gained a new perspective. In truth, he didn't lose anything from that encounter. In fact, he might have come out of it wiser. The following morning at the restaurant, after the stormy night with the Crown Prince, everything was peaceful once again. Grin, looking confused, asked, What's this? Meanwhile, Min 10, standing behind, marveled at the sight. Amazing. Allison wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a relieved sigh as he proudly looked at the newly built structure in front of him. This is the stable where the Barinerics can sleep comfortably, he said, beaming with satisfaction. But before anyone could praise his work, one of the innocent-looking Barinerics let out a gentle moo, then casually kicked the door with its back leg. With a single tap, the entire structure collapsed into a pile of wood. Allison's mouth hung open, frozen in place. He was so stiff with embarrassment that it looked like he might turn to stone on the spot. Robin, unimpressed, crossed her arms and commented, If they had slept in there, they probably wouldn't have made it through the night. Allison, now hugging the pile of wood in defeat, sobbed dramatically. Building a stable without any architectural knowledge was probably a bit too ambitious. Grin, curious, asked, But how did you manage to build this restaurant? Did you hammer nails all day or something? Allison sighed, still feeling a bit humiliated. I only put up the sign. The actual restaurant was built by professional builders. He paused, scratching his head. In some rare cases, I might need to visit the experts myself. Where? Grin asked. To the finest architects in the world, of course. Allison declared. Get ready. We're heading to Mount Meoririk to meet the Wafts. Mount Meoririk, nestled deep within a vast mountain range, was said to be home to a wealth of gold, treasure, and rare artifacts. It was a place that resembled a treasure trove straight out of a legend. As they prepared to set off, a powerful presence loomed over the group. A fierce, confident voice broke the silence. I can sense a familiar aura. Another interesting kin. Looks like I've stumbled into something fun just when I was bored. Before them stood a striking figure. A muscular woman with fiery red hair and an impossibly fit physique. her abs more defined than any gym goers. It seemed they were face to face with the guardian goddess of the region. Sorina, a member of the Scarlet Dragon race, sneered with a dangerous grin. You dare set foot in my territory? I'll teach you what it means to trespass. For a brief moment, she appeared to be an imposing, fearsome figure, but then, in an instant, her dramatic demeanor faded as she stretched and let out a groan. Finally, I get to stretch my legs, she exclaimed. Standing tall, Sorina's excitement was palpable as she continued. I've been so bored. No lowly humans have shown up for me to torment in ages. But you lot? You're the perfect targets for some punishment. Her voice trailed off as she stepped forward and accidentally kicked a nearby golden crown. The sharp edge of the crown jabbed her shin, and she winced in pain. Ow, damn it, she cursed under her breath, hopping on one foot while clutching her shin. So much for her menacing entrance. Her clumsy display ruined the intimidation. How am I supposed to punish anyone like this? Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Green, another dragon who was having a rough day, grumbled loudly. I hate mountain climbing. Allison chuckled, trying to calm her down. Just hang in there a bit longer. Green turned to him, still frustrated. Why not just hire human architects? Why all this trouble? Allison, with his usual attention to detail, explained, because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to anything related to the restaurant, even the barn. And besides, no one can match the skill of the Woffs when it comes to construction. Green's curiosity was piqued by Allison's confidence. Are they really that good? Their village must be amazing. Allison shrugged. It's been a while since I've been there, but it should be around here somewhere. As they approached the village, they were greeted by an overgrown and dilapidated gate. Cracks ran along its surface, and moss covered nearly everything. Well, I guess this could be called rustic beauty, Green remarked, half impressed. The gate was enormous, but something felt off. Allison had not expected the place to be in such disrepair, nor did he anticipate the eerie scene beyond. The village entrance was littered with piles of skeletons, a grim reminder that someone, or something, had been there before them. Green immediately assumed a defensive stance. Who's behind this? Suddenly, a giant shadow loomed over them, and a massive tail covered in spikes and feathers crashed down near the gate, causing a small explosion of debris. What is this? Green shouted as a massive red dragon emerged, its booming voice filled with disdain. The dragon glared at Allison and Green, clearly disappointed. I thought another dragon had come, but it's just a brat and a puny human? The dragon's voice was dripping with contempt. And you? Are you the intruders in Taker's domain? The red dragon's scornful expression froze when it saw Allison's defiant stance. Did you just talk back to me? It asked in disbelief. How dare you show such disrespect to a dragon, along of the highest order of all living beings? Unfazed, Allison tossed his bag to the ground. You're going to answer me. The red dragon immediately flared with anger. You must have lost your mind. You lowly insect, it roared, opening its massive maw to unleash a blazing firestorm. Green, startled, yelled, it's the Scarlet Dragon's roar. You can't block that with a mere magic shield. But Allison had already activated his defenses. His expression cold and calculated. Without anyone noticing, he had prepared a high-level spell. His eyes glowed with arcs of lightning. As he cast a 9th-tier magic, the once massive inferno from the red dragon shrunk, reduced to the size of a small torch. The red dragon, shocked, cried out, My Scarlet Dragon's roar! How is this possible? Allison, unfazed, uttered coldly, Dispel flame. A brilliant blue light shot from his hand and struck the dragon, searing its scales and burning its belly. The dragon gasped in pain, realizing that it had gravely underestimated Allison. Are you even human? The dragon stammered, disbelief in its eyes as it gazed upon Allison's handsome face. Finally, the dragon, Sorina, pieced it together, clutching her scorched belly, her voice filled with fury and fear. It said that there was a human who slaughtered many of my kin in a battle long ago. But why are you traveling with a black dragon? Green scowled at the dragon's derogatory tone. Allison sighed, narrowing his eyes. I asked you a question first. You still haven't answered me. Agitated and ready to strike again, Allison prepared to cast another powerful spell, a brilliant beam of light forming in his palm. Sorina, seeing the magic gathering, panicked, her tough demeanor crumbling as she fell to the ground, pleading desperately. No, please, I didn't do anything. I swear, it wasn't me. Her voice trembled as she continued. When I arrived, everything was already like this. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Allison, still frowning, remained unconvinced. I've been inside the village once before. Sorina added hastily, her voice quieter now, but I didn't find any waffle alive. That's why I haven't received any tribute from them. A large door blocks the path inside, so I haven't seen what's behind it, she explained, hoping this new information would calm Allison. A door, you say? Where? Allison asked, his voice firm. Seeing a potential opportunity, Sorina quickly changed her approach. She slithered closer to Allison, wrapping an arm around his neck, her tone sultry. If you need guidance, she whispered, pressing herself against him, I can show you the way. It'll be so much more fun than traveling with that little girl. She smirked at Green, adding slyly, no other dragon understands human men like I do. He's mine. Before she could finish her sentence, Green shot forward, not about to let her claim Allison. She kicked Sorina hard in the shin, yelling, he's mine. For the second time, Sorina yelped in pain, clutching her leg. Why does it always have to be the shin? Sorina could only writhe on the ground, hugging her injured leg as Green loomed over her. Tell us where the door is, now. Allison, distracted by Green's possessive claim, blinked. Wait, did she just say I was hers? Still on the ground, Sorina, too weak to stand, reluctantly revealed the location. It's underground, the lowest level. Excited by the new lead, both Allison and Green prepared to head deeper into the mountains. Hurry up, Green barked, already moving. Allison followed, amused by Green's newfound energy. I've never seen her move so fast, he mused. Meanwhile, at the Count's castle, Diren was recounting everything that had happened at the restaurant to his mother. Mother, I've heard you're not feeling well. Are you feeling any better now? He asked cautiously. The Countess of Brake, Lady Berna, with a cold expression, replied, I'm fine, but she didn't touch the delicious pastry on the table. Worried, Diren said, you've skipped breakfast again. If you don't like the dishes on the menu, we can change them. There's no need to worry about that. But Berna remained distant toward Diren, making the boy feel hurt. He returned to his room and sat by the bed, looking at her unconscious husband. Berna began pouring out her feelings. I feel so suffocated. This vast space feels like a coffin wrapping around me. Even the sweet pastries taste like sand. Can you hear me? I can't take it anymore. The emaciated man remained with his eyes closed. Every moment with Diren feels like torture, she added. Meanwhile, back in the village, the group encountered a desolate road filled with corpses. No one had survived. This must be the work of the Dragonkin. We should go back and deal with that Crimson Dragon, Robin insisted. You're still holding a grudge about Sorina, aren't you? Ellison quickly tried to stop the impulsive Robin, reminding her to stay calm. I don't think the Dragonkin are lying. At that moment, they came across a massive door, the one that had been mentioned earlier. It was a giant, sturdy door with intricate carvings and a protruding section. Ellison sensed that there were many signs of life being blocked behind it. This door won't be easy to open, he muttered. Green, trying to test its durability, punched and kicked it, suggesting they could just break it down. Suddenly, the orb in the middle of the door lit up and a voice echoed. Stop, leave at once. Intruders, you are not welcome here. Witnessing this strange occurrence for the first time, Edison was amazed but quickly realized that the voice belonged to a member of the Gold Tribe. He asked what had happened here. The voice responded from inside. The Crimson Dragon destroyed this place. Green shouted in triumph. See, I knew it was her. Let's go deal with her once and for all. Honestly, this hot-headed girl is more trouble than any other creature, muttered Ellison, grabbing Robin to stop her from causing any more chaos. Hold on, let's talk first. There's no rush. Wait, a Crimson Dragon? Came a voice from inside. The more Ellison tried to calm her down, the more Robin jumped around impatiently. Why? It's simple. Just go in and snap their heads off, and the door will open, Robin said, as if it were an easy task. It's not as simple as cutting grass. You know, Ellison warned her, explaining that the door bore traces of several Dragonkin. Dragonkin, the pinnacle of living creatures. Green said hot-headedly. Then we'll just find another Crimson Dragon and crush its head. That's all. Ellison, muttering under his breath, said, if this lady gets any bigger, she'll probably see no one as her equal. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Robin, calm down, I've got an idea. What are you planning to do now to stop her from going on a rampage? Robin asked. Ellison smiled mischievously. Peaceful solutions are always the priority. He wasn't one to fall behind when it came to scheming. How long have you been behind this door? Ellison inquired. About a year, the voice answered. Well, it's no surprise if some issues have arisen. Like food supplies. For example, don't you all plan to open the door? I really want to help you. Why should we trust you? Can you prove that you're not a servant of the Crimson Dragon? Upon hearing this, Green began to cause a commotion. How dare you compare us to servants? We're nothing like them. Ellison quickly covered the leopard's mouth and sighed. All right, I will respect your opinions. Thank you for understanding us. The voice inside responded. Ellison then told Robin to bring their luggage. Robin let out an "oh" as Ellison started stacking stones and using magic to create a cooking fire. Curious, the people inside asked, "What are you doing out there?" "Oh, nothing. We just need to head back to the surface. But it's a long journey. Right? We're going to need some food before we leave." Ellison explained nonchalantly. Eating in front of hungry people, how cruel. Wait, why are you eating here in front of our door? The voice from inside protested. If you're hungry, go eat somewhere else, they ordered. But Ellison, as innocent as ever, replied, it's too far to go back out. So we'll just eat here for now. Go ahead, Green. Immediately, Green pulled out a string of sausages. The people inside became even more curious. What is that? This is called sausage. It's made from ground meat, seasoned with spices, and stuffed into casings. Ellison explained as he began frying the sausages in a pan. The aroma quickly filled the air, enticing anyone who could smell it. The group inside, who had been starving for a year, couldn't take it anymore and began grumbling. We're underground, so the smell can't possibly reach us. Right? Edison swiftly retorted. Good, that means we can enjoy the smell for longer. The people inside snapped. Do you have no empathy at all? Ellison responded calmly. Do we need empathy for this? Inside, the group started arguing. Chief, the smell is really good. Just let us have a taste. Be quiet, the leader commanded. But Edison, outside, happily whistled while Green realized this was part of Ellison's peaceful strategy. Ellison then added, to be honest, this food was meant as a gift for you. I had hoped to ask for a favor from your WAF clan. But seeing the current situation, it seems like it's not the right time. He continued, however, I still want to know what happened here. Could you tell us a little about it? The people inside hesitated, still stubborn and unwilling to reveal more. Seeing this, Ellison pulled out his stash and said, looks like we have no choice but to bring out the beer. Immediately, the people inside reacted. What's that sound? Ellison flipped the sausages in the pan and explained. These sausages are quite salty, as they need to be preserved, which makes them perfect to pair with beer. He and Robin each grabbed a sausage and a can of beer, counted to 3, and cheered. Cheers, as they started their meal. At this point, the door finally began to creak open. Edison smirked. Looks like it's working. The massive door swung wide open, and a voice filled with desire called out. Just one bite. The sizzling, crispy sausages were laid out before them, and the 4 dwarves inside stared, mouths watering. Ellison noticed how thin everyone looked. Clearly, there had been a severe food shortage. He told them to take their time eating, as he had prepared enough for everyone. The white-bearded dwarf took a bite and was moved to tears. Another dwarf, drinking beer, exclaimed, this pairs perfectly with the beer. I never thought I'd get to eat something this delicious again. Ellison thought to himself, normally, it's not a good idea to give hungry people alcohol. But the WAF clan can handle their liquor, and they aren't starving to the point of collapse. Chief, how do you find the taste? Someone asked. The dwarf wearing the iron helmet was the leader. Though initially worried they might be poisoned, he was the first to start eating. The dwarf chief laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is an exception. We owe you a great debt. Ellison smiled. I'm glad to hear that. I was thinking of sharing some sausages with the rest of the WAF clan. Is Goda here? The dwarf chief was taken aback. How do you know of him? I've met him before. There's something I need to discuss with him. Ellison replied. Realizing Ellison had connections with high-ranking individuals, the dwarf chief offered to personally take him to meet the person he sought. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the dwarves became much more agreeable. The underground mine, which was dark and winding, housed an entire village. Around 20 to 30 surviving Knopf dwarves were still living there. Edison couldn't understand why things had ended up like this. Before long, they arrived at a room guarded by sentries. The chief called out, Lord Goda, a human wishes to see you. Meanwhile, Ellison asked, Ruan, did you hand out the sausages to everyone? With confidence, She replied, "Of course. I never forget things like that. It's done. Come in." Goda called from inside. "Long time no see, Goda." Ellison greeted the old dwarf like an old friend. The elderly dwarf, with silver hair and a long beard, was the head of the Waff clan. Goda sighed. "I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. And this companion of yours must be the Almighty One, right?" he asked, eyeing Green. Green, flattered by the compliment, replied politely, "True, but I see your eyesight is still sharp. Old man, hey, I've grown quite familiar with this aura." Goda chuckled. The chief of the Gold clan, curious about who these people were, marveled at the fact that even someone like Goda treated them with such humility. "What did you want to discuss?" Goda asked. "You must know. What happened here? How did the Waff clan's once prosperous gold mine fall into such ruin?" Ellison inquired. Goda hesitated, clearly conflicted, before finally speaking. "It was the Crimson Dragon's attack. We fought with everything we had, but it was no use. In the end, only a few of us survived, retreating here to defend what's left." Ellison immediately asked, "Did the Crimson Dragon have red hair and curved horns on its chest?" "No, that wasn't it. We almost had urine target the wrong one," Goda replied. He continued, "We were attacked by a group of Crimson Dragons." Ellison suspected as much. The marks on the door had clearly been caused by a coordinated attack from several Crimson Dragons. "It's unbelievable," Ellison murmured. "Those proud dragonkin cooperating with each other? Have they gone mad? Or is there a larger issue forcing them to lower their pride?" There was definitely something going on here. Ellison's quiet reflection startled the Waff clan chief. Goda remained calm, stroking his beard before hesitating slightly. Then, he reached under the table and pressed a hidden red button. "You'll be all right, Ellison," Goda assured him. A bookshelf next to them slid open like a secret door, revealing an entrance to a hidden room. "Come this way," Goda said, leading them into the secret passage. Ellison and Urin were still in shock, stunned by the discovery of this hidden chamber. "There's something I want to show you," Goda said as he walked. "To be honest, this isn't the first time we've been attacked by dragonkin." As they moved through the expansive secret vault, Goda explained, "It might have been for tribute or just for fun, but our mine has been attacked several times in the past. However, we've been able to stay here all this time because we had a guardian protecting us." Goda pulled out a ring with a gem that emitted a mystical blue light, illuminating the space and revealing a massive skeleton. "This," Goda introduced, "is our guardian, Kulis, the noble golden dragon, the protector of the Waff clan." Ellison was speechless at the sight of the enormous dragon skeleton. With such a large body, this dragon must have lived for at least 5,000 years. Ellison speculated, "Did you offer tributes to this dragon in exchange for protection?" he asked. Goda quickly shook his head. "No, he never asked for any tribute. He simply helped us. He protected us from invaders and imparted knowledge to us, all while maintaining his dignity and warmth. But in the end, even he could not withstand the passage of time." Both Ellison and Urin were at a loss for words. Goda raised the glowing ring, and as he looked back at them, he said, "You're curious too, aren't you, Ellison? Why did the Crimson Dragons attack us? Why do we insist on staying in this worn-out mine?" The ring's light transformed into a gem, and Green was drawn to its glow. Goda revealed, "It's all because of this, an ancient treasure. The sacred gem. It's the essence of magic and can give birth to a dragon king. We must protect it." The Dragon King was said to have commanded the Dragonkin. It's rumored that if the highest-ranking Dragonkin operated as an independent nation, no country or hero could stand in their way. Particularly, this action would carry the will of all living creatures. The world could be destroyed, and only a few Dragonkin would be able to create the sacred gem of the ancients, which is crucial for the birth of a Dragon King. The noble golden dragon, Kulis, was one of them. He had hidden himself here, protecting this place to prevent the sacred gem from being used for evil purposes, and to stop the birth of a new Dragon King. The exact number of sacred gems required to create a Dragon King is unknown. But Dragon King Kulis. Green's face grew paler as she recalled some old memories. Back then, she was still a little black dragon, playing happily. Green trembled as she remembered the image of a girl's figure, attacked by the black dragon elder Menadana, the same one who had come after her and Ellison at the restaurant. At that moment, Goda mentioned another name, Gatira. This name stirred deep, dormant memories in Rurin's heart. It was her mother. Rurin remembered the time she spent with her mother. lying in her arms, laughing without a care in the world. "Rurin, I told you not to come here," her mother had warned, but Robin, still smiling brightly, replied, "You've always been a fool." Presently, Green clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, her face drained of all color. Her mind was flooded with images of rivers of blood. Tears streamed down Green's face as she cried out, "Mother!" Ellison rushed to her, comforting her as he addressed Goda's earlier question. "Yes, there are 3 crystals gathered by a dragonkin that are needed to fully awaken a dragon king capable of destroying everything." Goda held the glowing gem and, closing his eyes, said, "I understand the pain you must bear. I have been selfish." He hid the sacred gem back inside his ring and continued, "The sacred gem of the ancients has always been tied to sorrow and tragedy. Dragon King Kulo and I tried to find a way to destroy it. But we never succeeded." Edison spoke up, "We plan to build a dragon's lair in Break City. Why don't you join us there? We're planning to create a new village in Ready City." Goda was surprised. "A new village for the Waff clan?" As you've seen from Green's reaction, we have no intention of using the sacred gem to create a dragon king. But this place has become a target, and the dragonkin will continue to attack. Goda looked at the dragon skeleton with a sense of longing. It was clear that he didn't want to leave this place behind. Ellison immediately said, "I'm not forcing you. I know that for the Waff clan, nothing is more precious than your homeland. The decision is yours." Goda was struck by his words and stood silently, unsure of what to say. Outside, Julian had stopped crying loudly, with only tears glistening in her eyes. "Are you feeling better now?" Green wiped her tears and replied with a single word. Then she asked, "Are we really going to leave just like this? Shouldn't we take the sacred gem with us?" Ellison responded, "I've already set up some magic traps for intruders, so we can help if necessary." With that, Robin agreed. Ellison explained that leaving so suddenly would be hard for them to accept, as they had so many memories tied to this place. Meanwhile, Goda was deep in thought when the chief entered the room, saying, "Chief Goda, I have something for you." He brought forward a plate of hot sausages. "What's this?" Goda's eyes widened, staring at the plate as if it came from another world. "This is food that the human left for us," the chief explained. "The others have already started eating. I told them to wait, but they couldn't hold back their hunger any longer." The chief pulled back the curtain and led Goda outside, where the entire clan was feasting and celebrating like they were at a grand festival. Goda was overwhelmed with emotion, seeing the smiles on his people's faces. Suddenly, he recalled a distant memory from when he was young. "Look at this." "Goda, did you call for me?" said the frail, elderly dragon king Kulas. "Isn't it miserable to live in such a cramped and dark place?" Goda had replied resolutely, "Dragon King Kulas may find it cramped, but to us, it's quite spacious." "Oh, really? I thought you stayed here because of the sacred gem of the ancients." Kulas had laughed heartily. "I'm old and my mind is slow." "I see." Goda, surprised by Kulas's joking tone, had felt a chill run down his spine. Kulas had then said, more seriously, "My magic can still hide the power of the sacred gem, but once I'm gone, the dragonkin will come searching for it. That's why, after I'm gone, make sure the entire Waff clan leaves this place." Stunned, Goda had asked, "What? Why are you telling us to abandon both Dragon King Kulo and our homeland?" Kulas had chuckled again. "Ha ha ha. After I'm gone, all that will remain of me are dry bones." "Please don't say that," Goda had pleaded. Kulas had then grown serious once more. "Listen, if no one remembers me, both I and this homeland will turn into meaningless piles of ashes. So survive. What is the point of leaving, if it only brings pain to those who remain behind? Eat, mourn, and find happiness for the future generations. I am not here to cause you suffering." Goda had been left speechless, thinking, "What do you mean by that? You've helped us so much." Kulas had laughed again. "Ha ha ha. I never expected you to be able to protect the sacred gem. Anyway, Dragon King Kulas." It had been a long time since Goda had seen his people smile. "I'm sorry, Dragon King Kulas." Goda fell to his knees, while the clan chief rushed to him, shouting, "Chief Goda." By this time, Green and Ellison had already left the village when suddenly, they heard a voice call out, "Hey, Ellison." The two turned around to see someone rushing toward them. "Wait, please, I was wrong." Ellison smiled triumphantly. "The Waff clan from Mount Malaric. We will help you build the dragon's lair." Goda, leading his people with their bags packed, huffed and puffed, saying, "Please take us in." And so, The Waff clan moved to live in Crepe City. All thanks to a few sausages. Wow, Ellison, you're amazing. You tricked an entire clan into becoming construction workers. Robin teased. As soon as the Waff people arrived, they immediately began working on building a dragon's lair for Roran. Well, that takes care of the problem with Elder Black Dragon Menadonna constantly chasing us down. Ellison thought. The issue of building Robin's nest was as good as solved. They may be small, but they work like machines. Ellison observed, feeling reassured as he watched the construction progress. Then I'll leave this to you, he said, clearly impressed. They're incredibly fast. Ellison marveled. Goda reassured him. Don't worry, they've got this. Are you sure it's okay to start right away, though? Ellison asked. Don't worry, Goda replied. Everyone's still in good health, even though we were hungry. But, I wouldn't mind a few more sausages. He chuckled. There's no need to worry about food, Ellison assured him before turning to Green. How's it looking? Beautiful, isn't it? He asked. Green smiled, more than satisfied. How could I not be? I won't have to dig in the dirt and mud to make a nest anymore, she said, beaming. Now there was only one issue left. Ellison held the sacred gem of the ancients. Looking hesitant. I trust that you, Ellison, will use it wisely, Goda said with a smile full of confidence. That's why I'm entrusting the future of the Waff clan to you. Ellison stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, Urin is going to absorb it? Green, annoyed, snapped. Stop joking around with something so ridiculous. She playfully punched him while Ellison carefully put the gem into his pocket. So, I'm going to be responsible for keeping it from now on, he muttered, patting Urin on the head to comfort her as she looked shocked. Green, frowning, said, there's no way a new Dragon King is going to be born from this. Ellison agreed, adding, to prevent that, we need to take action. At the same moment, someone nearby was crying. What's this? I was so excited to get out and breathe some fresh air. But now, I'm practically broke because of those jerks that beat me. Sorina was sobbing as she held her shin, tears streaming down her face. That's it, I'm never going out again, she wailed. Suddenly, she noticed something and, scowling, asked, who's there? Don't tell me it's Giod. She shouted angrily. Get lost, I have nothing to say to you. Giod? Who's that? Ellison wondered. Two figures appeared, looking familiar. Oh, so you've been hiding something, haven't you? Sorina jumped in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. Why are you here? She stammered. Ellison and Robin were exuding an intimidating magical aura, preparing to overpower her. You say you don't accept tributes, but this lair is overflowing with treasures, isn't it? Ellison said. I came here to ask you a few things, but after seeing this, it seems like we don't need to anymore. Sorina collapsed to the ground, her head hitting the floor as she looked up at the two monsters standing before her. Trembling. But I told you everything I knew last time. Why me? Why are you doing this to me? She whimpered. Her pride as the most arrogant dragonkin in the world was shattered. As now, she looked pitiful and helpless. After everything, it seems Sorina was the most unfortunate one. Of course, despite Sorina's teary eyes and pouty face, she wasn't let off the hook. Who is Guitar? Elle asked. From the conversation, it seems like he's one of your kind. Does that mean you attacked the Waff tribe's mine with him? Sorina immediately denied it, stammering in embarrassment. No. He's my ex. Elle, pretending not to hear, teased. Sorry, what did you say? Blushing furiously, Sorina squeezed her eyes shut and shouted. I said, he's my ex. I confused you two with him because he used to visit all the time. Ellison, realizing he'd hit a sore spot, apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up any painful memories. Sorina broke into sobs again. I've only been here for 6 months. I haven't met any groups like that. Green, still unconvinced, pressed on. Then where did all those jewels come from? You said you don't accept tributes, right? Grinding her teeth, Sorina snapped her fingers, and the pile of jewels suddenly evaporated like boiling water. They're all fake, she screamed. Elle and Green were left staring in disbelief at the now empty space around them. It was as if Sorina had bared her soul to them, and she cried out, Are you satisfied now? If you want anything, just take it all. Seeing her cry, they couldn't help but feel a mixture of pity and amusement. Poor thing, Elle thought, but it's kind of funny too. Back at the restaurant, Elle and Green were still discussing the encounter. Maybe we went too far, Green admitted. I've never seen a dragonkin so heartbroken. And we didn't even find any real leads about the dragonkin group that attacked the Waff tribe. There's nothing left to investigate now. Elle added. But since we have the precious stone, we'll eventually figure things out. I'm curious, though, what kind of group would do such a thing? At that moment, two guests entered the restaurant, Old Man Men and Elena. Ellison's face lit up when he saw them. You're walking without a cane now. How are you feeling? The best part was seeing how much Old Man Men had recovered. He waved his legs a little and replied. It's still hard to move around. But I'm much better. All thanks to Elena. Elena humbly responded. I didn't do much. It's his strong will during treatment that sped up the recovery. Well, everyone trusts you. Elena. Elle smiled, clearly pleased, which made Julian, standing nearby, turn into a vat of jealousy, practically radiating envy. Ellison, oblivious to Green's mood, continued chatting with Elena, asking, has everything been all right at the clinic? Any trouble lately? Elena smiled warmly and replied, oh, it's been better, though some problems still linger. Nelline and his mother had visited the clinic to express their gratitude. And many minors came along as well. They even took responsibility for helping Elena fend off any unwanted advances from troublesome men. Elena added, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to have lessened since then. After hearing this, Elle immediately guessed that Lady Ran had a hand in this, likely dropping a few suggestive comments like, have you heard about how hard things have been for Elena? Or something along those lines. That woman is quite the sly one, Elle thought. Elena was about to talk about the vegetable sauce that Elle had taught her last time when suddenly, old dwarf Gora popped up from the tunnel, emerging in the middle of the restaurant floor, laughing heartily. Elle, you got any more of that chestnut stew you made last time? That stuff's to die for. Elena, startled, realized that the newcomer was a member of the Waff tribe. Elle, however, was frozen in confusion, wondering how and when this group of short folks had dug their way here. Goda, being his usual friendly self, assured Elena, no need to treat us like monsters. Lass, Elena, surprised, noted that he was quite familiar with the etiquette of the LV tribe. Goda, however, waved off her praise. At that moment, the restaurant's front door swung open, and in came Clone, loudly shouting, pork belly. The room instantly became chaotic, each person adding their own loud comments, making the place erupt with noise. Elle awkwardly smiled at Robin. Well, I guess this is turning into quite the restaurant. Huh? Meanwhile, Green had already put on an apron and sighed. I thought you wanted a peaceful life. Soon, the food was served, sausages, pork belly, salads, pizza. Old Man Men took a bite of pizza and exclaimed, delicious, I've missed this so much. I need to learn how to make this properly from Min. His offhand comment was enough to make the heart of a girl in love skip a beat. Her face turned bright red in embarrassment. And to make matters worse, Green, standing nearby, teased, keep a little dignity, will you? Of course, everyone else was too busy enjoying the food to care. Thoroughly satisfied, Ellison smiled and asked, should I cook more? The dwarves raised their glasses, happily munching on sausages. The restaurant's warm and lively atmosphere was infectious. But outside, Diren looked sad. Watching Elle smile and serve food to everyone made Diren feel even more down. He slumped by the wall, calling out in a somber voice, Master? Ellison suddenly opened the door and stepped outside, responding, oh, did you call for me? Startled, Diren nearly jumped out of his skin. Why are you out here? Elle asked. Well, could you make dessert? Master? Diren stammered, fidgeting nervously. Dessert? Elle replied, puzzled. I can, but. Diren bit his lip, bowed his head in front of Elle, and pleaded, please make a dessert that will make my mother smile. The request took Elle by surprise. And he asked, you mean Lady Berna? This steak looks pretty good, Elle remarked, observing the head chef at work, while the chef also asked his assistant, is the soup ready yet? Make sure to keep checking it so it doesn't burn. This was the kitchen of the Count's castle, and most of the cooking utensils and ingredients could be found here. However, Diren still told Elle, let me know if you need anything else. Elle looked at the abundance of ingredients in awe. This castle kitchen is definitely something else compared to my restaurant. Some of these spices, normal restaurants could never afford them. It seemed everyone in the kitchen was very skilled. 2. Elle observed the head chef and the assistants as they busily worked. One of them muttered, this one's overcooked. Diren, feeling a little embarrassed, said, the atmosphere here isn't usually this tense. Elle didn't take offense to any of it. After all, the Count had stepped into the kitchen. Typically, the head chef doesn't say much. Is that so? Elle sighed, as he watched the chef laugh with a crying assistant. which seemed rather unusual. But anyway, with what we have here, I think we can make a great dessert. Really? Diren asked, excited. Definitely. Just wait until dinner, Elle assured him. At dinner, Lady Berna dabbed her mouth with a napkin and complimented the meal. But she left the enticing plate of cake untouched. She hadn't taken even a single bite. Seeing the dessert returned in its original state, Ellison felt a rare moment of doubt about his cooking skills. Sensing his disappointment, Diren hesitantly spoke. I didn't expect her not to eat a single bite. Ellison, trembling, replied, honestly, it would have been worse if she had eaten just one bite. I see, Diren responded. Elle steadied himself and then asked, you still keep your distance from the Count, don't you? Since when did Lady Berna stop eating dessert? Diren, looking down in sadness, replied, it wasn't always like this. She used to love dessert. But dessert is the key to unlocking my mother's tightly shut heart. As Diren had mentioned before, Lady Berna was a strict woman. Ever since she left Grace Castle years ago, neither Diren nor the Count had seen her smile. And it was something the Count was deeply worried about. Back at Grace Castle, when Count Leidenbreak was still in good health, he and Berna would occasionally discuss Diren's education during dinner. One day, Leiden remarked, it seems like Diren follows you around all the time. Berna, stern as usual, replied, I'm teaching him how to behave like a noble. He needs discipline. The young Diren sat quietly, eating his meal, not involving himself in his parents' conversation. Leiden chuckled and said, teaching him to behave, huh? Is that also why you never smile anymore? Because of all the rules and etiquette? Count Leiden's question startled Berna. I've noticed for some time now, he said, it seems like you've been weighed down by responsibility. The things you enjoy, the things you want to do, I haven't seen them in over 4 years. Can't you allow yourself to relax a bit? This is our home now. Noticing Berna's empty dessert plate, Leiden exclaimed, you've already finished your dessert? Berna was just as surprised when she realized her plate had only a few crumbs left. Count Leiden burst into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Ha ha, so you do like desserts, don't you? Blushing with embarrassment, Berna tried to deny it. But Leiden, still thrilled, continued, I couldn't make desserts while rebuilding our lands. But now I know what you like. We're still at war, so getting sugar is tough. But I'll make sure dessert is always on the table. Little Diren, listening to his father, was happy as well, and that's how he learned that his mother had a sweet tooth. From that day on, Count Leiden made sure desserts were always part of their meals, starting with an enticing 2-tier cake that brought joy to both father and son. After that, Count Leiden created an entire menu filled with desserts, leaving young Diren dumbfounded by the endless mention of sweets. More desserts? And even more desserts? It was only natural, as Leiden enthusiastically cheered. More. Diren, trying to calm his father down, pleaded, Father, please calm down with the desserts. The outcome of this dessert frenzy was predictable. After finishing the extravagant menu, both father and son looked pale from overeating. Despite this, Leiden stubbornly kept the dessert-heavy menu in place. Just as things were reaching a critical point, whether the whole family would end up with diabetes, Lady Berna couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you can stop now, my dear. Seeing her smile for the first time in years made Count Leiden and Diren feel like they had struck gold. Indeed, Lady Berna's smile was radiant, and it explained why Count Leiden, despite the risk of diabetes, was determined to keep the dessert menu alive. Perhaps someone might have realized that these two, father and son, were both a bit obsessed with making Lady Berna smile. One day, as Diren was walking down the hallway, he heard shouting from a room. I can't believe it, you still don't have an heir. Startled, Diren froze but quickly regained his composure and pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. Inside, the booming voice continued, sounding as though the person was boiling with anger. It's been 5 years. And recently, you don't even respond to me anymore. What are you doing? Stop testing my patience. Just as the shouting ended, the door burst open, and before Diren could react, he was hit by it. His poor eavesdropping skills had led to the inevitable. He got caught in the door's path. The man, too enraged to notice what he had done, stormed off without even checking to see if he had injured anyone. Then Lady Berna stepped out and saw Diren sitting on the floor. Looking confused and a little shaken. Surprised, she asked, Diren, what are you doing down there? Flustered, Diren quickly asked, Mother, what was that all about? Lady Berna gently helped her son up and reassured him. It's nothing, really. I think he's just upset because I didn't respond to him. Diren asked, confused. Mother, are you the Countess of Dazen? The head of House Dazen? Berna smiled kindly. There's no need to worry. My dear, I'm still from the city of drama after all. Now, come on, let's go eat. With a cheerful heart, Berna held her stepson's hand and led him to dinner. Young Diren, being naive, didn't pay much attention at the time. But thinking back now, he realized something had gone wrong since that moment. Diren thought that perhaps it was the desserts that changed his mother so much. For instance, during meals, when Diren got food all over his mouth, Berna would still frown and remind him, "Mind your table manners, Diren." Though she remained strict, there was a difference now. She smiled. One moment she would scold him, and the next, she would kindly offer a napkin, saying, "Use this to clean up." Diren was delighted whenever Berna smiled. When Berna played music, father and son would sit and enjoy her performance, clapping enthusiastically. During those moments, they truly felt like a family. But those moments were brief. During this time, mother and son also spent time together learning how to make cream puffs. Lady Berna might have been talented at playing music, but she was certainly not skilled at baking. One look at the chaotic mess that her attempt at cream puffs turned into was enough proof. Failed again, Berna sighed in frustration. If you stay calmer while piping the cream, you'll get better results. The head chef offered some advice. I'll try again, Berna said with determination. Maybe it's better to stop for today, the chef suggested, not wanting her to stress herself further. But Berna, ever persistent, was determined to succeed, wanting to make a dessert on her own. At that moment, Diren, who had been working alongside her, excitedly exclaimed, "Mother, I did it." He held up a perfectly made cream puff, which caught Berna by surprise. With a teary smile, Diren tried to comfort her. "It's okay, Mother. Didn't you always say that hard work pays off?" "Yes, I never imagined that my own words would be used to teach myself," Berna said, feeling a little pained in her heart. Just then, she shifted her frustration, calling out angrily, "Who's that wandering around the castle?" The bespectacled butler hurried over upon seeing her, looking flustered. "My lady, Master Diren, I found you both. Please, come quickly, the lord has fallen unconscious." The perfect cream puff in Diren's hand dropped to the floor with a splat. The cause remains unclear, the doctor explained, diagnosing Lord Leiden's condition. There are no signs of poisoning, and the symptoms are extremely rare, making it difficult to determine the illness. He's unresponsive, and he's even unable to consume normal meals. Diren cried, pleading with his father to wake up. But Leiden couldn't respond. It was as if his soul had been taken away, leaving only an empty shell. In that moment, Diren looked over at his mother, Berna, and he still remembered her expression clearly. It was as if her spirit had left with Leiden. There was sorrow, anger, and a complete loss of will. Her eyes seemed like they wanted to give up on everything. After that day, Berna no longer touched desserts, and she distanced herself from Diren. She expressed her opinions only through the servants, no longer speaking or smiling. From then on, Diren's life was tightly controlled, and that was why he ran to Ellison's restaurant. Sensei, Diren stammered, his voice filled with sadness. I miss those times. Ellison quietly listened to Diren's story as the boy continued to sob. Sitting together, laughing, eating as a family, that was my happiness, Diren cried, his tears flowing pitifully. On the way back home, Ellison felt something was off. There were many things that didn't add up about Berna's behavior. She had become depressed after Count Leiden's sudden collapse. But why did she distance herself from Diren? Was it because Diren wasn't her biological son? No, that couldn't be it. She had opened her heart to him before. Berna had married into a political union, but it seemed like she genuinely loved her husband, at least during that period of time. So why the sudden emotional distance from the rest of the family? Ellison's mind raced with possibilities until something clicked. Was it guilt? It made sense in this context. And Ellison immediately rushed home to find Robin. Robin was deep into a mug of ale. And when she heard Ellison's voice, she startled. What? I didn't do anything wrong. Ellison, hands on his hips, reassured her. I'm not here to scold you. I need your help with something. What is it? She asked. Curious. He presented a scenario to Green. Imagine if I suddenly became unconscious and couldn't speak or communicate. Would you be sad? Without hesitation, Robin responded. Of course I would. Hearing this, Ellison continued. Okay, now imagine that you love desserts. But for some reason, You stop eating them. Robin, now thoroughly confused, replied, have you had too much to drink? What are you even talking about? Ellison pressed on. You'll understand soon enough. Come with me. Still bewildered, Robin groaned. You're skipping so many details. I have no idea what you're getting at. Ellison added, and by the way, the desserts thing is important. Robin was now utterly lost, thinking to herself, what on earth is he babbling about? At the Count's castle, in Lord Leiden's room, Berna was feeding him spoonfuls of porridge. Leiden was nothing more than a hollow shell, unable to accept anything from the outside world. Every time Berna fed him, the porridge just flowed back out of his mouth. She, too, seemed like a machine, robotically wiping the porridge from her husband's chin as it dripped back out, showing no emotional reaction to the situation at all. At that moment, a servant with an extremely irritating expression barged into the room as if he owned the place. We should prepare ourselves. Count Dazen has arrived, he announced. Upon hearing that name, Berna's face went pale, more terrified than if she had been struck. She froze for 2 seconds, then set the bowl of porridge down and said, I understand. Without another word, she stood up and followed the irritating servant out of the room. As soon as she left, Ellison's portal appeared. This time, he brought Robin along with him, and they went straight to Count Leiden's room. Leiden lay motionless. Ellison muttered, I'm starting to wonder when Lady Berna will leave this place. It seems like they've been waiting here in this space for a long time. Robin looked at the man on the bed and started assessing the situation. This is the Lord, right? Could it be that he's been cursed? Ellison speculated. I don't know for sure. Green, however, could not diagnose anything by just looking. Meanwhile, Ellison wandered around the room, searching for clues, and asked Robin, you have no idea what's causing this either? Robin shook her head. I haven't encountered a case like this in a long time. I'm stumped. But what made you come here in the first place? I thought there might be a clue here. But I still don't understand Lady Berna's true intentions, Ellison said as he rummaged through a drawer. As he turned around, he noticed something strange. Count Leiden, who had been unresponsive, was staring intently at something. Ellison, caught up in his own overthinking, felt uneasy. It's not just that his eyes are empty, it feels like he's looking at something. Elle mused. Looking at what? Green asked, also confused. Following the Count's gaze, it seemed like he was fixated on the grand piano in the corner of the room. Is he looking at the piano? Ellison wondered, still perplexed as to why a piano was there. Elle moved closer, but then Robin called out, Elle, over here. Robin had been inspecting the piano, and after removing a few of its white keys, she pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment. Secret documents. There are secret documents here, she exclaimed. But at this moment, Ellison seemed to be in shock. Frozen in place. Why is the detective acting dazed all of a sudden? Green muttered. Elle, did you get cursed like Leiden too? Come on, open it, Green urged. All right, calm down, Ellison replied as he and Robin quietly unrolled the parchment. What they read left both of them in utter shock and disbelief. So, this is the secret, Ellison muttered, astonished. The documents revealed that Lady Berna had embezzled taxes from the city of Grand. Not only that, but the papers detailed exactly how much she had taken and from what sources, a staggering truth. But there was more. The author of the documents. Ellison quickly rolled the parchment back up and turned to Green. Can you go to the capital of the Empire immediately? Surprised, Green asked. Right now? Why? Ellison's voice turned serious. Take these papers to someone trustworthy. This goes beyond what we thought. Just as Elle was giving instructions, another voice entered the room. Father, you called for me? It was Diren, standing at the door, looking confused. With a blank expression, Berna greeted her father, Walter de Ran, who, in her opinion, shouldn't have appeared here at all. The Count of de Ran stopped gazing out the window and turned to her with a sly smile. Come in, Berna, he said with a mocking tone. Why does he act so comfortable here? Like he owns the place? Berna thought with disgust. This old man, nearing the grave, still has more tricks up his sleeve, even in his daughter's husband's house. Meanwhile, in his room, Diren heard a knock at the door and wondered who could be visiting this late, especially in the middle of the night. As the door opened, Ellison entered with a beaming smile. Startled, Diren exclaimed, Master, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be at the restaurant? Ellison handed him the scroll he and Green had found. Read this, he said, confused. Diren unrolled the scroll. As he read through the content, his face slowly turned pale. What, my mother? Transferred the taxes from Grace to Dazen? Shocked, Diren raised his voice, but Elle quickly hushed him. Careful, the Countess of Dazen is nearby. Diren immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but his mind was already in turmoil. He looked shaken, his face as pale as a ghost, trembling with fear. So, everything my mother did was this? He muttered. Who could have collected all this information? Ellison, silent and serious, pointed to the end of the document. Look at the bottom. It's signed. Diren's eyes widened as he scanned the name at the end of the scroll. He was so shocked that he dropped the scroll. Elle spoke heavily. No one could have gathered this information by themselves. This is a confession, written by Lady Berna herself. At the end of the scroll, the confession read, I, Berna Gates, admit to all the tax embezzlement described above. Diren trembled in disbelief. Why would my mother confess to this? Ellison activated a special magic that could only be used in certain situations. Telling Diren, we have to investigate. As you know, Count Dazen is here. In the icy atmosphere of a strained father-daughter reunion, Berna coldly asked her father, why are you here, father? With a casual tone, Diren replied, do I need permission to see my own daughter? Berna's demeanor remained cold. Since when have we been so close? Diren stroked his beard, feigning sorrow. You're as cold as ever. Daughter, recently, I've come across some interesting news. His face twisted into a sinister grin. The Crown Prince and Duke Tamorange arrived at break, and it was Diren who greeted them. And the boy behaved very well, didn't he? Diren continued, his tone dripping with mockery. That brazen brat, isn't he a little different from how you described him? Berna immediately denied, I don't know anything about that. Diren tapped his head as if playing the part of a forgetful old man. Oh, I thought the boy was useless. Has he regained his confidence? Ha ha. He then leaned forward menacingly and said, so, what should I do now? Should I turn him into the second lie? Berna froze in shock, trembling as she asked her father, what are you talking about? Diren threw his head back and cackled like a madman. Ah ha ha ha. You really don't know? Well, I guess I never told you. Did I? His grin twisted into something monstrous as he continued. I was the one who poisoned Leiden, and I planned to do the same to Diren. At that moment, Berna could no longer control her fury. She erupted, you bastard, I won't let you touch Diren. Her father sneered, my dear daughter, did I ask for your permission? Just as he said that, the servant who had summoned Berna appeared behind her, holding a rope. What happened next was easy to guess. But Berna's resistance was futile. Meanwhile, Diren and Ellison heard everything from where they were. Diren's voice echoed, instructing his henchmen to be careful, saying, we can't let Lady Berna get hurt. Ellison's face twisted with anger upon realizing that Count Diren was the one who poisoned Leiden. So that's why Lady Berna confessed. He muttered. Back in the other room, Diren continued his vile plan, saying, lock him in the dungeon where no one will find him. Diren, filled with rage, slammed his fist on the table. I'll summon the castle guards immediately, he shouted. But before he could act, Ellison quickly bound him with magic. Diren yelled, Master, what are you doing? Ellison, his expression cold, responded, look at the situation. The Count's spies have infiltrated deep enough to poison the Lord's meals and kidnap Lady Berna. Can we really trust the castle guards? As if to prove his point, the bespectacled butler had been stopped by the soldiers, clearly showing that not all the castle staff could be trusted. Ellison, holding Lady Berna's confession in his hands, turned to Diren and explained, yes, we can arrest them with my help, but it's unlikely Count Diren is carrying poison with him now. Even if we capture him, we won't have enough evidence to convict him of poisoning the Lord. We'll only be able to charge him with kidnapping. Do you plan to use this confession as evidence? Ellison asked, waving the paper. That would only implicate both Count Diren and Lady Berna. Diren, feeling helpless, asked, then what am I supposed to do? Ellison offered a solution. We need to create a situation with undeniable evidence. One that's witnessed by someone of high status. Just as he said this, Green arrived, dragging along someone of high status, poor Marin, who had been minding his own business when he was suddenly tied up and brought here in the middle of the night. Is this the person? Green asked. What is going on? Marin shouted in confusion. Diren, shocked, exclaimed, what's the meaning of this? Ellison grinned mischievously at Diren. I have an idea. Can you act a little? As the long night passed, a new day dawned over the Count's castle. Berna had just been freed from her restraints, her mouth gag removed, She was still bound and her head covered. But Count Day ran, playing the part of a caring father, approached her with false concern. Are you alright, my daughter? It's morning outside, but it's still dark in here. There's somewhere we need to go. Come, follow me. Berna, still in shock from the revelations her father had made the night before, couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as she could speak, she screamed, "Why? You've already gotten everything you wanted by embezzling taxes from Brake and constantly reprimanding Diren. Why are you targeting him now?" Dayran laughed as if she'd just told a joke. "I already told you. I can't stand his actions. Honestly, I originally intended to poison Diren first. After securing an heir, I would have taken over the entire Red region." He chuckled darkly. "Maybe it's the Count who's changed. Or maybe it's you who've lost your charm." As he spoke, he led Berna up from the dungeon. Suddenly, Dayran grabbed Berna's hair and yanked it violently. "But my judgment stands. You already know I poisoned him, right?" he snarled, shoving his face close to hers, mocking her with his disgusting grin. Berna's eyes widened in fear. Dayran, enjoying her terror, threw her to the ground like a piece of garbage. "You need to learn to act. My dear, if I tell you I've poisoned someone, the least you could do is pretend to be shocked." Ignoring the blood trickling down her forehead, Berna begged, her voice filled with anguish. "Please, please, I beg you, spare Diren." Dayran's eyes gleamed with sadistic joy, as if her trembling pleas were amusing him. "Even if you beg, it's too late. I've already poisoned his breakfast." He opened the door to the room with a flourish, excited to show Berna what he had done. "It's better if you see for yourself." Inside, Diren lay motionless, his face bearing the same lifeless expression as Count Leiden's. Dayran laughed at Berna's horrified reaction. "Don't worry too much," he sneered. "You'll never know what I'm truly capable of." Berna's tears flowed freely as she sobbed. "You're a monster. Sharing the same blood as you is revolting." She broke down, calling Diren's name repeatedly, her voice filled with desperation. Dayran, feigning sympathy, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, how heartbreaking," but his face showed nothing but delight. Just then, one of the soldiers beside Dayran pulled out a scroll. "Count, sir, what's this?" the soldier asked. Dayran was surprised to see the document. This was found in Count Leiden Brake's room. It contains evidence that Lady Berna has been gathering proof of the tax embezzlement from Brake on your orders. Count Dazen. Countess Dazen was stunned as she read the contents of the scroll. Berna, seeing the damning evidence, felt like all hope was lost. "No, it can't be." She lunged to grab the scroll, but the soldier held her back. Count Dayran, laughing maniacally, jeered, "Is this what you were relying on, my dear daughter? Ha ha ha, it's over." With a sinister grin, he burned the scroll containing all the evidence. Right in front of Berna, she stood frozen, watching the flames consume the paper. Paralyzed by shock, Dayran, now feeling triumphant, began to weave his final chapter of betrayal. "Once your husband was poisoned, all you had left was your son. And when he, too, ended up like your husband, he drew a dagger from his belt. You, out of despair, will end up killing your son, your husband, and finally yourself." He chuckled, reveling in his concocted story. As Dayran gloated over his perfect narrative, the soldier who had been restraining Berna leaned in and whispered softly, "Don't worry, Dayran plans to finish off Diren quickly. He wants to send him off with a compliment. But don't worry, everything has been well taken care of." The soldier then removed his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face and a charming smile. A perfect story. Dayran? Not quite. It was Ellison, who had secretly cast a spell to intercept Dayran's dagger, instantly incinerating the weapon before it could strike. Dayran clutched his wrist in pain, bewildered by the counterattack. Just then, Marin, the commander of the Mage squad, stormed in and declared, "Count Dayran, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of the Frank family." Dayran's face went pale as he recognized her. Diren, snapping out of his daze, quickly reassumed his role, ready to deliver the final judgment. "It's over, Count Dazen," he said coldly. Berna, trembling with emotion, saw that her son was unharmed. Overcome with relief, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Diren was alive, even though she was still bound. She bowed her head repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you." Thank utter confusion. He couldn't understand how his flawless plan had fallen apart so disastrously. And the most baffling thing of all was that Diren sat there, completely unharmed. Marin, her brow furrowed, spoke sternly, There's no point in resisting. Day ran. Stop wasting time and follow the imperial orders. Day ran, gritting his teeth, realized he was cornered. Despite his age, his mind still worked quickly. And he dropped to his knees, speaking with a straight face. What are you talking about? This dagger was only for self-defense. I dropped it by accident. I swear, I had no intention of harming Diren. Marin responded icily. And no intention of harming Count Leiden and his son either. Right? Day ran, growing more desperate, stammered. But, isn't Count Leiden already ill? Marin, unimpressed, replied sharply. I knew you'd say that. Marin snapped her fingers, and a plate with a steak sandwich was placed in front of Day ran. This is the same breakfast that was brought to Diren earlier, she said. Go ahead and eat it. And prove your innocence. Day ran was stunned. How could he eat something he had poisoned himself? His hand trembled as he reached for the sandwich. But in a fit of frustration, he crushed it and threw it aside. In that moment, the last remnants of his facade crumbled. He revealed his true nature. So what if I am guilty? He snarled, knocking the entire dish off the table. Do you think I'm the only one to blame? Berna has been embezzling taxes from the city of Break for years. If you want justice, throw her in prison first. Berna, overwhelmed with emotion, could only sob. She never imagined the twisted man before her was her own father. I don't even know what you're talking about. She managed to cry out through her tears. Diren, now holding the remnants of the scroll Day ran had burned earlier, stepped forward. Where's your proof? He demanded. Pushed into a corner, Day ran's mask of control slipped, and he cursed at Diren. You bastard, you've been watching me from the start, haven't you? He glared at Diren with a ferocity that betrayed his desperation. The soldiers, who had loyally followed Day ran's orders until this point, shouted in unison, for the Count, but their loyalty was tested as Marin, now furious, prepared to summon powerful earth magic. Let's see how long they last against my spells, she muttered angrily, ready to bury Day ran and his supporters under the castle's stones. There are things in this world you shouldn't mess with, Marin said coldly. Even if you're a knight captain, a duke, or the emperor of this empire, you'll fall the same, and you, Count, are no exception. Just then, a familiar voice boomed from outside. It was none other than Durian, the captain of the Knights of Origin. Knights, hear my command. Eliminate the vermin that have infiltrated Ready. The knights stormed the castle like a force of nature, their cloaks billowing as they swiftly subdued the traitorous soldiers within. Dayran's laughter became maniacal as he realized his downfall was inevitable. Even as he was bound by Marin's magic, he still shouted defiantly, "How dare you do this?" Meanwhile, the remaining rebel soldiers were captured, along with the traitorous servants who wept, claiming, "We were only following Count Dazen's orders." Ellison, watching the scene unfold from the window, smiled in relief. Everything seemed to have settled. He turned and gently untied Countess Berna, offering a smile. "I think it's time for me to leave. I'm just glad you're safe, my lady." "Wait," Berna called after him, still puzzled. "Who are you, really?" Before Ellison could answer, a tearful voice interrupted. "Mother." It was Diren, his face filled with concern as he rushed over to her. "Are you all right? You're hurt." Berna, tears streaming down her face, shook her head. "Don't worry about me," she said softly. "I'm just so relieved that you're safe." Diren knelt down in front of his mother, his expression somber despite the ordeal finally being over. "Why won't you look me in the eyes, mother?" he asked. Lady Berna, avoiding his gaze, spoke in a voice filled with guilt. "Because I am a criminal. It's my fault Count Break ended up like this. Not only did I embezzle taxes from the city of Break, but I continued to live here, even after knowing that Count Dazen was the true culprit. I also put you in danger. I feel so guilty for still being alive. So please, Diren, don't forgive me." Diren was at a loss for words upon hearing her confession. His mother's heavy heart weighed on him. "Mother, you've been living under the burden of guilt for so long. But why are you asking for forgiveness? All of this is Count Dazen's fault, not yours." Diren, though inheriting the burden of guilt from both his parents, showed remarkable understanding. His frustration grew, seeing how weak his mother had become under the weight of her regrets. He couldn't help but let his anger boil over. "Why did you leave behind that document without saying anything?" Diren demanded, his voice shaking. "Did you think that by going to prison with Count Dazen, your regrets would be easier to bear? You should have told me. No matter the situation, we should have talked about it." Diren's voice trembled with emotion, and he dropped the charred remnants of the scroll to the ground. He covered his face and began sobbing. Both father and I, we'll always be here for you. That's what family is. So please, lift your head. Overcome with emotion, Lady Berna reached out and embraced her son, whispering through her tears, I'm sorry, Diren, I'm so sorry. I've been so foolish. I won't make that mistake again. The two of them held each other, crying, as the day wore on. As dusk fell, Count Dazen sat in a cage, being transported back to the castle of Dazen. Even now, he showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he grew more aggressive. Let me out, you fools. Don't you know who I am? He roared. The two soldiers in charge of his transport ignored him, casually discussing their duties. Have the belongings from the Lord's castle been moved? One asked. Of course, nothing was left behind. The other replied. You've made a grave mistake. Dazen sneered, gnashing his teeth. Do you think I don't have connections in the Empire? When I get out of here, I'll have your heads. How dare you treat me like this? I am Count Dazen. A familiar voice interrupted. Count Dazen? Who do you think you are? It was Ellison, who had flown in with his magic just in time to hear the Count's rant. The mage was visibly angry. His patience long gone. That old man really needs a bigger reality check. Ellison muttered, his anger growing. He landed in front of the cage, fury written across his face. Who do you think you are? Talking like that? Count Dazen, now drenched in sweat, glared at Ellison but still tried to maintain his composure. And who are you? Are you one of the Imperial Mages? Ellison's anger flared as he replied. Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Ellison didn't respond to Count Dazen's question. Instead, he shot him a cold glance and said, to build a land and castle as grand as this, you meddled with the city of Break. Take a good look now. With that, Ellison, his voice icy, began to cast his spell. The very land and grand castle that Count Dazen had spent his entire life building began to tremble. As though an earthquake was ripping through it, the once beautiful castle and the fertile lands started to crumble. Count Dazen, filled with dread, trembled as he asked, What are you doing? No, this can't be happening. It's impossible. But Ellison sneered and replied, There's no such thing as impossible. Once I act, everything crumbles into dust. Meanwhile, back at the dining table, Diren, sitting with his mother Lady Berna, and Count Leiden, smiled brightly. I wanted our family to have dinner together again after so long. Diren said cheerfully, So, I prepared this table full of desserts just for you. Mother Berna, still bandaged from her injuries, blinked in confusion. So much sugar, she murmured. Diren laughed and added, I even invited some familiar faces to join us. The guests, mostly friends of Ellison, marveled at the spread of desserts. Lady Wren's eyes sparkled as she stared at the cakes and pastries. While Mr. Clone couldn't help but tease her, Eat too much, and you'll gain weight. His wife promptly smacked him on the head for the remark. Elena and Robin, seated nearby, were equally overwhelmed by the sheer volume of sweets. With a dessert addict like Lady Berna, today's meal will be, Elena began, her mouth already watering at the sight. Just then, Marin, standing under a tree, called out loudly, Everyone, please direct your attention to Count Dazen. We have a special performance for tonight's festivities. Diren excitedly swiveled Count Leiden's chair so that he could see. Berna, startled and still confused, followed everyone's gaze and froze in shock. Hovering in the sky like a flying saucer was Count Dazen's castle. Encased in a strange glowing light, the castle began to explode from the inside out, and in mere moments, a massive, earth-shattering explosion took place. Count Dazen, still in his cage, screamed in agony, No, stop, my castle, please, stop, but there was no stopping it. Ellison, satisfied, pointed and said, You will never see the light again, so enjoy it while you can. Even Marin, who had been prepared for destruction, was left speechless. This is beyond what I expected, she muttered. No amount of earth magic will fix that. Ellison, having turned Count Dazen's castle into a spectacular fireworks show, smiled as the rest of the family from Break watched in awe, celebrating their return to a peaceful life. Diren, marveling at the display, turned to his mother and asked, How do you feel, mother? Lady Berna, her eyes fixed on the dazzling sight of the exploding castle, reached out with a trembling hand, picking up a cream puff. As tears streamed down her face, she took a bite and whispered, It's perfect. The fireworks exploded brilliantly, lighting up the vast night sky. It was the most spectacular celebration anyone had ever experienced. Although the desserts were overly sweet and plentiful, Everyone seemed to enjoy them immensely. People eagerly stuffed their mouths, filling their bellies with sugar, before heading off for a quick bathroom break. As the meal concluded, the full moon had reached its peak. Today was really such a joyful day, wasn't it? Berna said with a soft smile. I can't remember the last time I was able to enjoy desserts so freely. She stood by the window, gazing at the moon, looking peaceful and content. The castle always weighed me down, but now I'm finally free. Lady Berna then turned to feed Count Leiden, her voice still lively as she chatted. You don't need to worry about Diren anymore, she said reassuringly. I've realized how foolish I've been, but I won't hide from my mistakes anymore, no matter what happens. Count Leiden, who had been unresponsive for so long, now showed signs of improvement. He accepted the food Berna offered him, and she gently wiped his mouth. There's something I haven't told you yet, she continued softly. I should have said it sooner, but I'm glad I can tell you now. Even if it's late, it took a lot of courage for me to say this. So please, listen. Holding Leiden's frail hand, she whispered, I Berna break, love my husband, Leiden break, and I always will. Outside the room, Diren had been listening, and upon hearing his mother's heartfelt words, he finally smiled, a smile of deep satisfaction. While the Break family shared a moment of love and reconciliation, Count Dazen was being dragged through the streets by a horse-drawn carriage. The people hurled rotten vegetables and eggs at him, cursing and jeering as they vented their anger. But Count Dazen was too lost in his own thoughts, muttering under his breath, mourning the loss of his enormous, grand castle. Not far from where Dazen was being pelted, Durian and Ellison stood, watching the spectacle. We caught a lot of spies today, but we still shouldn't let our guard down, Durian advised. Ellison crossed his arms, praising his friend. You did well, Durian, but I had to give most of the credit to Marin. Being kidnapped in the middle of the night like that. Ellison gave a sheepish grin. Sorry it all happened so quickly. And what about Duke Temeran? Durian asked. He was surprised at first, but he went silent after hearing it was your plan. I think he might want to come here himself if he sees what's down there, Ellison replied, glancing back at the enormous pit behind them. Durian couldn't help but marvel. No matter how I look at it, he's always been strong. He's never needed to flaunt it. That's why he's survived so long, Ellison said with a smirk. They both looked out over the ruined castle of Count Dazen, now reduced to nothing more than rubble. Ellison chuckled. That was a spectacular show, wasn't it? And now, Break will enter a new era of peace and prosperity. Indeed, Durian agreed. The days ahead look brighter for all of us. In reality, while Ellison may be a talented mage, he's certainly no great prophet. The next day, the skies opened up, pouring rain like a flood, and lightning struck the ground fiercely. Elle stood by the window, watching the rain pour down, thinking about the bright and cheerful days he had mentioned the night before. Meanwhile, Green was shouting angrily beside him. I just hung up the laundry. It was one of those universal annoyances no one can escape. Elsewhere, Mr. Men and Miss Minton were struggling to hold up a fence in the raging wind. Despite their best efforts, Minton couldn't fight against the storm's strength, and the fence came crashing down, knocking them over. Mr. Men tried to warn her, but it was too late. When they finally stumbled back into the restaurant, they dragged a puddle of water in with them. I told you not to go out to the farm in weather like this, Ellison scolded them. So today, I forbid anyone from working outside, he added with a mix of exasperation and concern, knowing these hard-working folks wouldn't stop otherwise. He handed them towels to dry off. But despite everything, Mr. Men and Miss Minton still looked more worried about the fence than their drenched clothes. Green, on the other hand, remained fixated on her soaked laundry. Seeing how hopeless they were, Ellison suggested, instead of braving the terrible weather, why don't you help me serve the customers here? The restaurant is bustling today. Ellison, still concerned, gently threw a towel over Green's head to dry her off, warning her, you'll catch a cold if you don't dry off properly. Mr. Men and Minton stared at them with wide eyes, shocked by how openly affectionate Ellison was with Green. The two seemed so comfortable with each other, completely unfazed as they tended to one another in front of everyone. Just then, a new customer walked into the restaurant, soaked from the rain. What a peaceful scene, the man said, immediately catching Ellison's attention. He looked up and recognized the visitor as Benon. Benon took off his soaked cloak and asked for something warm to eat on such a rainy day. Ellison quickly brought out a bowl of noodles and introduced it. This is Planku chicken noodle soup. Surprised and excited, Benon said. Didn't you say you stopped selling plain Q meat? Ellison laughed. Many customers have been visiting Creston's butcher shop. So I've started using plain Q meat again in my dishes. More importantly, how's your orchard doing? Is everything alright? Benon chuckled and sighed. This isn't the first time you've tried to buy my orchard. Is it? Wouldn't it be better for you if I just gave it up? Ellison laughed heartily. What are you talking about? The price you offered was far above the market rate. I'd be disappointed if you closed your orchard because of weather like this. Benon admitted defeat with a laugh. I can't win against that quick mouth of yours. Can I? It looks like this rain won't let up. No matter how hard I try to save my orchard, I've already done all I can. Ben put a bite of noodles in his mouth and exclaimed in delight. This dish is really delicious. Even braving the rain to get here was worth it. Just then, Green came running over with a towel, pretending to cause a scene. Why aren't you drying my hair anymore? He complained. Wait a minute, we have customers right now. Io replied, trying to soothe him, but Green kept pouting, making a fuss. Ben watched the scene, slightly stunned, before calling Io over and pouring himself a glass of wine. In your life, Ben began, have you ever made a decision you deeply regret? Io paused for a moment, then asked, what do you mean? Ben tilted his head back, took a sip of wine, and continued, a decision you'd take back if you could travel back in time. A decision that haunts you every time you close your eyes and tears your heart apart. I guess you haven't, right? Ben added with a soft chuckle. I can tell you and your wife get along well, so you probably haven't been through that yet. Io grimaced. Wife? Green and I aren't in that kind of relationship, he said, but Ben didn't seem to hear him. Though I'm living alone now. There was someone I once loved with all my heart. Ben continued, opening up, I've loved her since I was 10. And now it's been over 35 years. You could say she was my childhood friend. My first love. No one else ever moved me the way she did. Mayan. Io's eyes widened in surprise. Mayan, you've been in love with her for 35 years? Why didn't you ever confess your feelings? Ben gave a bitter smile. That's exactly what I'm talking about, the decision I regret. I was young and immature, thinking we would naturally end up together because we shared so many happy moments. That's what I believed back then. Ben's voice grew distant as he recalled the past. As she got older and started talking about marriage, I finally woke up, but by then, it was too late. He sighed deeply, just before she decided to move to a nearby village to start a family. I arranged to meet her at the outskirts of Break. I had planned to confess my love that night. Ben remembered the excitement as he carried a basket of gifts through the quiet night. But I never got the chance to see her again, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. A dragon attacked at that very moment. Ben continued, and Io's eyes widened again, shocked. Yes, it was 15 years ago. Right when the war with the dragon clan began. I ran for my life that night. Ben paused, lost in thought. Later, I found out she survived. But I didn't have the courage to go looking for her anymore, because I realized I was a coward who couldn't even keep his promise. For the past 15 years, I haven't heard anything about her. But recently, she returned to Black City, Ben said, looking at Io with sad eyes, as if searching for some kind of sympathy. Do you understand what kind of situation I'm in? I'm tormented by regret every single day, unable to forget or undo what has happened. I've always thought about her, in every moment we've been apart. But I'm afraid to go out and meet her again. Ben took a deep breath and added, so, make sure you cherish your wife with all your heart. Alright? Io was starting to feel moved. But his thoughts were interrupted when Green sneezed loudly and started coughing. Complaining, I'm sick, I'm feeling so tired. Your wife is in poor health and you're not even paying attention to her. Go take care of me. At this moment, Ben had already put on his raincoat and was ready to leave. Before departing, he earnestly shared one last piece of advice. That way, even if you must leave tomorrow, you won't have any regrets. Io tried to explain, once again, that Green was not his wife. But Ben was already out of earshot. That night, while Green slept soundly, Io lay wide awake. He looked over at her and wondered to himself, what are 15 years of longing compared to the 155 years of a dragonborn's life? Then, realizing how strange his thoughts were, he shook his head. This isn't something I should even be concerned about, he reminded himself. He recalled what Ben had said about the girl who recently returned to Crush City. I should go ask about her tomorrow. Mayan, huh? The next day, Rain seemed surprised when she heard the name. Then she smiled brightly. Of course, I know her. She recently opened a clothing repair shop nearby. We even became friends. Io smiled to himself, feeling reassured that he had asked the right person. But why are you asking about her? Rain asked, curiously. She seems to have been troubled about something lately. Troubled? What do you mean? Io asked. Rain, trying to remember, recalled Mayan asking something with a sad expression on her face. She asked me if, in my life, I've ever made a decision that I regretted. Io was taken aback. What? How can the wording be exactly the same? He thought. That's the very question Ben asked me. Rain seemed equally surprised. Ben? Isn't he the guy who manages the orchard? Sensing that Rain knew more than she let on, Io urged her to tell him more about Mayan. I need to know, so I can help Ben. He said. Mayan asked me if Ben had always lived here. Rain said, recalling the conversation. I told her I moved here because of the war and settled down with my husband. Mayan then told Rain that she had left Break City 15 years ago and had only recently returned. Which made Rain a bit curious. 15 years. Why did you leave? Rain had asked. Mayan looked saddened. There was someone I loved. I still love him, but I can never see him again. 15 years ago, he wanted to meet me one last time. But I couldn't make it. I ran away from that place. But he bought flowers and went to our meeting spot. Mayan recounted, still trembling. I fled like a coward. As she told the story of what happened 15 years ago, Ellison, who was listening, firmly concluded, the person Mayan is talking about is definitely Ben. What? Rain was so surprised that she forgot to control her expression. Wait, so she also regrets not meeting Ben? That's right, Ellison confirmed. Both of them went to the agreed place. But they each ran away due to the attack from the Dragon Clan. Both thought they had abandoned the other. And they've lived with that regret for 15 years. Rain sighed. That's really tragic. It's so unfair. Even though the story was a bit melodramatic, Rain felt genuinely moved. Mayan had been living alone since that day, rejecting every suitor her father had tried to set her up with. She had chosen to live in solitude, all because of a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Ellison smiled. You can tell Mayan this for me. Later, Io brought Ben a small box while he was harvesting apples. This is a pair of reading glasses. Io explained. Mayan said her eyesight has been getting worse lately. If she finds them uncomfortable, you can bring them to me and I'll adjust them. A gift? For Mayan? Ben asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Io smiled meaningfully. Tonight, Mayan will be waiting for you at the outskirts of Break City. You can give them to her then. Ben was completely stunned, his face turning pale. What are you saying? I can't meet her. But didn't you say it was a decision you regret? Io replied calmly. I believe everyone makes mistakes. No one wants to, and no one can predict the future. But worrying about the same problem over and over again just creates new problems. You know what you need to do. That evening, Ben walked along the familiar path, feeling as if his legs were made of lead. Every step brought a flood of thoughts and anxieties. Will she be angry at me? What if she calls me a coward? Will I run away again? What if she doesn't come? I miss her. I miss her so much. But, just then, Ben let out a sigh. God, before I die of longing, I'm probably going to die from overthinking. Seeing the familiar figure of the woman beneath the tree, Ben immediately burst into tears. So, it's truly pointless. I'm still the same, he thought, almost ready to flee again. But just then, Mayan turned around. Ben? She called softly. Ben froze in shock. Is it really you, Mayan? Clutching the box of glasses tightly, Ben scolded himself for being foolish. For almost running away again. That wasn't what he was supposed to do. Mayan, overwhelmed with emotion, took a deep breath. I have something I need to tell you about that day. She began, her voice trembling. Ben bit his lip, his heart racing, but finally, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ben smiled softly. I have something to say too. At that moment, Ben realized that no matter what Mayan might say, whether she scolded or blamed him, it didn't matter. The biggest regret of his life had always been tied to that one apology he never got to make. I'm sorry, Ben finally said, for not showing up 15 years ago. I'm sorry, Mayan echoed, for not making it to our meeting 15 years ago. Both of them shouted their apologies at the same time, their eyes filling with tears. They stood there, stunned for a moment, frozen in place. Ben, too surprised to keep crying, and Mayan, her tears halted by confusion, looked at each other. Wait, what? You didn't show up either? Ben asked in disbelief. And then, they both burst out laughing. God, we're such idiots. They chuckled together. The misunderstanding that had kept them apart for 15 years was finally resolved. From a distance, Rain and Ellison watched the entire reunion unfold. Rain, overjoyed, exclaimed, "It's finally resolved." Ellison, looking at the beautiful scene of their reunion, was satisfied with his successful intervention. Rain, however, turned to him with a puzzled expression. "Why didn't you just tell them the truth earlier?" Ellison smiled. "Because it was something they had to resolve themselves. If we had told them, we wouldn't have had such a good show to watch. But don't you think it's unfair that they were alone all these years because of such a small misunderstanding?" Rain asked. Ellison shrugged. "Isn't it good that the misunderstanding has finally been cleared? It's something that has been tormenting them for 15 years. Ellison looked at the result of his little intervention, smiling warmly. "And now they've found each other again," he said. Ben gave Mayan the pair of glasses, and the two held hands. Laughing and playing together, they walked hand in hand the entire way home, and nothing could make them let go of each other anymore. A few days later, Ben and Mayan visited Ellison's restaurant. They came to sell the orchard that Ben had been tending all those years. But, of course, there were no discounts here. This time, Ben firmly sold the land, using the money to build a house in the center of Grand City, where he could finally bring Mayan home. He kissed Mayan's hand and said, "I've hesitated for 15 years. But I won't hesitate any longer." Mayan blushed deeply, her entire body turning red, though it wasn't because she was imagining living in the new house in the middle of the city, or was it? But, either way, this was what Ben had wanted to do for years, so he would never have to regret anything again. After purchasing Ben's orchard land, Allison had obviously become the real estate mogul of the area. A vast expanse surrounding his restaurant now belonged to him. In short, he was rich. Yet, Io still sighed. "Even though all the land around the restaurant is mine, there's no space left to build the Duffer village. Luckily, I found another place to build it," Io added. Green, munching on an apple, nodded in agreement. The main reason was that she didn't like the idea of the Duffers living in the dragon's cave, which was hers, and she definitely didn't want to share it with anyone, except, of course, one person. Robin looked a bit gloomy. "Even though I'll be staying at the restaurant, there's still so much space in the cave," she said. Seeing her sad, Io couldn't help but feel the same. Remembering Ben's advice, Io's face reddened as he gathered his courage and asked, "Green, what do you think? Should we live in the dragon's cave once the construction is complete?" At first, Green was stunned, then her eyes lit up like car headlights, and she smiled so wide that it nearly reached her ears. She sprang onto Io's neck like a coiled spring. "Really? Are you serious? Are you sure about this? The space is huge, it's perfect," she exclaimed, excitedly, "and you could even build a tunnel connecting it to the restaurant. So transportation wouldn't be an issue." Robin was overjoyed this time. "Just remember, no backing out," she teased. "Now I'm even more excited for the dragon cave to be finished." The golden leaves of autumn began to fall, and the dragon's cave was already 70% complete. "It'll be done by next year," Goja announced, reporting the progress. Green was thrilled and praised the work. At that moment, Io arrived with hot steaks, also complimenting their effort. Goja, beaming, reminded them that they hadn't even paid off all their debts yet. But Io had already found land for them to build the Duffer village. At another table, Mint spoke to Sang. "The number of berry Narek has increased a bit." "Really?" Sang replied, surprised. "Yes, it seems we'll have to upgrade the farm soon," Mint said, and everyone quickly began discussing plans to expand the farm. Meanwhile, outside, Linda and Matt stood a fair distance from the restaurant. Even from afar, Linda's keen nose caught the scent of delicious food. And naturally, so did her brother. Linda stepped forward, introducing herself. "My name is Linda. I heard you're hiring at the farm. Can we apply?" "And I'm Matt," her brother chimed in, handing over a dirty, tattered piece of paper. Ellison's eyes widened. "Whoa, we threw that flyer away a long time ago. Where did you find it?" Linda blushed, stumbling over her words, and both siblings stood there, frozen in place, looking awkward. Ellison laughed and said, "Well, it just so happens we're about to put out a new hiring notice. Why don't you two come inside? Eat first, and then we'll talk?" And so, the cooking class began. Io announced that he would be preparing something warm, as it was quite cold outside. The coca beef steak, also known as Coca-Cola beef, was fried in butter. In a separate pan, minced garlic, onions, and mushrooms were sautéed. Once they started to change color, tomato sauce, some spices, and beer were added to the meat, and everything was cooked together. A delightful aroma filled the air. prompting Io to comment, "No need for MSG. This is natural flavor at its best." Despite his words, he still added a pinch of MSG, thinking, "It won't hurt." "Yes, it will," someone nearby teased. "You'll end up losing your mind after eating too much of it." After cooking for a while, the coca braised dish was finally done. Linda took a bite and was amazed. "It's beef," she exclaimed. Io assured the siblings, "I made plenty, so don't worry, eat as much as you like." Linda and Matt joyfully agreed. The meat was tender, and the rich sauce filled their mouths with warmth. Each bite sent heat flowing through their bodies, making them blush with happiness. "This might be the best thing I've ever eaten," Linda said earnestly. "Thank you so much." Seeing how hungry they were, Io encouraged them, "Take your time, eat as much as you need. No need to rush." As they ate, Io decided to ask, "So, you mentioned you wanted to work on the farm. Do you have any special reasons for wanting to work here?" Linda, filled with determination, answered, "Yes, we love animals, and honestly, we don't know much else. But my brother and I are resilient. We don't give up easily." Io, slightly impressed but still skeptical, called for Elena. "Elena, could you verify something for me? These two claim to be resilient, but I think they're hiding something important." The siblings immediately turned pale. Linda clenched her bandaged wrist. Io, with a cold smile, asked, "I'm sorry, but could I take a look at your wrist?" Gritting her teeth, Linda unwrapped the bandage. On both of their wrists were fresh red marks, handcuff marks. Io's eyes narrowed. "Are you criminals?" he asked sharply. Mark stammered, trying to explain, but Linda cut him off with a loud voice. Bowing her head, she said, "I'm sorry for hiding the truth. But please believe me, we don't have bad intentions. I know we've asked too much of you." With that, Linda stood up and walked out. Matt tried to stop her, but his sister stormed out of the restaurant. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "They seemed like good people. Shouldn't we at least try to clear up the misunderstanding?" Linda wrapped the bandage around her wrist and said to Matt, "No matter the reason, criminals are still criminals. I don't want to talk about what happened." Matt, on the verge of tears, was comforted as Linda patted his head. "But I don't regret what I did," she added. "Do you regret not finishing the meal?" Would it be embarrassing if I said yes?" Matt replied with a small smile. But the truth was, given the atmosphere, they couldn't bring themselves to finish their food. That evening, after dinner, the village dispersed. Io was washing the dishes while Green stood beside him, chatting. "So, the interview didn't go well, huh?" she teased. Io sighed. "They have their own problems. But since they wouldn't explain, there wasn't much I could do. You should think about how that might put Mint and Men in an awkward position." Green agreed. "It's true. Finding good help is really tough these days." Io suggested they should probably make another advertisement. Then, looking up at the kitchen shelves, he realized they had run out of spices again. It must be because business has been so busy lately. With a sigh, he thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to use the old trick and buy more supplies from the modern world." The magic was activated after the summoning was completed, but Io winced in pain from dizziness. Was it exhaustion? Summoning magic was the only spell that drained him like this. "Forget it," he thought. "This spell shouldn't even be possible, given that I haven't absorbed the Dragon King's heart yet." Suddenly, Io felt something strange in his body. He swayed, almost collapsing, causing Urine to call out in concern. Io was panting, his eyes sunken. "This feeling, it's different from usual. I can't absorb any more mana." "What's happening?" Urine asked, panic rising. Io collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to you that day," he muttered faintly. It was as if something inside him, like a heart, was breaking apart. His blurred vision gradually cleared, and he could hear Green's tearful voice calling his name. Io, drenched in sweat and flushed, tried to reassure her. "Are you okay?" Green asked, sobbing. "Of course I'm not okay. But thanks for asking," Io quipped weakly. "I'm fine, don't worry. I've just run out of mana." "Run out of mana? But you're a level 9 wizard," Green cried, clearly alarmed. Io tried to comfort her, saying, "I just need to rest, and I'll recover, so calm down." Green bit her lip and then firmly declared, "Tell me what I can do to help. I'll take care of you today." Io, surprised at her determination, laughed softly. "All right, could you help me with something?" Later, Green, now wearing an apron, stared at the familiar ingredients in front of her. "I did offer to help. But why did he make me cook?" she grumbled, close to tears. Cooking was worse for her than being dragged off by those dragons. When he said he wanted to eat something cooked by me. What did he expect? She wailed. Meanwhile, far away in the cold night, the siblings Linda and Matt were huddled together. No matter how hard we try to find work, no one in the city will hire us because we were once criminals. That's why we went to that restaurant on the outskirts. Linda lamented. How are we going to survive the winter? It's warmer in prison. For heaven's sake, you're the one with too much pride to talk about the past. Matt snapped. Maybe if we had just told the truth, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now look at us. Linda ground her teeth in frustration. I can't take it anymore. She muttered. We've been through too much. I don't care what anyone else thinks anymore. For once, Matt fully agreed with his sister. Their anger, frustration, and hunger pushed them to scavenge food from a garbage bin, fighting off a stray cat for scraps behind Marin's house. We've become real criminals now, haven't we? Matt said, half laughing. Yeah, nothing can stop us now. Linda replied bitterly. Whether it was the leftover food from the trash or the cold affecting their minds, the siblings found themselves in a dark and desperate place. Linda knew they were digging through the trash, and it was there where they had found the restaurant's flyer. At that moment, she noticed the stray cat meowing sadly nearby. Her compassion immediately kicked in. Clearly, her love for animals was genuine. Linda spoke softly to the cat. All right, we'll search the trash a little more carefully. Okay? Just then, Matt spotted something. Wait, that's a fat nobleman and his entourage. Are you sure Linda and Matt were released from prison today? The nobleman asked. Yes, I'm certain, sir, his subordinate replied. Then find them immediately. The nobleman commanded. Those two are quite the troublemakers. Linda's blood boiled when she saw the fat nobleman. Hatred filled her face, and Matt felt the same. She remembered him well. It was the overseer of the Rotunda construction site. I can't believe he's still looking for us. Linda muttered through gritted teeth, her fury rising to its peak. He's never taken responsibility for what he did, she growled, standing up abruptly in a fit of rage. But Matt quickly pulled her back. Linda, we have to be patient. This time it won't just be 2 years. 2 years ago, in a dimly lit room, inappropriate sounds echoed. Rotunda, the fat nobleman, had cornered a young woman against the wall despite her desperate pleas. He laughed wickedly. Does it make sense for me to be kicked out when the construction is in full swing? He raised a hand to caress her cheek. Think about your husband. He's working hard and not even getting paid. Must be tough for him. The woman bit her lip, too terrified to speak. Rotunda continued with a smug grin. I'm more of a man than you think. You don't need to worry so much. At that moment, 2 bloodied men burst through the door, shouting urgently. It was Linda and Matt, their heads bleeding from injuries. The scaffolding at Area B collapsed. People are hurt. We need help, they cried. When the woman heard, Area B, she suddenly found the strength to break free and fled. Rotunda couldn't stop her in time, so he turned his anger toward the siblings. You useless idiots, not only did you fail to help, but you also caused this mess, he roared, his face turning red like a slab of melting fat. Sir, we followed the plan exactly, but the scaffolding collapsed out of nowhere, Matt explained. Trembling, Rotunda muttered under his breath, likely cursing the low-quality materials used. But then he quickly turned on them. Are you implying I embezzled funds from the project? With that, he kicked Linda hard in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. He hit him repeatedly, cursing all the while. I even adopted orphans and gave them jobs. And this is how you repay me? You're fired, and the losses from the accident will be deducted from your wages and converted into debt. Seeing his brother being beaten so severely, Matt broke down into tears, pleading, I'm sorry, Master Rotunda, please forgive us. The lecherous, fat nobleman, still furious after losing his earlier prey, turned his gaze toward Matt. He smirked as he lifted her face up, examining her as if she were merchandise. It seems you've got another way to make money. Huh? Rotunda sneered. Some nobles have strange tastes. How about it? What do you think of this way? Being humiliated like this enraged Linda. He exploded with fury, violently throwing Rotunda's guards, who were well-fed lackeys, to the ground. In the nobleman's bewildered gaze, Linda charged forward like lightning, landing a punch square in the middle of Rotunda's face. Stars flashed before his eyes as blood dripped from his nose, and a few teeth were knocked loose. The fat nobleman hit the ground headfirst, crying out in pain. His 2 henchmen rushed to stop Linda, but she was unstoppable. Fueled by anger, she took on all 3 of them at once, pummeling the nobleman into a helpless heap. After that epic fight, Linda and Matt found themselves handcuffed and dragged off to jail. Even in prison, Linda constantly found himself in brawls, always getting hurt. Matt, now shaking, held his brother's hand. I don't want to see you like that anymore. Linda, realizing Matt was right, thought, if I end up back in jail, how am I ever going to get married? He admitted to himself that he had been too impulsive and decided not to attack that fat pig Rotunda again. Let's just escape before they catch us, Linda muttered. Meanwhile, Rotunda was furious, gnashing his teeth in rage. Those damn fools think 2 years in jail was enough to settle everything? Find them and bring them to me right now. Beat them if you have to. One of his henchmen, wearing a headscarf, hesitated. Master Rotunda, you know that Lord Diston has been transferred to the capital. If this gets out of hand, it won't end well. Rotunda, enraged by his words, swung his hand and slapped the henchman across the face. You think I can't do anything without support? Huh? The henchman, now nursing his bruised cheek, shot a resentful glance at Rotunda but didn't dare say anything. The nobleman continued grumbling. Worthless fools, if I don't step in. Just then, he noticed a shadow flitting through the area. It was none other than Elena. Rotunda's eyes narrowed, and he smirked. Well, what do we have here? With a lumbering motion, he charged toward Elena. Let's ask her if she's seen anyone around here. Meanwhile, Io was nearby, holding an ancient gem. He had finally figured out why he couldn't gather mana. It was a side effect of absorbing the ancient gemstone. El sat on the ground, panting as he absorbed the energy from the ancient gem. Sweat dripped from his body, and he had to muster all his strength just to crawl back to bed. He hadn't planned on absorbing the gem, but the large amount of mana needed for the summoning spell must have triggered this side effect. Now, all he could do was wait. Once the absorption process started, it couldn't be stopped, even if he wanted to. Despite the situation, El chuckled as he pulled the blanket over himself. After all, the only thing he had to do now was wait for Green to bring him his late-night meal. Green said she'd do whatever I asked. He thought, smiling. I've been cooking for her for over a year now. Surely, she's picked up the basics by now. However, El's fevered state left him overly optimistic about Green's abilities. As he lay there, his gaze drifted to a single leaf clinging to a branch outside the window. His earlier confidence faded. Am I really at my limit? He thought, hunger gnawing at him as Green still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Green stood amidst a disaster. The smell of burning filled the air, eggs were scorched, tomatoes smashed, and oil splattered everywhere. The food on the plate was half burnt and half unidentifiable. Green's face was smudged with soot as she looked at her failed creation, tears welling up in her eyes. I can't let him eat this, she whimpered. Io, in his weakened state, would probably cry himself if he saw what Green had prepared. Desperate, Green had a sudden idea. If I can contact Io's master, Elena, and use the mana transfer skill of the LV tribe, he'll recover instantly. Though Green disliked being around Elena, for Io's sake, she was determined to endure it. The problem was, she didn't know where Elena lived. She figured she'd have to rely on her heightened senses to find her, though her sense of smell was less sensitive than a dog's. Trying to track down any scent of Elena, Green was frustrated when the chair she sniffed didn't carry any scent at all. Angry, she kicked the chair. If this doesn't work, I'll have to kidnap a chef from another restaurant, Green muttered, but as she considered the idea, she froze. She remembered something she had once told Io, about how a dragon's body can resist the effects of healing magic. And yet, she had carelessly asked Io to cook for her countless times. Without thinking about what he was going through, Green's lips quivered as she bit down, trembling with guilt. After all this, I can't even use healing magic or cook properly, she thought. She recalled what Io had once said to her about the differences in species, abilities, or personalities, but that none of it was a reason to push others away. Even a dragonborn couldn't live alone. At the time, Green hadn't listened, but now, all she could do was blame herself. Why can't I do anything to help Io? She thought in despair. Meanwhile, Elena had been captured by one of Rotunda's henchmen. Panicking, she pleaded for mercy. Rotunda, stroking his chin and sizing her up, grinned lecherously. No matter the situation, the LV tribe is always so beautiful. I visited your clinic a few times. Do you remember me? He asked with a sneer. I'm looking for someone. If you answer well, you can go. He patted Elena's shoulder, then licked his lips, his gaze predatory. But if you can't give me the answer I want, well, Let's just say I'd look forward to that even more. Leaning in, he whispered menacingly, "Do you know where Linda and Matt are?" Hearing the names, Linda and Matt, Elena froze. Aren't those the two who just came to Elle's restaurant looking for work, she thought. The henchman wearing a hood rolled his eyes, thinking, this fat idiot must be out of his mind. How could Elle, who lives in the outskirts, possibly know about two people who just got out of jail yesterday? He sighed, already assuming Elena didn't know anything. But Ritonda persisted in harassing her. Much to the henchman's shock, Elena suddenly said, "I do know." Both he and Ritonda were taken aback, while the hooded man silently swore he'd never guess anything again. Ritonda, intrigued, asked her how she knew. Elena, secretly chanting a spell, suddenly screamed, "But I won't tell you." A bright light flashed, blinding the group of thugs. In that brief moment, Elena seized the opportunity and bolted. Ritonda, furious, ground his teeth. "You filthy lowborn, how dare you run away from me? If I catch you, it won't be pretty. You better know your place." Elena glanced over her shoulder and was horrified to see Ritonda's hand dangerously close to grabbing her. Holy cow, how is he so fast for a fat guy, she thought. By all logic, he should be rolling faster than he can run. Just as things were getting dire, Linda sprang into action. As before, she aimed straight for Ritonda's disgusting face and landed a solid punch. "Sorry, Matt," Linda muttered as Ritonda flew through the air like a sandbag, crashing to the ground. Even after the hit, Linda was still grinding her teeth, blood from Ritonda's nose and mouth staining her fists. "It's okay," Matt reassured her. "I'm glad you did it. I wanted to join in this time, too. Maybe now we can live through this winter in peace." "Why are you two here?" Elena asked, still trembling on the ground but recognizing the familiar faces. "Get out of here while you can," Matt called back to her. "That pig is already after us." Linda cracked her knuckles, his face twisted with anger. "That bastard's been making trouble for people who have nothing to do with us." He snarled, "I'll remind him of what happened 2 years ago." Even though Ritonda was lying flat on his back from the punch, he still had the strength to pull out a whistle and blow a loud, piercing signal. The fat nobleman smirked as he struggled to his feet. "Heh heh heh, 2 years ago, you say? You think I came here unprepared to capture you? You're as good as dead." As soon as the whistle blew, 3 hulking figures appeared, causing Linda and Matt to curse under their breath. The thugs were massive, and their presence filled the area with an intimidating atmosphere. Well, said the leader, a bare-chested man with a dangerous air about him. "It seems our employer is in some trouble." The gang's leader, Romand Hatta, a notorious crime boss in Black City, glanced at Ritonda and asked, "Are these the people you wanted us to take care of?" Meanwhile, a little girl was knocking on the door. In the middle of the night, Ren, lying in the warm bed with her husband, groaned, "Min, I think there's someone outside." Her husband, barely awake, mumbled, "Who could be at the door at this hour?" Ren yawned, opened the door, and asked, "Who is it?" There stood Green, pale-faced. Seeing her, Ren was startled. "I can smell something. This must be the nearest place. Can you tell me where the clinic is?" Green asked. "The one who treats the sick is currently in a brawl," replied Ren. At that moment, Linda was taking a direct punch to the lower jaw. Things were looking bad. Linda was furious and wanted to fight back. But before she could react, Roma had already landed a body blow. Linda grimaced and spat out blood. Seeing his brother being beaten so badly, Matt rushed in with a stick. But before he could land a hit, he was too loud, and Roma easily caught the stick with his bare hand. Sighing, "This is no joke," Roman grabbed the weapon, choked Matt with one hand, and threw him over to one of his rough minions. Meanwhile, Linda was already wobbling from the beatings, and seeing his sister being bullied, he wanted to do something, but he couldn't even stand up. Ritonda laughed loudly. "Don't underestimate Roma. He's a mercenary with a lot of combat experience." Roma cracked his neck and said, "Should we beat them up some more?" "No, don't touch him. He's still useful, and we can't lose track of that woman." Even Roma grimaced at the desires of that gluttonous pig. But since he'd already been paid, he had no choice but to comply. Lin T gritted his teeth and grabbed onto Roma's leg. "Let the others go." In a fit of rage, Roma swung his leg and kicked Lin T in the stomach, without mercy. As Lin T was beaten to the ground, tears welled up in his eyes. Still not satisfied, Roma's henchman moved to twist Linda's arm. Elena, terrified, but still trembling, begged, "Please, let the two of them get medical treatment." Do you even understand the situation? These thugs are trying to break people's arms. Roma's henchman, annoyed by Alina's pleading, drew a knife and warned her to be silent. Meanwhile, Linda was being pounded by a barrage of punches. Beaten so badly that he began to doubt his existence. What did I do wrong? Linda wondered to himself. I should have pretended not to see anything. Should have covered my ears and closed my eyes. Maybe I should have fled to another village and acted like nothing happened. But if I had endured, I would have given up 2 years ago. At that moment, Roma twisted Linda's arm behind his back. Linda gritted his teeth in defiance. Right when things seemed hopeless, a voice rang out. Found it. Green appeared like an angel. Without using teleportation, because they were deep in the forest. It was the right decision. Who would have thought that I'd come looking for you? Hey, LV, we need your power. The henchman controlling Elena was puzzled. Who is this girl who just appeared so casually? Elena trembled and whispered. Jew Green, I want to help, but given the current situation, I really can't. Green walked past Roma. With just one glance, she made him break out in a cold sweat. Roma's instincts screamed that this girl, despite her appearance, was incredibly dangerous. The only way to survive was to bow his head and flee. A wise move. Green's expression was cold as ice. Should I take care of this lot? She mused. Roma immediately raised both hands in surrender and, trembling, told his henchman, let them go. His minion instantly obeyed, releasing Matt. Matt called out to his brother immediately. Rotunda, seeing the situation, was frozen in disbelief. He couldn't understand what was happening. Weren't they supposed to be following my orders and beating them up for me? How the hell did things end up like this? What are you guys doing? Just standing there? Grab that woman already. But the thugs, led by Roma, had all disappeared, leaving Rotunda stunned. Where did they go? There's no one left to command. The fat man reached out to grab Green, planning to strangle her and sell her off. But he had no idea he was about to touch something dangerous. Green didn't even bother moving, coldly muttering, gravity. Why is this trash even trying to talk like a human? Rotunda's arm was twisted, contorted out of shape. The fat pig's face twisted in pain, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Hearing his cries, the hidden Roman thugs gave him a brief moment of pity. Roran rushed over to Elena. Is it done yet? I've finished everything. Let's go. There's still an urgent matter to handle. And with that, Elena was carried back to the restaurant to have her waist treated. That's enough. After Elena finished the treatment, she was so weak she could barely stand. Green, teary-eyed, rushed over. Are you okay? L. Comforting urine, sighed. Thank you. I owe you again. Elena, still trembling, replied. You'll be fine with daily activities. It's a relief. Elena had used up all her magic power. She wondered, how strong was that waist for it to take such a beating? Green frowned, sitting up from the bed. Your name is Elena, right? Yes. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Green stammered, blushing slightly. That sentence alone shocked both the patient and the healer. Green, thanking someone? Both of them wore expressions of disbelief. Oh, I was just surprised. That's all. Forget it. I was being kind, considering everything. Yeah, I was surprised too, Elle said, then asked. So, when are the two of you going to leave? Matt and Linda, who had been standing outside the door, startled. Right. We'll come in and talk to her. I just wanted to thank her for saving us. What do you mean? Didn't you two save Elena? Elle seemed confused. You know the construction site supervisor is Rotunda, don't you? How do you know who saved you? Both brothers sighed. No. From the beginning, Rotunda was chasing us. We dragged innocent people into trouble. It wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourselves. That supervisor is a well-known scumbag. But why didn't you tell me this when you came to find me? Linda froze, clenching his fists. If it were 2 years ago, I'd still have done the same. I didn't want to lie about my mistakes. Elle smiled. Do you two have a place to sleep tonight? She took out a gold coin and said. If not, this should help. Linte and Mark were stunned when they saw the amount of money. Enough to live on for a few months. Linda took the money but still couldn't believe it. Why are you giving us this? Because starting tomorrow, you two will be working on the farm. Elle said. Linda and Matt were stunned again. But, you know, we're criminals. While Ruin was already thinking she'd gained new subordinates, Elle sighed and explained. We pay our workers, and we know who to hold accountable. I don't think it will be a problem. The two brothers immediately knelt down. We will serve you for life. I swear to follow you forever. Just think of me as your manager. Elle replied. The next morning, Linda and Matt started their new jobs. Once again, from today, we are Linda and Matt. And we'll be helping out on the farm. We're very happy to work with you all. The two changed into clean clothes. Looking much better. Clothes really do make the man, Linda thought. Min, who was being referred to as senpai, felt so shy that she stammered. Yes, I guess I'm the senpai now. Huh? Well, I'm also happy to be working with you too. Men looked at the shackles still on Linda's wrists with an unfriendly expression. Then sighed. It's the manager's decision, so I have no say in the matter. But I'm not fully convinced I'd trust you two just yet. Understood, Linda replied. But if it were up to me, I'd have definitely beaten that Rotunda guy to a pulp. Linda, who had been feeling down, perked up immediately. Let's start by stacking the hay, she said eagerly. We'll work hard, I promise. Meanwhile, Elle was inside, examining the heart of the Dragon King. Looking at it, he thought, my magic power will soon recover. And there shouldn't be any reaction when I use it. Elle suddenly remembered that the item he had ordered would be shipped in just a few days. Louis. This time, Elle turned around, only to see Julian peeking through a door. What are you doing? Spying on customers? Elle asked. I've seen a lot of strangers around. Julian replied. Elle froze. Is Green paying attention to other beings? What's going on? And last time, she even thanked Elena. What happened? Suddenly, Green asked. Why do human women wear so many shiny things? Because it's pretty, I guess, Elle answered, surprised. Elle also noticed that Benin was hosting another event. Even dragons fill their caves with treasures and jewels. After all, well, I don't know much about that. But my mother's cave wasn't like that. Have you ever wanted or received things like that? Green asked. Just then, Robin saw Benin gifting Min a necklace. And she seemed confused. I don't know either, she murmured. A new customer arrived, this time. It was someone familiar. Diren rushed in excitedly, holding a scroll, and shouted, Master, good news. This morning, we captured Rotunda, who was hiding in the hospital. Tax evasion, harassment, assault. He's been charged with multiple crimes. And he won't be seeing the light of day for the rest of his life. Diren rambled on, barely pausing to breathe. Elle brought out a hamburger for Diren, remarking, he's even more disgusting than I thought. Diren continued, his close associates betrayed him. And we found out that the one backing Rotunda was Count Dazen. Though Count Ran has been captured, Rotunda continued to act recklessly, without regard for his position. It's shocking to learn that not all of Count D's allies were inside the castle. As soon as we catch some, more keep appearing. Diren looked like he was about to collapse from talking so much. How are you not out of breath? But you did a great job, Elle said. Oh, by the way, are you free in the evening 3 days from now? If it's an invitation from you, Master, I'll make time, Diren replied. Elle leaned in and whispered. Something mysterious is about to happen at the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Diren immediately cheered. Awesome, I'll definitely be there. Haha, look forward to it in 3 days. 3 days later, Goya sat with a grim face for a while before finally speaking. Ellison, you're here just in time. What I want to say is, deliver the items first. Elle interrupted him. I've finished them. Goya pulled out a bag. Haha, very good. Elle looked inside and smiled in satisfaction. I've got everything I need. Nothing's missing. Several bags and crates were thrown out. Everyone, come here and eat. There are delicious sausages and cold beer for everyone. Waff was once again working hard, energizing himself with the food. Is all this necessary? I just wanted to try it. It would be great if everyone could join in, Elle said, slightly disappointed. Goda could only scratch his head. But the construction project is almost done. I understand, though. Under the cool night sky, with the moon shining brightly, Clone walked while commenting. This is the first time I've been invited to something like this. Green, full of excitement, agreed. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Linda also received the news and was surprised. Wait, we're invited too? Yeah, the farm workers should join in as well. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Green saw Elle setting up plates everywhere and asked, confused, what's all this? Elle looked surprised. Wait, you don't know what today is? Everyone, I'm so glad you could all make it here. To show our appreciation, we've prepared a small event for you. Rurin stood next to Elle, realizing that today there was an event at the restaurant. The name of the game was, What Did You Put in My Mouth? The rules were simple. Blindfold the participant, let them taste the food, and guess what it is. Those who guess correctly would win a prize. The first participant is Min 10. Min 10 was startled when her name was called, but she reluctantly joined, confused. This is edible, right? Of course, everything is edible, L responded, though it depends on how you perceive it. Why didn't you say that from the start? Bring the food. Something was brought to Min 10's mouth. Because of ELL's cryptic words, she was anxious. She felt something hot and soft. She had no idea what it was. She had never encountered this texture before. A moment later, she felt something slimy inside, which made her panic and spit out the food. Elle laughed. Min 10 is disqualified. The food she just ate is called marshmallow. Tears filled Min 10's eyes as she asked in horror. What is that? It's made of sugar, and you can't find it anywhere around here. It comes from a distant place. Haha, playing dirty. Huh? That's not fair. Min 10 grumbled. How could I have guessed that? Even after eating it, I couldn't figure it out. Menton tried the marshmallow and commented that it was delicious. Min 10, still upset, replied, I was too scared with the blindfold to even taste the sweetness. The next lucky participant was Clone. He confidently declared that he would conquer the entire feast. Rain cheered him on enthusiastically. But unfortunately, after eating a chili pepper, Clone was immediately disqualified. Rain, who could eat chili peppers like vegetables, was furious. Come on, it's not that spicy. Why couldn't you handle it? I can't eat spicy food. Clone cried, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the host of the party was laughing uncontrollably, commenting, this is way too much fun. I'm starting to wonder if anyone will guess correctly. The next dish was served, and Rurin was the candidate for this round. She was confused, but Elle quickly pushed her into a chair and blindfolded her. Of course, it's obvious, Elle said, and no magic is allowed. What are you going to make me eat? Rurin asked nervously. This is a game, so you'd better guess. Elle teased as he fed her. Rurin was serious, chewing and thinking hard about what she was eating. She used her dragonkin senses to help. First, it's soft, this is bread. And I can taste fresh cream. Like the one I had at that recent banquet. The bread has layers, and it's sweet, too. The freshness I'm sensing, there's definitely fruit inside. I've got it, it's cake, it's definitely cake. Excited, Green yanked off her blindfold. How's that for my dragonkin senses? But before she could finish, she was met with the sight of everyone setting off fireworks. Elle grinned. That's right, it's a birthday cake. Happy birthday, Green. Green was so shocked that her face went blank. Everyone happily congratulated her, while Julian stood there completely dazed. So today is my birthday? I thought when I said we were going to have a party, you would have realized, Elle said, but it turns out you didn't. Elle was delighted that his plan had gone perfectly. Julian mumbled, clearly embarrassed, her face turning red. So, everyone came here today because of me? Elle discreetly covered his mouth and whispered to Elena. Robin's about to say thank you again. But instead, Green yelled out, don't think I'm going to say thank you. You jerk. It seemed Elle had celebrated a little too early. However, he understood that Green was just shy in front of the crowd. Elle sympathized, knowing her embarrassment, and by helping her save face, he was also saving his own. Alright, Elle said, since you guessed correctly, I have a gift for you. The golf tribe worked really hard to make this just for you. Elle pulled out a luxurious box. Inside was a pair of elegant earrings. Green blushed. When did you prepare this for me? Elle smiled while casting a small spell, holding the earrings close to Green. How could I forget your birthday? This will hurt just a bit. Elle carefully pierced Green's ears and put the earrings on her. He was so thoughtful that he even brought a mirror for her to admire herself. So, how do they look? He asked. Green, her face as red as a boiled shrimp, turned away without a word, leaving Elle to keep asking. From Elena and Rain's perspective, the two of them seemed anything but normal. Green touched the earrings, hesitating, and muttered, they look pretty fancy. Now Green understood. She recalled the moment earlier that afternoon at the restaurant, then burst into laughter. Hee hee, they're really beautiful. Now she understood the feeling. With the main event over, Elle turned back to continue the game. Alright, that's enough celebrating. On to the next contestant, Rin. Rin's dish was particularly crunchy. Clone immediately joked, it's probably a bug. Rain instantly spat out what was in her mouth, while Elle laughed hysterically. Oh my, what Rain just ate was fried shrimp. Rain, furious, punched Clone in the head. Angry that she lost because of him. Clone, not wanting to fail alone, accepted his fate and let his wife hit him. Next up was Linda. His dish was black and smoky. Linda chewed hard, but couldn't guess what it was. L announced his failure. The correct answer is Cuban meat. Grilled by Uri. Now, Green was fuming. Linda hadn't recognized the meat she had prepared. After the demonic game ended, everyone happily enjoyed the birthday cake. As the night deepened, Green, lying sprawled across the table, remarked, "This is the first time people have gathered to celebrate my birthday. This is your last birthday before your coming of age ceremony. Are you feeling okay about that?" Urine, blushing, nodded in response. Yes. At that moment, Elle glanced out the window and waved Robin over. "It's snowing. Go outside and take a look." Urine. Snow? Alright, Urine said, excited. Hot drinks were prepared, and Elle and Rurin went outside to sit, drink, and watch the snow. Wow, winter came so fast, Elle said. Time flies by. Hasn't it only been a year since you arrived here? A year already? For you, that might be short, but for humans, it's quite a long time. Green frowned, objecting. Didn't you already absorb the ancient jewel? You should feel the difference. No one can say for sure if it actually prolongs life. I'm the first one to absorb it. After all, besides, I didn't consume the whole thing. Just then, a bright star appeared in the sky. Look, a shooting star, Green exclaimed. It's your birthday today, why don't you make a wish? Julian gazed at the star for a moment, then said softly, I've already made my wish. Her wish was to stay with Elle for a longer time. Seeing how serious Julian seemed, Elle teased her. What did you wish for? I bet it's something I'll live through too. I'm not telling you, Julian replied. You can make your own wish on your birthday. Green, keeping your wish a secret from your crush? That's just mean, Elle joked. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon territory, a panicked figure rushed in to report, cursing under his breath. Uncle Nes, how long are you planning to let that arrogant human go? Is your promise to a mere human really that important? The enraged figure was Black Dragon Nes, and the one seated on the throne was Black Dragon Daihima. Daihima casually asked, It's about ruin, isn't it? Hitting the mark. Nes hesitated, but Daihima scolded him. You fool, if you care about the girl so much, you should have valued her more while she was still here. Instead, you bullied her, but now that she's grown, do you really think sparing her is humiliating? Nes, visibly irritated, responded, This isn't just personal revenge. It concerns the survival of the entire Black Dragon clan. The women of our tribe, especially the young ones who can bear children, mostly perished in the last battle. We don't know how long this peace will last. We can't rely on a mere promise. So, what's your plan? You want me to bring Perrine back here? Ness's eyes gleamed. Only if you allow it. Uncle, calm down. That boy isn't someone you can handle. Daihima sighed deeply, frustrated with his troublesome nephew. He hasn't sent you to the afterlife yet, and you should be grateful for that. If you haven't seen it for yourself, you wouldn't understand. Miz clenched his teeth, thinking, there's no way a mere human could be this powerful. But his uncle continued. Moreover, breaking a promise would tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Clan. I won't allow that to happen. Lord Mediana would never permit you to do something so irrational. Nes furrowed his brows. So, you're saying as long as it's justified, right? A sly grin spread across his face. Seems like I've got an idea. Alright then, though I'm not exactly satisfied with this promise. If things go wrong, I'll pretend this conversation never happened. Understand? Nes finally got what he wanted, grinning sharply. Of course, uncle. We're benefactors, not conquerors. Meanwhile, heavy snow fell over the mini orange mountains in the Arctic. Green, bundled up so tightly only her eyes were visible, glanced over at Elle and asked, Why did we come all the way here? What are we trying to get? Elle, excited, responded with a single word. Mushrooms. Mushrooms? Why are we here just for that? Green questioned. These aren't ordinary mushrooms. They're extremely rare. I overheard a conversation at the restaurant while clearing plates. Elle recalled hearing two men talk about a rare mushroom found in the Arctic. A nomad following some Cuban pigs witnessed one of them suddenly start digging furiously. That Cuban pig discovered the rare mushroom, and the nomad reported it to his chief, earning a fortune in gold coins. If I had that kind of money, I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Elle thought to himself, rubbing his chin and grinning slyly. A mushroom found by a pig. So rare it's never been discovered before? It must be the chaffle. I bet there's a type of mushroom similar to the chaffle in this world. But how are you going to find it? Green asked. Mushrooms have a distinct scent, but they grow deep underground, making them hard to locate. L replied confidently. But I've got you. You have dragon consensus, so you're using me again. Huh? Green sighed. What does it smell like? Then? L scratched his head. Like chaffle, I guess? He was suddenly aware of the circular logic he'd fallen into. Needing to find the mushroom to know its scent, but needing to know the scent to find the mushroom. Defeated, he slumped. Maybe I'll have to summon modern-day chaffle oil. But what if it smells different here? Green looked exasperated at ELL's silly dilemma. Just then, a distant howl echoed. A group of goblins, wielding spears, were attacking a giant cat near the cliffside. The cat, trembling and crying out in pain, was being viciously mauled. It seemed the mutated cat was doomed. When suddenly, a red flash cut through the air. However, it wasn't some miracle. The cat's leg had been slashed, and it collapsed to the ground. Stop, a thunderous voice echoed. The brawl came to an immediate halt. You may have your reasons for fighting, but you can't fight here. ELL's self-appointed role as peacekeeper caused the goblins to turn their attention to him and Rurin, preparing for an all-out attack on them instead. But before the goblins could even react, Rurin's glare alone was enough to make them tremble. Dropping their weapons in fear, the entire group quickly fled, leaving the mutated cat in a state of shock. L commented, "They didn't run because of me." Robin, receiving praise, didn't act arrogant. Instead, she suggested that L should have more confidence in himself. At that moment, the cat approached them again, this time with a slightly aggressive expression. But then it suddenly flopped to the ground, wagging its tail. L immediately thought of Diren back home, acting exactly like this when he begged to be accepted as a disciple. The cat meowed continuously. What's it saying? L wondered. Green, becoming the reluctant translator, replied, "It's thanking you for saving it." So, it wants to repay you for your kindness? Green guessed, as the cat gazed at L with sparkling eyes. Repay me, huh? L muttered as the two of them sat at a round table, watching the two cats play together. Is this love? Green joked. Is that why you wanted to stop the fight? What do you think you'll gain from this? L answered, just precaution. That cat might help us find the treasure from earlier. There's a strange smell in the air. The cat returned, proudly showing off a pile of something to the two of them. Green immediately covered her nose. What is that smell? That's not treasure. You're wrong, Green. This is treasure, L exclaimed. Meanwhile, in a desolate area resembling a battlefield, Nes arrived with an irritated expression. What the hell is going on here? He asked. 3 black dragons appeared, each arriving one after another. The tall, long-haired one was Daba. The handsome, gray-haired one with too many bandages was Neku. And the one with a spiky tail and an angry face was Hoven. Nes, scowling, declared, I'm bringing Green back to the sacred land. Hoven was the first to be visibly shocked, his face relaxing in surprise. Neku laughed. Haha, so you're looking for a mate? Robin looks good enough, but isn't she living with a human mage named L? Somewhere in Break, right? Nes clenched his teeth. I don't like it. We're bound by a promise to a mere human. And Robin's overconfidence. I've already received permission from Lord Daihima. He said we can attack if we have a justifiable reason. Neku asked. So, what's your plan? What are you going to do? Daba also chimed in. This situation is tricky. Attacking humans is forbidden under the treaty. It's no joke. The only exception is revenge for killing our people. But isn't that reasoning too far-fetched? Even though he's a great mage, he's still human. There's no way he can harm dragons like us. The treaty was made to ensure his safety when he meets us. Looks like he's too arrogant for his own good. But I bet he hasn't faced any real danger yet. No, he can do it. What? Are you serious? Is that rumor true? At this point, even the younger dragons started to grow anxious, hearing the mention of ELL's rumored power. At that moment, someone interrupted their conversation. If that's the case, I think I can help you guys. Nes immediately turned toward the dark figure in the iron cage and asked, what do you mean by that? Neku, seeing him, frowned, thinking this guy was probably useless. What could he possibly help with? Don't get mad, just hear me out first. The figure replied, I know a chained dragon. The one in the iron cage was the red dragon, Giard. She lives near Break. You could use her to your advantage. Meanwhile, Elle was overjoyed on the other side. This is it. This is the rare chaffle we've been looking for. The giant cat sighed. It's food for us. We bury it in this land. And only we can find it. But it stinks. Just throw it away. Green immediately tossed the mushroom aside, causing the giant cat to panic. Elle, on the other hand, screamed, "Stop, do you even know how valuable that is?" Elle started calculating in his head, wondering what would happen if the cat found enough chaffles to eat. He then asked Green to translate his words to the cat. "What do you want me to say?" Green asked. "Thank you for repaying me. But I can't just stand by and accept such a precious gift," Elle said. Green spoke in the cat's language, and then added, "I'll appoint you as the guardian of the dragon nest. How do you feel about leaving this dangerous place and moving to a peaceful village?" Green translated it immediately, but then realized something was off. "Wait, did you just say you're planning to keep this thing as a pet?" "The dragon nest needs a guardian," Elle responded. The giant cat knelt before them, bowing deeply. Elle laughed happily. "I don't know what you're saying, but it must be something good." Green, however, wasn't so pleased. "Isn't the nest supposed to be just for you and me?" she grumbled. Meanwhile, Sorina sat alone, sad in the old village of the Waf clan, remembering when Elle and Rurin accidentally visited the place. Her cover had been blown, revealing her nest full of gold and jewels, and she had cried her eyes out, throwing a fit. At that time, Elle had apologized gently, saying he didn't know it was an illusion. In reality, her nest didn't have that much treasure. Green, full of disdain, remarked, "Now, that nest of yours is truly pathetic." Elle cringed at Green's bluntness. Meanwhile, Sorina fumed with rage. "Hey, how beautiful is your nest? Anyway?" she snapped. "I don't have one. I'm building one now," Green retorted. Sorina, turning purple with anger, yelled, "You don't even have a nest. And you dare mock me?" Green smugly linked arms with Elle, making him blush, while she boasted, "I run a restaurant with Elle. It may not be as big as your nest, but I've never been disappointed." Green then stuck out her tongue at Sorina. Elle, flustered by the dragon girl clinging to him, stammered, Urine, let go of my arm." Thinking back on the situation, Sorina wondered whether she should meet that human again, to kill some time. What would happen afterward? She didn't say. Suddenly, a powerful tremor made Sorina think the two people she had been waiting for had arrived. She immediately put on a facade. "What now? If you wanted to come, you should have come sooner. Not after an entire month." Sorina's face scrunched up in disgust, as if she had just heard the voice of a scoundrel. And indeed, it was one. Guillard appeared, looking haggard and worn. Sorina instantly flew into a rage. "Why are you here?" She clung to her chair as flames started flickering around her. "Did you think my threats were a joke?" "No, I have something to say. I want to date you." Guillard stammered. This guy was really fearless, wasn't he? Even with Sorina's anger boiling over, he still had the nerve to talk about romance. It was a talent, being that shameless. "I've realized, after all this time, you're the only one who truly loves me," Guillard continued. "If you're okay with it, I want to spend the rest of my life as your partner." He kept going, deeply immersed in his performance. Maybe in another life, Sorina thought. With talent like that, why be a dragon? He should have been an actor. But instead of being moved, Sorina felt colder and colder. She gritted her teeth. "Since when did you start thinking like this? Was it when I begged you not to leave?" Wings and a tail began sprouting from her back. "Was it when you disappeared without saying a word? Or when they attacked the human village and kidnapped women?" Sorina had fully transformed into her red dragon form, shouting, "You scumbag, you're still the same. You shouldn't have come here alone." But Guillard hadn't come alone, just as Sorina had guessed. That's why he grinned wickedly. "You're still as observant as ever." At that moment, the ceiling of the chamber was smashed open, and Guillard laughed. "Even so, your time's up." Suddenly, 3 dragon heads poked through the openings. 2 of them opened their mouths, ready to attack Sorina. "Everyone, strike," Guillard commanded. "Damn it," Sorina thought. 4 of them ganging up on one girl, so cowardly. But things didn't look good for her. Sorina stood frozen, seeing a group of men invade her nest. A blast of purple energy, like the flames of hell, crashed down upon her. Sorina couldn't dodge in time, falling to the ground, coughing up blood. "You all know about the treaty, don't you?" she shouted. "Are you confident you can handle the consequences?" The 3 mighty black dragons stood there, like 3 lords of the underworld rising from hell. Giard, standing nearby, quickly took advantage of the situation. Don't worry, Sorina, he said with a sly grin. As long as you stay quiet, no one will ever know. He cast a spell, binding a magic circle around Sorina's neck. Sorina screamed and shattered the collar, yelling, "How dare you use their magic against me?" Just then, someone who had been hiding behind her struck Sorina with a powerful blow, filling the air with a flash of purple light. It seemed Sorina's chances were looking grim. Meanwhile, Goda stood, confused, staring at something massive in the distance. Is this why that beast is called a mercenary? He wondered aloud. The mutated cat excitedly introduced itself, with 2 kittens clinging to its shoulders. Elle confidently confirmed, "Yes, it's a species known as Run. It's a monster that used to live in cold climates. So could you help me by raising the temperature in the room for it?" Ruin looked at Elle skeptically. "Even if that's true, I still think you brought it here for the truffle mushrooms. So now," Ruin continued, "how exactly are we going to cook these truffles?" Elle chuckled. "That's the fun part." He held up a black mushroom and explained to Green, "These mushrooms have an incredibly distinct aroma. No matter how we prepare them, they'll make any dish taste unique. And I guarantee, the flavor will be unlike anything we've had so far." Elle smirked. "Aren't you curious to see how the customers will react?" Elle hosted a feast for the village, featuring dishes like pizza, pasta, hamburgers, and sandwiches. Most of the villagers marveled as they ate. "Oh wow, this is amazing. Is this really a mushroom? I've never tasted anything like it in my life. This dish is absolutely fantastic." One said, "Well, it does taste unique." Another added, "Unique? It's magical." Someone else chimed in. Even Clone, without needing to say a word, was clearly enjoying the meal from the way he devoured it. However, Green and Min 10 didn't react as positively. "This is awful," Green exclaimed with a twisted expression. Seeing everyone's mixed reactions, ELL's smile became strained. As expected, there are a lot of differing opinions. "I guess we can't add chaffle mushrooms to the regular menu." Looking over at Elena and Rurin bickering over what to order, ELL's smile grew even more awkward. "Maybe we'll save these mushrooms for special guests only." Meanwhile, in Sorina's nest, there were those who weren't too pleased. They cursed and complained, not expecting that she would escape. Using an instantaneous teleportation spell at the last moment, the speed of her spellcasting was incredible. As if she had everything prepared in advance, one remarked. She was never like this before. Giard stammered, trying to defend his intelligence. Neymar laughed loudly, as if Sorina's escape was no big deal. "Don't worry," he said. "I've already tracked the magical trail. It leads to Grace City. What's the plan now?" Niz Neku, standing with arms crossed, looked at the mastermind, Niz, who smirked confidently. "I know how to get to Grace City. We won't need to teleport directly." "Are you sure no other dragonkin will respond to her call for help?" Neku asked. Giard was certain. "I'm absolutely sure. She can't teleport directly to the sacred land, because she's the only female dragonkin left in the Red Dragon tribe." Giard felt a bit of sympathy for Sorina, knowing that this fact weighed heavily on her. Neku sighed at their gossip. "I'm sure you've seen how they enslave humans. Just like we do." Ni, impatient, waved him off. "Stop the small talk, Neku. I don't care about their preferences. I just want a way to connect to Break City. If that happens, I'll overlook what you've done in the past, as promised. So hurry up and get out of here." Giard, waiting for this as if it were a pardon. Giard immediately scrambled away as fast as he could. Nessa's eyes darkened with malice. Even if she escaped, she lost too much blood. There's no way she can recover from that. That red dragon will die in the end. Ellison killed a red dragon. Heh. What a perfect story. Back at ELL's restaurant, he asked, "So, how did it go with the rest of the truffle mushrooms?" Some people seemed to enjoy it. Suddenly, Julian leaned in close, rubbing her face against Elle, making him glance over in confusion. "What's going on here? It's your restaurant. Why are you ignoring me?" She pouted. At that moment, Sorina appeared, looking radiant and without a scratch. "Do I look tired or something?" Elle was stunned. "You're the red dragon who used to live on Mount Moriat." Green, irritated, snapped, "What are you doing here?" "Sorina?" Sorina casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "I came to eat at the restaurant, of course. What else did you think I'd be here for? Now, bring me something to eat. I'm a little busy." "In a hurry?" Elle brought out a plate of meat. "I have this ready." but it's the quickest thing I could prepare. I don't know if it's to your taste. It looks fine, Sorina said, inspecting the dish. Green, now more agitated, slammed the table. Alright, what do you really want? Just say it. Sorina, unfazed, took a bite of the meat and sighed. The service here is terrible. Isn't it? But those earrings of yours. I'm seeing them for the first time. Who gave them to you? Green's face lit up immediately. Hee, you have a good eye. Elle gave them to me. Sorina continued eating, remarking, this dish is delicious. It's a flavor I've never experienced before. It suits me well, just like the earrings. He's someone you cherish, isn't he? That comment set off a chain reaction. Both Elle and Ruren rushed to intervene. Sorina smirked. It's only because I'm too gentle. That she's jealous. She'll never understand what this feels like. Robin, unable to physically interact, chimed in with a sharp retort. And how would you know unless you've experienced it? Sorina simply replied, even though I don't have much time left. Thank you for the meal. It was a fitting last meal for me. Both Green and Elle were shocked. Last meal? Sorina continued. I don't know what true love is. Does such a thing even exist in this world? Or is it just a fleeting lie we tell ourselves in moments of passion? I've dated both dragonkin and humans. And before, I used to say that no dragon understood human men as well as I did. But now, I think it was all a waste of time. I guess I did it because I was lonely. Sorina was crying and sweating profusely. She looked like she was on the verge of death, yet still managed to talk incessantly. I guess I made a fuss because I hate being alone. In the end, even now, I still can't find a way to gain the trust of my own kind. In my current state, it's ridiculous. Sorina's back was burning, and only now did Elle realize something was seriously wrong. Wait, the wound on your back. Should I be looking for something you love? There are things worth pursuing besides love. After all, maybe cooking? But before anyone could react, Sorina collapsed onto the floor, spitting up syrup like fluid, sending Elle and Ruren into a panic. Wake up, Elle shouted. Sorina remained motionless, still coughing up syrup. At this point, it seemed hopeless. She was too far gone. Her injuries were too severe, and it looked like her bones were broken. Even for a dragonkin, she won't recover from this. Green diagnosed quickly. She's going to die. Elle was worried too, realizing the crazy dragon had hidden her injuries with illusion magic. So they hadn't noticed in time. But who could have done this to her? Just then, a red portal appeared outside the restaurant. A massive armored foot, size XXL, stomped onto the ground with a heavy thud. Before they saw the figure, they heard the voice. Archmage Allison, you've crossed the line. How dare you murder a red dragon? A group of unknown individuals, whose faces and identities were unclear, stormed the restaurant. Just as Sorina coughed up blood all over the floor, Green gave Elle a worried look. Hey, those guys outside. Yeah, I sense it too. They're all dragonkin, and it seems there's a mix of people of all shapes and sizes. This is obviously a setup. It's a trap. Green, do you remember when Sorina said she had lost all trust before she passed out? She knows something. We need to get her to Elena, she'll be able to heal her. Green immediately opened a teleportation portal. Got it, I already know where the clinic is from last time. What about you? ELL's military cloak fluttered as he turned serious. I've got to greet the customers. The restaurant door swung open, and Elle stuck his head out, looking like a thief caught in the act. Hello, why are all my difficult customers arriving at the same time? What brings you here? He asked politely. We are the Red Dragons, one of them shouted. Elle narrowly dodged a magic circle aimed right at him. The door to the restaurant flung wide open, revealing the bloody scene where Sorina lay collapsed on the floor. Elle hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. He bit his nails. First, why don't you all sit down? Have some tea, and we can talk about this calmly? No, Ellison, you must be dealt with. The entire group of red dragons began their assault. Elle cried out. Well, it's your choice, customers. At that moment, in the forest, Nes and his group were laughing heartily. I can feel the magical disturbance from here, Nes said. Just as expected, it seems the battle is quite intense. I didn't think the red dragons would be fooled by Allison's attack, though. Who is the one that gathered them all? One of Ness's companions asked. Nes sighed confidently. He's the captain of the young red dragons. His personality fits perfectly with this plan. He finds it troublesome to care for individuals, so he focuses on unity. And with his reputation, I figured he would charge in recklessly. once he found out his kin were under attack. Indeed, here we are, Nes chuckled. The old red dragon opened his mouth wide, ready to unleash a fireball at L. How dare you attack one of my kin, he roared, spitting the fireball toward him. L casually waved his hand, casting a 5th-level spell to dissolve the fireball into harmless sparks. He then shot a massive column of energy into the sky, opening a portal. Let's go, he said calmly. You wouldn't want others to get caught up in this, would you? The old dragon's face turned red with rage, his features twisting in fury. At the same time, Elena, who was preparing medicinal herbs, was startled when Urin rushed in, carrying the injured Sorina. Is she another one of the Almighty Ones? Elena asked, trembling. Can you save her? Though shocked, Elena quickly began casting healing magic. To stop Sorina's bleeding, a bright green light illuminated the room. Meanwhile, El had teleported the group of dragons to a desolate, empty field. Is this the place? The old dragon sneered. Seems fitting for your grave. El frowned, deep in thought, trying to understand the situation. They believe I've killed a dragonkin of the Red Dragon tribe. This has to be a trap to frame me. But the real question is, did they set this trap just for me? Or are they being manipulated by someone else? If it's the latter, there might still be a chance to talk this through. El raised his voice. Everyone, calm down. Before we do anything, we need to discuss the blood in the restaurant. But before he could finish, the old dragon, clearly influenced by Ness's manipulations, cut him off. Don't think you can fool us. That's dragonkin blood, and everyone knows it. It's true that the red dragon came to the restaurant for a meal. El continued, but she was already injured before she arrived. I am not the culprit. Right now, I'm trying to heal her and save her life. The old dragon paused, momentarily shaken. He demanded, if she's still alive, then I need to see it with my own eyes. But El couldn't allow that, because he suspected that they were all connected to the one who orchestrated this plot. This situation is highly suspicious, he thought, and more importantly, before she passed out, Sorina said she had been betrayed. At that moment, a dragon's claw slashed directly at ELL's handsome face. The bold dragon was none other than Giard. Of course, his claws didn't come close to touching El. How long are you going to stand there listening to the lies of this human? Giard growled. This human killed Sorina. She told me herself. He drove her out of his lair. And when she refused, he murdered her. ELL's face twisted in frustration. So, that red dragon's name was Sorina. He muttered to himself. It became clear to him at that moment that Giard was the one who set up this trap. But Giard wasn't the only one. This plan had many layers. Ben, hearing Giard's lies, lost his temper and transformed into his true form, furiously roaring ELL's name. It was turning out to be a night where El heard his name shouted a lot. You dare use lies to escape punishment? How disgraceful. We now have testimony from one of our own. So your words are meaningless. Damn it, El thought. These old dragons are not only stubborn but also foolish. He was starting to lose his patience. A surge of powerful magic flared up around him, forcing Giard to retreat. Is your clan really that important to you? El asked. If so, you shouldn't be treating them this way. You shouldn't abandon them when they're injured. Shut up, Ben snapped. He was clearly skilled at verbal sparring. But after just a few words, he lost his temper and spat fire, aiming to burn everything in his path. What do you know about dragonkin law? Ben roared, but El calmly extinguished the flames with a flick of his wrist, his magic effortlessly dousing the fire. Now furious, El growled, if you're so determined to accuse me, then stop pretending you care. At that moment, a massive collision of blue energy and red fire shook the battlefield, leaving the other dragonkin in shock. El was locked in a fierce duel with Ben, showing no signs of fatigue. Giard, terrified, collapsed to the ground. How can a mere human be this powerful? He stammered. As the dust and smoke from the intense battle cleared, a new group appeared in the sky, Nes and his Super 4. Instead of protecting peace, these four were infamous for causing havoc, especially Nes, who arrogantly insulted everyone the moment he arrived. Fools, how dare a mere human attack dragonkin? Nes sneered. You, a black dragon? El said, sensing Ness's immense magic power. I sensed the magical disturbance. So I'm here to support you. Based on the dragonkin law. Nes declared. Nes? ELL's face darkened upon hearing the name. He knew who Nes was. Ne seemed surprised that L recognized him, but quickly regained his arrogance. Laughing, haha, I've heard rumors about you. That among the humans, you're supposed to be strong. L sighed, realizing he would need to change his approach. At that moment, Ne shifted into his true form, mocking L, but in the end, you're still just a human. You'll pay the price for not knowing your place. Amidst the intense battle, the situation in the healing room wasn't looking any better. Elena, gasping for breath, noticed that blood was still seeping onto the floor. I'm sorry, I truly am. I've done everything I could to heal her. But it's too late to save her, she whispered. Green frowned as she looked at Sorina, who was on the verge of death. No, it's not over yet. Green grabbed Elena's hand. We're not too late. Purple magic from Lewis was transferred to Elena. What? Why are you giving me your magic? Elena stammered. Continue healing her. This time, you won't run out of power. Meanwhile, the three black dragons opened their mouths to unleash a barrage of magical cannon fire. L raised the earth, using rocks to block the incoming attacks. Despite his frustration, he knew he couldn't take them all down, since even if Sorina survived, he'd still be in trouble for killing them. But with so many enemies to handle, the situation was growing tense. L needed something to shift the tide. He summoned a golden spell, and the ground beneath him began to rise. One of the black dragons sighed in awe. Lord Daihima was right. We realized too late. Some of us grow up without getting wiser. L muttered under his breath. Neku and Daba responded to Nessa's call, gathering their breath and forming a massive energy sphere. Let's see if you can block this one, they taunted. L looked at the growing sphere and felt the pressure mounting. Things were about to get even tougher. The red dragons, seeing an opening, joined in by launching continuous fire attacks to keep L pinned. He waved his hand, summoning water to extinguish the flames. Neku, seizing this golden opportunity, was convinced the battle was coming to an end. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the battlefield. Stop! 4 teleportation gates opened simultaneously. And before the figures even stepped through, a voice shouted, "You fools! Do you realize you're about to start a new war?" Ben's expression softened as he recognized the voice. Why are you here?" he asked, shocked. The law negotiations just ended. What's going on here? The newcomers were all important figures, including Urin's grandfather, Elder Black Dragon Mendidana, and the Red Dragon Elder, Donka. Mendidana, stroking his chin, remarked, "You always seem to be at the center of these conflicts, don't you? You're quite the smooth talker. So how about you explain this situation?" L let out a crooked smile as he removed his hood. "Finally, you've arrived. I never thought I'd be happy to see you all." After this rather sarcastic greeting, Nes reluctantly transformed back into his human form, greeting the elders with forced respect. Elder Dayton, Elder Mendidana. Neku wasn't pleased. At this moment, he thought to himself, that human must be thrilled, thinking the elders are here to protect him. Robin is Mendidana's granddaughter, and she's staying with that human. That's an outrage. This was the very scenario Neku had hoped for. There's no way that Red Dragon can survive. Neku mused. If I can convince the elders that the human killed a red dragon, I'll have all the justification I need to publicly execute him. Nes was very confident in his seemingly flawless plan, but he didn't realize that Andy had seen through him, allowing him to think he had the upper hand. L, on the other hand, trusted that Rurin and Elena would save Sorina. He was sure of it. Though, from the look on Elena's face, the situation wasn't as optimistic as L hoped. The bleeding had stopped, but Sorina wasn't out of danger yet. From behind, Rurin called out to Elena. "This is just like before. The magic I'm transferring to you and the magic you're using. We're not dealing with a small amount of power here like before." "Wait, what?" Elena asked, confused. "Yeah, I feel uneasy about saving her too. But L is in trouble. And we need a witness. So, we're going to change the method from now on." Rurin explained. "What I'm about to do is not just transferring magic. We're going to synchronize. The magic of Dragonkin will flow through your body directly. But if you can't convert all that energy into healing magic, your body will explode from the overload," Rurin warned. Elena's heart raced with fear. Green stood behind her, pushing her forward. "The choice is yours. What will you do?" Elena, trembling, finally made the decision to accept the synchronization of magic. Rurin smirked approvingly. "I like your courage. Now, brace yourself." A massive surge of magic entered Elena's body, shocking her to the point where she collapsed to the floor. She could now feel what dragonkin magic was truly like. And her own power felt like a mere speck of dust, compared to the immense force surging through her. Master Rurin, please lower the synchronization a bit. I can't handle it anymore. Elena pleaded. Robin furrowed her brow and shouted. Get a grip, aren't you a healer who saves lives? Push your magic to the limit. Elena, snapping back to reality, gritted her teeth and stood up. You can't drain the ocean with a single bucket, she thought. She bit her lip and focused, pouring all the magic into healing. Purple and green lights filled the room. Green, growing anxious, shouted at Sorina. You too, Red Dragon, show me the resilience of a dragonkin. Sorina's eyes flickered, while the others gritted their teeth, determined to help Elle. Meanwhile, Nes was eagerly relaying the situation to the dragonkin elders. Elder Mendidana summarized. So, Edison has killed a red dragon. Sorina, and you're in the process of punishing him? You saw the red dragon being attacked. So you helped according to the treaty? Yes, Elder, Nes replied confidently. Ben also chimed in. Elder, what are you hesitating for? Sorina's blood is splattered all over the floor of his restaurant. If he were an ordinary person, I wouldn't be so sure. But he's an archmage, Elle calmly suggested. Everyone, let's sit down, have some tea, and discuss this clearly. But Guillard quickly interrupted. I'm a witness. I'm sure he killed Sorina. If you don't believe me, we can go inside the restaurant right now and see for ourselves. Daihima immediately realized this was part of Nessa's plan. Regardless, in this situation, the Black Dragons would assist Sorina if she was under attack. So even if Ellison's guilt was cleared, there would be no negative repercussions for them. Elder Daidencare turned to Mendidana. Since Sorina's lair is near Break City, there could be a reason to start a conflict. What do you think? Edison, do you have anything to say? Elle shrugged. Finally, someone is making sense. Of course, I have a lot to say. First of all, he began, Guillard claims I killed Sorina because her lair is near Break City. Anyone who's experienced war knows that. I would never kill a dragonkin for that reason. Right, Lord Daidencare? Indeed, Daidencare nodded. The only condition I ever set during the war was not to harm other races. I swear I never touched anyone who abided by that standard. Even the Red Dragons who initiated the conflict. But killing Sorina just because her lair is near Break City? That's absurd. Ben countered. That's just your one-sided claim. Elle ignored him and continued. Second, the Black Dragons appeared immediately after the attack. Since when have dragonkin been so friendly with each other? They showed up as if they were expecting it. As if they knew this was going to happen. Nes frowned. I felt a magical disturbance and came to investigate. As per the treaty, what exactly are you implying? Mendidana joined in. So, you're saying the Red Dragons and Black Dragons set a trap, and you fell for it? Is that it? Elle gave him a nod of approval. Exactly what you're thinking, Elder. Daidencare, furious, shouted. I can't let this go. Do you have any proof? Proof? Elle grinned. Here it comes. A portal opened behind Elle. And Nessa's face turned pale. You might want to hear this from someone directly involved. Don't you think? Elle said with a smile. Not only Nes, but his entire group looked shocked. As if they'd seen a ghost. Even Guillard was trembling in disbelief. Surprised? Elle taunted. And Sorina, posing elegantly, smiled seductively. My, there are so many familiar faces here. Aren't there? Behind her were Julian and Elena. Both shaking. Elle praised Elena, but she was still in shock. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of powerful beings present. While Elena was dazed, trying to count how many dragons there were. Julian proudly chimed in. I tested a new method of magic transfer. It's called synchronization. Sorina's wounds were beyond the scope of normal healing magic. But with synchronization, we managed to save her. Elle scratched his head, remembering that she had learned the magic transfer skill from him. Green was even more excited now. That's right, and Elena is quite talented in using magic too. That's why Nes looks like he's about to have a serious case of diarrhea. Elle whispered to Green. You see it too, right? It could all be Niz's doing. Hold on, I have an idea. Elle turned to greet Sorina. Sorina, are you alright? She smiled brightly. Of course, I'm totally fine. You guys are doing pretty well yourselves. Aren't you? Without warning, Elle smacked her lightly on the head. Fine, huh? He teased. But first, how do you know my name? Sorina clutched her head, pretending to be in pain. Why did you hit me? She whined. Elle was exasperated. Why, don't you see what's going on? Thanks to you collapsing in my restaurant. And coughing up blood everywhere. Everything got complicated. Now, explain what happened. Rubbing the bump on her head. Sorina finally gave in and started talking. It was those guys over there. The 4 black dragons and Giyard. Wait, where did he go? Her ex-boyfriend had vanished quickly. Sensing the danger and running off. Anyway, those 5 broke into my lair and ambushed me. The black dragon here and the other girl. Healed me. They're my saviors, not my attackers. Both black and red dragon elders stood frozen. Speechless. Sorina turned to L. Was that enough? L nodded. Good, then we're done here. Green chimed in. Hey, now praise me too. At that moment, Ben suddenly shouted, Ellison. He rushed forward and knelt at ELL's feet. Begging for forgiveness. I apologize for all the terrible things I've done to you. I'm willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. L sighed, gritting his teeth. Well, your apology is as fast as your actions. Huh? Fine, I'll accept it. But lying is another matter entirely. Hoven quickly pleaded with the elders, asking for a chance to explain everything. But it was too late. No one wanted to hear it anymore. Mendidana's face darkened. What I want to hear now isn't excuses. I want to know why you did this. Knowing full well it would break the treaty. The mastermind was trembling, eyes wide with fear, panting heavily. He couldn't believe what was happening before him. The wound should have been fatal. Even her internal organs were burned. His own side had taken too long to eliminate the human. Why? Why did it turn out like this? A mere human, with such incredible power. And that strength, plus greens. It's too much favor for an ordinary human. Nyx suddenly blinked behind L. His presence radiating an intense, murderous aura. Know your place, you lowly human, he shouted, launching a devastating strike toward L. Blood splattered everywhere. L quickly shoved Rurin aside, taking the full brunt of Ness's attack. Nyx grinned maliciously as he landed the blow, while Julian stood frozen in horror, watching L collapse to the ground, his back covered in blood, and showing no signs of movement. Elena, drenched in sweat, was at a complete loss, unable to understand what had just happened. Seeing L lying motionless on the ground, Rurin began to tremble, tears streaming down her face. Why is there so much blood? She stammered, her complexion pale as she cried. This can't be happening. Why did you push me out of the way? L? Ben immediately turned to Nes. Furious. Nes? Attacking someone from behind? Have you no honor at all? No matter what you've done, your actions will never be forgiven. Nes screamed. I am the one who saved the Dragonkin from the brink of extinction. What? Ben was stunned. What is he talking about? Indeed, Nes had lost control. Open your eyes, he shouted to everyone. Why did we make the treaty? Why did we never create a Dragon King? It was to prevent anyone from having too much power. Right? But look at that human. He's resisting the combined attacks of Dragonkin, without even retaliating. If we leave him be, he will become a huge threat to our kind. Meanwhile, Elena was desperately trying to heal L. But it was no use. She wept, begging, Lord Rurin, please synchronize your magic with mine once more. But Rurin, in a panic, was speaking gibberish, her hands covered in ELL's blood. L, get up, please. The dragon lair is almost complete. But we can't do it without you. Nes, seeing Rurin's distress, smiled a twisted grin. That's more like it. That expression suits you. No matter what you do, it's useless. You fool. This situation is different from Sorina's. Even if he has the same level of magic as Dragonkin, his body is still human. Without a shield, he can't withstand my magic. Sorina suddenly laughed, not a laugh of joy, but one of disdain. Is this your specialty? Attacking from behind? You did the same to me. She sat down and turned to Robin, who was crumbling. Hey, you idiot. I know you're in shock. But what do you think you're going to do when you don't even understand what's happening? She pointed at L. Instead of weakening, his strength is actually increasing. Look at him. His wound is already healing at an unbelievable rate. L, his back rapidly regenerating, reached up and gently wiped the tears from Green's face. Don't cry, he whispered. A burst of blue light exploded. And once again, Nes was left staring in disbelief. Elder Mendidana immediately recognized the energy. It was from the ancient gem. L had risen, the gem glowing above his head. This was truly a gamble, L thought, as the light continued to shine, blinding everyone nearby. Behind L, A pair of wings emerged. I was worried you'd lose your will to fight and give up. Elle said calmly. But luckily for me, you attacked first. Nes. Green, still sniffling with tears in her eyes, held onto ELL's head gently. Now, watch closely, Elle whispered to her. His bright smile made Nes even more frantic. How is this possible? Nes stammered. The magic you used woke up the ancient gem. Elle explained. When you attacked, I let the gem absorb all the energy. It was too weak to kill me instantly. Nes, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and transformed into his true form. He opened his mouth to unleash a powerful new attack. I'll use all my magic to destroy you, he screamed. But Elle effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, mocking him. Your magic is too weak. You know the terms of the treaty, don't you? Elle continued. Dragonkin aren't allowed to kill humans, kidnap, or attack other races. However, you're allowed to use magic in self-defense. If your life is in serious danger, Nes, I'll let you defend yourself. Try blocking this. A storm of flaming meteors rained down from the sky, illuminating the battlefield with blazing firepower. Even in the final moments, Nes stood in shock, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. How is this possible? He's just a lowly human, Nes muttered. Before being completely consumed by the fiery storm, he was reduced to ashes, buried beneath the burning rocks. Watching the terrifying scene, Ness's former followers, who had originally joined him, were filled with regret and sorrow. Nes had been destroyed like a mere fly. Elle turned to Rurin with a gentle look in his eyes. Julian, let's go home. Green, still crying, immediately threw herself into ELL's arms and replied. Of course. No one said another word about the decisions that had been made. The elders proceeded to carry out the remaining judgments. Neku, Daba, Haven, Elder Mendidana declared, you will be imprisoned in the deepest part of the sacred forbidden grounds for 3,000 years. That is my judgment. So, the guilty were punished, and those who suffered were compensated. Sorina, too, was compensated by having her lair restored and filled with treasures. Sorina, your lair has been fully repaired. Elle told her, there were only a few treasures left in your lair, but we believe the attackers must have taken them. Please accept these as compensation. Sorina was pleased but kept up her act. That's right, those bastards stole all my treasures. Oh, by the way, has Guillard not returned yet? The search party is after him now. They'll catch him soon, Ben replied, but mentioning Guillard again made his blood boil. I swear, once we catch him, I'll make him suffer more than you ever did. Sorina looked at him, feeling a bit sorry for him, but then shrugged it off. After all, she nearly died because of Guillard. I'd love to witness that, she said. And so, the horrific incident that shook the restaurant came to a peaceful end. Well, peaceful for some, but not for everyone. Life with a temperamental dragon is tough, and Rurin had every reason to be upset. Elle had barely been sick for a moment, and she had already panicked. Now, seeing him lying in such a state, she couldn't contain her frustration. Julian, what's wrong? Elle asked, seeing her sitting with her back to the room. Julian huffed. This time, what you did was truly reckless. If Nessa's magic had been even a little stronger, you would have died before the ancient gem awakened. I really thought I had lost you. At that moment, Elle finally realized just how close he had come to disaster. Robin, tears welling up in her eyes, jumped in surprise when Elle hugged her from behind. Her face turned bright red. What's going on? She stammered. I'm sorry, Julia, Elle said softly. I didn't think about how you'd feel. I should have explained everything to you beforehand. The reason I took such a risk is because from now on. Enough, a voice interrupted. Elder Mendidana appeared out of nowhere, barging in on the romantic moment between the two. Both Elle and Robin jumped in shock, startled by the elder's sudden arrival. Julian, caught off guard, reflexively punched Mendidana square in the face. What are you doing here? She yelled. Mendidana, clutching his face in shock, stammered. I'm an elder. Elle scratched his head. Calm down, Julia. I was the one who called him here. Green, surprised, asked. You called him? Why? Still holding his reddened face, Mendidana asked. What's going on here? ELL's expression grew serious as he explained. You've probably noticed my awakening. But this is about the ancient gem. Being ever the gracious host, Elle offered the elder a drink. Is this whiskey? Mendidana quickly realized. Elle took the opportunity to advertise. Yes, it's whiskey. A type of liquor that's been aged. I've had it aging for a long time. And it's quite rare, so I've saved it for special occasions. Mendidana grumbled but took a sip. Immediately stunned by the flavor. It tastes like the flowers of spring. Both soft and rich, yet refreshing. This is truly a drink that's been aged for a long time. The elder mused. Because all the flavors have melded together beautifully. I never thought a human like you could create such a whiskey. It must have been aging for 60 or 70 years. Right? Exactly. Elle smiled wryly. Mendidana had only taken one sip. Yet he guessed the aging time perfectly. The elder's dragonkin senses were truly remarkable. Green looked at the whiskey bottle with curiosity. Is it really that good? She wondered. Her hand already reaching for it. But midway, she encountered the Elle police. Elle frowned and gave Robin a light smack on the head. No, you can't drink this. It has a high alcohol content. And if you drink it, you'll get drunk instantly. Oh, come on. You always only let me drink beer. Robin pouted. Be glad you even get beer. Do you know how much of a handful you are when you drink? And who has to clean up after you? Elle retorted, exasperated. If I let you drink this, things will be a disaster. Robin huffed, crossing her arms. Elder Mendidana chuckled and sighed. You two really don't know how to behave. Do you? Sometimes, watching the two of you, I forget we're dragonkin. Does it make much of a difference? Green asked, still pouting over the whiskey. All right, Mendidana continued. That's the principle you established after the last war. You've done a great service again this time. Especially for dealing with NEs in front of everyone. Though still irritated by ELL's smack, Green defended him. It was that scumbag Isma's fault. If Elle hadn't done it, I would've. Elle was silent for a moment before asking. So, you're saying I almost died? Huh? How did someone who warned me not to approach him, until he was ready to strike, end up tricking me like this? Wait, what? Green noticed something odd and asked. If we absorb one ancient gem, we gain power greater than other dragonkin. If we absorb two, we can dominate pureblood dragonkin. But if we absorb three, we can rule all dragonkin. Right? In the past war with the dragonkin, the Dragon King had only absorbed 2 ancient gems. And only halfway, correct? Green continued. This time, you should take the opportunity to absorb another ancient gem. Elder Mendidana suggested. If my thoughts are correct, one of those gems may contain the Dragon King's heart itself. Elle agreed with the elder's suggestion. By now, he had absorbed 3 ancient gems. If I were a dragonkin, I'd have become a ruler by now, Elle thought. But this was exactly the point that puzzled him the most. Even if someone fully absorbed 3 ancient gems, the gems kept reappearing. Why would that happen? He wondered. Normally, that wouldn't be the case. Mendidana explained. Once a dragonkin awakens as the Dragon King, no more ancient gems should appear. Even if someone were to store multiple ancient gems, the moment the Dragon King fully reincarnates, the remaining gems would vanish. But a human absorbing 3 ancient gems has never happened before. Your situation is unprecedented, so it's difficult to say for certain what will happen. Elle fell into deep thought after hearing this. Elder Mendidana, curious, asked, Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Elle hesitated before revealing his suspicions. I think someone, or some group, is trying to reincarnate the Dragon King. Mendidana's heart skipped a beat. Green quickly chimed in. Could it be the same ones who attacked Worldfow's village? Exactly, Elle confirmed. I saw a group of dragonkin attacking in an organized way. At the place where I found the ancient gem. That's why I'm asking you to investigate that area. Mendidana understood what he needed to do. He speculated further. So, the reason you've been absorbing ancient gems everywhere is... Yes, Elle replied. If there really are people trying to reincarnate the Dragon King, they're likely targeting me, because the ancient gems might continue to appear near me. The elder sighed deeply. So, you've been using yourself as bait? You truly are a fool. But before he could finish, his poor bald forehead was smacked. Don't talk nonsense, said the one responsible for the smack, Rurin, his granddaughter. Mendidana rubbed his forehead, wondering how his family had come to this. But Rurin didn't seem to think it was an issue worth worrying about. A misfortunate household, indeed, Mendidana thought. Anyway, I hope you'll investigate for me, Elle asked. The next morning, at Alina's house, she was gathering herbs. This should be enough to last for a while, she muttered. Suddenly, Sorina appeared behind her. making the timid Elena scream in surprise. "Why are you so jumpy?" Sorina teased. "I've decided I like this place. So I'm planning to stay a bit longer." Sorina's bold declaration left Elena stunned. "I heard Lady Ran has already prepared a place for you." Elena stammered. "And it's all been repaired." Sorina's face fell slightly. "Yes, but it's too big there. Besides, I'm still a patient. How could you even think of kicking me out? You're colder than I expected," Sorina remarked as she casually flopped onto the bed. No, that's not what I meant." Elena panicked. "I just thought you were feeling better now." Sorina reached out and pulled Elena closer. "Do you know, Elena?" Elena, stumbling, fell onto Sorina, who caught her with her knee. Sorina smirked. "If you show me how to transfer magic power, I can help with healing from time to time. I'm a dragonkin who knows how to repay debts and settle scores. Well, as for how much I'll repay, we'll see," Sorina added, their current position clearly suggesting something else entirely. Elena stammered awkwardly. "Well, how do you feel about a vegetarian diet?" "Sister, there's someone at the door watching you too," Green teased. "They're probably judging both of you. Lost in their own world." Neither Elena nor Sorina had noticed. "Anyway, why don't you come to the restaurant for your meals?" Elena suggested, trying to change the subject. "Someone really knows how to enjoy life," Green remarked with a grin, while everyone else was enjoying themselves. A pair of feet raced tirelessly. Guillard was desperately running for his life. Behind him, a mocking voice rang out. "Not bad, you're pretty good at running away, aren't you?" Guillard stopped in his tracks and looked back, realizing it was someone familiar. "Sydney Guillada," Sydney said, calmly smoking a cigarette, hands in his pockets. "Now, how should I deal with you?" Guillard stood there, gasping for air, shocked, while Sydney casually began listing the many times Guillard had failed. "I sent them to break through the gates of Golf Village. But you couldn't even manage that. And when you tried to infiltrate the human town, the black dragons caught you by your weak spot. Now, why should I spare you?" Sydney's face darkened as he interrogated Guillard. Panicking, Guillard raised his voice in defense. Wait a minute. This is actually a great opportunity. That human, he's absorbed all 3 ancient gems now. If we capture him, won't our plan move forward without any issues?" Hearing this, Sydney's mood lifted. "That makes sense." Guillard smiled, feeling as if he had just saved his life. But before he could savor his relief, Sydney casually flicked his wrist. A gust of wind sliced past Guillard's neck. Guillard's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. "That's not a reason for me to let you live," Sydney muttered. Back at the restaurant, a satisfied customer had just finished their meal and left. Elle and Green were cleaning up the dishes. Green glanced over and asked, "Are we staying open as usual today? Now that Elder Mendidana is investigating, we don't really have anything urgent to do, right?" At that moment, a voice called out from outside. "Nile." A man carrying an orange-colored stone approached excitedly. "Hey, I brought something," Nile shouted. "I'm not sure if you'd call it a fruit, but I found this while working in the mines. The elders said that if I brought it to ELL's restaurant, you'd probably like it." Elle, indeed, was thrilled with the gift. A salt stone. Neelan, who had brought it, didn't realize it was a salt rock. Green, always eager, tasted a bit of it. "It's natural salt, turned into a mineral," she said. "No wonder they said it would fit in here." The stone reminded Elle of the old days. "Ah, this takes me back." "Old days?" Green asked curiously. As the 2 men chatted away, Rurin cried out dramatically, "OWW, it's way too salty." Apparently, she had made the mistake of licking the rock herself. Elle chuckled. "I'm reminiscing about my time in the military. This salt stone was what kept me going during boot camp." As ELL's mind drifted back, he remembered when he had first crossed into this world. He had been immediately drafted into a training camp. Still dazed and confused, the instructor demanded his name. Elle, clueless, stood there, until the instructor, frustrated, slammed his fist on the table. When Elle finally spoke his name, it came out in a strange language, one the instructor couldn't understand. "What, Elle? Elsa?" The instructor squinted. "What kind of name is that? And why haven't you filled in your place of birth yet?" The instructor thought Elle was out of his mind, so he decisively waved his hand. "From now on, your name will be Allison. Take this form to the next desk and collect your basic supplies." What Elle received at that time was strange to him. The red-capped quartermaster sneered at him, struggling to lift the heavy bag. This guy can't even lift it properly. Can he? To make matters worse, L faced bullying from people he barely knew. In a tent with 10 other recruits. They had all agreed to sleep in silence. But Omik snored and hiccuped the whole night. L lay there, eyes wide open, unable to sleep and wishing for the day not to come. He missed home terribly, and all he could do was cry silently under the covers, calling for his mother. Yes, you heard that right. L really missed his mom. But that wasn't even the worst part. What tormented him the most, day after day, was the food. The training was like wading through mud, only to be rewarded with meals that looked worse than pig slop. L was utterly fed up. Like everyone else, he sat down at the table, staring at his plate in bewilderment. 2 weeks had gone by, and it was the same bland meal, day in and day out. How do these people eat this stuff without any complaints? He wondered. Is it just me, or am I the odd one out here? The food had no flavor whatsoever. He could tolerate the rest of his training. But this tasteless mush, no way. If they just added a bit of salt, it would taste so much better. He thought, surely, someone else must feel the same way, right? He couldn't be the only one with these thoughts. As he pondered his unfortunate taste buds, L overheard 2 instructors nearby, criticizing the food, but despite their complaints, they still ate it without much care. After 2 more weeks, the training began to feel less brutal. L realized that before he could open a successful restaurant, he first had to survive here. However, no matter how much time passed, he couldn't get used to the constant torture of the 3 meals served each day. Sitting at the table, L found himself lost in thought. Is there really nowhere I can find some salt? He wondered. If only there was a sea nearby. I swear, I don't want to step foot in that mess hall again. Just as L was struggling through day after day, an opportunity came that could change everything for him. One day, during a magic lesson, the instructor's voice rang out. Cheer up, today, you're finally going to learn offensive magic. I am a level 5 wizard. The one with the curled mustache. Right here. Being a level 5 mage, the instructor acted with a certain superiority. Normally, you low-level recruits wouldn't even get the chance to hear me lecture on magic. Consider it a miracle, but given the current situation, if you can successfully learn this, take it as a golden opportunity to become official Imperial Mages. Now, let's begin. Close your eyes, focus on your inner senses, and you may feel the flow of mana around you. Venom created a green energy sphere, introducing it with a serious tone. This is mana, the foundation of all magic. The effect of this magic circle is simple. It gathers mana into one place. By adding more magic circles, you can manipulate the properties of the mana. The strength of any magic is determined by the purity of the mana, making it the most basic yet the most difficult form of magic. L, ever attentive, listened closely to the lecture. For example, if you add the fire attribute, Venom conjured a fireball and shot it at a practice dummy. It becomes a basic offensive spell, fireball. Now, who wants to try first? The soldiers, straining with all their might, managed to create tiny flames. But before they could even aim at the target, the fire fizzled out. Venom, irritated, yelled at them. Not strong enough. The fireball can't maintain its shape. What are you aiming at? Open your eyes. Can you even sense the mana properly? The soldiers stood there, confused and helpless. Venom gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, even with a shortage of soldiers due to the war, how am I supposed to do anything with these rookies? How can I let a bunch of novices carelessly use magic like this? Only those chosen, like me, should be able to wield magic. Just as Venom was basking in his own self-praise, a bright golden light shone through the training field. A massive fireball, the size of a small house, blazed forth and obliterated the practice target, exploding with a thunderous bang. The person responsible for the cannonball-sized shot? Ellison, standing there looking stunned. The blast caused a portion of the cliff behind the target to collapse. Everyone, including L and Venom, stood in shock, frozen. How did you do that? Venom, shaken, grabbed L by the shoulders. Did I hear you correctly? L, still innocent and bewildered, replied, I just gathered the mana and cast the fireball. Like you instructed. Venom, still in disbelief, demanded, how did you focus your mana like that? L answered matter-of-factly, well, aren't those wisps of smoke in the air all mana? Venom nearly broke into a cold sweat. Here was this clueless recruit, somehow a natural-born genius. effortlessly pulling off advanced magic. It felt like a slap in the face to Venon's previous arrogance. You can see the mana in the air? L nodded. Yes, sir. That evening, the recruits buzzed with rumors about Allison. He seemed to possess an unusually high sensitivity to mana. Venon, still shaken, could hardly believe what he had witnessed earlier. This was a rare occurrence. Something that sometimes happened during mana testing. It was similar to how people living at high altitudes develop stronger lung capacity. Those who came from areas with sparse mana often showed heightened sensitivity to it. But seeing it at such an extreme level, this is the first time I've encountered it, Venon admitted to the black-capped instructor, who had been watching the day's events closely. The instructor nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is exceptional. This is no ordinary recruit. Let me introduce you to him. He's the lead trainer from the northern camp of the Rond. Venon slammed the table in frustration. No, I had to teach myself magic too. But it's strange how easily he explained it. Just having high sensitivity wouldn't let him use such strong magic immediately. Humans are influenced by both their environment and their talent. It's not just sensitivity that makes him a genius. It's more like he's a natural-born genius, who just happened to be raised in a place with little mana. I've never considered him a genius before. But considering his performance, it might be better to delay his deployment to the front lines and send him for advanced magic training instead. L, eavesdropping from outside the door, smiled to himself. Who in their right mind would want to go to the battlefield anyway? But as he listened, the door suddenly swung open, catching him off guard with no time to hide. Venon shot him a dark look and warned, "Don't get cocky just because you managed to cast a fireball. Rookie, this training camp is funded by the hard-earned taxes of the Empire's citizens. Since you damaged the facility, you'd better fix it and return it to its original state." Was this just a case of taking out anger on a subordinate? L, despite feeling wronged, had no choice but to clean up the mess he had caused. By nightfall, he still wasn't finished. As he swept, he muttered under his breath, "I don't know how strong a level 5 mage is supposed to be. But it seems like they're pretty high-ranking. Still, that guy sure is petty. Shouldn't he be praising the recruits when they perform well?" L couldn't help but remember his life back in his old world. "Oh wow, our son passed the entrance exam. To the Culinary Arts High School? Yes, the results just came out. Oh my, what a surprise. I'm so proud of you. Hee, I think I just got lucky." "It's not luck, it's your talent. I know it. In my eyes, your cooking is the best in the world." L nearly crumbled at the memory. Why can't people just give a little praise? As he stared at the ground in silence, he noticed some orange-yellow stones glowing faintly. Picking one up, he examined it and realized it was debris from the cliffside. But its shape was unusual, sparkling at the edges. With a crazy idea in mind, L tasted the rock and was shocked. Falling backward onto the ground. "It's salt. This is actually salt." Immediately, L began thinking about how to use this newfound resource. The next morning, in the mess hall where the sign read, "Eat with gratitude and don't waste a single bite," the soldiers groaned as they received their usual bland meals. But today, they had a big surprise. "The taste is different, isn't it? Really? I want another bowl." "Me too. The food is so good today." Hearing this, L felt deeply satisfied. Even people like them, who usually only eat to fill their stomachs, could recognize the difference. Just adding a little salt had changed the flavor so much. L silently made a resolution to continue improving the meals here. Bit by bit, John asked his colleague, "Hey, did they change the chef recently?" "No, the chef hasn't changed, but today's meal is definitely better." John, curious about the source of this change, kept wondering. L had been working hard late into the night, gradually improving the meals bit by bit. Of course, that didn't come without its moments of frustration. These people, they don't even bother to wash the potatoes before cooking. It's so dark in here. Ouch. L sighed, imagining they were just tossing the vegetables into the pot without any care. Maybe I should at least prepare them properly. Should I make some soup as well? And so, night after night, his hands became covered in cuts. L, moved to tears, thought to himself, "This is it, do you understand now? This is the bare minimum standard for a meal in the army." This was exactly what L had been hoping for. Ideally, he'd add more spices or maybe some mushrooms. But he wasn't sure if the ingredients here were like those back home. So this was enough for now. No point in asking for the moon. just as he was about to dig into his own meal. His name was called again. Zarin, looking stern, said, "Come see me after you finish eating. You know the reason why, don't you?" "How would I know?" El thought, feeling confused. When El met with the commander, the atmosphere was tense. Zarin stroked his chin and spoke first. "Recruit Allison, I've heard you've shown some extraordinary talent in magic." El, feeling gloomy, admitted it was true. "That's good news. Enhancing our soldiers' combat capabilities gives us a strategic advantage on the battlefield. However, there have been some unsettling rumors circulating around the kitchen lately." El suddenly felt very nervous. Zarin continued, "Someone has been sneaking into the kitchen late at night and leaving before the chefs arrive in the morning. If they're gone before 5 a.m., it's hard to catch them. But if they're caught, they'll face severe punishment." El started sweating, biting his lip. Zarin noticed this and softened his expression with a smile. "But that's not why I called you here today. I called you to congratulate you on your achievements in magic training. Could you dispose of this for me on your way out? It's my personal investigation report. You can use it if you want." "Yes, sir, I understand," El replied, still trying to calm down. As they both held the document, Zarin asked again with a grin, "You understand, don't you, Recruit Allison? If someone leaves the kitchen before 5 a.m., there's no way to catch them." El froze, wide-eyed. By evening, he lit a campfire in the forest, opened the scroll and laughed. "Ha ha, turns out he knew everything all along. You can use it if you want," he said, meaning, the scroll contained edible mushrooms and spices. "So, this means cooking the right way, doesn't it?" And so, with the silent approval of the instructor, the meals became tastier and more abundant. In the end, the northern training camp became famous for having the best food among all the camps. Even after I was discharged, the cooks still passed down the recipes and maintained the camp's reputation. Looking back, it all started with that salt stone. It was such a nostalgic feeling. Nalay asked, "Io, are you cooking that dish?" Io laughed heartily. "Yes, that's the flavor. The recipe is exactly the same. Let's relive those old memories together." Green looked at the pot and asked, "Is this the dish you used to eat back at Camp 5? "Well, it's a dish we all learned to survive on for some reason," I said. "Oh, I came here to give a gift. But it seems I'm the one being treated." Green and Nalay started eating. "Well, it's just okay," Nalay said. "Enough to fill the stomach." This was the best meal at the training camp. Green complained bitterly. Even Io, while eating, could taste the nostalgia. "It doesn't taste as good as I remember," he thought. "Food really does taste different depending on the situation, doesn't it?" Io wondered if the old instructor could hear these words now. How long had it been since he last experienced such old memories? To be honest, Io didn't remember it all that well anymore. Meanwhile, in the forest, someone was constantly groaning for food. It was Sorina, lying on the table and grumbling. "I need food, but where has she gone? Oh, I'm so hungry." In the middle of her complaints, two children came over. "Excuse me, is Elena here? My brother fell and got hurt." Sorina told the two children that Elena wasn't there. But the little girl asked Sorina to treat her brother instead. Sorina glanced at the boy's scraped knee. "It's just a small scratch, it'll heal on its own. Go home and ask for a bandage." The girl's face twisted. "But our parents are at work." And the boy kept crying. Sorina clicked her tongue. Why do humans always make things so annoying? When Elena returned, the two children were outside the door, excitedly thanking her. "Thank you, sister. Thank you so much." Elena looked puzzled and asked, "Oh, did you two get hurt?" "Oh no, Sister Elena, we're fine now. The lady over there treated us. Hee. The new staff seems very kind." "New staff?" Elena was still confused when Sorina stormed out. "Why are you only showing up now?" she snapped. "You healed those kids, didn't you?" "Yes, I used some simple healing magic. But just this once," Sorina replied. Elena beamed. "Oh, Sorina, you're so kind, aren't you?" Sorina's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. "Kind? What are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous, you've got it all wrong. And where did you go? Anyway, I'm starving to death over here. I went to the Lord's castle to treat a patient." Elena explained. "Oh, the one you mentioned before? The one in a coma?" "Yes, it seems to be caused by poison. But it was so unusual that at first, they didn't even recognize it as poison. It looks like the Lord's brain has suffered severe damage. They've tried many treatments, but there hasn't been any progress. Brain damage from poison? Sorina pondered for a moment. Now that I think about it, there's someone who knows a lot about that. A researcher who studies the brains of different species. What, really? Elena was excited, but Sorina quickly dashed her hopes. It's been a long time, though, so I don't remember their name anymore. Elena's face dropped, stiff with disappointment. I'm not even sure if they're still alive. But I'll tell you if I remember. Thank you so much, Elena said. Just then, a blue bird flew to Elena's window, with a piece of paper tied to its leg. Sorina noticed it. Where's it from? She asked. Elena explained. This kind of bird only lives in the forests of the elves. It's a letter from my homeland. I haven't received any news from them until now. As Elena read the letter, her shock was greater than facing a natural disaster. What's wrong? What does it say? Elena trembled, sweat pouring down her face. The forest of the elves. It's in danger of being destroyed by a dragonkin. And to prevent this catastrophe, I have to become the bride of that dragonkin. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes. If they don't find a suitable bride, they'll burn the entire forest. Sorina sighed. What? Oh dear. I thought it was something serious. What should I do? Elena cried. I always thought marriage should be with someone you love. At the very least, I should get to know them a little first. You idiot, calm down, Sorina scolded. Their threat to destroy everything, if they don't get their way, is just a typical bluff from the dragon tribe. The elven forest is safe. At least for now. Elena finally stopped crying and asked Sorina. Is this information true? Sorina pulled up a chair, relaxed, and said, what's there to be afraid of? I'm here with you. She exuded a fiery, overwhelming aura. If only that were true. When those 4 black dragons attacked, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. Lead me to the elven forest, and I'll teach that arrogant dragonkin a lesson. Meanwhile, in the elven forest, the messenger bird had returned. Another elf saw it and said, Lady Neria, it seems the letter has been safely sent. That's such a relief. We weren't sure if it could even get out of the forest. Maria, the elder of the elf tribe, asked. It might be sudden to ask this, but does the letter contain too many details? Elena will actually return home. Because of the dragonkin's threat? Yes, Elena believes she will return. I know she is very selfless. But even if she does come back, I'm not sure she can resolve the current problem here. Right now, we can't even solve the problems in front of us. Sorina growled, frustrated. Hey, Elena, do you not trust me? I'm trying to look cool here. Why did you bring them along? Well, the restaurant's closed. Green. What, do you have a problem with that? Elena quickly interjected. Please calm down, Sorina. It's not that I doubt your abilities. I just want to be prepared for every scenario. Exactly. If we bring her along and end up returning with holes in our backs again, Elena will have to bear the burden. That's true, they all agreed, as the 3 of them huddled together, talking. Meanwhile, Sorina fumed behind them. Hey, that's because they ganged up on me. Okay? Anyway, let's go check out what kind of husband candidate this dragonkin is. Stop teasing me, Elena pleaded. While the group was having fun, there was one person who wasn't happy at all. Or rather, he was fuming with rage. Surrender now, or all of you will die. Finally, they arrived at the elven forest. Even from the forest's edge, the distance seemed far without teleportation. It's daytime now, isn't it? Yes, let's fly. I'm sorry, but the elven forest has a magical mechanism that disables teleportation. No worries. I've been through this before in the Boff mines. Stop, don't move, or you'll be shot. What brings you to the elven forest? Intruders? An elf archer squad, led by a rather intimidating woman, stood in front of them. Elena quickly called out, Lily, lower your bow. It's me, Elena. These people are with me. I don't doubt you, Elena. But the others need to verify their identities. The elf woman then turned to the young man in the group. Tell me your race and the reason for your visit. Elle grimaced and said, I'm human, here to assist Miss Elena. The elf noticed the brief flash of green light in ELL's eyes. A sign of the ability to read the thoughts of others. Something only the elves possessed. Even though he didn't expect it to cause a major problem, it was still significant. Approved. Next, the red-haired woman standing next to you. Tell me your race and purpose. Sorina was about to reveal her identity when Io suddenly chimed in, interrupting her. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ellison. I live in Break City, where I run a small but highly rated restaurant. You should stop by sometime for a meal. Lilia snapped in frustration. Hey, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the red-haired woman next to you. Answer me. Just then, a masked elf rushed up and whispered something to her. Lilia was surprised to receive direct orders from Maria. Quickly, the order to lower weapons was given. Green tilted his head, glaring. The way they're acting is really pissing me off. He muttered. Hold on a little longer. Elle urged. Things are going smoothly. Lilia immediately apologized. We're sorry for not recognizing such esteemed guests. It was disrespectful of us to act that way. Please, come in. The elder, Maria, is waiting for you. Welcome to the Elven Forest. Maria greeted them. My apologies for what happened at the entrance. When I first heard about it, I was shocked to learn that Elena knew Ellison. It must have been a long journey for all of you. Elle thanked Maria for her hospitality. Elena, noticing the situation, was surprised. It seemed that Ellison and Elder Maria knew each other from before, which explained why they had been allowed in so easily. Elena thought to herself that she shouldn't be so surprised by things like this anymore. After all, the incident with the dragons was much more shocking. Maria, however, seemed troubled as she spoke to Elena. It must have been a difficult decision for you. Yet you still came. I feel terrible for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Elena trembled as she asked. Are you talking about the marriage proposal? Sorina interjected. By the way, what's the deal with that guy anyway? What kind of fool wants to marry her? Maria's face turned pale with fear. You called him a fool? He might hear you. He's a dragonkin, an almighty being. Green, exuding dark energy, replied. Oh, please, we're dragonkin too. Sorina chimed in. Our mission here is to kick that noble creature all the way up to the moon. Maria froze, then winced and apologized to Io and Max. Sorry, I meant to explain that. Elena also bowed her head. It's just a bit complicated, but yes. They are also almighty beings. Maria suddenly felt a headache coming on. Her heart raced, and her face turned pale. Excuse me, what? Meanwhile, that strange dragon was still causing chaos. Your life force is dwindling. It snarled. As the fat dragon, wrapped in thick skin, exhaled smoke. If death is what you desire, I shall grant it to you. Good grief. This dragon is disgustingly ugly. So ugly it's an insult to everyone who sees it. His name was Irmantium. He was a golden dragon who had received tributes from the Elsa tribe for generations. Maria trembled as she recounted the tale. Green clenched his teeth in anger, calling the dragon a beggar. For over 100 years, he refused tributes, but recently, he started demanding that I find him an elf to be his bride. Maria knelt on the ground as she told her story. Elle told her to sit comfortably. Why go through all this? Green asked. But why does it have to be Elena? There are many other elves in the forest. Maria explained. At first, I tried to resolve the matter myself. I was ready to sacrifice myself for everyone. But the other Elsa stopped me. Since I'm the chief of the tribe. The Elsa people cried and pleaded. But Maria had already decided to open her heart to the light of sacrifice for the tribe. Don't be sad. Sacrificing myself for my people is an honor. Maria, the elder, said solemnly. But as she was about to step out, the dragon's voice echoed. Go back. Irmantium's words froze Maria in place. I don't like your hairstyle. Next, Maria thought she misheard. But Irmantium repeated. Did you not hear me? I don't like you. Next, one by one, the other elves returned, smiling after being rejected by the dragon. The whole tribe panicked as they prepared the next candidate, but each one came back after being refused. Soon, there were no candidates left. Maria cried. He didn't find anyone suitable. In the end, we had to ask Elena. If that's the case, I think he'll be rejected too. Elena said quietly. Green declared. If he dares hurt you, stay calm and just lead me to his lair. Sorina, deep in thought about the strange dragon, suddenly shouted. Wait, I remember now. Irmantium, it's him. She grinned. He's the dragonkin who studied the brains of other species. He might even be able to heal Lord Gates. This revelation shocked everyone. You mean Diren's father? Green exclaimed. In that case, we don't need to drive him away. We need to capture him. Elle agreed. That's right. We can't let him escape now. Just then, another elf rushed in, shouting. Irmantium is on his way here. Maria immediately guessed that Irmantium must be furious because they hadn't sent another candidate yet. Since you're all talking about capturing him, You should know he's extremely cautious and always keeps his distance from other dragonkin. Although he has demanded tributes from us for generations, he has never allowed anyone to guard him. He flees and abandons his lair whenever he senses the presence of another dragonkin nearby. So it's likely he'll do that again, Maria explained. Sorina quickly thought of a plan. They needed something to distract Iromantium. Yahello agreed with the idea of a tiger luring the dragon out of the cave strategy, ensuring he wouldn't notice anything else. Everyone then turned to look at Elena. Why is it always me who has to suffer? Elena protested, realizing what they were suggesting. Wait, isn't the whole reason we came here to avoid this kind of situation? She asked. But her protests were in vain. Meanwhile, the monstrous dragon continued to trample through the forest. As the elves fought desperately, their faces flushed with exhaustion. Call all the teams here. Quickly, someone shouted. You pitiful elves dare insult me? Iromantium roared, his pig-like nose grotesquely distorting his face. The dragon opened its mouth wide, ready to unleash flames, die in terror and regret. Wait, Lord Iromantium, Maria suddenly appeared with the bride. I apologize for being late, but she's here. Since she is the most beautiful elf in the tribe, it took some time to prepare her. I'm certain she'll meet your standards once you see her, Maria said, removing the veil. Elena stood there, now transformed into a beautiful, blushing bride. I am Elena, she stammered. At that moment, the pig-faced dragon's cheeks turned bright red. Magnificent, you're perfect, ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. You should have brought such a fine lady from the start. As the old dragon laughed gleefully, overjoyed to finally have a beautiful wife. 3 figures in the sky above maintained a safe distance, observing everything. Keep your presence hidden, Io advised. I think he's completely captivated by Elena now, Sorina remarked, preparing for the next phase. Be ready to capture him once he's far from here. Following Iromantium, the group silently made their way to his lair. Elena, walking alongside him, kept wondering, why aren't those 3 ready yet? Just then, Iromantium turned back to her and asked, your name is Elena, right? Elena, startled, replied, why yes, Lord Iromantium. Don't call me that, the old dragon said, blushing as he pulled out a maid outfit with his claws. From now on, address me as master in the most formal way, he demanded. Elena took the outfit, on the verge of tears. But she steeled herself, thinking, just endure it, they'll rescue me soon. Will Elena escape the fate of becoming the bride of this grotesque dragonkin, who is an eyesore to everyone who sees him? Elena had just finished changing her outfit. She stammered as she called out to her master, Isomantium, who was still engrossed in his test tubes. Elena, what is it? I told you not to enter the research room. She still wasn't used to this awkward atmosphere. Isn't this lab a bit dirty? It looks so messy. Let me clean up this place for you. Master, what do you think? If possible, could you leave the room for a moment? Upon hearing this, Isomantium fumed with anger. That's not how it is. Seeing his reaction, Elena became even more flustered. It's not like that? I'm sorry, master. He huffed in frustration. You look so wary? And stop apologizing all the time. Be more confident. Follow my lead. Isomantium pointed a sharp claw at her face, his expression hardening. Oh, we're not alone, are we? Just like my disgusting body. And even though I was cold to you at first, you'll eventually open up to my friendly nature. Elena mimicked his expression, trying to harden her own face. Ah, yes? Seeing this, Isomantium became even more excited. That's right, that's exactly the expression I wanted. Elena grew even more bewildered at his manic enthusiasm. This was ridiculous. They were supposed to be hiding. Yet he was throwing his head back and howling at the sky. Glare at me with that expression. She was utterly desperate. Where were the others? Meanwhile, Ellison's group, hiding in a corner, was thrilled by the scene. They couldn't hold back their laughter. Her face is turning red. He told her to stop apologizing. Elena couldn't suppress the anger rising within her. She felt like she was about to explode. Have you all been watching me from there? She shouted. That finally caught Isomantium's attention. What did you say? The group watching the spectacle suddenly panicked. Oh no, we've been exposed. Isomantium's eyes widened, a dangerous gleam flashing through them. He turned to them and growled. What are you all doing here? Do you know Elena? In Isomantium's eyes, all 3 of them possessed a very distinctive mana signature. Ellison gave the order, capture him. Isomantium panicked. It was as if he had lost control of his actions. Damn it, these bastards, they're not even dragonkin. In his state of chaos, he suddenly realized that his magic circle had been destroyed. What? My teleportation spell. I need to escape. He turned back to them with a provocative glare. Well then, if that's the case, I'll only be able to get as far as the cave entrance. Stay put, you fools. But the others were already concentrating their mana, forming a new magic circle. The circle surrounded Izamantium, sealing him in place and rendering him unable to resist. Serena smirked at him with a mocking expression. Where do you think you're running off to? You bastard? Izamantium struggled in vain. Let me go. You wretches dare to intrude on my private domain? Just then, they felt an ominous killing intent from behind. Alina's face was dark and unreadable. How long have you all been spying on me? Ru Ren and Serena hurriedly tried to explain. See, the teleportation spell he set up wasn't just 1 or 2 types. That's right, and we already destroyed it. Ellison, now nervous, tried to feign ignorance. Yeah. There were probably more than just 1 or 2 types. Elena then turned her gaze toward Ellison. He stiffened like a programmed machine. Sorry, the Dragonkin thought your reaction would be amusing, so they told me to keep watching for a bit longer. Serena was furious at how quickly he shifted the blame. Hey, you traitor, you were the one who wanted to see Elena's new outfit. Ru Ren glared at Ellison with resentment. You're unbelievable. Flustered, Ellison tried to explain himself. What are you all talking about? If someone overhears, they'll misunderstand. Elena's entire face turned red with embarrassment. So, does that mean this outfit looks good on me? Ellison was also confused. Did they just make that up? Serena ignored the question. The group was still engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Ru Ren had taken notice of Izamantium. He kept chanting incomprehensible spells. What has he been mumbling all this time? Someone wondered. Half of Izamantium's body passed through the magic circle. He smirked disdainfully. Haha, you fools have made a grave mistake. Inside the village, Lilia and Neria were still waiting for them, both restless. Lady Neria, do you think Elena will be alright? Neria's voice was calm and reassuring. There's no need to worry. Suddenly, she noticed something. Everyone was fixated on a particular sight. Elena had returned, and she wasn't alone. She had brought along some extraordinary individuals. Soft branches intertwined, forming a circular shape. Inside that circle, a mysterious blue light shimmered. Neria wondered what it could be. Then, out of nowhere, it exploded. The shockwave sent a wave of concern through everyone. Thick clouds of dust filled the air, obscuring their vision in an instant. They could see nothing. Lilia quickly covered her mouth. Lady Neria. Neria felt increasingly uncomfortable as the dust swirled toward them. Her face was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the rest of the tribe stood motionless, their eyes vacant as they gazed ahead. Then, one by one, they drew their daggers from their sheaths. Everyone now held weapons in their hands, pressed against their own throats. It was as if they were being controlled. Izamantium emerged, his expression utterly deranged. Kha. If you wish to destroy the magic that has been cast, you should be checking not just this place but the entire elf forest. His voice rang with a menacing threat. Release me, leave Elena behind, and get out of here. Otherwise, you will witness every elf in this forest taking their own lives. Far away, in another village, Elena also sensed that something was terribly wrong. Ru Ren observed the village from a distance. Something seemed to be spreading through the forest. This is real, she muttered. It felt like a blade pressing against her throat. Serena, too, began to wonder. Could high-tier creatures have the ability to manipulate minds on such a large scale? Izamantium was still imprisoned, yet he showed no signs of fear. I have studied the brains of living beings for 100 years. Controlling them is nothing but a trivial matter to me. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. This is the magic I perfected, he said through gritted teeth. Countless brides to be abandoned me and fled. No one ever understood my pure love. Then, his gaze locked onto Elena. Elena, would you like to be the one I use this magic on? The villagers had already lost their awareness. Izamantium grinned smugly, his voice laced with threat. Make your choice. Will you abandon the elf race or not? Elena's face turned pale with shock as he continued. Or will you let those fools leave and become my bride? Tears streamed down her face. Wait a moment. I understand. I will become your bride. So please. Elena looked utterly defeated. You don't have to do this, she pleaded. But she didn't notice Ellison behind her. He was focusing his magic. One hand pressed against the ground, gathering energy. while the other was raised, preparing to complete the formation. You call yourself Isomantium? Ellison spoke calmly. If it were truly pure love, you wouldn't need to threaten or force her. At that moment, an enormous magic circle engulfed the entire forest. The light it emitted radiated a power capable of dissipating dark energy. The elves, who had been under Isomantium's control, began to regain movement in their hands. Ellison smiled gently. Don't worry, everyone will be safe. Elena collapsed to the ground in relief. Thank goodness. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Ellison, I truly appreciate it. Isomantium, on the other hand, was in complete shock. How? What is happening? Ru Rin stretched her wrist, her expression unimpressed. Looks like this guy still hasn't learned his lesson. Serena exhaled. Exactly. First, we had to take him down. She turned to Elena. You'll be all right, won't you? Elena wiped her tear-streaked face and looked at Isomantium with sheer disdain. Yes, he is the worst dragonkin I've ever met. I despise him. But hearing those words, Isomantium only grew more excited. A true insult? Such genuine anger in your expression. So captivated was he that he didn't even notice Ellison's foot swiftly rising toward him. In his heart, he uttered 2 words, how wonderful. But right after, he was met with Ellison's devastating power. The ground trembled from the impact, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, in the elf village, the atmosphere was entirely different. Bonfires crackled, and the elves rejoiced, chanting cheers of liberation. Smiles spread across their faces as they swayed to the lively music. Elena, overcome with emotion, threw herself into Neria's embrace. The only one left out of the celebration was Isomantium, who remained tied up outside. His face was bruised and swollen from the beating he had received. Gasping for breath, he muttered, "Ha, ha, I've been trampled by a bunch of elves. Is this really okay?" Serena, however, had something else on her mind. She stared in disbelief at a massive bowl of salad in front of her. This is a feast? But it's just grass. Ru Ren, on the other hand, seemed excited. She happily nibbled on her salad. It's actually pretty good. Serena shot her a bewildered look. Wait, what's that? With a generous smile, Ru Ren handed her a glass bottle. It's the dressing that Ellison gave us. If you mix it with the greens, it tastes even better. And just like that, the 2 girls were at it again, arguing fiercely. If you have something good, share it with me. Go get your own, idiot. Neria watched the scene unfold with a warm smile. My honored guests, I don't know how to express my gratitude properly, but the elf race will never forget this kindness. Thank you, our divine saviors. Her words caught both Serena and Ru Ren off guard. You not only solved the problem but also freed us, those who had been enslaved by magic. Ru Ren blinked in confusion and glanced at Serena. I think you're mistaken. We were just trying to escape from that filthy beggar. Her casual remark left Neria stunned. She couldn't believe it. The ones who freed you were the elves themselves? Serena pointed toward the cheerful crowd gathering ahead. I thought you already knew that the elf did it. We can't control all the magic present here. Neria was still hesitant. What? Ellison was chatting happily with everyone. Who wants some salad dressing? On the faces of the elf people, everyone who took some smiled brightly. Give me a little, please. As Ellison poured the dressing for everyone, he secretly felt pleased. I thought I'd need this for the meal, so I brought it along. Who knew it would actually come in handy? The villagers were quite intrigued by this new thing. What is this dressing made of? This fresh taste is really nice. Ellison opened his backpack. At that moment, he had reached a large statue and sat down. Here, have some too. The statue was enormous. It's been a long time since we met. I'm really happy. But there was no response to his words. Ellison's eyes carried a hint of melancholy, and his voice softened. You look more like a statue than a living person. His mind drifted back to memories of the past. Back then, Ellison was still a level 7 mage mercenary. At that time, he was hit so hard that, ouch. Because he was enjoying his meal, Ellison became extremely annoyed. He clenched his teeth. Damn it, what's your problem? V pointed at him angrily. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Ellison was not one to back down. Why are you getting so worked up? He retorted immediately. Meanwhile, Dejan continued eating meat as he listened to their argument. Here we go again, he muttered. Vernon, looking utterly displeased, dumped his entire portion of leafy greens. I told you, I don't eat grass, he repeated. No meat? Where's the meat? Suddenly, Someone behind him gave him a strong pat on the shoulder and called out. Hey, Ellison, now irritated, snapped. You can't even digest meat properly. Why do you keep demanding it? Vaughn responded. You cook so well that I actually can digest it. As Darren ate, he suddenly spoke up to encourage them. Come on, start fighting already. I think a battle between elves and goths would make more sense than this ridiculous argument. Hearing that, Ellison and Vernon turned to him in unison and asked, What the hell are you rambling about? Darren suddenly pointed in a direction and said, I mean, you two should stop arguing and look over there. It was a herd of monstrous creatures. As soon as Darren spoke, a horde of bizarre-looking beasts appeared, attacking innocent villagers. Ellison looked and responded, The refugees are under attack. Vernon sighed. Can't even eat in peace. Let's go. One of the creatures grabbed a helpless villager and opened its grotesque maw wide. The terrified villager screamed, Please, spare me, don't eat me. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth, crashing into the monster and sending it flying. Its newly formed set of razor-sharp teeth shattered. Several more streaks of light pierced through the creatures, wounding them. One of the beasts tried to raise its loving fist to strike, only to be stopped by a protective barrier. The girl, who thought she was about to die, was stunned to find herself still alive. She turned to look around. Seeing Ellison's group arrive, the remaining villagers cheered in relief. It's the three heroes. We're saved. Darren put on his mask and loudly declared. From now on, monsters of the herd, you are forbidden from killing, kidnapping, or attacking other races. If you abide by this rule, we will spare your lives. But if not, his voice turned cold, then we'll have no choice but to wipe you out. From behind, Vernon whispered a reminder. Hey, shouldn't you tell them they're allowed to fight back if their lives are in danger? Ellison chimed in. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Darren simply pointed at the monsters and added. Fine, whatever. Just throw that in. Now get lost if you don't want to die. Back in the present, the person continued speaking. Since then, I have followed that rule. I suppose that gives you some peace of mind. A steaming bowl of grilled meat was placed on the table. The person spoke again. Or, perhaps you would have preferred if I hadn't? Ellison looked at the person beside him and asked. What do you think? You don't resent me? Neria calmly responded. Sir Vernon would never do such a thing. Ellison pressed further. Is that what you really believe? Then, after a pause, he asked again. Lady Neria, what do you truly think? Hearing his question, Neria froze like she had just been hit by Diao Chan's second ability. Ellison recalled the moment 2 years ago when he brought Vernon's body back. Do you resent me? He asked. Maria trembled as she responded. Lord Vernon held my hand and promised me. Tears welled in her eyes as she repeated his words. No matter what, he would return. You helped him keep that promise. So how could I possibly resent you? Sir Ellison? Today, you saved the entire elf tribe. Do you think that Lord Vernon played even a small part in the great power you displayed today? Ellison remained silent for a moment before answering. Not just a small part. I owe Vernon not just for this power, but for my entire life. So, the one who saved the elf tribe today was not me. Ellison raised his glass, clinking it with Maria's, and said, Let's drink to the hero. Vernon. Deep within the elf forest, the elves bowed their heads in gratitude. I want to thank you once again for saving our tribe. One of them said. Thank you, everyone. Robin pointed at the restrained Isomantium ahead and said. Don't worry about this guy. He won't be returning to his lair anytime soon. Elena beamed with joy. Everyone, I'm so happy we're all together again after so long. The captured monster panicked and shouted. Where are you taking me? Sorina, losing patience, snapped. Shut up, you'll find out when we get there. Ru Rin suddenly turned to Ellison. Ellison, your conversation with the chief today was quite long, wasn't it? Ellison raised an eyebrow. Your hearing is pretty sharp. Did you listen to all of it? Elena was surprised. Ellison, you talked with Lady Maria? Ru Rin replied. Now that I think about it, it seems she doesn't know that you absorbed the ancient gem. Ellison sighed. Hey, that's supposed to be a secret from the others. Hearing their conversation, Elena, Sorina, and even Isomantium were stunned into silence. Ru Rin continued. Sorina and Elena already saw you absorb the ancient gem. Ellison let out a small breath. I see. Meanwhile, behind him, Sorina and Elena whispered to each other. He really absorbed the ancient gem? Well, that explains why he's ridiculously powerful. Yeah, it's not all that surprising now. Ellison asked Neria, Didn't you realize that? He continued. Do you think she figured it out from what happened? Ru Ren replied. Because you used that kind of magic. Ellison added. Anyway, from the beginning, we came here to help Miss Elena. The creature behind them was still in shock. Did he really absorb the ancient gem? Ellison continued. I have received a gift I never expected. That evening, inside the magnificent palace, Diren opened the door and joyfully called for his master. Ellison stepped in and said, My apologies. Diren happily replied. It seems the restaurant was closed for a short time, but now it has reopened. He continued. I was really surprised when I heard that you had come to my castle. Ellison responded. Yes, this is my first official visit to you. Elena and Sorina sat in a corner, chatting. Will everything go smoothly? I don't know, but judging by his magic, he seems very skilled. Ellison asked. Where are the others? Diren answered. They're in the next room. Aren't they? Berna entered and asked. Master? Diren, is he a guest? Diren introduced him. Mother, this is the one who has helped me a lot. Ellison introduced himself a bit tensely. My name is Ellison. Berna stared at him, suddenly recalling a young man from the past. Shocked, she exclaimed. You are. She quickly stepped forward and asked. Where have you been all this time? Ellison smiled and replied. It seems the lady still remembers me. He suddenly leaned closer to Diren and asked quietly. She doesn't know that I was the one who destroyed Dead Rand's castle. Does she? Diren replied. No one knows except me. It's really hard to explain. Berna joyfully grasped Ellison's hands and said. I have always wanted to find you to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me and Diren. Ellison gently pushed her hands away and said. You don't need to thank me yet. My lady, there is still someone I haven't saved. Right? His words startled both Berna and Diren. What do you mean? At that moment, Ru Ren pulled an Izamantium, who was in human form. She said, Get in here, you fool. The creature she dragged in could only follow along obediently. He looked around and asked. So, who is the one I need to heal? Ru Ren, growing impatient, kicked him aside and said. Don't try anything weird. Diren's mother and son looked at them in surprise. Izamantium walked over to the bed, pointed at Leiden, who was lying there, and asked, Is this the person? Seeing a stranger approach his father, Diren quickly ran over and said, Wait, I don't know who this person is. But before he could stop him, Ellison placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Just watch. Izamantium placed his hand on Leiden's forehead and cast a spell to diagnose his condition. After a moment, he concluded, This man's brain has suffered severe damage. I don't know who poisoned him, but they created a highly dangerous toxin. Suddenly, Izamantium exclaimed, Let's see, and unleashed a powerful surge of magic onto Leiden's body. Leiden's previously closed eyes slowly began to open in a daze. Berna burst into tears and called out. Count. Diren, also crying, called out. Father. Leiden's weak eyes looked at his wife and son in confusion. With difficulty, he spoke. My lady. Both Berna and Diren broke down in tears and threw themselves into his embrace. Calling out, Lord Leiden, Father. Seeing the heartwarming reunion, Ellison couldn't help but smile. He recalled memories of himself and his mother from the past, then bit his lip as if holding back his emotions. Meanwhile, Ru Ren removed the seal and warned Izamantium. If I hear anything strange about you, I won't spare you next time. Freed from the restriction, he nodded and agreed to the deal. Ellison suddenly patted Ru Ren on the shoulder and said, Ru Ren, let's go. She turned to him and asked, You healed the count, but you're not staying for a reward? He replied, We already have enough money. And how could we interrupt their reunion? As he looked at the joyful family, he added, Come on. The two of them returned home. Ru Ren said, Let's get some sleep after preparing for tomorrow's work. Ellison nodded. All right. Ellison unconsciously muttered, Someone's been secretly drinking beer. That's why we keep running out. His words startled Ru Ren. He then glanced at the summoning circle under the table and thought. Come to think of it, this is my first summoning since absorbing the ancient gem. It feels a little less exhausting now. The coin circle beneath the table trembled, and black smoke began to rise from the surrounding magic array. Surprised, he let out a confused sound. Huh? As dark energy swirled around him, the black mist thickened, enveloping Ellison completely. Panicking, he shouted, What's happening? Darkness stretched endlessly. Heavy footsteps echoed in the void. A thin figure walked with their head lowered, silent and slow. Ellison yawned, exhausted. So sleepy. I was just preparing the materials. But it's already this late? Just then, a familiar female figure appeared ahead. Facing her was a desperate man. Begging, "I surrender, please." Ellison immediately recognized her and shouted in alarm. "Ru Ren, what are you doing there?" The woman turned her head and glanced at him. "Ru Ren?" she echoed. "What are you talking about?" Her gaze reflected a man with a blank face, featureless, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. Ellison gasped, bewildered. "What?" The cityscape around him blurred and faded. His eyes darted around in panic. "Huh? What's happening?" Then, he saw Ru Ren standing there, wearing a school uniform. Shocked, he asked himself, "Why is Ru Ren wearing a school uniform?" She stiffened and stared at him. "Who are you?" Ellison clutched his head, overwhelmed. "Why am I here?" In the next instant, he found himself standing in front of a brightly lit truck speeding toward him. "This is the place I was in right before I got transported to another world." Terrified, he turned back, his voice trembling. "I've always missed this place." The massive truck loomed closer in an instant. "I want to go back." Ru Ren, panicked, desperately tried to wake Ellison. Her face filled with confusion. "Ellison, wake up," he murmured in distress. "Ru Ren?" She shook him frantically. "What is this?" The two of them were now sitting on the ground in the middle of a street. Ru Ren screamed in terror. "Where are we?" Ellison, stunned, quickly scanned his surroundings. "Huh? This isn't a dream?" A concerned passerby on the other side of the street quickly called out. "Excuse me, are you two okay?" She hastily grabbed her phone, preparing to call for an ambulance. "Are you hurt? Should I call 911? Ru Ren frowned and glanced at Ellison. 911? What's that?" Ellison immediately covered her mouth. Worried, "We're fine. We're not injured," he assured the woman. Then quickly scooped Ru Ren into his arms and ran off. "Sorry, everyone." The passerby stood there, bewildered, their clothes so strange. Ru Ren, still in shock, yelled, "What? This is your hometown?" Later, as they sat on a rooftop, she looked around, still in disbelief. "No wonder it looks so weird. There are things like iron carriages and towering buildings everywhere." Ellison smiled, gazing at the city. "To me, it's been a long time, but it still looks fascinating." He fell silent, his voice growing softer as the bright city lights illuminated his face. "I never thought I could come back here." Ru Ren, curious and excited, took in the sights. "If this is your hometown, you should know it well, right? So, where exactly are we?" Ellison rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "Well, let's see." He recalled the smartphone the woman had been holding earlier. That was definitely a mobile phone, and it looked like a newer model. His eyes then moved to the towering skyscrapers around them. Judging by the buildings and the cars, the time must have passed here. Just like in that other world. More than 15 years. His brows furrowed as he carefully analyzed the cityscape. Even if the buildings have changed, the layout of the roads should still be similar. If I compare the intersections and highways with my memories from 15 years ago. Suddenly, he froze. His face went blank. I have no idea where we are." Ru Ren turned to him, exasperated. "This is your hometown, isn't it?" Ellison looked up at the sky and reassured her. "Don't worry too much." Then, in his mind, a familiar figure appeared, a woman smiling while holding a frying pan. A small smile formed on his lips. "I know where we can go." He carefully reached into his collar and, with a flick of his fingers, pulled out a shiny gold coin. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "At least we don't have to worry about money." The familiar store stood in the middle of the green fields. Linte Matt cheerfully greeted men as he approached the seniors. Smiling, the man responded, "You guys are early." The two quickly made their way to the horse stable and opened the door. The morning air was still a bit chilly. "That's right. If the wolves hadn't rebuilt the stable, we would have had a hard time," one of them remarked. Linte, a bit concerned, asked him, "But isn't it like the day when the restaurant opened a little late?" The inside was completely dark. Men looked surprised and turned his head. "Really?" He seemed uneasy. "But he's not the type to oversleep." Ru Ren, dressed in a brand new outfit, curiously exclaimed, "Aha, so this is your world. Ra, is this how people dress in your world?" Adjusting his shirt, Ra hurriedly explained, "Yes, the clothes we were wearing earlier attracted too much attention." He sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. "It didn't convert into as much money as I thought." He recalled, thinking back to when he first stepped into the store. "This is pure gold," he had said. The shopkeeper placed the gold coin on a tray and smiled. I can exchange this for 4.000.000 won. Then, he quickly added a warning. If I could check your identification, I'd be able to pay you in cash. Ru Rin frowned in frustration. What now? Ellison flinched at the mention of identification. ID. He hesitated before pulling out a thick envelope filled with cash. Then how about this? In the end, they had to settle for selling it at half price on the condition that the shopkeeper wouldn't ask for any identification. When did they start printing 51 bills? Ru Rin furrowed her brows and clutched her stomach. Aren't you hungry? He quickly put the money away and turned back to her. What do you want to eat? She hesitantly asked. Are there any good restaurants around here? Glancing around, he soon spotted a Chinese restaurant. Perfect. Black bean noodles are always a great choice, he announced. Let's eat there. Ru Rin excitedly agreed. As they sat down, she eagerly took a big bite of the noodles. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she savored the taste. This is so good, she exclaimed, practically shouting. Wow, this is amazing. Meanwhile, he quietly stared at the menu, his expression darkening at the price. You should eat too, he urged Ellison, who was staring at the expensive bill with teary eyes. It's not just the clothes that are expensive, Ellison lamented, trembling. Back in my time, black bean noodles were only 4 won. Ru Rin scrunched up her face. You sound like an old grandpa when you say that. He quickly shut the menu and sighed. Alright, no more saving money. What's the point? Ru Rin clapped her hands excitedly. Next, let's have rice cakes and blood sausage too. We'll eat everything we want. She eagerly welcomed all the food as it arrived. Are you sure about this? He teased. Don't regret saying that later. The two quickly immersed themselves in enjoying the feast. She winced when she bit into something too spicy. It feels like I just unleashed a black dragon roar. He handed her a drink. Here, have some water. She happily indulged in ice cream afterward but soon complained. It's too sweet, but I love it. This is delicious. He smiled beside her. Your head will start aching if you don't slow down. Feeling exhausted from the heat, Ru Rin panted. It's so hot. They call this hot pot, right? She suddenly pointed excitedly at a small roadside shop. Oh, let's get that too. However, when they got closer, they realized it wasn't a food stall. Meanwhile, outside a different shop, Serena was fuming. She banged on the door in frustration. Where did they go? Elena, sitting on the ground, groaned in discomfort. She was just as annoyed. Their break ended yesterday. I'm starving. We're going to die of hunger at this rate. An elderly man glanced at Men with concern. Men, did you hear anything? They've never left without telling anyone before. Scratching his head anxiously, Men admitted, I have no idea. We're just as confused as you are. Angry customers left the restaurant in frustration. Are they taking an extended break? Someone grumbled. Did I come here for nothing? I even sewed up my clothes tightly just to have a good meal. Men's expression darkened as he watched them leave. This is a serious problem. We don't even know when they'll be back. If our regulars keep leaving, it'll hurt the restaurant's reputation, Milton said, growing increasingly anxious. Could something have happened to them? Men sighed. I think so too, but even Barry Narek listens to them. So what's going on? Linte quietly stepped forward. Why don't we do this instead? He quickly proposed an idea. Our meals are always cooked by manager Eo, right? And everyone knows what home-cooked food tastes like. His next words left the others stunned. The ingredients are all in the kitchen. Why don't we run the restaurant while he's away? What? Ru Rin lay comfortably across the seat, gently rubbing her stomach. I think I can't eat anymore. I'm way too full. We've tried everything here. She sighed contentedly. Ellison closed his eyes and smiled softly. I'm glad you liked it. The train slowly started moving, picking up speed. What is this? A bigger iron carriage? Ru Rin asked curiously. Ellison chuckled. It's called a train. Since our destination is quite far, we need to use this. If we used teleportation, it would cause too much chaos. She gazed out into the distance. We're going to. Her words left him completely stunned. Meet your mother, right? He smiled quietly. So you already knew? Ru Rin grinned. How could I not notice when you looked so excited? Her eyes widened in awe as she took in the breathtaking sunset stretching across the endless green fields. The scenery was even more poetic under the golden light. She pressed herself against the window, completely mesmerized. Your hometown, Chao, is quite beautiful. Then, with excitement, she suddenly shouted, I love it. Ellison simply sat beside her, silently observing. After a moment, he softly called her name. Ru Rin? What is it? He hesitated, then glanced at her cautiously. What would you say if I asked if we could stay here? His voice was gentle but carried a deep sincerity that left her momentarily stunned. He continued, what if we could live here forever and never go back? As the sunset bathed everything in golden hues, Ellison's voice carried a longing that echoed through the quiet air. I've thought about it ever since I arrived in this world. Now that I'm here, the ancient jade no longer exists in that world. And the threat of the Dragon King is gone. Isn't it? He lowered his gaze, looking exhausted. That's why I started wondering. Ru Rin looked away, tapping her fingers lightly against the window. What would it be like if we started a new life here? Sensing her hesitation, he quickly added, of course, you don't have to answer right away. I caught you off guard. Didn't I? He let out a small laugh. Take your time and tell me after you've decided. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers tightening anxiously. And if I refuse? A drop of sweat formed on her forehead as she nervously asked. If I say no, would you give up your life here and return with me? She looked at him intently. You do want to stay here, don't you? Vernon lay beside the campfire when he suddenly sensed magic. The two others with him began to stir as well, groggily waking up. Ellison, what are you doing? Ellison, exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, stared intently at the swirling portal before him, his breathing quick and exhilarated. I finally did it. His hand trembled as he reached into the vortex. Take me home, take me back. Without hesitation, the other two lunged toward him, grabbing him and pulling him back. Damn it, not this again, one of them cursed. Stop him now, the other urged in panic. Ellison struggled, trying to break free. Let me go. Dajon's voice cut through the chaos. That thing will close any second now. Do you want to lose a finger? Ellison froze for a brief moment before hastily shoving a piece of paper into the portal. I get it, now let me go. Just as he finished speaking, the black hole abruptly snapped shut, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. The pressure weighed down on them, leaving the three gasping for breath. Vernon shouted angrily, Ellison, I told you to drop this spell. This is beyond even your magic. Ellison sat on the ground in silence, completely drained. You won't be able to use magic for weeks now. Lifting his gaze, he looked at Dajon, then at Vernon. You'll go back to the mines after the war ends, right? Vernon nodded. Ellison then turned to the other. And you, Ben, you'll return to the Eo forest? Your fiancée is waiting for you, isn't she? That's right, Ben answered, his breathing still heavy. Ellison let out a shaky exhale. And me? His eyes drifted toward the flickering shadows before him, lost and uncertain. Where am I supposed to go now? Lowering his head, he let the exhaustion overtake him. Somebody, answer me. When this is all over, where the hell am I supposed to go? Silence filled the air until he quietly turned to Ru Ren. Have I ever abandoned you? Her eyes shimmered as she smiled at him. No, you haven't. The tension between them eased, and soon they found themselves chatting again. Let's head to my place first, he said. All right, to your nest it is. Meanwhile, outside, a crowd murmured among themselves. I heard the restaurant reopened? But isn't the owner still missing? Yeah, I think so. Maybe we should come back another time. The large chunk of meat was quickly cut into thick slices. Nan frowned, hesitating. Is this really enough? You've got great working skills, Linte remarked with a grin as he admired their progress. Perfect. Crouching down, he searched around. Now we just need to grill it. Where did I put the firewood? Mu Tan rushed over anxiously. I thought you did everything with magic? Linte blinked in surprise. Magic? Both of them turned to see Elena standing behind them. That's right, magic. She quickly focused, channeling her energy into a glowing magic circle. Elena looked up nervously and explained. I learned this for camping trips. Linte frowned. That's way too small. Just then, Serena appeared, swiftly casting a fire spell. With a flick of her hand, flames burst across the kitchen counter in a neat line. Serena beamed with pride. No need to worry about the fire. Just focus on cooking. Linte's eyes widened in amazement. I have no idea who she is. But at least that problem is solved. Mu Tan's excitement grew. All right, the ingredients are ready. Time to start cooking. Open the restaurant. Moments later, thick black smoke curled into the air. A heavy silence fell over the dining area as customers stared at the charred meat in disbelief. A miner among them finally broke the silence. I'm a miner. You know, this is charcoal. This is the same stuff I dig up at work. Why are you feeding me this? Matt, flustered, hurriedly pulled the plate back. I'm so sorry. I'll redo it. Another customer. still in shock, muttered, "Seriously? You're serving me charcoal just because I'm a minor?" Meanwhile, someone stood with a salt shaker. Uncertain, should I sprinkle this over the salad? Milton's eyes widened in horror. Wait, what is that? Why is it so salty? The unfortunate customers who took a bite instantly spit it out. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be fresh and light? Men, now panicking, grabbed a glass jar and shouted, "This is salt, right? I think it's, wait, sugar?" More customers gagged as they spit out their food. Why is this sweet? Men, trembling, held up a raw piece of meat near the fire as angry shouts filled the air. Do it again. Get the owner out here. I want my money back. He stared at the ruined meal, his hands shaking. What do I do? If this continued, the restaurant would go bankrupt before the owner even returned. The flames roared wildly before men's eyes, growing more intense by the second. I had to handle the fire first. But the moment he placed the meat down, it burned to a crisp instantly. He grimaced and shot a glance at Serena. But it was clear she had no intention of lowering the flames. How am I supposed to cook anything if I can't even grill it properly? His eyes darted around in panic. If I pour water on it, the fire will go out completely, and I won't be able to cook at all. Then, his gaze landed on a familiar pot sitting in the kitchen. Wait, maybe I can make this work. The city lights glowed brightly, illuminating the bustling streets. Ru Rin clung tightly to Ellison, her excitement barely contained. We haven't gotten lost since we arrived, right? Ellison let out a small, helpless smile. Of course not. His eyes wandered over the towering buildings. Even though the skyline has changed, some things remain the same. Their steps quickened as they walked forward. Even after 10 years, or 30, I will never get lost in my own hometown. Before long, they arrived at a large apartment complex. Ellison gazed up at it and smiled. I remember this place. This is where my home used to be. He clutched his bag tightly. This is where I can return to. I'm home. Without hesitation, he knocked lightly on the door of Unit 604. Ru Rin watched him sigh and couldn't resist teasing. You're nervous, aren't you? He scratched his head awkwardly. Now that I think about it. Ru Rin, how should I introduce you? She tilted her head. Shouldn't you just tell her the truth? You mean, about you being a dragonkin? Are you kidding me? His voice faltered as he turned back to the door. She'll still recognize me, right? Even after 15 years, my hairstyle hasn't changed. Taking a deep breath, he called out softly, Mom, it's me. Silence. The familiar iron door remained still. Ru Rin crossed her arms. This place is way too quiet. Ellison forced a smile. Maybe she's sleeping. I'll try again. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door creaked open. A neighbor stepped out from the next apartment, frowning in confusion. Who are you? Ellison hesitated. I'm sorry, but... The woman's eyes scanned him, confused. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Did you just move in? His stomach tightened. I came to visit my mother. She lives in apartment 604. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God. Ellison instantly realized that she was the daughter of Ms. Dui Ha. Excited, he immediately confirmed. That's right, I am her son. He shouted in exhilaration. Do you know where my mother is? The girl frowned. She doesn't live here anymore. Can you follow me for a bit? Along the way, she continuously shared stories. When I moved here 5 years ago, I got to know her. I was always busy with work and lived off instant noodles. Then, she started making side dishes for me. That's how we became close. She recounted as they walked. During meals, she always talked about her son. She said he was about my age. And now I see she was right. The girl kept talking without pause. Oh, by the way, I'm a writer, though I'm not very famous yet. Ellison, feeling uneasy, quickly interrupted. Sorry, but where exactly are we going? He glanced around anxiously. She turned away and continued walking. She missed you a lot. I once suggested she distribute flyers to find you, but she refused. A faint silhouette gradually appeared in the darkness, standing before a large grave. The girl questioned, why did you only decide to return now? Ellison's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sight before him. You should have come back 2 years earlier, she said, quickly taking a bottle of liquor from her pocket. She had been battling stomach cancer even before we met. A small bottle of liquor and a tiny porcelain cup were placed neatly in front of the grave. She had to undergo surgery to remove her stomach, so she couldn't eat or drink properly anymore. She told me she loved watching others enjoy their meals, so she took great care of me. Her voice trembled, and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. But 3 years ago, The cancer relapsed, and she was hospitalized. Ellison stared deeply at the gravestone, his dark eyes filled with sorrow. Why couldn't I reunite with my mother? In his mind, he saw the fragile silhouette of a woman in an apron, smiling warmly. Are you hungry? Sit down, dear, she said lovingly. I made your favorite meal. He gasped in horror and looked down, one eye already brimming with tears. He never imagined things would turn out like this. The girl wiped her tears with her hand, overcome with emotion. Honestly, I don't care what you do. It's too late now. Ellison's figure slumped, exhausted and defeated. Even if you try to explain, she will never come back. The girl, unfazed, rummaged through a black bag beside her. After a moment, she carefully handed him a torn piece of paper. This is the letter she left behind. She stepped away as Ellison picked it up and began reading. She said it fell into her house. You wrote this, didn't you? She thought you might come back to retrieve it. So she wrote her reply right beneath your words. Her expression twisted with frustration as she walked off. It seems you never even considered coming back for it. Ellison gripped the worn paper tightly, his sorrowful gaze fixed upon it. Ru Rin looked at the material with a melancholic expression. This paper, it comes from the Ruber Empire. The hurried words on it, is this really your letter? Ellison knelt down, trembling as he explained. My magic was unstable, but I still wanted to send a letter to my mother. Even if I couldn't return, I wanted her to know that I was safe. I wrote everything, from becoming a 9th-ranked Grand Mage to opening a restaurant. He bit his lip, trying to steady himself as his body shook uncontrollably. But even though I found a way to send letters, I gave up. I thought there was no way to receive a reply. Tears fell endlessly from his eyes. And yet, she answered me. His dark eyes, filled with grief, stared at the letter as he berated himself. How could I have been so foolish? Ellison hung his head, trembling, while Ru Rin desperately tried to console him. After I obtained the dragon's heart and gained the ability to summon magic, why didn't I think of retrieving this letter? She held him tightly, heartbroken, in front of his mother's grave. Why didn't I try sending more letters? If I had, maybe I wouldn't regret it this much. Meanwhile, the restaurant had already reopened. A long line of eager customers waited outside, their excited voices filling the air. Delicious. Another plate, please. Men grinned cheerfully, enjoying the bustling energy. This is great. That dish was amazing. Linte lifted the pot's lid and smiled. The fire was too strong, so I figured out a way to keep it from burning. That's when I found this pot. Inside the pot was a fusion of various dishes. I thought, why not render Yuba belly fat and turn it into a dish? Linte mused. Serena laughed triumphantly. That's all thanks to my firepower. Beside her, Elena shyly added, I helped a little too. Men observed the simmering pot and spoke slowly. We don't need to worry about customers anymore. Now, we just have to wait for the manager to return. Early in the morning, in the vast forest, sunlight filtered through the trees. Ru Ren, worried, leaned against Ellison. Her fingers gently ran through his hair as she reminded him. You should eat something, your health. Ellison lowered his head, his face dark with guilt. I'm sorry, he muttered. I lied earlier. She was taken aback, but before she could respond, he continued with a trembling voice. If you say you don't want to stay here, then I won't return to that world with you. His voice grew weaker. It's been 15 years. My mother only had me. No matter what I say, I'm staying here. His lonely figure remained still, utterly defeated. I have nothing left anymore. Ru Rin clasped his hand tightly, trying to reassure him. Is that what you think? She anxiously wiped away his tears. Do you really believe you have nothing? She kept comforting him, recalling the time when he had asked her how she felt about this place. Is this going to be our new home? Ru Rin held Ellison's hand gently. I never intended to refuse your offer. Besides, leaving you here and returning alone, that's absolutely impossible. Her eyes softened as they connected in silent understanding. If you want, I will stay here with you forever. For a moment, Ru Rin hesitated, but then, her next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. What about the people at the restaurant? Meanwhile, Diren anxiously questioned the soldiers. Are you sure? The mage isn't at the restaurant? The soldier nodded firmly. When I checked, I only saw the others there. Berna hesitated, confused. Why would Leiden? Leiden furrowed his brows, looking troubled. How can we even express our gratitude to him? Someone, prepare immediately. I must visit that restaurant. Just then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Sir Gelra, have you heard? Ellison has suddenly disappeared. Gelra remained calm, focusing on his work. You're worrying too much. The only things that matter are the construction deadline and the quality of the nest. Those are the only two concerns. The soldier hesitated before stepping back apologetically. I'm sorry. I'll get back to work. Despite his composed demeanor, Gelra glanced upward with a hint of concern. Ellison isn't the type to abandon us. You don't think so either, do you? Ru Ren turned around and stood up. Everyone is waiting for you. Humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons might be knocking on the restaurant door right now. She smiled and looked back at him. You said you have nothing left. That's nonsense. Ellison's eyes slowly regained a glimmer of hope. 15 years. Is that still not enough reason to return? He fell silent, deep in thought. His hands trembled as he held the letter. Do you think my mother believed in me? Ru Ren reassured him with a gentle voice. Of course she did. I've never met a parent who doubts their own child. She grasped his hand firmly and pulled him up. Let's go back to where we belong. 2 days had passed since then. Yet there was still no sign of him. Walking hurriedly through the streets, Ru Ren bit her lip. Maybe I was too harsh? She quickly shook her head. No way. Dui On-ha had been through so much. And he wrote nonsense like becoming a 9th-ranked Grand Mage in that letter. Unforgivable. Sorry. A familiar voice cut through her thoughts. Ellison approached cheerfully, holding out a pouch of money. Here, take this. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Where did you even get this? And what's with those clothes? He explained calmly. I was restoring my mana to summon this. The mana here is scarce, so it took a while. She opened the pouch and was immediately overwhelmed. Mana? You're still clinging to that ridiculous magic stuff? But before she could argue further, golden coins gleamed inside the pouch. Ellison grinned. It's not much, but please accept it. The girl went pale, staring at the money in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ellison and Ru Ren turned away, waving happily. We're heading back to the restaurant. There are people waiting for me. In an instant, both of them disappeared. Thank you for taking care of my mother's grave. Ellison's voice echoed. The girl stood frozen, holding the pouch, her mind flooded with memories. At Zhengha Hospital, the past resurfaced. Are you feeling better now? The woman smiled reassuringly, her voice soft. I'm getting better, little by little. The woman smiled and said, there is a restaurant I really want to visit. She was pleasantly surprised. Really? I'm just happy that you want to eat. The woman responded. She looked at the girl, curious about the restaurant's location. The woman simply smiled. It's quite far, but it should be open by now. In a small painting, there was an image of a 2-story restaurant perched on a large hill. It was the restaurant of a 9th-ranked Grand Mage. The girl was so shocked that she dropped to the ground. Is this real? Is it really real? On a grave, a bouquet of white flowers lay beside a framed photo. Ellison and Ru Ren smiled. He really was a 9th-ranked Grand Mage, she murmured. Ellison gazed at the vast mountain range before him and sighed. It feels like several lifetimes have passed. The two of them stood atop a high mountain, smiling. This place is so far from the restaurant. Where even are we? Ru Ren summoned a spell and suggested, I can take us back to the restaurant. He smiled and refused. Wait, hold on. Then, he summoned another space, larger than before, leaving her in shock. Ru Ren hesitantly touched it. It's like spatial magic. Both of them quickly stepped inside as she pouted in frustration. Teach me already, she demanded. He pretended to be speechless. Didn't you say you didn't want to learn? That's because all the other dragons already know how to do it, she protested. As Ellison stepped through the portal, he grew concerned. By the way, the regulars at the restaurant must be really frustrated. Huh? The workers at the farm must be shocked too, she added. We've been gone for over 30 days without any notice. Ru Ren quickly speculated. I doubt there will be many people at the restaurant. But as they arrived, they saw a long line of people outside the entrance. A massive statue had been carefully displayed in front of the building. It was a grand image of Ellison, pointing forward with admiration in the eyes of the onlookers. A hero's statue. They both froze for a moment. Did we come to the wrong place? What is this? Tears welled up in Linte's eyes as she shouted to the crowd. Do you all know who saved Lord Gake? That's right, it was him. The emotional crowd inside the restaurant erupted in cheers. The owner of this restaurant, Ellison. A truly remarkable man. I can't believe it. One of them excitedly glanced down at the plate of food in front of them. And this is the very dish that once cured the noble knight's illness. Why don't we all try a bite and regain our strength? In an instant, the crowd erupted, standing up noisily. I want to eat that first. I have money right here. Ellison's eyes locked onto Linte, who was standing near the door, before shifting his gaze to Goa, who was panicking on the ground. With a calm but firm voice, Ellison spoke. Explain. Now. A familiar tone came from behind as someone stepped forward with a smile. I was the one who suggested this. Ellison casually tasted Linte's dish and looked up. But simply boiling meat in water isn't enough to make it delicious. He sighed. Maybe this suits you more than working on the farm. Resigned, he got up from his chair. This time, I was wrong, so I won't blame you. Still, his eyes wandered outside, gesturing toward the massive statue. But what the hell is that thing? Leiden, brimming with excitement, quickly explained. It's a statue built to honor your achievements. Don't worry, the noble's castle is covering the costs. Ellison was speechless. No, I'm not worried about that. What I want to know is, what achievements? The older man chuckled. You're too humble. Leiden's expression softened as he narrowed his eyes. Long ago, I heard stories about a legendary soldier in the war. A dragon, a masked young boy, ignoring orders from his superiors, running everywhere to help people. A skilled mage but the worst soldier. Ellison's breath hitched, cold sweat forming on his brow. But from what I've gathered, that boy was you. Ellison. Leiden leaned on his cane, watching him intently. This isn't a story everyone knows. But if I told you that Gake was one of the villages you saved, would you believe it? At that moment, Berna silently slipped away. The day Dayan rampaged into the castle. Ellison and Ru Rin had stepped through the portal, arriving just in time. The moment you entered my chambers, I already guessed your identity. Ellison sighed, exasperated. I never thought you were even conscious back then. Leiden smirked. You saved the city and my family. I will do whatever it takes to support you. I will give everything I have to help you. Ellison. Ellison smiled faintly as the old man tried to persuade him. Now do you understand? Turning away, Ellison cast a spell indifferently. No, I don't. The massive stone statue was severely damaged in an instant under his strike, with small flames gently rising. I don't want people mentioning other matters when evaluating Leiden's restaurant, he said. Leiden remained silent, then broke into a sweat and averted his gaze. The statue already had some momentum, and I may have overdone it a bit, he admitted. Glancing at him, he quickly suggested, can you also take care of the rumors so people only focus on whether my dishes can cure illnesses? The man shrank back and explained. Of course, I will clarify everything with everyone at the Magic Academy, he assured. In front of him, a female student collided with someone, letting out a painful cry as her books quickly scattered on the ground. Both of them hurriedly picked them up. I'm really sorry, one of them apologized. I didn't expect you to be here. The other responded. A gentle green magic lifted the scattered books, accompanied by a reassuring voice. I'm fine. Are you hurt? Marin Nay gracefully cast a calming spell. Are you learning magic? Good luck, she said. Be careful when using it indoors. Okay? The younger girl blushed in embarrassment. Thank you, sis. As soon as she left, two other students excitedly whispered to each other. Their faces flushed. Marin Nay spoke to me. She's amazing. Did you see how fast she cast that spell? I didn't even notice. The mention of the rumors instantly made her tense. Those rumors about her, they're all lies. Right? I don't believe them. She clenched her hands, trembling slightly. There's no way Marin Nay was kidnapped, tied up, and left crying. Who would spread such ridiculous rumors? Her face reddened as she fought back tears. Right, I wish those were just rumors, she thought. Just as she was about to touch the door, she froze. If I find out who did this. A heavy pressure radiated from the other side of the door. Someone is inside. Her eyes instantly sharpened with vigilance. Only Duke Tamurin had permission to enter her room without asking. But he wasn't home right now. For a moment, the image of Ru Rin flooded her mind. Could it be? The door suddenly swung open. Marin Nay, you're finally here. Leon greeted her cheerfully. She shouted into the room. Fine, I'll go with you. Marin Nay, with tears streaming down her face, helplessly pushed the door open. So this time, please don't tie me up and drag me away again. The rumors about that have already spread all over the city. She pleaded. Could you be a little gentler this time? Her eyes widened as their gazes met in astonishment. A cold sweat broke out as she processed the moment. Marin Nay, flustered and embarrassed, turned red and started crying. What are you even talking about? His voice rang out repeatedly. She quickly shifted the conversation. The increase in crime in Dayan is undeniable. It's escalating and will surely affect the neighboring cities. The moment she finished speaking, he responded, personnel have already been dispatched to handle the situation, but there have been quite a few complications. He lowered his head, speechless. Good, Marin-ne acknowledged, though she herself turned red and kept her head down. Why won't you look up? He asked. I can't hear anything you're saying like this. She whispered, trembling. Why didn't you mention that you were coming to visit? She questioned. He quickly reassured her. I won't tell anyone. Then, he immediately returned to the main topic. The situation in Daein is serious. Isn't it? How many of our deployed personnel have already died? Marin-ne scratched her head awkwardly as Leon and the other two looked at her in confusion. Eager for clarification. In such a short time. Has no one else volunteered to go? She asked. I can go in their place. He instantly refused and casually reached into his pocket. No, if someone as stubborn as you goes, they'll all flee before we even arrive. He pulled out a small glass vial filled with liquid. If that happens, we'll never find out who created this poison. Marin-ne lowered her head in concern. But, we don't have enough manpower to send reinforcements to Daein in this situation. He smiled. However, there is someone. His next words shocked her. Although he appears to be an ordinary person on the outside, in reality, he's a monster. Panic spread across her face. Who are you talking about? Without wasting time, the two quickly departed for their destination. Meanwhile, at a local tavern, Ellison happily carried trays of food, cheerfully serving customers. After so long, I can finally enjoy a proper meal. A perfectly seared beef steak arrived just in time, paired with large white radishes sliced into glistening thin pieces. The two quickly combined the ingredients, layering them over a bed of fluffy, steaming rice. Ellison cheerfully carried a plate. Puka fried rice is ready. He gently placed it in Ru-Rin's hands, reminding her, take this to the customer. Got it, she replied. A steaming bowl of white rice was carefully set down. Serena froze for a moment and asked, wait, where's the meat? Ru-Rin, her mouth full, simply glanced at her and reminded her, it's just rice. The two immediately lunged at each other. Are you trying to trick me? Serena shouted furiously. Just eat and stop complaining, Bona said, shoving a big bite into her mouth. Her face turned red as she savored the taste. This restaurant is really good, she admitted. Curious, an older woman asked, so, Diren, you've come here multiple times? The man beside her smiled. You could say he's one of our regulars. The woman's face darkened in embarrassment. Honestly, I didn't mean to make a big deal out of this, she muttered. Ellison quickly reassured her. You don't have to bring it up every time you come here. His Majesty has already explained everything. Meanwhile, two figures, Jin-ne and Leon, slowly entered. Do you serve desserts here? Yes, the waiter replied, glancing around before observing the new customers at this table. Bring us 2 more of this dish, Leon ordered. For a moment, the waiter was speechless but quickly nodded. Understood. Please wait a moment. Soon, 2 large bowls were served. Here are 2 servings of gukka rice. Leon slowly passed a spoon to Linte. Try it first. The two of them quickly tasted the dish and were instantly surprised. This is amazing. Leon smirked as he walked over, his tone cold and teasing. Why do you look so shocked? You're not the type to be easily surprised. The other person frowned. Oh, you recognized me already? But I disguised myself. She was stunned. So, I really can't fool you. Huh? Ellison sighed helplessly, glancing at Berna, who was busy eating, and forced a smile. But that girl over there doesn't seem to recognize you. What's going on? Why are you so heavily disguised? Leon narrowed his eyes and took a big bite of food. First, I wanted to try the food here. Second, he swiftly pulled out a small vial. Do you know what this is? What is it? Leon narrowed his eyes. Poison. This is a type of toxin that can destroy the human brain. The next piece of information left Ellison completely shocked. This is the very poison that left Count Leiden bedridden for years. He put them into his inner pocket as a reminder. This type of poison is spreading throughout the empire. It's miraculous that the Count has regained consciousness. But we cannot hope that everyone will be so fortunate. Before Leon could finish his sentence, a loud scream came from near the door. Moreover, it's very difficult to find evidence because this poison leaves no trace on the victim. Stand still. Bona, who was eating, immediately turned pale with fear. Hand over all your money and food. A robbery? Oh no. The 2 men wielding large knives threatened Ellison. Vol glanced over, signaling, if you don't want to die, You'd better do as we say. You think we're joking? The robbers looked at the frightened expressions of the people and became even more pleased with themselves. It seems they're too scared to even move. Marine stood up angrily while the two robbers remained smug. I already warned you. Don't mess with me. Ellison's face was tense, sweat trickling down. You're from Diren City? The two robbers, now subdued, trembled on the ground, making their seats shake. Marine stepped back, trembling in fear. Both immediately panicked. We're sorry. Please spare us. Grand Mage. She grinned excitedly. That's right. I am the Grand Mage. Do you know who I am? She playfully toyed with them. I am the only level 7 Grand Mage in the Empire. Ellison coughed lightly, feeling awkward. Marine, you're too tense these days. Understandable, though. He quickly put on a serious expression and probed. So, the reason you've come to me? Do you want to assign me a mission? To investigate the origin of this poison in Diren City. Am I right? He turned his head and mentioned. No matter how much they interrogated the Count, he wouldn't talk, since all the commanders sent there have died. The security situation in Diren City is in complete disarray. Meanwhile, Marine continued to torment the two robbers gleefully. Ignoring the serious discussion, this must be their doing. They're working together and expanding their influence into the city. Ellison curiously examined the vial in his hand. Why would you entrust such an important mission to an ordinary restaurant owner? He turned around and smiled. Just recently, Diren's manor was destroyed. I wonder who would use magic in such a reckless manner. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to the situation. Understanding the circumstances, don't you feel responsible for the current situation spiraling out of control? He scrutinized the person before him. Who told you that? Ellison shook his head and refused. I can't say. It must remain an absolute secret. He immediately mentioned Marin on the other side. Only a level 7 mage of the Empire could say such a thing. She was startled and exclaimed, Your Highness. In a panic, she ran over, smiling joyfully. Then I'll leave it to you. If you need anything, just say it. He sighed helplessly and walked away. This time, I'll follow your plan. See you later. Marin. In the outskirts of Daejeon, a dark and hazy atmosphere loomed. The cold wind cut through everything, bringing a bone-chilling frost. Soldiers quickly gathered around the fire. Pillaging ran rampant as they openly destroyed everything in sight. This issue is more serious than I thought. One muttered. Ru Rin curiously asked Ellison. Why are we here? He glanced at her before quickly explaining. To capture the one who created the poison used on the Count. The two trudged along the barren road, begging wherever they could. Could this chaos be because of it? She wondered. No, perhaps not, but I heard that all the generals here died from poisoning. Ellison observed the situation in deep thought. What should we do? If we capture them all at once, they might escape, but we can't ask anyone else either. He softly called her name. Ru Rin. He walked forward slowly. I have a plan, he said cautiously, but it might make you uncomfortable. Ru Rin smiled faintly. You worried too much. I already told you. She reassured him cheerfully. I will do anything for you. His gaze softened as he looked down at her. Then, what's the plan? Before she realized it, she was already inside a prison cell. The soldiers scowled but obediently followed orders. A prisoner? Why would you bring her here? The inmates immediately perked up upon hearing the news. A girl in here? The guards smirked as they teased. Whose birthday is it today? A rowdy voice rang out, drawing attention. Do you want to know what happens to the first girl who enters this room? If you stay, I'll show you. Dudi grimaced in disgust and scoffed. This place is awful. Does this prison not even separate men and women? Her small hands clenched in anger. Why should I have to endure this? After this, all of you will be part of the story. The commotion spread to the next room as a soldier sighed and warned her. All the prisoners here will be eliminated. Calm down. Just lean against the wall. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud warning rang out. The steward is coming. The crowd panicked and turned their gaze to her. Damn it, there's a female prisoner here? Short Legs slowly stepped forward. Is this the one? Ricardo's eyes widened as he grinned. They said there's a new commodity today. The steward of Daejeon arrived. One of the men pointed at her and announced. It's this prisoner. She was arrested for attacking passers-by. Ru Rin grimaced, clutching the iron bars tightly. So, you people are bandits? The old man observed her from above, stroking his beard in amusement. Oh, she's a bit unruly, but that's part of her charm. Take her out and separate her from the others. With a regretful tone, He added. Leiden and the others might treat her poorly. Keeping her here would be a waste. A maid suddenly entered and called softly. Steward, there's an issue. She approached and whispered something to him. He frowned, looking exhausted. Again? Tell them I'm on my way. Cato stormed down the hallway, fuming. Damn it, those fools never learn. Yet, he forced a smile, restraining his anger as he walked. After 3 figures arrived and then left, he sighed. They should understand by now. The grand doors swung open swiftly. With a welcoming smile, he greeted. Apologies for the wait. I am the steward here. His eyes moved toward the person sitting on the chair. I heard you've come from the royal palace. The stranger immediately smiled. Oh, so, you're the steward? Pleasure to meet you. Ellison crossed his legs comfortably and introduced himself. I am Count Revo. From today onward, I will be overseeing the management of Diren. Ricardo chuckled sheepishly. Apologies for my late arrival. I was busy handling the prisoners. He scanned through the report and noted. Something quite peculiar has happened within the Lord's castle. This is a rather chaotic time. I hope you'll understand. Ellison remained unfazed. Ah, I've already heard about that. Cato's eyes landed on the red seal stamped on the page. This is the royal seal. Do you think it's a forgery? After reading the document, he immediately commented but did not reject it. However, we believe it arrived earlier than expected. Cato's eyes flickered. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, 3 of the officials sent here have already passed away. He handed the scroll back to Ellison. I thought the nobles would steer clear of this place. But it seems I was wrong. Ellison responded with a chuckle. Haha, are you suggesting that I should be careful not to become the 4th? Ricardo put on a courteous smile. You must be joking, my lord. How could I ever think of something so disrespectful? Ellison held the scroll in both hands, his expression unchanged. Disrespectful? Ricardo was stunned as he watched Ellison calmly tear the scroll in half. Then, slowly and deliberately, he shredded it into tiny pieces. Now, that is what I call disrespectful. Ricardo looked horrified. What are you doing? How dare you tear up His Majesty's decree? Ellison maintained his composed demeanor as a gentleman. The content was so obvious that it was no longer interesting. Deep down, he already knew the answer. It was written by the Crown Prince. Ellison rested his foot on the table. It's just about maintaining security, looking after the citizens, and eliminating corruption in Dillon City. I could have read that in an instant. But I don't care about any of that. He smirked. Data wants to make this place more exciting. I assume you wouldn't want the constant replacement of officials. Would you? Ellison knows how to make people rich. Aren't there areas where our interests align? His words successfully drained the color from Ricardo's face. I've already heard plenty of rumors before coming here. Meanwhile, a soldier unlocked a prison cell. You, step out. Ru Ren, who had been locked inside, looked irritated. You suddenly threw me into this cell. And now you're taking me somewhere else? The soldier coldly cut her off. You don't need to know. Her anger flared as she recalled Ellison's expression. If it weren't for Ellison's request, we would have been dead long ago. He ordered that the city's criminals must learn the true origin of the poison. So, endure your time in prison. The other prisoners burst into laughter as Ru Ren was led away. Haha, you have to go now? One of them sneered, grinning mockingly. I'm telling you, you'll be crying to come back soon enough. This place is heaven compared to where you're headed. The laughter continued. If it were me, I'd bite my tongue and die right now. Ru Ren's expression hardened. The soldier escorting her barked coldly. Silence. Ricardo observed Ru Ren's departure. Deep in thought. What should I do? Count Revo seems different from the meek officials who came before. Cato rummaged through his coat pocket. I can't just keep killing every official they send. And unlike before, I like that he's a count. He stared at the small vial in his hand with a sinister expression. It might be worth the risk. Let's see if he truly has guts or if he's just putting on an act to avoid death. That night, the castle was silent. Ellison sat deep in thought. He didn't react at all. He rolled a small bottle between his fingers. People rarely make this type of poison themselves. There must be ties to the underworld. I've been playing the part of a corrupt official. But am I making a mistake by pretending to understand when I know nothing? Ellison felt slightly troubled. If I bring up the poison directly, he'll definitely feign ignorance. For now, I can only hope something happens. Meanwhile, outside Ru Ren's room, a voice called out, May I come in for a moment? Count Revo? Ellison responded. Enter. A servant opened the door. I prepared some tea for you. The steward sent me. Ellison glanced at her. Ah, thank you. You can leave it there. The servant hesitated. My apologies. But, her face was lifeless, drained of all vitality. The steward instructed me to leave only after I confirm that you've taken a sip. Ellison's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. She continued. He says it's a sign of trust. His gaze narrowed. Unbelievable. He's openly poisoning officials. He wants me to trust him, by drinking this tea? In the dim light, the servant seemed to be standing in the shadows. If I use my status as a count to refuse, the steward will never reveal his true intentions again. Ellison attentively stared at the red-colored teacup in front of him. If the tea was poisoned, he would stop acting and use it to threaten the other party. If it wasn't, he would have to continue playing the role of Count Revo. But at this point, he might as well just act nonchalant. He took a sip, draining the cup in one go. Immediately after, dark lines appeared on Ellison's face, and he struggled to speak. This tea. Seeing his expression, the servant smiled in satisfaction. The atmosphere around them was warm and pleasant. Ellison assessed the taste. It was truly delicious. Likely a high-quality blend. A gentle smile appeared on the servant's face. I knew you would like it. Despite the calming ambiance, Ellison's mind was still filled with unease. The tea wasn't poisoned, so had he passed the test? Just as the servant was about to leave, someone appeared outside. Oh, one more thing, the person said. He requested that I present this gift to you after you passed the trust trial. The words made Ellison's eyes widen in surprise. This is a symbol of sincerity. Meant for you, Count Revo. Ellison let out a resigned sigh. This is turning out to be more complicated than I thought. Before him stood a young girl. Her body bore scars from being tightly bound. They have slaves? He hadn't expected that. As Ellison stepped closer, the girl showed no reaction. I hope you find her satisfactory, the servant said. Ellison stared at the girl, scrutinizing her. She looked dazed, as if hypnotized. Hey, he called out. When he asked again, did you hear me? The girl slowly raised her hand. In the next moment, she forcefully pushed Ellison to the ground. Outside, the night was swallowed by endless darkness. A voice rang out. So, that's how it is. Around him, people were drinking and indulging in revelry. You mean to say, someone spoke. Leiden sat on the only chair in the room, his face partially hidden in the shadows. You broke into an empty house. Then out of nowhere, a woman appeared and started fighting you? He glanced at the pitiful-looking men kneeling before him, their faces covered in wounds. And why do you all look like this? One of them hesitated before replying. She was strong, too strong. She's not normal. Reden's voice carried the weight of death itself. I told you already, he said. I warned you to stay hidden because I just killed those officials. If you can't restrain yourself from fighting, then at least don't get caught. You should have done at least one of those two things. Reden turned to his most trusted subordinate. It's no use, he muttered. Vernetto, he called. Yes, my lord. Vernetto responded immediately. Reden's words were like a death sentence for the two men kneeling before him. Their faces turned pale. Take them to the training room, he ordered. Vernetto dragged their bodies across the ground as they pleaded desperately. Please, spare us, they begged. We won't cause trouble again. Just give us one last chance. Their terrified voices echoed in his ears. Leiden, the manager under Reden's command, looked confused. Why do they keep begging for one last chance? The fact that they're still alive right now is already their last chance. Vernetto glanced at him. Oh, does Ricardo want another slave? Leiden's expression darkened. That guy never gets tired. Does he? He should know better. Drawing more attention is dangerous. Should I deal with him? But then, something clicked in Leiden's mind. Wait, didn't Reden say he was sending a female prisoner here today? Vernetto nodded. That's right. I heard she was arrested for assault. Reden's expression turned thoughtful. If it was an assault, then she could be the one who defeated my lackeys. His curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Ru Rin had been taken away along with the other captives. She's in the classification room? The other prisoners were also forced forward under the watchful eyes of the guards. 3 to the training room, 2 nobles to the private chambers, and 5 for the black market auction. The manager called out as he assigned them. Ru Rin observed the process with surprise. Even though she didn't fully understand human customs, she knew one thing: slavery was illegal across the empire. Yet here, surrounded by forced laborers, she realized the horrifying truth. This was a large-scale slave trade hidden in plain sight. Ru Rin silently formed a magic circle. I'm not sure if they've developed some kind of poison. But I should report this to him. Just then, a sound echoed, drawing her attention. I know how to connect to his room. Hearing the connection activate, Ru Rin quickly spoke. Can you hear me? This is bigger than we thought. But the scene before her made her freeze. Seeing Ru Rin's shocked expression, Ellison jolted in fear. It's a misunderstanding, he blurted out. Ru Rin's gaze darkened. A misunderstanding? What exactly do you mean? The slave girl beside him seemed eager to make things worse. Master, please give me your command. Ellison trembled. No, whatever you're thinking, it's a misunderstanding. Ru Rin's dragon-like hand slowly emerged, her voice growing dangerously cold. Oh, and you think you know what I'm thinking? Ellison frantically explained. It's really a misunderstanding. She was already like this when I got here. He was terrified. I swear, this isn't my fault. The slave girl was still sitting on top of him, and around her waist, a red magic circle was pulsating. Ellison desperately tried to change the subject. If we keep talking like this, don't you think we'll be discovered? It took a lot of effort just to get in here. But Ru Rin's expression remained grim. Her dragon eyes gleamed with fury as she gritted her teeth. Find out what the training room is. It was clear she had no intention of letting this go. We'll talk about this later. Tears welled up in Ellison's eyes as he heard her chilling voice. You better be prepared. At that moment, a soldier suddenly noticed mana energy leaking from a nearby cage. What the hell is this? He shouted, rushing forward. Hey, what are you doing? The energy had yet to dissipate completely. Ru Rin slowly closed her magic communication link. Nothing, she muttered, though the anger on her face hadn't faded. In her hand, she held the shattered remains of a bracelet. The shackle broke. Give me a new one. Reedon stood outside, observing the conversation between Ru Rin and the soldier. It's her, isn't it? He muttered. The person beside him immediately confirmed. Yes. Reedon frowned, skepticism written all over his face as he studied her. How did you break it? Ru Rin had no patience for him. Crossing her arms, she replied flatly. Because you use cheap, faulty goods. Obviously. Vernetto hesitated. Should we interrogate her? Leiden shot Ru Rin a glance before responding. Of course not. Just tell the ones in charge of her not to provoke her. Vernetto was visibly shocked. She's not human? Ya Den stroked his chin thoughtfully. I don't know what her goal is. But she's an existence beyond comprehension. If we pick a fight with her, all our efforts will be wasted. Focus on handling the situation here first. With that, he made a new decision. I need to meet that person. Inside a grand estate on a beautiful morning, Jikado was brimming with enthusiasm. Good morning, he greeted warmly, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Have you felt my sincerity yet? Ellison slowly lifted his teacup, still maintaining a friendly smile. I'm quite satisfied. His words were polite, but inside, he was fuming. I feel uncomfortable, as if I'm being tested. But I'll overlook that for now. He forced himself to stay composed, though his anger simmered beneath the surface. Stop smiling. I got caught in a misunderstanding because of you. Ricardo, still grinning, chuckled. Haha, my apologies for the tea. But blindly cooperating with you would be too risky. Ellison's patience was wearing thin. I already told you, I've let it go. Meanwhile, the slave woman was now resting on a warm bed. But I'll be keeping her here for a few more days. I've taken a liking to her. Ricardo, unbothered, simply shrugged. As you wish. Ellison took a slow sip of tea. By the way, this isn't the first time I've seen slaves, but there's something different about her. His words sparked a realization in Ricardo's mind. A flicker of understanding flashed across his face. Yes, she does look unusual, he admitted with a forced smile. I assume you've noticed it too. That's what makes the slaves from Diran different. The people here had lost all will to resist. They resemble puppets completely devoid of the instinct to survive. A slave who obeys every command without question, because they've been brainwashed. We never have to worry about them running away or revolting. Ricardo continued, his expression betraying a barely concealed madness. They will follow any order you give them. This madness made Ellison frown. Who in their right mind would refuse such an offer? He felt as if he was seeing Ricardo's true nature behind that gentle smile, a heart that had been twisted beyond recognition. A soul that had rotted from its very roots. Forget about tracing the origins of the poison, he thought. Should I just destroy the slave market altogether? But then, Ellison reassured himself. I need to be patient for a little longer. If I don't eradicate it completely, the consequences will be no different from when I destroyed Diran City. He then regained his composure. So, You want to expand this slave trade, don't you? Upon hearing Ellison's words, Ricardo stroked his beard with great interest. High-quality goods. My noble status as a count. You want to combine these two elements to establish a trade route with influential nobles of the empire. Correct? Ricardo let out a hearty laugh. Clearly pleased. Ha ha ha. I was right to collaborate with you. Ellison lowered his gaze slightly, looking into his teacup, before speaking calmly. But before that, I need to confirm a few things with you. His next words made Ricardo flinch. These slaves, do they have anything to do with the so-called training chambers? A look of sheer panic flashed across Ricardo's face. His voice weakened. How do you know about that? At this moment, Ellison carried himself like a victor. I told you, I've heard a few rumors about Dran City. He slowly pointed to his head. Nobles are always cautious. I need clear confirmation and an introduction to the distribution process. If you don't dare, then there's no need to show me. Ellison continued. If that's the case, the trade route will have to be delayed for some time. But Ricardo immediately cut him off. No. The interplay of light and shadow on his face made him look like a monster from the depths of hell. Aren't we already partners? I see no reason why I can't show you. Ricardo quietly warned. That place is closer than you think. Leiden slowly stepped toward the door and knocked lightly. A voice immediately responded from inside. Leave it. Reedon's tone carried a hint of unease. My apologies, it seems there's a rather troublesome issue on our end. The red-haired woman in the room was twirling a pipe between her fingers. She seemed a bit surprised, truly unexpected. Especially coming from someone who didn't even care when palace officials were sent here. What's the issue? Reedon's tone was extremely cautious. There's a peculiar creature among the slaves, he replied, although I'm not entirely sure. As she's concealing her energy. He continued, I saw a dragon, just like Lady Sydney, everywhere. Surrounded by protective magic circles. This place was filled with slaves tirelessly tending to the crops. Ricardo looked immensely pleased. This is the training chamber that Dran City takes great pride in. He said. Both he and Ellison had already covered their mouths before stepping inside. We make the medicine by blending various herbs and mushrooms cultivated here. That's how we create products that ensure absolute loyalty to their master. Ellison observed the surroundings, somewhat astonished. But, is that light magic? He thought. I never expected this place to be hiding right beneath the mansion, so blatantly. The slaves were incredibly frail. Barely able to stand. Ellison assessed their condition, they didn't look good. Yet Ricardo didn't seem the least bit concerned. Haha, there are many poisonous herbs. Ricardo chuckled. Ellison had already begun piecing things together. We can't stay here for too long. Ricardo glanced at him, slightly surprised. Ellison wondered, could these ingredients be used to create a poison that leaves no trace? Upon hearing this, Ricardo's face darkened, and his gaze turned cold. Are you interested in a different kind of product? Ricardo asked, rummaging through his pocket. I was planning to show you this. At that moment, a voice echoed. Steward Ricardo. Reedon slowly approached. Upon seeing Ricardo, he appeared shocked. His eyes widened as he stared at them. What are you doing here? But Ricardo simply gave a pleased smile. Ah, Lord Reedon, my apologies for the late introduction. This is Count Revo. You will be joining us. Even as he introduced him cheerfully. No one expected what came next. Before anyone could react, a dagger had already been driven through his throat. Blood splattered onto Reedon's face, and the blade was soaked in red. Leiden's expression was utterly terrifying. How could you be so foolish? Ellison was utterly shocked as Ricardo's head flew past him. Reedon's voice was low and grim, revealing everything to a mere official who just arrived. How careless. The magic circles in the room activated, and flames spread rapidly in all directions. Standing within the fire, Ya Den gripped his sword. I'm sorry, he said. I wasn't sure if you were truly on our side. His face remained emotionless, giving away no hint of unusual emotions. But it's better to take care of you first. Ellison slowly pulled down the cloth covering his mouth. Don't worry, your suspicions were correct, he said coldly. The game of playing a count is over. Outside, the slaves continued working tirelessly, while the soldiers seemed to be preparing for something. Ru Rin leaned against the iron bars with a bored expression. So noisy, she muttered, lost in thought. Did I just hear something about this place shutting down? Is that so? Sydney seemed intrigued as she stepped into the cage. It's true, she remarked. I thought Leiden had made a mistake. Sydney glanced at Ru Rin, sizing her up. A dragon slave? Looks like I hit the jackpot. Ru Rin let out a sigh. I never thought I'd run into another dragon in a place like this. Who are you? She asked, sounding slightly annoyed. So, my infiltration has been discovered already? Sydney's lips curled into an amused smile. Haha, you don't know me, but I know you very well. Her words caught Ru Rin's attention. Ru Rin, daughter of Vernon, Sydney said. Ru Rin's eyes widened in shock. How do you know my mother's name? Sydney simply smiled, her lips barely parting. I don't just know her name. She licked her lips in a disturbingly twisted manner, her expression turning eerily dark. I remember the moment she took her last breath. Her voice was laced with mockery. Would you like to hear the details? Ru Rin fell silent, her expression unreadable. Luckily, Yo isn't here, she thought. But at that moment, an enormous surge of mana erupted from her body. Her hands shifted back into their dragon form, and with a furious charge, she lunged forward. He would have tried to convince me to give someone like you a chance, she muttered. The fragile cage, unable to withstand her overwhelming strength, shattered instantly. Ru Rin had completely transformed into her dragon form. I will tear you to pieces and leave only your mouth behind. Now, Ru Rin was enormous. Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at Sydney. Let's see if you can still talk now. Sydney, unfazed, began gathering mana within her body. Sharp fangs emerged as she sneered. Why don't you give it a try? Though, I must admit, your mother's mouth is quite something. Her provocation hit its mark, successfully enraging Ru Rin. A massive energy sphere began forming in the dragon's mouth. Shut up. As the sphere was unleashed, everything seemed to vanish in an instant. A blinding light consumed the surroundings, and the sheer destructive force plunged the battlefield into silence. The guards who barely escaped sat trembling on the ground, groaning weakly. One, pale-faced and stammering, muttered, "Impossible," before suddenly shouting in alarm, "A dragon! Run!" Ru Rin cast a fierce gaze upward. Angry now? Sydney bared her teeth, her crimson eyes glowing from the shadows above. You're awfully arrogant for a mere slave barging in here like this. In the next instant, thousands of crescent-shaped attacks rained down, tearing through the battlefield. The destruction was undeniable. Sydney smirked, her eyes glinting with mockery. Why are you wandering around here? Shouldn't you be staying in Gag? Playing house with that man you brought along? Ru Rin recoiled, gripping the rocky surface tightly. Her expression twisted in irritation. If a fly enters your house, you have no choice but to catch it, don't you? Then why don't you just go on living like that? Without further words, the two charged at each other, clashing fiercely. You reek. That disgusting stench reaches all the way here. The soldiers watched the raging fire in horror. Put it out. Put it out. Reedon glanced over and reminded them calmly. No need. We're leaving. His words startled the soldiers. Sir Reedon? A familiar blue glow of magic appeared. Ellison waved a hand, coating the area in a layer of ice. I'll put it out myself, he said coldly. It would be a shame if all the evidence disappeared. One of the men frowned, realizing something. As I thought, you're not an official, are you? Without hesitation, he reached for his sword. His stance relaxed but ready. A mage, huh? I knew something was off about you. Ellison nonchalantly picked at his ear, ignoring him. Are you talking to me? As soon as a strike swiftly approached his eyes, Ellison quickly raised his shield, executing his swordsmanship with precision. Reedon cautiously leapt back, his gaze sharp with vigilance. That shield of yours is quite impressive, he remarked, nodding slightly. He explained, when you suddenly charged at me, I recognized it from the second strike. The moment his words ended, the opponent, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly froze. That's the swordsmanship of the First Order Knights. You're from the Royal Palace, aren't you? His eyes flickered with wariness, his expression tightening. You're getting more and more interesting. But before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a sword clicking free from its sheath rang out. Too dangerous. A strike came rushing in without warning, its force pressing down against his shield. Ellison calmly moved 3 fingers, activating a formation, seizing the opportunity. Reedon leapt into the air, smiling as he effortlessly evaded the binding spell. If you can perceive the flow of magic, he stepped back lightly, dodging with ease. Even Balin Kios knew how to do this. You can't use magic that's too strong if you want to preserve the evidence. The opponent reminded him as he advanced. A powerful explosion erupted between them as the attack landed. The man stepped back, gripping his sword firmly, his voice a warning. You're different from me. Observing his opponent carefully, Ellison was suddenly taken aback. In just a brief moment, the surface of his shield had endured thousands of gleaming, razor-sharp slashes. He scrutinized everything cautiously. This was not the level of a first-order knight. Rieden's eyes darkened as he initiated another strike, his spell interwoven with his movements. The wider the defense, the weaker it becomes. His sword shot forward, carrying the weight of his thoughts, especially if you focus your attacks on a single point. In a fleeting second, his strike seemed to pierce through the shield, smashing into the stone pillar behind. The shield stood still, but a sharp crack had formed upon it. Ellison's expression darkened. Theoretically, this was the correct approach. Slowly, he questioned his opponent. So, you know how to kill a mage? That statement made the other man pause in surprise. His shield remained unscathed. In an instant, Ellison teleported above, activating a spell circle in his hand. But this is the end. A strike, infused with mysterious energy, landed on his opponent's stomach. His body was hurled backward by sheer force, crashing into the massive wall, shattering it upon impact. Struggling through the pain, the man slowly got up, his voice indifferent. You're strong. Ellison, surprised, stepped forward. You're already standing? Pretty tough. Even if I never intended to kill you. Ellison's eyes widened in shock for a brief moment. Rieden, his body still mostly intact, stood up. What are you? He questioned, his gaze fixed on the unscathed physique before him. From outside the restaurant, Darian's voice rang out. Your Highness? No, young master. It's me. I'm here now. He stepped inside, holding a report in his hand. Just as you requested. Inside, Burnett trembled anxiously, stammering, why is His Highness here? Meanwhile, Marinette, seated beside her, remained relaxed, enjoying the food on her plate. Leon sighed helplessly. I suppose you've figured out his true identity by now. Since I've been here for a few days. It was only a matter of time before I was discovered. He cast a worried glance toward the Countess, attempting to reassure her. As I've already explained, I'm not here to arrest you. So you're free to go. I know you weren't conspiring with the Count. The woman abruptly stood up, tears streaming down her face. Thank you for your kindness. Your Highness. Darian stepped forward, looking around in surprise. The restaurant is still open, even though you weren't here? He tilted his head slightly. There's a rather skilled farmhand who happens to be good at cooking. That boiled corn soup wasn't great, though. Leon glanced at him before asking. And what about Dezan? Darian hesitated before responding slowly. He still hasn't said a word. Recalling something, he guessed. He was probably in shock after witnessing the destruction. Meanwhile, Sun, seated in a dim corner, was muttering under his breath, his hands chained. Blue clothes? The mage in blue is coming. Leon fell into deep thought before speaking. Let me ask you a ridiculous question. His words instantly startled the two men. If you and Ellison fought without considering ranks, who would win? Both immediately shouted in protest. Your Highness, what are you saying? Leon, unbothered by their reaction, calmly reassured them. I'm serious. Answer me. Darian furrowed his brows and coughed lightly. I don't understand why you would ask such a ridiculous question. He muttered before casting a knowing glance. But I'll never be able to defeat him, even with Marinette's help. Beside him, Marinette lowered her head in silence. Leon quietly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Just how strong is he? After a brief pause, Darian hesitated before adding, however, I know of one other person like him. His tone grew cautious. But since I'm just an infantry soldier, I cannot serve directly under him. Leon's eyes widened in shock. What? A towering shadow, hair tied back, walked silently. A great master and genius, one who redefined the swordsmanship of the First Order Knights. Commander A. de Jin, someone murmured. I have never seen a swordsman as talented as him. Daji narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. He is the reason why I am still just a vice commander. Leon let out a weary sigh. The commander of the First Order Knights. But I'm talking about those who are still alive. It may not be entirely accurate. He admitted. I was away from home during that time. Urin, his body revealed beneath his tattered cloak, looked up. But didn't he go missing at the start of the war? He tore a piece of cloth from his shoulder and slowly asked. What's your name? The mage remained silent before finally replying. Ellison. Urin repeated it slowly. Ellison. Huh? Then, to Ellison's surprise, he continued, revealing a hidden truth. You're the deserter. Ellison. Ellison was stunned. How did he know so much? He twitched his fingers, preparing a spell. Rin smirked. I have quite a few questions for you, but I suppose I'll have to hear your voice from inside a prison cell. With a frown, he raised his sword. Too bad, I have other matters to attend to. See you later, Ellison. As his sword swung, cracks spread rapidly across the ceiling. Ellison's expression darkened as realization struck. The ceiling. Rin, his tone laced with mockery, sneered. Weren't you the one who wanted to protect the innocent slaves and the evidence? As the stones crumbled, his figure remained tall, smiling. A shame, if I had people like you by my side, maybe I would have walked a different path. Beneath the dungeon, flames engulfed the underground chamber, echoing with broken laughter. Rin frowned, glancing sideways. Look over there. Sydney, in her dragon form, leaned against the wall, exhausted. I told you already, she talks too much. She barely paid attention as she approached, her voice low and threatening. Tell me, how do you know about my mother? The woman sneered coldly. You think I wouldn't know? No secret stays hidden forever. Her golden eyes flickered as she studied her surroundings. For example, your mother created the ancient stone and was imprisoned because of it. As soon as the words were spoken, her body grew increasingly tense with anger. And he died miserably in prison without anyone to help him. Before the sentence could be finished, a powerful strike descended, bringing destruction. The ancient stone was. She grimaced, clenched her teeth, and turned away. Why don't you keep rambling on? If the secret is revealed, I'll just kill everyone who knows about it. A sudden tremor shook the ground, causing massive rocks to rain down onto the protective barrier. Out of nowhere, a voice echoed. Hey, everyone, stay calm. This place won't collapse. People who had been clutching their heads in panic froze upon hearing the voice. A woman, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward. You said you're Count Revo, right? Thank you so much. Ellison pointed toward the barrier above. There's nothing there. Take care of the injured. A group of people suddenly made a shocking discovery. Ah, there's a body here. Some of them became furious upon recognizing the corpse. Wait, that's Ricardo. In an instant, the crowd lost control and began stomping on the body. Oh, I thought it was someone else. A disgusting noble. This filthy aristocrat did unspeakable things to me. A man hurried forward to intervene. Calm down. Don't do this in front of the one who just saved us. The woman, seething with resentment, gritted her teeth. Ellison saw this, then turned back with a confident smirk. Or, shall we stomp on him together? Above, the servants also felt the tremors. Oh no. 3 of them turned pale with worry. What's happening underground? Lord Ricardo is still down there. Just then, a hooded figure silently appeared behind one of the servants. She turned around in surprise and asked suspiciously, Who are you? The mysterious figure did not introduce himself. I heard there was a patient. The servant remained calm and firm. Apologies, but I haven't been informed of any visitors. Before she could finish speaking, a cloud of anesthetic smoke enveloped her, making her lose consciousness. Please forgive me, she murmured before collapsing. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure remained unfazed. Of course, no one said there would be a visitor. He then pushed open a door and stepped inside. Inside the room lay a dying girl. So, this is the girl? Deep beneath the prison, Rin finally appeared. With the strength of a formidable woman, she bent the iron bars with ease. There are no more guards now. Everyone, run. July gazed at the emaciated prisoners, their bodies frail and worn. It's the same here. The more she looked, the more fury surged within her. Damn it, this is why they never managed to escape. Suddenly, a voice called out her name. Julie. Rin turned around, her face lighting up with joy. Ellison, you're here? Ellison stepped forward, teasing her. You said you infiltrated the place, but it looks like you've completely wrecked it instead. Rin sighed and explained. I had no other choice. A dragon discovered my identity. Ellison's expression shifted as if he had just realized something. A dragon? You mean that one? He gestured toward a dragon sitting in the corner. That's right, Rin replied immediately. So, I made sure it wouldn't be a problem anymore. She paused before continuing, her face turning serious. But that's not the issue. Ellison, with a grave expression, she recounted the situation. That dragon knows my mother created an ancient stone, and that I've already started absorbing it. A glowing stone shimmered within her. Ellison scratched his head in concern. This is getting more complicated. Without hesitation, he turned to Julian. I've confirmed the source of the poison. Let's put an end to this. Julian glanced at the group of lifeless prisoners. What about them? Their eyes were hollow, their faces devoid of emotion, as if they had been turned into puppets. They've likely been brainwashed. They won't respond to anyone, except those they recognize as their masters. Ellison remained composed, gazing into the distance. I've already called someone who can handle this. They're on their way. At that moment, the mysterious figure from earlier appeared once more. You said you'd release me if I could heal the Count. Ru Rin's eyes widened in shock as she looked at him. You're the Golden Dragon. Isomantium. He removed his hood, revealing his face. You're pushing the limits of my goodwill, he said coolly. This is the last time, isn't it? From a sphere in his hand, a stream of green mist began to flow. Those who inhaled the green mist slowly began to regain awareness. At last, they were awakened. A wave of joy spread through the crowd. We're finally free. Cheers erupted as people raised their hands in celebration. The spell has been broken. We're free. Hooray. Ellison raised his voice, gathering everyone's attention. Everyone, form a line. He stood beside an enormous pot, stirring its contents. We'll be serving food to everyone. Ru Rin picked up an unfamiliar object and curiously asked, Ellison, what is this? Ellison grinned triumphantly. Cup noodles. I brought them from the other world. Now that I'm fully awakened, summoning magic doesn't exhaust me anymore. This is the best thing to eat when you're hungry. Steaming hot water was carefully poured over the noodles, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Ellison demonstrated how to eat it. Close the lid properly and wait 3 minutes before eating. The crowd, thrilled to receive a meal, expressed their gratitude. As soon as they got their hands on the food, they eagerly slurped down the warm broth. It's delicious. Yeah, this is really good. Even after finishing their portions, many still craved more. I want another bowl. Let's go get more. Ru Rin, watching from the side, looked intrigued. Ellison, understanding her curiosity, handed her a portion. I already prepared one for you. As the crowd eagerly lined up for seconds, a lone figure quietly walked away. Could I have another bowl? Someone asked. Of course. Meanwhile, Isomantium, looking somber, was preparing to leave. His mind drifted to the sneering words of others. You want to date me? You don't even know your place. Do you think being good at magic is everything? Why do I find your face so unbearable? He gazed at his own hands, his expression unreadable. Then, he recalled the gratitude of those he had helped. Thank you for saving my husband. Should we build a statue in your honor? Even the frail girl from earlier had thanked him. Thank you. I thought I'd be trapped here forever. Isomantium continued staring at his empty hands. Then, without a word, he turned and stepped through the door. In a certain house as night fell, finally. We're back. Someone sighed in relief. Ellison sat on the bed, speaking about Isomantium. Who would have thought removing brainwashing would be so easy? Amatium is quite skilled in that field. I heard he even treated the patient who was brought to my room. At the mention of this, Ru Rin's expression shifted. Now that she thought about it, she remembered something from that room. I completely forgot. The more Ru Rin spoke, the more alarmed Ellison became. Then, without warning, she charged at him like a storm. Are you ready to pay the price? But instead of an attack, she threw herself into his arms. Ellison was completely caught off guard. Ru Rin? She buried her face, too embarrassed to show it. This is your punishment, she mumbled. When Ellison didn't react, she huffed in frustration. Hug me back, you idiot. Ellison awkwardly scratched his head before wrapping his arms around her. All right. But suddenly, Ru Rin pushed him away. Stop that, she ordered. Ellison quickly withdrew his hands, looking confused. Okay, sorry? Then, with a completely straight face, he added, but if this is my punishment, I wouldn't mind getting it a few more times. Ru Rin couldn't take it anymore. Ellison, you. Before she could finish, he abruptly changed the subject. By the way, you cleaned up the dragon's corpse, right? You did it so the prince wouldn't see it? Ru Rin blinked in confusion. What? No, I didn't. Ellison froze like a statue. What? Ru Rin frowned, growing suspicious. I thought you were the one who took care of it. Ellison's expression darkened with worry. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. Elsewhere, woman's hands weaved through the air, casting magic. Sydney stood there, murmuring to herself as she worked. This is only a limited copy, half of my magical power. I thought it would fight more fiercely. But I suppose even copies have their limits. She turned, glancing behind her. And what about you? A strong and alluring man, Edrin, stepped forward. His face was grim. Sorry, he was very strong. Sydney stood to the side, laughing heartily. This is the first time I've heard that adjective used to describe a person. Her face at that moment was filled with an unpredictable sense of danger. Forget it, I should have told you about Ellison sooner. It seems we'll need to adjust our plans. Leon placed his steaming cup of tea on the table. Ha ha, just as expected, you've done a great job. Dorian recounted the crimes with deep resentment. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. It wasn't just poison, they treated people like slaves and even created mind-controlling drugs. It's truly unimaginable. Leon deeply understood his emotions. You're right, he said. Leon sipped his tea thoughtfully. Even so, I didn't expect him to handle it so easily. Just then, Ellison appeared from somewhere, carrying a plate of pastries. Do you still have any business in the city? You even changed your clothes. Leon calmly responded without hesitation. There's still one more matter of handover to take care of. A moment later, someone exclaimed in surprise. Handover? Leon began explaining the details of the situation. The most surprising thing was that the culprit turned out to be a dragon. At this, Darian added to the story. Moreover, the accomplice was someone skilled in the sword techniques of the First Knight Order. I truly want to see who dared to disgrace the honor of the First Knight Order. The Crown Prince seemed rather skeptical about this matter. I heard that the dragon's body has disappeared. At that moment, Ellison finally voiced his speculation. Perhaps it's still alive. Ellison turned to look at Leon. I already informed you that this is connected to the Empire's territory. But you do know better than to get involved with dragons, don't you, Your Highness? Of course, I have no desire to die an early death. Let's put an end to this matter here. Ellison swiftly proposed a plan. If that's what you think, why not assign a proper overseer this time? Leon's expression suggested he had already anticipated this move. Ha ha, I knew you would say that. Suddenly, the Crown Prince pulled out a scroll and said, but there's no need for an overseer anymore. Ellison was quite surprised after unrolling the scroll. Wait, what is this? He placed the scroll on the table and took a deep breath to calm himself. Did you prepare this from the very beginning? Leon maintained his composed and confident demeanor from start to finish. Saying it like that might cause misunderstandings. Forcing someone so blatantly is quite troublesome. The Crown Prince took a sip of tea and continued. If the other nobles receive this letter, they will immediately bow to such an offer. Meanwhile, in a grand and magnificent palace, a desperate plea echoed. Please forgive me, Your Highness. A duke was frantically trying to explain. My wife is innocent. It was all caused by Detran. His wife beside him was sobbing uncontrollably. It seemed the duke had finally changed his mind. I am ready. You may take me away. Leon was misunderstood but had to suppress his anger. No, that's not why I'm here. Standing beside him, Darian immediately reassured him. Calm down. I'm not here to arrest you either. Read this letter. As the duke read, sweat dripped down his forehead. And he trembled. It was an indictment with accusations against Darian. Upon hearing this, he suddenly threatened. Stop. If you don't, I really will have you arrested. By the time he finished reading, the duke was so shocked that he fell backward. His wife, alarmed by his reaction, immediately asked, What does it say? Leon turned away, gazing at the wall. Since Desland was captured, the city's administrative capabilities have been highly regarded. The Crown Prince gently turned back. The poverty rate has decreased, and security has stabilized. Based on these assessments, the central government has realized there is a better solution, sending a new overseer to Dazen. Then, he dropped a shocking announcement. From this moment on, Desland and the city of Rick will be merged. The governance of Desland will be entrusted to the Lord of Rick. Before they could object, Leon pressed forward. That is the official announcement. The Duke's wife covered her mouth in disbelief. Leon cheerfully assumed the Duke would be pleased. Congratulations, Count. Your domain has expanded significantly. Contrary to expectations, the Duke looked tense. How do you feel about this? Hearing that, he hesitated, struggling to find the right words. I can't. In the end, he firmly rejected the offer. I cannot take on the responsibility of managing Desland. Leon stood frozen in shock, like a stone statue. Why not? This should be good news. The Duke calmly voiced his opinion. Good enough that you should be bowing right now. He said, to be precise, I am saying that I will not accept it. With that, he proposed something rather unexpected. There is someone more suitable than me for that role. By late afternoon, the moon had already begun to rise. Leon, riding his horse back, Sighed. That was quite an unexpected answer. Darian nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Diren glanced over at Leon. I think this will strengthen our relationship with the Lord. But at the very least, you did receive a proposal, didn't you? Leon, looking charming as ever, smirked. You could say that. I didn't expect him to see it that way. Meanwhile, Diren was approaching Arun's door. Excited, he eagerly pushed it open. Father, you called for me? Inside, Leiden had prepared a lavish table full of sweets. Come in and sit down, he said. I've prepared some dessert. Diren sat down, happily enjoying the pastries. As he ate, he asked his father about his health. How is your health, father? Leiden's condition seemed to be improving. I may not need my cane soon. Hearing this, Diren was overjoyed. That's wonderful. We should thank Miss Elena again. But he had also kept up with recent news. I've heard that Desland will be merged with Rick. Despite this, Leiden didn't seem too pleased. My responsibilities have grown heavier, he said, but congratulations to me, I suppose. Suddenly, he changed the subject. How old are you this year? Diren, still obedient as ever, responded immediately. 17. It turned out Leiden wanted to discuss his son's marriage. You're old enough now. It wouldn't be strange for you to marry soon. Is there anyone you like? At the unexpected question, Diren was taken aback. Huh? Why are you asking that? Leiden remained calm as he took another bite of his cake. It's time to think about a successor. I have already informed the palace. Then, he delivered shocking news. From now on, you will take over the management of Desland. Leiden recounted what he had heard. While I was bedridden, you often came to visit my room. I heard your concerns during that time. He recalled the worry in Diren's voice as he confided in him. Even with all those limitations, your heart was always with the people of this land. Leiden deeply valued his son's thoughts. And they weren't just idealistic dreams, but practical and effective ideas grounded in reality. Diren lowered his head shyly, as if he were already a reigning lord. Leiden reached out and held his son's hand. That is why I want to tell you this. He gently patted Diren's hand in encouragement. From now on, as the official lord of Desland, you can bring all your ideas to life. Diren was moved beyond words by his father's declaration. I am certain you will be a much greater lord than I ever was. Wiping away a tear, Diren's face soon filled with determination. I understand, father. I will ensure that Desland prospers with my own hands. That night, in a rundown district, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness. The butler led Diren to the area and spoke. I took the liberty of investigating a bit myself. The entire neighborhood was in ruins, with no lights in sight. Security in Desland is still terrible. Compared to Rick, this is disgraceful. The butler was deeply concerned. Although the largest criminal organization has been taken down, many other groups are now fighting to take its place. The situation is starting to revert to how it was before. Diren frowned at the devastation surrounding him. What in the world is the army doing? Aren't they even patrolling? The butler wasn't surprised and simply pointed ahead. See for yourself. A group of soldiers was lounging around, drinking and wasting time. Some were gambling, and when they noticed Diren, they muttered, "Who's that? This is the first time I've seen them." Captain Kinder, flustered, scrambled to explain. "Tch, this is. We don't usually act like this." Diren's eyes widened in shock. This is a disaster. The soldiers were behaving disgracefully, lacking any discipline. You idiots, clean this mess up immediately. Where is your commanding officer? For the first time today, looking at the chaotic scene, Diren felt completely overwhelmed. What should I do? He collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. Where do I even start? In a peaceful home somewhere. Dinner was finally ready. Linte carried out a plate of sizzling, mouth-watering steak. Does it look okay? Ellison and Ru Ren examined the meat thoughtfully. The color is perfect. You've cooked it really well. After a moment, Ru Ren suddenly exclaimed, Linte, I think I can cook just as well as you. Ellison gave her a doubtful look. Not so sure about that. A noisy argument broke out in the kitchen. Have you even tasted it yet? Linte had already taken a bite earlier. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, Jae-in cheerfully spoke to her husband. Did you hear? I heard that young Master Diren has arrived in Desland. Norn, enjoying his steak, nodded. He has truly made a name for himself. Jae-in, sitting across from him, replied right away. But he has been through a lot. Before she could finish speaking, the door suddenly burst open. Given Desland's current state, it wasn't surprising to see someone in distress. It turned out to be Diren, looking completely exhausted. Like a walking corpse. "Ah, one hamburger, please," he mumbled before collapsing face first onto the table, leaving everyone stunned. Ellison called out from the kitchen. "Ru Ren, who just ordered a hamburger?" Ru Ren peeked outside and casually replied, "A corpse." Ellison was just as surprised. "What?" Eventually, the hamburger was ready. "Here's your food, sir." Diren immediately grabbed it, devouring it like a starving man. "Amazing. Absolutely delicious." Watching him, Ellison was puzzled. "You must be really hungry. Your face doesn't look too good. Have you been struggling with something lately?" Hearing this, Diren suddenly stopped eating. "Is there anything I can help with?" He put his food down, about to say something, but deep inside, he was conflicted. "No, I can't always rely on my master whenever I face a problem." Ellison looked very worried about Diren, while Diren himself was still preoccupied. "I can't keep doing this," he thought, trying to reassure himself. "No, I'm fine. I just stopped by because I was craving the food here." Lifting his face, which looked as pale as a corpse, he muttered, "I'm dying, save me." Hearing those words, Ellison seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Is it really that bad?" But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. "Wait, are you saying the food is so bad it's killing you? Come on, Ian, are you stupid or what?" It was only then that Ian snapped out of his daze, realizing what he had just said. "Oh no, I was so out of it, I didn't mean to say that out loud." Diren quickly tried to explain. "Ah, no, I was just joking, I'm fine." He swiftly placed a gold coin on the table, preparing to make his escape. "I'm busy now, so I'll be going first." Without caring what others thought, he simply walked away. "Thanks for the meal. See you next time." Ellison was surprised but managed to stay composed. "Louis, do we still have that thing?" Louis, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly snapped to attention. "Huh? What are you talking about?" The two of them fell into a spiral of thought. "Now that I think about it, we finished making it but never actually used it. I think I stored it in the attic on the 3rd floor." Meanwhile, in a grand and luxurious room, Diren was lost in self-reflection. "What am I even doing?" Once again, he had unconsciously leaned on his master. As soon as he realized it, he smacked himself across the face. "Get it together." The butler, startled, spoke up. "Sir?" Holding a scroll in his hand, Diren took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "If just a few simple measures could improve the territory, we would have done them long ago. I need to set clear priorities." At that moment, an image of the slums flashed through his mind. The most pressing issue was corruption within the bureaucracy and the territory's security. These two factors directly affected the people's lives. Finally, Diren had his moment of enlightenment. Corruption and security were intertwined, worsening each other. Corrupt officials led to weak security, while criminals used bribery to fuel corruption. The top priority was now crystal clear. Then, he recalled the battlefield, thinking about the state of the military and the law enforcement forces. After finishing the 10th book, he let out a deep sigh. Is there really no one who can quickly arrest these criminals? His gaze darkened as Ellison came to mind. That realization struck him hard. He was once again considering relying on someone else for help. Diren suddenly shouted, "Stop depending on the teacher. I can't rely on him anymore." The butler, startled once again, nearly jumped. "Sir, why do you keep doing this?" While the old butler stood there, bewildered, Diren spoke with firm determination. "I've made my decision." He turned to the butler with conviction. "Summon every official in charge of their respective departments. We'll start with them." The butler, seeing the resolute look on Diren's face, could only comply. "Understood, sir." Just as he was about to proceed, Diren winced. "Ouch, my face hurts." The butler quickly responded, "I'll get you a cold towel, sir." Meanwhile, in a remote village, a thunderous shout rang out. "You idiots, move faster." Several enforcers sat slumped on the ground, groaning. "My leg hurts. I drank too much. My stomach's a mess." Captain Kim of the Detyen Guard bellowed, veins bulging. "And you still dare to call yourselves soldiers?" One of the men hesitantly asked. "Why are you so strict these days, sir?" Another stammered. "Is it because of the Lord's inspection last time?" Captain Kinder didn't hesitate for a second before shouting in their faces. "The Lord has been too merciful to you lot. You don't even realize how lucky you are to still have your heads on your shoulders." The more he scolded them, the angrier he became. "How long do you plan on living like this?" The two soldiers protested. "No, Captain Kin, We're just as frustrated as you are. Then, one of them muttered something that caught him off guard. Before, you were much more lenient, why have you changed so much? They continued complaining. We've tried our best. But what's the point? The truth was, he was also under immense pressure. No matter how much effort they put in, one command from above could render it all meaningless. Perhaps it was time to accept reality. That night, as he was walking home at midnight, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something was off. His expression tightened. In Captain Kim's mind, the words from earlier kept echoing. You used to be so easygoing, why are you different now? It irritated him to no end. Yeah, it's my fault, damn it, muttering to himself as he walked. He suddenly caught sight of something. Maybe I should find a place to have a few drinks tonight. Right in front of him stood a brightly lit hut. What is this? Without much thought, Captain Kinder pushed open the door and stepped inside, immediately struck by a tantalizing aroma. It didn't smell like this yesterday, but wait. Why am I apologizing? Just as he entered, a cheerful voice greeted him. Welcome, Ellison. Noticing the visitor, beamed. Welcome to Ellison and Ru Rin's mobile restaurant. Ru Rin, however, remained indifferent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. This is a mobile restaurant, we can set up anywhere. Captain Kim looked even more confused. This is a restaurant? Ellison nodded. That's right, you can have a full meal or just a few drinks if you prefer. He held out a skewer of grilled meat. So, want to try? At the tempting sight and smell of the food, Captain Kim's mood lifted. Alright, give me a few drinks and some snacks. Ellison grinned. Coming right up. Ru Rin, grab a few more skewers. She replied simply. While she fetched more, Ellison quickly grilled some fresh skewers. The glowing embers crackled, sending up waves of smoky, mouth-watering fragrance. At the same time, he carefully poured a cup of liquor. Bringing the food and drink to the table, he smiled. Here's your meal and drink. As the food was set down, he added, enjoy your meal. Captain Kim glanced at the skewers. Amused. The smoky aroma is really strong. He picked up the first piece and took a bite, savoring the flavors in his mouth. Almost instantly, his expression softened. This is so tender, the sweetness of the vegetables blends perfectly with the meat. This is incredible. To enhance the experience, he took a sip of the liquor. The combination made his taste buds explode with satisfaction. Amazing. Ellison seized the opportunity. So, does it suit your taste? The answer came without hesitation. Perfect. It's like finding a kindred spirit. With that, Captain Kim launched into a rant. I've been so stressed out today, but now, I feel like I've been healed. Ellison simply smiled warmly. Please, enjoy your meal, and if you ever need to talk, I'll be here to listen. The following evening, as the golden hues of sunset bathed the land, greetings echoed through the grand hall. Welcome, new lord of Desland. Ven Den, without hesitation, stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Ven Den, the treasurer in charge of taxes and finances. Diren, holding a scroll in his hand, replied indifferently. Nice to meet you. However, his mind was elsewhere, on the state of the territory's taxes. Desland's administrative records were a mess. Hardly anything was accurate. His sharp gaze quickly shifted to the man before him. Most of the funds were unaccounted for, and the numbers didn't add up. If that's the case, I might as well question him directly. For example, 20 million was allocated for road repairs 4 months ago. Yet, upon inspection, not a single road seems to have been fixed. Care to explain? Ven Den? The treasurer, instead of panicking, mysteriously pulled out a small box. I knew you would ask about this, he said with a sly smile. He placed a chest full of treasure on the table. Which is why I've already prepared the perfect explanation. Diren's face twisted in disgust at the sight. Persistent little rat, aren't you? His fingers twitched slightly, debating whether he should summon the guards immediately. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, by order of the Count of Desland, summon all castle guards at once. But before he could finish his command, he was suddenly restrained by a binding spell. Teacher, what are you doing? Diren yelled, struggling against the invisible force. Ellison's voice answered calmly. Assess the situation first. We need solid evidence and careful preparation. Diren hesitated, his body stiffening. His teacher's words echoed in his mind. If he arrested Ven Den now, rumors would spread. Other corrupt officials would be warned and cover their tracks, making the fight against corruption even harder. Taking a deep breath, he slowly reached for the treasure chest. With a perfectly executed change in demeanor, He put on a sly grin. Ha ha, you're sharper than I expected. I love bribes. I'll be counting on you. Then Den, the treasurer, delighted, slammed his cup onto the table. Likewise, I joined Desland with great ambitions. Captain Kin, caught in the moment, poured his heart out, vowing to transform the territory into the safest place possible. I promised to create streets where people can walk safely. Even at night, even when I'm off duty. I still patrol. Just then, Ellison's hand brushed against the sword at Kin's waist. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. You're a soldier. It sounds like you've worked hard. He looked directly at Kin and asked, but discipline within your unit is getting worse. Is there a problem? Kin hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Well, that's... Before he could respond, someone barged into the restaurant. Hey, what's going on here? A thug swaggered in, his voice filled with menace. Who gave you permission to do business here? Ellison immediately sensed trouble and turned to Ru Rin. Handle this for me, she responded with a simple, but when he glanced over, he realized she was completely drunk. When did she start drinking? Ru Rin, now intoxicated, giggled. Hee, not beer, but you're right, it tastes great. The thug, thinking he was being mocked, grew even angrier. You think this is funny? While he ranted about his so-called grand ambitions, I'll tear this place apart. A sudden, loud thud interrupted him. Captain Kin had slammed his cup onto the table. Fueled by the alcohol, he stood up and scoffed. How pathetic. His face turned red, burning with fury. The state of Dater's military is so disgraceful that... He turned to the thug, his expression blazing like wildfire. You lowlifes dare commit crimes right in front of me? Still drunk, but now enraged, Captain Kin roared, all of you are under arrest. However, before he could make a move, the thug delivered a heavy punch straight to his face, knocking him flat. Ellison watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as he assessed Kin's pitiful state. So much talk, yet so little action. The thug smirked. Big words, but useless in a fight. As some bystanders chuckled at Kin's downfall, the thug raised his fist again, ready to strike, but before his punch could land, boom, a deafening thunderclap exploded through the air. The next thing anyone saw was the thug sprawled on the ground, completely knocked out. Ellison controlled his magic, contemplating his next move. I want to storm this guy's base and crush it, he mused, but I can't interfere directly. Can I? He glanced at Diren and continued. It looks like you want to handle this yourself. Meanwhile, Ru Rin nuzzled against him, murmuring, you smell nice. Ellison sighed internally. Looks like we'll have to retreat for now. His gaze shifted to the drunken Captain Kin. His attitude isn't entirely bad. He tried his best. Maybe he deserves a chance. A memory surfaced. I believe in you. I'm kinder, and from today, I'll join the guard. A young man had once spoken with enthusiasm, eager to serve and protect. But his excitement had been met with indifference. Garbin, the lounging captain of the guard, had barely acknowledged him, lazily puffing on a cigarette. I'm Garbin, captain of the guard. There's no official instructor here to teach you weapons or arrest techniques. So just figure it out yourself. After mumbling a few more words, he had waved dismissively. Wake me up if someone from the castle shows up. The memory left Kinder disillusioned. This isn't what I signed up for. But he refused to let those words crush him. Determined, he sought another way. They're robbing people in broad daylight. And you're just standing there? So what if we don't know how to fight properly? Numbers will always win. Let's take matters into our own hands. Gradually, he rallied like-minded individuals. It was a struggle, but in time, they succeeded. Look, we caught one. A captured bandit sneered. Ha, who the hell are you lot? You think the Lord will just let this slide? Word of their actions reached an imposing old man. Yet, he remained indifferent. The guard keeps doing things I never ordered, he remarked coldly. Release him and escort him home. Defeated, the recruits began to lose hope. It's pointless. We tried, but we can't win. One by one, they abandoned the effort. This isn't fair. We're the ones suffering, yet we're the ones being blamed. Their silhouettes faded into the distance. We're just following orders, they muttered. We were cut off from pay and supplies. The more we patrolled, the more we lost. In the end, only Kinder remained, standing alone. His voice trembled as he called out, Captain, what do we do now? But there was no answer. Regret settled deep in his heart. Yet, he had no choice but to accept the bitter reality. Kinder suddenly woke up in shock, a swollen bruise on his face. A voice from behind him spoke up. You're finally awake. Turning around, he was surprised to see the street vendor. "I left a little gift for you there. Don't forget to take it." Kinder was taken aback. A thug was lying unconscious nearby. Ellison continued, "On the way back, make sure to take him straight to prison." Kinder pointed at the man, confirming, "That's the thug." Yet, something felt off. He couldn't believe his eyes. He turned to Ellison and asked, "What did you do? You're kin, aren't you?" Ellison asked. Once he was sure he had the right person, he reignited an old dream in Kinder's heart, the desire to make Desland safe again. "Do you still believe in that dream?" At that moment, something awakened within Kinder. His hands trembled as he scraped at the ground. Yes, his long-lost dream had resurfaced. "I have never given up on my dream." Ellison suddenly smiled. The sound of a knight's footsteps approached. It seemed like Ellison was guiding Kinder closer to his goal. "Then take this opportunity." A familiar figure appeared in the distance. Kinder, startled, sprang to his feet. "No, you're—" It was an older man clad in iron armor, causing Kinder to exclaim, "Vice Captain of the First Knight Order." The man raised a hand in greeting. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Durian, assigned as your swordsmanship instructor." Meanwhile, at a wealthy residence, a voice echoed, "Hee." Durian clasped his hands together, lowering his head in contemplation. "Hee. So that laugh was yours." The man reminisced about past events. "Greetings, my new lord. I have heard much about you from Treasurer Vendon." A man entered, carrying a large pouch of gold, a gesture of humility and sincerity. But he wasn't the only one. Another man, with a round belly and a hearty laugh, arrived with a treasure chest. "It is an honor to welcome such an incredible lord. Please accept this gift." Then, yet another person arrived, holding a golden trophy. "I don't know what the others have offered, but I won't be outdone." Isn't this the truest display of sincerity? Though gold piled up behind Durian, his worries only grew. "What is this?" The old butler turned to him with a perplexed look, making Durian flinch. Don't look at me like that," he stammered before sighing. "I'll call in the next person." Inwardly, he thought, with corruption running this deep, once we start making arrests, the backlash will be intense. The door creaked open, revealing a poorly dressed young woman. "Greetings, my lord," she said hesitantly. Durian, curious, asked, "Who are you?" Adjusting her glasses nervously, she replied, "I am Mohan. I oversee land management." Behind Durian, gold and jewels shimmered brilliantly, capturing everyone's attention. But Mohan was different. She bit her lip, her face filled with disappointment. "I thought this time would be different." Durian unrolled a scroll, scanning the details before asking, "Is there anything else?" "I apologize." Durian found it odd that she was apologizing. Lifting his head, he saw Mohan clutching the hem of her dress. Trembling, "My abilities are limited, and I haven't saved much money. So, it's difficult to express my sincerity, or offer you a gift." "My lord." It seemed she was afraid of coming empty-handed. Her words took Durian by surprise. His eyes widened, sparkling, as if he had just discovered something far greater than the treasure behind him. "You have nothing to offer?" Mohan, misunderstanding his reaction, thought she had lost all hope. "Yes, if you wish to dismiss me." Then, before she could finish, Durian abruptly cut her off. "Accepted." "Huh?" She flinched, startled. Durian stepped closer, grasping her hand firmly. "I've been waiting for someone like you." "What? Someone like me? What kind of approval is this?" A strange sense of joy lit up his face. He grinned widely, looking somewhat dazed, his expression foolishly excited. "We're going to reclaim every last bribe from those corrupt officials." Mohan stood frozen, utterly bewildered. "He's insane. The Lord has lost his mind. I need to escape." Meanwhile, back with Ellison, Kinder was panting heavily, struggling to swing his sword. "Ha, ha." His blade sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of ragged breaths. "How is it?" Darian stood behind, watching Kinder train before turning to Ellison. "What do you think?" he asked. "He needs to relearn how to hold a sword properly." Ellison shrugged. "With Darian here, there's nothing to worry about." Darian, however, seemed slightly hesitant. But how will I get back to the palace?" "I'll handle your transportation," Ellison reassured him. As the two talked, Ru Rin remained fast asleep. Ellison leaned against a tree and changed the subject. "How long does it take to complete the training for the security force?" Darian pondered for a moment. It's surprising to see you get taken down by a common thug. Even if I train him every day, it'll take at least 3 months." Ellison sighed. "That long? Huh?" His thoughts grew heavier. I shouldn't interfere, but I can't just ignore the suffering of the people. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His eyes lit up, though his expression looked oddly ridiculous, as if he had gone mad. Seeing this, Darien smirked. Looks like he's got an idea. It seemed Darien had already foreseen something troublesome coming. Better not ask, or I might get dragged into it. Meanwhile, in a quiet village under the moonlight, a girl clutched a large bag of bread, anxiously looking around. I meant to go home early, but I got lost. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, gripping a sharp knife. First time here? The voice sent shivers down her spine. Not just one, two men stepped forward, surrounding her. Never seen you around before. You know whose territory this is? Walking around so confidently like that. One of them pressed the knife closer to her throat. The cold steel sent chills down her spine. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. No need to be scared. The man sneered, his sinister smile making her tremble. You can pay your debt, little by little. He continued, his words oozing malice. Before he could finish, the sound of a cart rolling by interrupted him. Hold it right there. A cloaked figure stepped forward. Put that sword down, you scum. The voice was firm and commanding, but the figure's appearance was anything but intimidating, disheveled and far from composed. The men exchanged glances. And who the hell are you? The figure stood tall. We are the street vendor squad, the force of justice for Desland. The two men were not frightened by the knight's appearance. Instead, they continued to jest. The city guards have come down here in tattered clothes, thinking they can play the role of heroes? Before they could finish their sentence, a bright flash of light shot from the wandering knight's fingertip. The beam of justice didn't strike the man directly, but it shattered his sword, sending a chill down his spine. Not only did the beam destroy the weapon, but it also continued to illuminate the sky, piercing through the darkness. The two men stared in shock, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, like startled deer in a field of green. My sword, one of them stammered. Meanwhile, the girl gasped in disbelief, unable to process what she had just witnessed. Fear took over, and in a panic, she turned and fled. You will remember this day. The knight chuckled, reveling in the moment. You have now witnessed the strength of the Wandering Merchants Guild. Can we please change that name? One of his companions sighed. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, her voice trembling. That voice, and that magic, it can't be. She hesitated before whispering in realization. Count Rivok. Ellison's eyes widened in surprise. The two figures draped in red hesitated before finally recognizing him. The woman, I remember now. You came to my chamber. One of them muttered. The girl, still clutching her bag of bread, stared at the knight. You're Count Rivok, aren't you? She asked anxiously. Damn it, I shouldn't have been caught so soon. At that moment, in a distant, unfamiliar place, three men sat around a table. Ricardo is dead. Lord Raiden has gone missing. The cultivation and classification departments have been shut down. A rough-looking leader muttered. A new lord has arrived, and our men are causing havoc. Another masked man added, but it won't last forever. It's time to decide our next move. The third man said. He had a dangerous air about him, his body clad in heavy iron armor, a deep scar running across his face. You are the closest to Lord Raiden. Vernetto. We will inherit the legacy that Lord Raiden left behind and rebuild our kingdom, he declared. A plate of stale bread was placed before them. Kinder picked up a piece of meat, looking unimpressed. I still remember the taste of those skewers from back then. I never knew what kind of meat it was, but it was incredible, he thought. His hands trembled as he lifted the piece of meat toward his mouth. Still, I have to eat this. I have to endure this training. The soldiers approached and took their seats at the table. Captain Kin, where have you been? One of them asked. Kinder responded indifferently. Just training. The soldier holding a piece of meat looked puzzled. Training? No way. He seemed unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Kinder continued chewing his food, speaking between bites. I haven't given up yet. The soldiers exchanged confused glances. I still have hope for Desland, Kinder added. At those words, the group was utterly shocked. Captain, elsewhere, in an old, worn-down house, a gathering was taking place. My God, all those brainwashed people from before, they're all here. Someone muttered. It seemed they had recognized someone, and a wave of gratitude filled the room. A woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, she suddenly screamed in realization. Count Rivog Ellison. Ellison, looking slightly awkward, shyly turned his gaze away. That's right, someone added. The secret behind the food truck group is none other than Count Revo Ellison. Ellison turned to the woman beside him. So, everyone has gathered here? She nodded, still holding her loaf of bread. The new lord has provided temporary housing for all the former slaves. Ellison listened attentively. Once the investigation is complete, they'll be able to return home. She continued. A sense of relief filled his heart. Aha, the lord is doing a great job, he said. However, the girl beside him looked down at her meal in disappointment. The food was too bland, so she considered buying some bread instead. Ellison noticed and suddenly grew suspicious. Were you captured by those men earlier? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then, as if reaching a conclusion, he suddenly made a shocking suggestion. Don't you want revenge on those bastards? Everyone gasped at the unexpected proposal. What? The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Ellison. Isn't it frustrating to always have to avoid their territory? Even after being kidnapped? He continued. He stepped toward the door. If you feel the same way, follow me. There's someone who can teach you how to fight. On the other side, Durian was giving kinder private training. He was dedicated and meticulous in his teaching. Swinging a sword isn't just about moving your arm. Durian explained. The swordsmanship of a knight is not simply about speed. With a single, precise movement, Durian disarmed kinder, sending his sword flying before it plunged into the ground. Control the direction of your blade, he continued. A sword that cannot do that is no better than a stick. Kinder, drenched in sweat, remained determined. Please teach me more. Durian hesitated for a moment. I'd love to, but I can't provide private lessons anymore. Suddenly, voices and approaching footsteps interrupted them. Captain Kin, you've been training alone this whole time? It turned out that Kinder's soldiers also wanted to join. Don't do this alone. Let us train together. That armor, it reminds me of the times we were forced to run drills. One of them murmured. Kinder was shocked by his comrades' enthusiasm. You guys. Even the former brainwashed victims stepped forward. Please teach us too, they pleaded. We want to show those kidnappers our strength. Durian had expected a quiet training session, but now he sighed. I thought I only had to teach one person. But things have changed. Ellison, grinning smugly, responded. I never said it would be just one person. As he spoke, he placed his legendary mask over his face. The numbers will only grow. I plan to offer this opportunity to everyone who has suffered from their crimes. Daejin, witnessing the scene, was speechless. Looks like I'll need to bring in more trainers from the capital. Late at night at the Desland guard camp, the estate manager Mohan moved cautiously through the shadows. She had thought she was simply gathering bribes for a shady deal. But it turned out she had been entrusted with a special mission by Diren. Among the officials handing over money, some may be doing so unwillingly. Diren had explained, the situation in Desland was complicated before. Your job is to verify the truth. Mohan's task was to trace the origins of the funds, whether they were extorted, embezzled, or obtained through the exploitation of the people. Receiving her orders, she bowed respectfully. Understood. However, she couldn't shake her own doubts. Why was I given such an important mission? Diren gently smiled, exuding a serene elegance despite the situation. You may think you have nothing to give, he said. Mohan felt both fear and reassurance. This lord was truly different. Could Desland really change? She moved closer to the glowing window. Mohan lifted his head. Eavesdropping on the conversation inside? That's easy, he thought. Inside, Garban, as fat as a roasted pig, was drinking heavily. You want to withdraw the guards from the sorting and cultivation chambers? He scoffed. They don't do much anyway. Tell them I agree. He gave orders to a soldier while gulping down his drink. But you already know the drill, don't you? He added. Send me a beautiful woman once this is done. The soldier, tall and muscular with a concealed face, nodded. I'll notify you once everything is handled, he said. The conversation inside continued. It's easier with Ricardo here, someone noted. Meanwhile, outside, Mohan was filled with unease. The sorting and cultivation chambers, what's happening there? At the chambers, everything was in ruins. Desland had collapsed. A group of soldiers, seemingly lost, stood amidst the wreckage. There was no one left. A ghastly, armored hand emerged. Good, a voice muttered. Garban had completed his mission. Mikan appeared, exuding a dark, sinister, and calculating aura. Rebuild this place, he ordered. The day these chambers are restored, Desland will reclaim its former glory. Through the window, the moon had risen high. The truth behind the bribes was beginning to surface. Meanwhile, in the study, Diren was reviewing reports. Only a few months remained before everything would be completed, but his mind was burdened with countless concerns. The greatest issue was the army. As they began to gather, he knew, we must act swiftly and cleanly before the other officials catch on. Yet, no matter how much he thought it over, it still felt unsatisfactory. The guards were in an abysmal state. Just as he was deep in thought, a black hole appeared in the room. To do this, I might need Rich's help, he mused. Then, a familiar mask came into view. Ellison. The butler standing nearby looked flustered, unsure of what to say. Hello, Diren greeted, immediately recognizing an old acquaintance. Ellison, however, avoided the subject. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied. I'm just part of the food cart crew. Ellison pointed and suggested to Diren. Would you mind following me for a moment? Perhaps he wanted to devise a strategy for Diren. There are some people I'd like to introduce to you, he added. A sword whizzed through the air with remarkable skill. The group from earlier was diligently practicing their weapon techniques. Heya. Diren was astonished by the sight. Who are they? He asked. Ellison stood casually with his arms crossed. From guards to former slaves, he explained, emphasizing their fighting spirit. Every single one of them is training voluntarily. Diren, exhausted from directing, let out a breath. I told you not to do this, he complained, frustrated. Back in the day, this would have been handled much faster. Ellison, however, calmly explained everything. It started with just a small team, he said, but now, look at how many have gathered. He tilted his head slightly and hesitated before continuing. Hearing Ellison's words, Diren was deeply moved, on the verge of tears. It wasn't just the Lord who wanted to change Desland. Watching the determined group training hard, Diren felt certain. Yes, he affirmed with unwavering conviction. The future was clear. We are not alone. Desland will change. 3 months later, at a military camp, a masked soldier rushed in. Sir Vernento, there's a new report, he announced. Vernento glanced up as the soldier handed him the report on the progress. The sorting and cultivation chambers have been fully restored, the soldier continued. Vernento, his face marred with scars, smirked. Good, he murmured. He slowly stood up, revealing an injured arm. I've lost some income, he admitted, since I couldn't exploit the people anymore, thanks to those damn food carts. But now, that's over. It's time to seize every facility in the region and take control. Turning to the soldier, Vernento ordered, inform Khan and Volca that from now on. Before he could finish, another soldier burst in, panting. Sir Vernento, he stammered. His words were cut short, but his panic was evident. Outside, Diren had already arrived on horseback before their camp. Vernento, listen to me, he called out. He carried the commanding presence of a true leader. If you surrender peacefully, you will stand trial according to the laws of this land. But if you resist, he warned, only severe punishment awaits you. Vernento was taken aback. A serious army? Huh? He muttered. His subordinate, sweating nervously, feared the worst. The guards were nothing more than scarecrows, poorly trained and undisciplined. A sharp clang rang out as a sword was driven into the ground. Something was off. Kinder. His expression ice cold, spoke with firm determination. All criminals, step forward. Beside him stood a woman with an equally commanding presence, as formidable as the kidnappers themselves. Out, now, she ordered. Vernento remained confused. What's happening? What's wrong with them? Desland. Vernento? Mohan pointed forward and shouted. Arrest all corrupt officials. She sternly commanded the soldiers. Detain everyone who has taken bribes or is involved in corruption. Vendon, caught by the guards and dragged away, protested. What is this? Who gave you the right to act so recklessly? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted. Traitors! Garban charged forward, sword in hand, his face burning with rage. Are you trying to rebel? He faced the soldiers, expecting their loyalty. Remember, I am your leader. Yet, the guards advanced emotionlessly. Apologies, one of them said, but we are only following the orders of our superior. Garban's eyes widened in shock. What? From atop his horse, Diren sat tall and proud, staring down at the once feared criminals. Today, we will purge all corruption from Dedan. With unwavering authority, he commanded his troops. Prepare for battle. Show them the justice of Dedan. The clash erupted. Soldiers on Diren's side moved swiftly, striking down their opponents. Their skill overwhelmed the enemy, leaving them struggling to defend themselves. One adversary barely parried an attack. Is this really Deslin's army? He gasped. I never expected this kind of strength. I thought they were weaklings. The soldiers of Deaton remained expressionless and cold. All criminals will be crushed, they declared. Suddenly, a dark figure wielding a massive mace dropped from above. With a single devastating strike, the ground trembled, leaving everyone in shock. Whoa, whoa! The dust cleared, revealing Verberto. His face was cold and grim, exuding pure killing intent. So, you've grown a little stronger, he sneered, but in the end, you're still untrained fools. He lifted his mace, preparing for another crushing blow. Advance, he roared. Kinder, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. You have never been trained. The man raised his sword, assuming a battle-ready stance. We have endured hell for the past 3 months. Do you even know what that means? Kinder unleashed a powerful sword technique against the enemy forces. Vernento, the beast, now finally understood what fear was. You insignificant brat? How do you know that sword technique? Are Deslin's soldiers terrifying them to the core? The long-haired soldier fought with incredible ferocity. All right, stay calm, advance, but do not break formation. Suddenly, chains came out of nowhere and clamped around his neck. The long-haired soldier was flung far into the distance. A hand adorned with rings retrieved the chain. What is this? Livervolt held the chain and grinned. They say the new lord exposed the bribery scandal, but what if that isn't the truth? Deslin's soldiers looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, ordering the soldiers, block the other side. A soldier turned around, bewildered. Huh? A woman gritted her teeth. That bastard, we have to capture him. An iron-clad arm was raised amidst the ominous atmosphere. The battlefield was brutal, bodies strewn everywhere. Someone suddenly asked, why is Vernento not making a move? Makan walked forward, undeterred. I don't know who taught them, but they are using certain sword techniques. But if they think a little training is enough to defeat me, they're mistaken. The wounded soldiers struggled to stay on their feet. This one is different from the others. Everyone, be cautious. Makan was clearly trying to provoke them. Remember your own level. Before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted him. Let me lower myself to your level then. A knight-like figure emerged. I initially intended to observe from a distance, but now, everything has changed. Durian revealed himself. With a swift motion, he drew his sword from its sheath. The Muhin assassins, those who had relentlessly targeted the crown prince, were now in sight. You are their leader, Makan, am I right? Makan, upon seeing Durian, was so stunned that he nearly fell backward. Durian struck lightly, his attack brushing past Makan. Makan was struck with a fatal slash. Blood splattering everywhere. Durian calmly turned away. Oops, my hand slipped. Taking Makan's life brought him immense satisfaction. Reaching my level is far beyond your abilities. However, deep inside, Durian couldn't shake a sense of unease. If one of the 3 key figures was only at this level, then the current soldiers could handle the situation. But they would need to put in significant effort. He silently prayed that this would end soon. On the other side, Light Volta was struggling to defend against attacks from all directions. Then, he suddenly realized, Deslin's soldiers looked eerily familiar. These brats, they are the very slaves I once captured. How did they learn to wield weapons like this? Livervolt shifted back into battle mode, his eyes sharp and focused. The way they're looking at me is irritating. Don't underestimate me. A massive surge of power erupted from within him. You wretched slaves. Light Volta hurled his chains toward them, but a protective barrier blocked the attack. He stood there, stunned. What? In that instant, a woman seized the opportunity, lunging forward and delivering a critical slash to Light Volta. Arg! Her eyes burned with fury and hatred. You should learn to shut up. You piece of trash. Deslin's soldiers immediately rushed over, cheering. Volta has been captured. Seize the rest of them. The gang members were rounded up and restrained. We've cleared this area. Ria, we've won. Vernento looked toward the scene, fear gripping him. In a flash, Kinder delivered a punishing strike to him. Where are you looking? Yet Vernento remained deeply unsettled. Something was off. My attacks keep getting blocked by these strange magic rings. Frustration burned inside him as he clenched his teeth. Today was supposed to be the day I reclaimed everything. But with the current situation, Vernento roared in fury and unleashed one final, desperate strike. I won't let it end like this. But in the end, it had all been a distraction. He suddenly turned and fled. After him, Vernento, driven by his fear of death, pushed himself to run as fast as he could. As long as I don't get caught, there's still hope. I'll try again, 10 times. Even 20 times if I must. He sprinted down a long, seemingly endless alleyway, determined to reclaim his kingdom in Desland. Suddenly, Vernento came to a halt, as if he had encountered something terrifying. In front of him sat a cloaked figure, lounging comfortably. Vernento hesitated, scrutinizing the stranger. Who are you? Are you from the trade caravan? The mysterious figure let out a deep sigh. Are you a criminal? Then, in a chilling tone, the figure continued. Turn back, you won't make it past me. Hearing those words, Vernento's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. Wait, that voice? Dreadful memories from years ago resurfaced in his mind. A wretched being like you dares to run away? A shadowy image of a dragon flickered in his thoughts. You and this place will be gutted together. I will burn everything to the ground. Vernento trembled violently, his legs weak beneath him, on the verge of tears. Why you are? His voice quivered with fear as he stammered. Dr. Ra. The cloaked figure seemed just as confused. What is this guy doing? Overwhelmed by terror, Vernento collapsed onto the ground. Dragon, the mysterious figure, taken aback, muttered, "Oh, I've been exposed?" Just then, the soldiers pursuing Vernento finally caught up. There he is. Seize him. Meanwhile, high above, someone was silently observing the entire scene. It was Ellison. Everything seemed to have been resolved. Durian, for reasons unknown, suddenly bowed deeply. Ellison turned around in surprise. Durian, what are you doing? Durian's bow turned out to be an apology. Forgive me, some of our men were injured while subduing Makan. Ellison sighed in relief. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something serious. Stand up. How are the injured? Durian immediately straightened up and reported. Their lives are not in danger. There was something he had been wondering about for a while. Ellison, didn't we agree to leave this matter to Count Dainlo? So it was Ellison who had placed those magic barriers, blocking the attacks. But why did you decide to intervene? Ellison closed his eyes briefly, savoring the moment. I had intended to leave it be. But in the end, I changed my mind. It seems I am easily swayed by certain requests. That evening, in a lavish palace, a proud voice echoed. Leiden. A man's face lit up with pride and joy. My son, I heard the news. You did well. You successfully captured the criminal organization and corrupt officials. He showered his son with endless praise. As expected of my son. While Diren was completely drunk, he mumbled, I'm just a worthless person. Meanwhile, skewers of delicious-looking meat were being grilled, sending up fragrant smoke. Ru Ren, standing nearby and helping to remove the meat, casually asked Han, so, the reason you used magic to protect the soldiers, was that it? Ellison glanced at Ru Ren and replied, yes, that's one of the reasons. He continued in a thoughtful tone. It seems that things didn't turn out the way you expected. However, it looks like they aren't too happy either. Ru Ren was surprised to hear this. Why? No one had to die. Ellison stared at the skewer in his hand, deep in thought. I have my own suspicions. But, Ru Ren understood Ellison's feelings and offered words of comfort. I hope you won't blame yourself too much. Meanwhile, Leiden was speaking with his beloved son. The capture of the criminals and corrupt officials was a success. He said, however, his face still showed concern. But we had to rely on Ellison's help. Leiden understood Diren's feelings very well. That's what bothers you, isn't it? Diren hesitated for a moment before finally confessing his thoughts. I wanted to handle everything on my own. I felt that I shouldn't rely on others when taking my first steps as a lord. But maybe I wasn't mature enough to make that decision. He sighed, his gaze distant. However, the day before, when the plan was unfolding, I changed my mind. Seeing those innocent people, I just couldn't go through with it. I was afraid they might get hurt or even die because of my decision. He lowered his head, his voice filled with regret. I know I confidently declared that I would change and become a different Diren. But in the end, I wasn't strong enough to make it happen. Feeling deeply ashamed, he bowed his head even lower. I'm sorry, father. I don't think I'm capable of managing Diren. His words saddened Leiden. You think you're not fit to be a lord? He repeated. Then, suddenly, Leiden said, follow me. Diren looked up in surprise. Huh? What? Without another word, Leiden opened the door and gestured for him to come along. Let's take a walk. There are some misunderstandings I need to clear up for you about what it truly means to be a lord. Diren and his father, Leiden, walked together under the night sky. Leiden turned to his son and brought up the past. Diren, ever since you were young, you've always said you wanted to become a lord like me. Standing beside him, Diren could only nod. That's right. Then, Leiden posed a question to his son. And do you understand what that truly means? Without hesitation, Diren answered. A lord is someone who successfully rebuilt Break City after the war with the dragons. Leiden recalled his youth, back when he lived in Break City. That happened when you were too young to remember. He said, but I've heard the stories from many people. They all said the same thing, no one ever thought Break City, a place reduced to ashes, could recover so quickly. He then calmly continued, because of that, I naturally became your role model. But do you know the very first thing that Lord did to rebuild this city? What Leiden said next completely caught Diren off guard. He sought help from neighboring lords. Leiden recounted the times that Lord went to ask for aid. Please help us, my people are starving. The Lord traveled to neighboring lands, pleading for assistance. Can you provide us with food and temporary shelter? He had to humble himself to save his people. We need materials to rebuild the city. I had to ask for help everywhere. However, Leiden added, that wasn't the perfect solution, of course. A lord cannot always rely on others. Striving to solve problems independently is still the right mindset. But remember this. Leiden's expression softened as he reassured his son. All of our worries and struggles are for the sake of our people. Reaching out, he patted Diren on the shoulder. There is no shame in caring for your soldiers and seeking help, even if it means humbling yourself. Seeing his father like this, Diren felt comforted, but suddenly, Leiden's demeanor changed. He shoved Diren backward with unexpected force. So don't make such a gloomy face on a beautiful night like this. Completely caught off guard, Diren stumbled back in confusion. Huh? What was that? Before he could react, Leiden grinned mischievously. Ha ha ha, Desland now belongs to me. Diren crashed to the ground with a loud thud, hitting his head. Ag. He winced in pain but quickly noticed some kind of event happening above him. What is this? A voice from above suddenly recognized him. Oh, who do we have here? It turned out to be the soldiers of Desland, celebrating their glorious victory. Why are you so late? One of them called out. Salutations, Lord Diren. Ellison, noticing Diren's presence, immediately spoke up. Ah, you've finally arrived. Please, have a seat, my lord. Ru Ren, standing nearby with arms crossed, observed the scene with a smirk. What a dramatic entrance. Not bad. Diren, covered in dust and dirt, groaned as he struggled to get back on his feet after the painful fall. From above, Leiden watched his beloved son with satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Cheer up. He wanted Diren to shake off his worries. The celebration was in full swing, and everyone was enjoying the victory feast. Down below, people were enthusiastically praising the skewered meat. My lord, this is incredible. Oh my god, this dish is amazing. Leiden, always perceptive, knew the truth. If it weren't for Ellison's help, some of these people might not have been here tonight to celebrate. Elsewhere, Kinder was drinking with a former slave girl who had fought bravely. You did well. Why don't you join our squad? He suggested. The girl turned to him with a smile. Oh, is that so? Standing above, Leiden watched everything unfold with immense pride. I'm proud of you, he murmured. He was not just a great lord, he was also a good father. You are a fine lord. Another peaceful morning dawned over the camp. After a night of revelry, everyone had finally fallen into a deep sleep. Phew, finally done. Ellison sighed, having just finished cleaning up. I never thought they'd drink until morning. Ru Ren stretched, loosening her stiff muscles after the exhausting night. Well, it was a great achievement. After all. Suddenly, Ellison turned to her. Hey, Ru Ren. She blinked and looked at him. What is it? I need you to come with me somewhere. But if you're too tired, I can go alone. Ru Ren immediately perked up. Huh? Where to? Ellison pointed toward the sky with a mysterious look in his eyes. There's something I need to ask, and something I need to say to him. At the vast library of the Louvren Empire's royal palace, Leon stood attentively, engrossed in reading a book. Suddenly, a figure in a cloak appeared. Ah, you've arrived, Leon remarked. It turned out to be an old acquaintance from Marin Academy. Marin Nay. She respectfully bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. The moment she arrived, Marin Nay immediately asked, Why did you ask to meet me here? Leon closed the book he had been reading and got straight to the point. I am researching history. The Crown Prince is looking for more records about Louis and the three heroes of the war. He continued. They defended all races against the dragons during the Great Dragon War. Thanks to their efforts, the number of civilian casualties in the Lewis Empire was significantly lower than expected. Leon recalled the two legendary heroes, the elf, Biden, and the dwarf, Darren. However, there was still one mysterious figure, someone no one knew anything about. A human. No one knew who he was. Leon seemed to have thoroughly investigated this person. No, more precisely, there are no records left of him. I have tried to gather accounts from those who witnessed the war, but their testimonies are chaotic and inconsistent. The prince's gaze suddenly changed. But there is one thing everyone agrees on: he was human and a powerful mage. Marin Ney remained silent. A name surfaced in her mind as she listened to those words. Leon opened a book and pointed to a specific line. But the problem lies here. I have reviewed all the military service records, and this is the only mention I found of Ellison, after 15 years of service as an imperial mage. He was discharged from the army. Suddenly, the prince shifted his questioning. It seems you already knew him when we first visited Break City. Didn't you? Marin Ney's face turned pale. She was in an extremely distressed state. Lord Ellison. The Crown Prince closed the book and exposed her deception. So you lied when you said that was your first time meeting him. Marin Ney was terrified but still attempted to explain. It's far from what you are imagining. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corridor at the entrance of a lavish palace, Ellison walked in with an air of composure. It has been a long time, he said as he greeted the figure seated on the throne. Your Majesty. The Emperor looked at Ellison and spoke. That man was none other than Lemedon Harris, the Emperor of the Lewis Empire. It hasn't been that long. Ellison. Lemedon's gaze shifted to Ru Ren, who stood beside Ellison. A great figure has also come to visit. Ru Ren crossed her arms and smiled meaningfully. Long time no see. At that moment, she finally understood the identity of the mysterious man. So, it's him. Lemedon, too, had not expected this move from Ellison. I didn't think you'd return to the royal palace. Have you visited the Magic Academy yet? Ellison let out a sigh and forced a smile at the question. Why would I go there? They bare their fangs whenever they see me. He lifted his head and continued speaking. At the same time, from a different place, Marin Ney coincidentally said the exact same words. The most troublesome troublemaker at the Magic Academy. The words of Master Asharbin echoed in their minds. Congratulations, you have been chosen. That phrase had once motivated students to strive harder. As a mage of the Empire, you will dedicate yourself to the nation and the pursuit of magic. You must always work to improve yourself. Master Acharban's words constantly reverberated through the academy. That is the will of the Louvren Empire, and it is also your goal. Remember this well at the Imperial Magic Academy. Suddenly, from somewhere in the academy, Acharban's angry voice rang out. You again? You did it again. He stood up in fury, shouting at the top of his lungs. You failed again. How long do you plan to stay here? Asharbin, now completely exasperated, called the student's name outright. Ellison. Meanwhile, Ellison had the same dazed expression as always. Sorry. Then, in a familiar tone, he began his long-winded explanation. I did my best, but life doesn't always give us what we want. Does it? You know, there's a saying, a long journey begins with a single step. That's how it goes, right? So, I hope you can look at my first step with a kind smile and... Before he could finish his sentence, Asharbin had already had enough. He stood up furiously. Ellison had no choice but to obediently follow along. Yes, sir. Elgen seemed all too familiar with this routine of Ellison's. Failed again? That's quite an achievement. Mada joined in the teasing. You were once our senior for a while. After all, hearing this, Ellison simply chuckled. I enrolled when I was a kid, so I might have stayed here longer. What kind of logic is that? Ellison sighed and responded. I gave up trying to understand how your mind works a long time ago. Ellison then made a suggestion. Anyway, let's just go get something to eat. Meanwhile, Marin Ney hid behind a bookshelf, clutching a book tightly. That fraud. Ellison. At the Royal Academy of Magic. During a practical magic class, Asharbin was instructing students on spellcasting. You all see clearly now, don't you? He said, scanning his students. This is a variant of the freezing spell. The use of the magic circle is slightly different. Unlike standard freezing magic, which requires an environment to take effect, this one is much harder to grasp. Practice it on your own. And remember to keep a safe distance. Ellison, with a clueless expression, muttered, I can't do it. Asharbin, unfazed, prepared to demonstrate another spell. Then let me show you something else. This is a basic spell that every senior student should be able to. Ellison waved his hands around in a few sloppy motions, but ultimately failed. Asharbin was so dissatisfied that his frustration turned into anger. Even first-year students can cast this spell. Try harder. Ellison, completely unfazed, replied nonchalantly. I guess students these days are much more talented than before. Asharbin clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He looked like he was about to transform into a beast out of sheer rage. You little. Meanwhile, Ellison was inwardly celebrating. As if I'd actually waste my magic helping others. I just need to slack off here until the war ends. Out of nowhere, an elderly professor walked up. Her expression filled with amazement. Incredible. Where did this talent come from? She watched as a student flawlessly cast a complex spell. I can't believe it. A first-year student executed such a spell perfectly? The student remained humble, refusing to boast. It's all thanks to the professor's guidance. The pure magical energy radiating from the spell drew the attention of every student in the room. Look closely, the professor instructed. This is pure mana, completely untainted by unnecessary elements. As she pondered this, a sigh of regret escaped her lips. If only that fool could learn a thing or two from this. Asharbin, enraged, was strangling Ellison. We once had high hopes for his future. Someone murmured. At that moment, the outstanding student, Kia, cast a scornful glance. HMPH. How pitiful. Meanwhile, Leon was startled upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Wait, the owner of that restaurant is Ellison? The one who can't properly use magic? His subordinate added. To be more precise, he can only use one spell. Leon was both surprised and puzzled. Hold on. Then why did they keep him at the academy and make him repeat a grade? At that time, we were in the middle of a war. We didn't have the resources to waste on unnecessary things. Ellison's name sparked curiosity in him. Those without talent should have been sent to the front lines as regular soldiers. Right? His subordinate lowered his gaze and replied. We only found out later. Then, he revealed an even more shocking piece of information. The only spell he can use is beyond extraordinary. Inside the academy, students were going about their day as usual. A student walking past suddenly became the center of attention. It was Marin Nay. I want to ask her about deciphering magic circles. One student said. His friend immediately dismissed the thought. Are you crazy? She's on a completely different level from us. Stop dreaming. A professor, beaming with joy, approached Marin Nay. Once again, you achieved a perfect score on the test. Truly incredible. Marin Nay. She was showered with praise from all around. A once-in-a-century genius. A remarkable talent. I heard she has already started learning second-level magic. It seems like she has even surpassed the upper-year students. She'll become a mage who can change the course of the war. Hearing all these compliments, Marin Nay started to believe she truly was a genius. With an air of arrogance, she strode forward, fearing nothing. The younger students fell behind her, while even the older students didn't intimidate her. I'll catch up to them in just a year, she thought, as Marin Nay was lost in her thoughts. A sudden tremor echoed through the academy. And when I become a senior student, the entire academy will. Before she could finish her thought, the tremor shattered a rocky outcrop within the academy grounds. Seeing this, Asharbin was overjoyed. Enough with the praise. That's plenty. He then called out Ellison's name. Ellison respectfully responded. Yes, sir. It turned out that Asharbin intended to reprimand him. Why can't the rest of you use spells like that? Marin Nay was taken aback. What do you mean? Her friend beside her remained calm. Is this the first time you've seen it? With enthusiasm, she explained to Marin Nay. Ellison is unable to use any other spells, but the power of his fireball is beyond belief. Meanwhile, Ellison was receiving praise from those around him. But Marin Nay thought differently. That fireball is definitely stronger than even the professor's spells. That's the only reason they keep him at the academy. Despite his failures, her friend continued explaining. The professors regret not being able to let him graduate. If he could learn other spells, he has the potential to become a great mage. Marin Nay's eyes widened in shock. No way. She stared at the heavily damaged wall. How could it have such destructive power? She reached for a book on the shelf. Her thoughts in turmoil. But I'm the real genius here. Determined not to give up, she pulled out her textbooks. The future of the Magic Academy. As everyone envisions it, I won't accept it. The more she thought about Ellison, the more her resentment grew, especially at the idea of being pushed out of the spotlight by such a crude student. A powerful fire attack erupted. A professor standing nearby praised her. "Well done, Marin. Your magical foundation is exceptional. Just as expected." But then, he added, "However, even at full force, your attack is only a fraction of Ellison's." Her confidence shattered. No, this isn't enough. At lunchtime, students received their meals. Elf stared at his food in disappointment. Even at a magic academy. They can't do anything about the food? Why is it always so terrible? Ellison, sitting nearby, casually responded. Clearly, they don't see the need to invest magic into agricultural development. Ellison appeared from behind like a divine figure. Well, you guys don't want to eat anyway. As soon as they saw Ellison, the students abandoned their meals and rushed toward him. What, you're not going? Of course I am. On the other side, Marin ate in frustration. That trio again, and they just left after tossing their meals aside? Her friends noticed and immediately started teasing her. Marin, are you looking at Senior Ellison again? You even asked about him last time. Honestly, I'm surprised. Don't tell me you have a thing for bad boys? Marin's expression turned serious in an instant. What, can you all stop? She firmly denied their teasing. I hate people who wander around aimlessly without any sense of responsibility. Her friends, now flustered, quickly apologized. Sorry, it was just a joke. You're right, Ellison is nothing like you. Marin, he's irresponsible in every way. As Marin continued eating, her friends whispered among themselves again. I heard he doesn't even want to be a mage anymore. She was stunned. What do you mean? Can you explain? Her friend hesitated, feeling awkward. Well, it's just a rumor. But, meanwhile, in a secret kitchen, seemingly Ellison's, people were slicing into juicy, tender beef. After cutting a piece, they eagerly took a bite. Ellison and Elgen savored the flavors with satisfaction. Wow, this meat is so tender. You should have gone to culinary school instead of a magic academy. When I tried cooking it, it turned out so tough it was inedible. Elgen then noticed Ellison busy with something. What are you doing? Ellison, still focused on cooking, turned around with a grin. Haha, there's always a right way to do things. He then began guiding everyone on how to make perfectly tender meat. After seasoning the meat, vacuum seal it and cook it slowly in water at a precise temperature. Low temperature cooking for an extended period keeps the meat juicy and prevents overcooking. Ellison continued explaining the method step by step. Finally, sear the outside for a beautiful, appetizing color, and that's it. Elgen approached Ellison's pot and inspected it closely. Look at this pot. It has so many types of magic, water circulation, steam temperature control, even a mana lock that shuts it off automatically after a set time. He traced his fingers along some of the magic circles. You even intertwined new spells into the old ones. Didn't you, Ellison? Ellison cheerfully admitted. That's right. Ellison, watching from the side, smirked. Haha, and this guy straight up told the professors he doesn't know how to use magic. Ellison froze on the spot. Do you have a death wish? Why do you think I've been bribing you? Elgen took the opportunity to press further. Ellison, you still haven't changed your mind, have you? The question made Ellison pause for a moment. You still refuse to stop repeating your classes and graduate? Ellison didn't bother hiding his thoughts and spoke openly. To be honest, I don't know what I'm supposed to fight for. He explained his goals and dreams. I don't want to be a soldier, I want to be a chef. Magic, to me, is just a tool. I don't want to use it to kill anyone. Mada, hearing this, wholeheartedly agreed. Ellison, I feel the same way. I don't want to fight for some random country either. Ellison elaborated further. I mean, no one ever talks about protecting the country. I'm just an orphan. Elgen, seeing the conversation turn serious, changed the subject. Forget it, I'm just rambling since graduation is coming up soon. Ellison joked lightheartedly. Just wait a little longer. If I repeat another 2 years, I might get sent straight to the front lines. Ellison laughed. Yeah, at least we tried. Their conversation continued in good spirits. By then, we might even get promoted. Right? And when that happens, we'll have you running errands non-stop. What they didn't realize was that Marin had overheard the entire conversation. She was utterly shocked. What the hell? He's been pretending not to know magic just to stay in school? Meanwhile, Asharbin was addressing the students with great enthusiasm. Congratulations, everyone. He looked at the students below him with a solemn expression. Despite the war shortening your time at the academy, you have successfully mastered the basics of magic. Asharbin began distributing the badges, a symbol signifying that the students had been officially recognized as royal mages. Remember, not many people can achieve this accomplishment. At the same time, be aware that there are still many steps to climb, he said as the badges were gradually handed to each student. Consider Class 1 as merely a low starting point to reach even greater heights. Stretching his arms wide, he proudly shouted, "March forward, Royal Mages!" The students below cheered enthusiastically. Ellison sat leisurely by himself on a chair, calmly enjoying the sight of the academy under the beautiful sunlight. Meanwhile, Marin Ney was in the principal's office. "Do you have something to say to me?" Principal Asharbin gently called out Marin Ney's name. Marin Ney hesitated, clearly unsure. "Yes, it's about the student Ellison." As the graduates celebrated their achievements, a voice suddenly approached Ellison and Elgen. "Class 312 is graduating. Are you guys leaving soon?" Elgen turned around and smiled. "Yeah." Seizing the moment, they playfully teased Ellison. "That's right, except for you, Ellison. Everyone else is friendly and cares a lot about their friends." "Hee hee. So where are you guys heading?" Madel answered without hesitation. "We've been assigned to the palace in the northern territory of Delian." Hearing this, Ellison couldn't help but comment, "That's quite a long journey." Elgen looked at Ellison fondly. "Yeah, we're officially mages now, but we'll really miss your cooking." Madel bent down to pick up his backpack. "Well then, it's finally time to depart." Madel and Elgen turned back and waved. "We're off, Elf. Try to graduate before it's too late." Ellison smiled and waved back. "Don't worry, when the war ends, I'll open a restaurant. Be sure to visit." In the distance, a magnificent, luxurious castle gleamed under the sunlight. Ellison walked toward a giant, towering tree. Standing before it, he activated a magic circle. Now that the next batch of students is about to enter their final year, I'm sure I can make some new friends this time, he mused, stepping into a secret cave. "So, what kind of food should I try next?" Just then, a voice echoed from within. "Finally, you've returned." The figure seemed to have been waiting for Ellison to step inside. A familiar face appeared before him, Principal Asharbin. Asharbin cast a piercing gaze at Ellison, as if he were about to devour him whole. "What a comfortable little space you've made for yourself," he remarked, exposing the secret Ellison had kept hidden for so long. "The magic at the entrance is quite creative. I must admit, you've combined illusion magic with a shield." Asharbin lifted the lid of a pot and peeked inside. "And these intricate enchantments on the pot, His words left Ellison speechless. "This is the same person who made me believe you were incapable of using even the simplest spells I taught." Asharbin continued. He picked up a piece of meat from the pot, sliced off a small bite, and took a taste. "Delicious. Very delicious." Then, Acharbon's next words stunned Ellison. "Organ and Mauled Elf have told me about you." The principal recounted the story in a smooth and detailed manner. "They claimed you lacked the ability to become a battle mage. And it wasn't just them. All those who have been around you in your final year have said the same thing. A pacifist who despises war, with a passion for cooking. On top of that, there's even a rumor that you were conscripted into the military due to an administrative error, despite not being a citizen of the Lewis Empire." Asharbin raised 2 fingers, presenting Ellison with a choice. "So, I will give you 2 options." Raising 1 finger, he explained the first option. "You will follow your classmates to the battlefield as a first-class mage. All the mistakes you've made during your time here will be erased, leaving no records behind. You'll have the opportunity to leave with honor and fight alongside your peers." Then came the second option. Ellison froze upon hearing it, his entire body stiffening. "You will work at the academy as a chef." Asharbin continued, adding more conditions. "However, you'll also have additional responsibilities. You will be in charge of organizing a certain list of tasks." "Now, what will you choose?" Ellison stood motionless, unable to move even a single inch. Back in the present at the royal palace, Ellison was recounting his story. "So, which one do you think I chose?" he asked. "On one side was the life of a soldier, and on the other was the dream job I had always wanted as a chef. Moreover, he even agreed to let me leave once the war was over." Lemedin truly understood Ellison's nature. There was no need for any further thought. Ellison would undoubtedly choose to follow his passion. "Of course, I told him I would become a chef." The story had gone on so long that Ru Ren, sitting beside him, was already dozing off. Suddenly, Ellison's face darkened. his expression turning grim. Those were happy days, until I found out what that list actually meant. 3 months later, Ellison was now working as a chef at the Magic Academy. Using his magic for culinary purposes, he demonstrated exceptional skill in the kitchen. With this fire vortex, I can mix ingredients while frying at high temperatures, he thought. His cooking prowess was unparalleled, possibly ranking as the best in the world. Ordinarily, stir-frying large quantities of food was difficult. Too many ingredients at once made it hard to cook everything evenly without burning some parts. But not for him. Soon, Ellison completed his dish. He plated it carefully and brought it out for everyone to taste. Stir-fried UBA greens. The moment people took their first bite, their eyes widened in amazement. This is incredible. I've never tasted anything this delicious in my entire life. Even Marin was sitting alone, eating the dish. As she ate, she thought to herself, this is enough. I've reclaimed my position as the Academy's most outstanding talent. It's a pity that my superior, Ellison, was demoted to a mere chef. But that's his own fault. She ate in solitude, sitting at a table by herself. Indifferent to the situation, I've taken back my rightful place. At the Grand Tower of the Academy, the headmaster was full of praise. Wonderful, Ellison. Everyone is thrilled with this new dish. Meanwhile, in Akpal's office, a pile of paper bags was stacked high. Now, I'll leave the task of organizing this list to you, the principal instructed. He began explaining the assignment. Read through these and divide them into groups of 200. Then, organize them into books in sequential order. Ellison unrolled one of the scrolls to examine the contents. His face instantly turned pale. What is this? Father Asharbin, his face filled with sorrow, continued speaking. Read carefully and ensure that there are no mistakes in the arrangement. A new batch will arrive in the next 3 months. On the other side, upon hearing this, the king began to understand many things. Is this the list you were referring to? Ellison clenched his fist tightly, veins bulging. Yes, bringing up this matter pains me deeply. It was a list of fallen soldiers, knights, infantry, and mages. Inside a building where all the rooms were shrouded in darkness, only one remained lit. While I am still here at ease, the names of the dead are written on these scrolls. Ellison sat, meticulously recording this horrifying list. I thought the war would end within 2 years. The more he wrote, the more his hands trembled with fear. And I would only spend a little time here. These lives were so young, yet they perished in war. Bade, 34 years old, cause of death, abdominal wound. Selenif, 23 years old, cause of death, head injury. Ellison had believed that many talented individuals would step forward, and that some powerful ones would take care of the vicious dragons. He envisioned a future filled with happiness, where in the end, everyone would live in peace. The war would end in a dull, uneventful way, and I would open my own restaurant. Even now, Ellison couldn't accept this reality. Why did this have to happen? This was a fantasy world filled with radiant knights and mages. He recalled his first arrival in this world. Back then, they had bravely fought against the dragons. Ellison remembered the words spoken to rally the people at that time. The future of the Louvren Empire is under threat. Our nation is at stake. The hired workers have fled, and the knights are falling. Ellison didn't think much of it back then. It was just another crisis announcement, like those in manhwa and dramas. One by one, more names were added to the list. Advin Hor, 18 years old, died beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. Tao Bartman, 25 years old, cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Sarian, 17 years old, died on the battlefield, with several body parts missing. Nadran, 19 years old, cause of death, infection after being transported to the rear lines. Marlin, 35 years old, cause of death, excessive bleeding. At this moment, Ellison was also tormented by his own thoughts. Sitting alone, he tirelessly copied down the horrifying list. Why were there so many names? His pen, soaked in ink, dripped onto the page. Ellison gritted his teeth in rage, his mouth trembling. With a snap, he broke his pen and crushed the paper in his hand. In the darkness, the spilled ink spread across the page. Why? Because he had just seen a familiar name, someone who had once been by his side. Eugen, 20 years old, died during a mission, his body covered in bruises. Mardell, 19 years old, cause of death, a neck wound sustained in a mission. The next day, Ellison still went to cook for everyone. He recalled the times he had cooked for Ma Ellison and Elgen. His face was blank. as if his soul had left his body. After finishing the meal, he carried the dishes to the kitchen table. Just as the food was ready, someone stepped in front of him. "Excuse me, senior, I have something to say." It was two young girls who had come to thank him. "Thank you for the delicious meal. Thanks to your food, After being assigned to the battlefield, Ellison turned away, his vision suddenly darkening. "We're about to graduate, so we wanted to tell you." He recalled Acharban's words from before. "Read them carefully and ensure everything is arranged properly. No mistakes. A new batch will arrive in 3 months." Ellison no longer wanted anyone else to die on the battlefield. That night, in the dead of night, he secretly went to see Acharban. The teacher stood by the window, gazing outside. "What brings you here at this hour?" He wondered why Ellison had come to see him so late. Suddenly, Ellison dropped to his knees, as if pleading, "Please, let me go to the front lines." Acharban glanced at him. "I can't endure this any longer." The teacher placed his hand on the table. He spoke of Ellison's hidden potential. "The fireball you used during training. I know you've always controlled your mana." Then, he made a request. "Show me again. Show me your determination to graduate." At the University of Magic, a dazzling spark flared up with a thunderous explosion. The light was so intense that it illuminated the entire sky, and the resulting tremor was nothing short of terrifying. No students or professors witnessed the demonstration that night, as it was already late. Even those deep in sleep were abruptly awakened. What was that? An earthquake? Soon after, an explanation was given. Headmaster Acharban clarified that a minor incident had occurred on the training grounds. Standing before the blazing balcony, Acharban called out, "Please." He had seen firsthand the destructive force of the previous attack. The priority now was to save as many lives as possible. Word of the crater left by Ellison quickly spread. Eventually, questions arose about who had created such an enormous hole. Speculations ran wild among the students. Yet no one had a definitive answer. Ellison donned his cloak, grabbed his backpack, and set out. That night, an unofficially graduated first-class mage quietly departed for the battlefield. Marin remained seated, speaking in a calm voice. Ellison abandoned his position as a chef, and vanished. Leon, however, remained unfazed by this shocking revelation. Even though the headmaster had declared it an accident, the reality was clear. Ellison was responsible for that massive crater. Hearing this, she hesitated, then voiced her inner thoughts. "I thought I would feel relieved once Ellison was gone. But I was wrong." A ruined wasteland engulfed in flames suddenly flashed through her mind. Even though he had left, the traces of his presence remained. Accepting this truth, Marina's face paled. Marin, exhausted from discussing this matter, sighed. "The next time I heard news about Ellison was a long time later." Rumors spread that he had enlisted as a frontline soldier, without ever officially graduating from the academy. Inside an old house, a voice echoed, "So, you are Ellison? I was contacted by the Magic Academy. Captain Dargo of the 8th Battalion, Infantry Regiment of Chicken City, was poring over a map with intense focus. They had never deployed a mage with such urgency before. It seems you're not very lucky." Suddenly, a mysterious figure stepped inside. Since Ellison's deployment, Dargo had shown no sign of surprise at the man's arrival. "We are in the midst of a battle against monsters. People call this the war against dragons. But in truth, it is the monsters that inflict the most damage. They destroy villages. They kill whenever they detect weaknesses in our defenses. And all while we are preoccupied fighting the dragons." The mysterious figure finally spoke. "For now, it's difficult for you to join the battle immediately. Go to your tent, settle your belongings, and wait for orders, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Dargo's expression froze in shock. "Take me to the place with the most monsters." The commander blinked in confusion. What did you just say?" That night, he gathered the entire group for a heated discussion. "Damn it, another soldier," after hearing the situation, scoffed. "He won't last long anyway." A lower-ranked soldier, curious, questioned, "Why are you letting him do as he pleases? He's just a rookie." But the information they had received painted a dire picture of the nation's situation. The urgency was undeniable. However, Dargo sensed something different about this mysterious individual. Besides, he wasn't sent here just because he knew a few spells. "Have you seen the emblem on his uniform? I can't do anything when he wears that insignia. I don't have the authority to command someone like him." As the three of them discussed, a soldier suddenly burst into the room. Panic-stricken, "Commander, Being an experienced veteran, Dargo remained composed and calmly asked, "What happened?" The soldier, still trembling, forced himself to speak. "A mage, on the battlefield. You must see this yourself." The battlefield was now littered with the corpses of orcs. Dargo's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if he could swallow an entire swarm of flies. "You're telling me that a single person caused all this?" At last, the mysterious man revealed himself at the sound of the commander's voice. Though he had sustained some injuries, he still asked, "Please, tell me, where will the next battle take place? Hurry, before that list grows any longer." The scene abruptly shifted to the imperial throne, where the emperor sat in deep contemplation. "Have you ever resented Headmaster Asharbin?" A voice of unwavering authority responded to the question. "What right do I have to do so? What should I be angry about? Should I resent him for not teaching me better, when I lived a comfortable life? Or should I be angry that he never transferred me elsewhere, keeping me in the academy all these years?" His expression darkened slightly as he spoke these words. "I'm certain he has read through those lists already. Now, I finally understand why he never personally appears before the graduating students." The more Ramadan spoke, the sadder his eyes became, as if he were about to cry. "I heard that he couldn't endure it any longer and eventually joined the front lines. A few years later, he died while trying to single-handedly stop the dragons." Upon hearing those words, images of failure suddenly flashed through Ellison's mind. A voice of resentment echoed within him. "Yes, I blame myself, and everything that created those lists." But then, he clenched his fist, his way of expressing his resolve. "Do you know what happened after that, Your Majesty?" The emperor sighed, his discomfort evident as he covered half his face with his hand. "I truly apologize for what happened back then. But in the end," Ellison regained his composure, "I know you had no other choice. If I could turn back time, perhaps I would have thought of a different solution instead of running away." Leon heard those words like thunder crashing in his ears. "What, Ellison deserted?" Marinette, seeing Leon's reaction, quickly tried to calm him down, nearly whispering, "Stop, this is a top-secret matter." Realizing her slip, she immediately corrected herself. Apologies." She paused briefly, then continued, "But, he did it for his ideals." Her words dragged Leon from one shock to another. Ellison had chosen to betray them. Marinette, despite not wanting to accept the truth, had no choice but to say it aloud. No matter how I think about it, I shouldn't say anything more. One mistake, and our heads will roll." Leon, enraged by her words, scowled. "You stop there? After saying all that? This is infuriating. I am the crown prince. And every time we talk about this, you start to tear up like you're about to cry." Even though none of them were proud of their actions, the ones truly involved in that event were the real problem. "Even if you were the crown prince, I don't think I can say anything more." As the two were engrossed in their conversation, someone entered and asked, "I heard that person is currently in the capital." With just that one intriguing sentence, both of them immediately bristled. The third Duke of the Louvren Empire, Melit Durian, had stepped inside. "I never thought I'd run into Your Majesty here, and Marinette as well." Leon's eyes widened in shock at the sight of him. One of the three most powerful dukes in the empire. Why was Duke Durian here? Knowing how dangerous this man was, Leon had to feign ignorance. "I'm not strong enough yet. It's too soon to reveal my intentions." At the same time, he subtly extended his hand toward Marinette, as if about to make a move. "Haha, is that so?" Leon swiftly pulled her into a dance, using it as an excuse. "I believe anyone should join in when a beautiful lady is involved." While they danced, Marinette's ample figure unintentionally brushed against him. Startled, she turned bright red. "Why, Your Majesty?" But Leon wasn't much better off. "Please, forgive me." Melit Durian let out a deep sigh before speaking. "I won't meddle in Your Majesty's private affairs. However, Marinette, I never expected you to act like this." Then, he suddenly turned his sharp gaze on her. "Are you still so greedy for power? Even after reaching the pinnacle as a level 7 mage?" Yet Leon, ever the actor, played dumb like an innocent fawn. Level 7 mage? I have no idea what you're talking about." Durian merely pointed at the emblem on Marinette's robe. "Do you see the insignia on her uniform? A badge with 7 reigns, something not just anyone can flaunt." And yet, Leon kept up the act. "I know nothing about complicated matters like that. I only borrowed her from Duke Bogo for a short-term mission, because she's beautiful. That's all." Durian gave him a weary look, sizing him up. HMPH, still just a child. Not long after, he finally relented and led his troops away. At the very least, we need to ensure we spend time together out of sight. The royal library is not a place for games. Even within the palace, rumors spread fast. Only now did Leon dare to relax. He released his hold on Ne's waist and apologized. My apologies for my rudeness. But Ne, the situation was far more urgent. As Leon prepared to resume their previous discussion, he heard soft sobbing. Ne? Tears trickled down her face. And with that, the game was over. All her life, she had looked down upon others with noble dignity and overwhelming talent. Ne was a noble lady, admired by countless men. Yet, her life had been wholly devoted to the pursuit of magic, a path where relationships were deemed unnecessary. Her esteemed status as a level 7 mage alone was enough to keep clumsy admirers at bay, leaving no one ever truly forming a deep bond with her. She only had shallow connections, built upon fame rather than genuine emotion. That was precisely why she was now sobbing. Merely being touched by someone of the opposite sex had shaken her. Hup. Simply put, nothing like this had ever happened to her before. A man and a woman, this kind of closeness. The more Ne thought about it, the more flustered she became. And just as she uttered those words, she collapsed onto the floor, leaving Leon in complete panic. Ne, you're joking, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ellison was carrying Rin on his back. Rin, time to wake up, he said, glancing at the girl who was sleeping so soundly she was even drooling. His mind couldn't stop racing. She's completely out. I asked her earlier if she was tired. We didn't get any sleep last night. Trying to reassure himself, he adjusted his grip and continued carrying her to her room. Come on, I've said all I needed to. Now, let's just get back and let her sleep. At the same moment, Leon was also carrying Ne outside. This led to an incredibly awkward encounter. Huh? Ellison, seeing the unexpected scene, panicked. Your Majesty, and Mage Ne? But Leon was just as flustered. Ellison and the girl with him were so shocked that they froze on the spot. You two, have that kind of relationship? No, don't misunderstand. After some time, they all gathered in the royal library for a conversation. I never expected to run into you here, Leon remarked, wasting no time getting straight to the point. What brings you to the palace? Ellison met his gaze and responded firmly. I have something I need to discuss with your Majesty. Ellison immediately fell into contemplation with the emperor. This matter may be important to you in many ways. I hope he will tell you about it someday, the emperor said. However, Ellison quickly sought a way to slip away. I must take my leave. If they wake up now, everything will become noisy. But Leon stopped him. Wait, Ellison. Not understanding what was going on, Ellison had to ask, what's the matter? Leon remained silent for a moment, tilting his head in thought. I'm sorry, Ne. Then, gathering all his courage, he forced out the difficult words. I've heard about your past. Upon hearing this, Ellison's face turned pale, though his expression remained sorrowful. Yet, Leon still maintained the elegance of a noble. Of course, I don't know the whole story, as Ne didn't tell me everything. But the pieces in my mind are starting to come together. Leon continued, speaking non-stop, paying no attention to Ellison's reaction. When I finished my studies and returned to the Empire, I heard about someone so dangerous that even the Emperor dared not speak of them lightly. And then I realized, that person was you. When I arrived in Break City, I recalled the sight of a floating island, the incredible skills I witnessed firsthand, and the stories I had heard. Since then, memories of our shared meals and conversations quickly came flooding back. We never stood a chance against him, even if we joined forces. The more I heard about you, the more your image overlapped with his. By then, Leon's eyes reflected nothing but sadness as he spoke of one of the three war heroes, the supreme mage who had vanished. Then, suddenly, he stood up and shouted, the man known as the Dragon Slayer, the one who protected the people and soldiers, the mage who surpassed the 7th level and became a 9th level wizard. Though still uncertain, the young crown prince pleaded, if that truly is you, please. Finally, he revealed his true feelings. Lend me your strength, Ellison. The king recalled Ellison's words. I know you had no other choice. But if I could turn back time. Holding his head, deep in thought, the king pondered. Perhaps I would have found another way instead of leaving. I wonder, if I could return to the past, would I have chosen differently? Suddenly, a noise startled Ramadan, making him look up. A shadow slowly emerged at the entrance. Your Majesty. I overheard quite an interesting story on my way here. A voice declared. As soon as Melit Durian appeared, he immediately questioned Ellison. I heard that despicable mage has come to the royal palace. Is that true? Before Ramadan could answer, Melit continued. Seeing the injured knights, it seems to be true. At that moment, Ramadan seemed deeply troubled by the presence of Duke Durian. I apologize. I deliberately concealed Ellison's presence. But I cannot answer that question. Upon hearing this, Melit Durian's expression darkened with rage. Veins bulging. What do you mean? He quickened his pace, striding toward Ramadan's throne. You're not joking with me, are you? A knight standing beside the king immediately stepped forward to protect him. Please show respect before his majesty. Duke. Without hesitation, Melit Durian grabbed the knight's collar. Who do you think you are to stand in my way? Ellison's knights retaliated at once, twisting the arm of Melit's knight downward. You still think you carry the glory of the past? Melit sneered mockingly, clearly enjoying the provocation. Try to act a little more sensible. You pathetic knight. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. That's enough. Duke Durian. A figure stood at the entrance, having witnessed the entire scene. This is the royal palace. If that mage is truly here, as you claim, it was none other than Duke Bogo Temeran of the Ruben Empire. Shouldn't we act with more caution? Hearing this voice, Melit Durian immediately turned around. Temeran, with a sharp glare, he commanded his knights to stand down and end the conflict. Fine, I'll let it go for today. Adjusting his coat buttons, Melit Durian turned on his heel and left. You'd better keep a close watch on that grand mage. It's unbearable to see that woman lingering around the crown prince. Don't tarnish the dignity of the royal palace any further. Bogo remained silent at Melit's parting words, standing still for a moment. Then, he approached Ramadan. Are you all right, your majesty? Ramadan, deeply grateful for Bogo's chivalrous intervention, nodded. Thank you, Duke Temeran. Ramadan lowered his head in shame. How disgraceful. My son, Leon, it's no wonder he is disappointed in me. Somewhere in the palace, Leon stood up, his voice filled with authority. Ellison, you know this as well. The Emperor's authority has collapsed, and the main reason for it is the disbandment of the First Knights. He recalled the sight of soldiers marching toward the city gates. When the Dragon War broke out, my father sought to minimize civilian casualties by dividing the First Knights and deploying them to different regions. Aside from the border areas, there was almost no defense force anywhere else. At that time, Ramadan was still young, but he made that decision. And now, after all this time, that choice has become a grave mistake. The disparity between enemy forces and their own had grown too vast. The royal palace was left with only the First Knight's captain and a minimal defense force, far too few to stop the dragons. The First Knights stationed at the palace were wiped out, and the captain went missing. Leon continued recounting the past. The knights dispersed across the regions fell one after another. All of this happened in less than a year after the war began. He turned to Ellison, who stood across from him. Do you know what that means? Ellison did not turn around, but he still answered. I know very well. You understand the war and its consequences better than anyone. It meant losing control over the lords. Leon said, his sorrowful gaze lowering. That's right, he continued. When the First Knights vanished, the royal command lost its power. Most of the lords ignored the summons, sending only their weakest soldiers. Some even took hostages as a bargaining chip to demand military aid. Suddenly, unable to contain his anger, Leon slammed his fist onto the table. We gave everything to protect the people in those regions. But those very people. His strike was so forceful that deep scratches appeared on the table's surface. Those very people. The crown prince let out a bitter laugh as tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, I've always known this, he admitted, his voice trembling. Feeling utterly powerless, he clenched his fists. The reason I am so furious is because of this helplessness. Because I couldn't do anything to change it. Leon seemed overwhelmed with regret for being unable to help in the past. It is the sorrow of being in a foreign land, forced to watch from afar when I should have been there. He took a deep breath and spoke again. That is why I ask you once more. Ellison. Ellison immediately turned to look at him. No, but before he could say more, the crown prince humbly lowered himself onto one knee. I beg you, Ellison. Ellison rushed forward and helped Leon to his feet. Please, your highness, stand up. There is no need for you to kneel like this. Leon's eyes were filled with emotions, longing, sorrow, and an unmistakable vulnerability. But in front of you, I am merely a restaurant owner, Ellison said with a smirk. The Crown Prince's face turned red with embarrassment. His confusion and hesitation were evident. I see, so I was mistaken. Suddenly, Ellison raised a hand and pointed to his chest. Leon's gaze shifted, his eyes widening in shock. Huh? It was the emblem pinned to Ellison's coat. With unwavering confidence, Ellison pounded his chest and declared, I have not abandoned my duty. His resolute words made Leon stagger slightly. Struggling to remain composed, let me make one thing clear. Ellison continued, I will never eliminate political rivals under your orders. Your Highness, I have no intention of siding with any faction within the palace. He slowly unpinned his emblem and held it up firmly. However, he added, his voice unwavering, if anyone dares to disrupt the Robin Empire, threaten its stability, or plunge it into chaos. Ellison turned away and strode confidently toward the door. Then they will have to get through me first. Not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. Leon, for the first time, truly grasped the sheer power Ellison wielded. A shiver ran down his spine. Ha ha, that's the insignia of a 9th-level Grand Mage. The Crown Prince recalled past whispers, bitter words spoken in the shadows. Ha ha ha, I heard the Rubin Empire is on the verge of collapse because of those dragons. That Crown Prince? He was so stubborn, but look at him now. The nobles had once gathered together, sneering and laughing. He acted noble at first, but I nearly broke my back from bowing too much. Apparently, he's clinging to his title as a war hero. But are there really only 3 people carrying the fate of the nation on their shoulders? Had they truly come this far? Leon couldn't take it anymore upon hearing those words. He stepped out from the wall behind and shouted, Enough, be quiet, what do you all even know? His anger was so intense that he had threatened them earlier. But now he had heard everything. This will be troublesome if we get involved with them, someone muttered. Seeing Leon appear, they immediately chose to flee. Leon, full of heroic spirit, refuted them. How much do you think you know? The heroes who saved my country. Sitting on the ground, clutching his chest, Leon gave thanks to the heavens. I was right. I knew I was right. Rumors had it that he had gone missing. But Ellison had long been that very hero. Meanwhile, Ru Rin was rolling around in her sleep on the bed, hugging an unidentified figure beside her. Thinking it was Ellison, she finally caught him, laughing. Hee hee, why have you been avoiding me? However, when she opened her eyes, she realized she was hugging a large chest. Marin, who was lying beside her, trembled in fear. Why, you're awake? Ru Rin's face darkened instantly. Ready to take action. How dare you touch my body? Marin frantically waved her hands, desperately explaining, I didn't do anything. When I woke up, you were the one hugging me. At that moment, Ellison suddenly appeared, clearing up the misunderstanding. I knew it. If I had arrived any later, a disaster might have happened. The moment Ru Rin saw Ellison, she brightened up and immediately leapt into his arms. Where have you been? You left me all alone. Ellison gently embraced her back and reassured her. I never abandoned you. Everything is settled now. Let's go home. Marin, still confused, glanced at him. Even you, Ellison? Why are you here? Ellison, maintaining an air of mystery, simply responded, I had something to do. You'll understand when Durian arrives. Marin, at a loss for words, could only sigh. Be careful. She then informed Ellison of some important news. Duke Durian is in the royal palace. Ellison was visibly surprised. It's been a long time since I last heard that name. Ru Rin, on the other hand, shut her eyes, completely clueless. Another name I don't know. Ellison took a deep breath and reassured everyone. Don't worry, I'll complete my mission and return soon. But Marin suddenly had a strange feeling. Mission? Ellison finally exposed Marin, making her freeze on the spot. You've revealed everything about my past, he said coldly. You've been waiting for this day, haven't you? You couldn't keep the secret about Deslin Castle, and now you've done this too. Marin backed into a corner, trembling as she tried to explain. I didn't tell everything, not everything. I would never reveal everything, just a little bit. She pleaded, screaming for forgiveness as if her life depended on it. Please, forgive me. Meanwhile, Leon could only sit and silently recite prayers on her behalf. Sorry, Marin. At last, Marin broke down and confessed. It was the Crown Prince's order. Her desperate cry echoed like a thunderclap. Inside the restaurant, everyone had gathered to welcome Ellison's return. I've been away for quite some time, he said, but I want to give special recognition to the 2 beggar brothers. Linte and Matt, who took care of everything while I was gone. Give them a big round of applause. Of course, he didn't forget the other key members either. And naturally, my gratitude also goes to Men and Mutan. Ru Ren, sitting beside him, pouted. And what about me? Linte, taking this opportunity, exposed Ellison's movements. You said you left the restaurant, but you still checked in on us from time to time, disguised with a garbage bag. Right? Ellison flinched in shock. Huh? How did you know? Linte smirked. Because we saw you. Ellison awkwardly turned away, cleared his throat, and tried to regain his composure. Ahem. Well, in any case, you all have worked really hard until now, so you deserve some rest. He then made an announcement. We're going on a trip. We're going camping. Milton seized the moment and whispered to Men. Looks like we're going on a vacation together. Ru Ren blinked in confusion. Camping? On the other side, Matt was beaming with excitement. Are we all going together? Ellison closed his eyes with a smug grin. Haha, not just us. Do you think I'm some nobody? I'm the social butterfly of Drake City. I'll invite so many people that it'll be hard to tell if this is a camping trip or a festival. Mr. John had no choice but to decline the camping trip. I don't think I can go. Lately, we've been receiving a flood of orders from the city of Diran, so many that we've had to sacrifice sleep just to keep up. J.N., busy carrying a stack of ingredients, chimed in. Sorry about that. However, despite being unable to join, John still wanted to help. But I can recommend some good locations for you. Ellison scratched his head, feeling awkward about John's absence. Now I have no one else to ask. Meanwhile, at the clinic in Drake City, Serena woke up on her familiar bed. I am Serena, the greatest being in this world. Elena had already been working for a long time. She was tending to a young boy, whose wound had already healed. The boy smiled politely and said, "Thank you." Elena looked at the child with gentle eyes. You were very brave. Serena, watching from the side, felt utterly powerless against her. That's Elena for you. Even though I've told her not to worry about money, since my treasure hoard is overflowing, she still insists on treating patients. Seeing that her friend had finally woken up, Elena turned to her. You're finally awake. Serena scratched her head and teased. You're so stubborn. I told you I could bury you in gold bars. Didn't I? Closing her eyes, Elena sincerely replied. But gold bars can't take away a patient's pain. Her words left Serena speechless. I'm certain you're a fool. Just then, Ellison suddenly burst into the clinic. Is Elena here? Startled, Elena let out a loud yelp, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Ellison got straight to the point. I need to talk to you. Serena observed from the side, making her own assumptions. Look at that expression. It's clearly a smile, but different from when she talks to patients. If you look closely, there's something special about it, a mix of nervousness, joy, and anticipation, a blend of so many emotions. So, he had come to invite them on the trip. I've decided to go camping with everyone. Since you often dine at our restaurant, I thought it might be a bother to you. So I came to ask if you'd be interested in joining us. Elena didn't even take a second to think. Of course, I'll definitely go. Her voice was filled with excitement. Thank you for inviting me. Serena remained silent, but deep inside, her curiosity grew. I want to know more about that expression. She was intrigued by her friend's feelings. Was it love, admiration, or something entirely different? Then, with a friendly smile, she responded to Ellison. Camping? All right, I will honor your trip with my presence. What is that? He asked in confusion. His expression blank. Serena, visibly annoyed, questioned him. You want to go too? So, you weren't planning to invite me? Soon, the day of the camping trip arrived. When they reached their destination, the scenery was so breathtaking that Ru Rin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before them was a crystal-clear stream, and everyone marveled at its beauty. Elena, impressed, turned to the group leader and asked, How did you find this place? Ellison looked up at the sky proudly and laughed. Ha ha, I'm quite a skilled communicator. I just had to ask someone for a good recommendation. Matt, standing behind him, immediately pressed him. You say that, but only 2 of us actually joined the group. Linte quickly signaled to hush his younger sibling. Be quiet, don't speak so loudly about that. Ellison sniffled dramatically to divert attention, then clapped his hands. All right, let's unpack first. They gathered all their belongings in one place. Ru Ren approached Ellison and said, I think we've finished organizing everything. Should we set up the tents now? Ellison, rummaging through his backpack, laughed. That can wait. In no time, he pulled out a board game with an excited expression. Alright, listen up. We're going to play a game called Luverne Marble. Men took off his shoes and joined the group. Ru Ren, amused, teased him. Isn't everything here in your native language? Ellison? Ellison examined the game and reassured everyone. Don't worry, the important parts are in your languages too. He then distributed the game's currency to each of them. First, take your money. Men held a piece in his hand and asked skeptically. Linte, is this just paper? After handing everything out, Ellison explained the rules. This game is all about growing your wealth. You roll the dice, move your piece according to the number shown, and you can buy land and build on it using your money. When other players land on your property, they have to pay a fee based on the value of the land and its developments. After all players completed 10 rounds, the richest player would win. Alternatively, someone could win by bankrupting all other players before reaching the 10th round. Everyone listened attentively, and Ru Ren added with a chuckle. In other words, this is a world domination game. Serena, however, saw it as childish. You dragged us here just to play with fake money? Ellison smirked and announced, there are rewards and punishments for the winner and the loser. So look forward to it. Elena, meanwhile, was drawn to the character figurines in the game. This one really looks like me. Linte, somewhat skeptical, raised an eyebrow. Rewards, huh? Seeing that everyone had grasped the basics, Ellison rolled the dice. Alright, let's begin. Linte's character moved across the board. Aha, that land is mine. Serena grinned wickedly. How dare you step into my territory? Pay up. Linte sighed in disappointment. Already paying at the start? Ellison encouraged him. Don't worry, that property isn't too expensive. Feeling reassured, Linte handed Serena a 10,000 bill. Wait, that's way too cheap, she grumbled, realizing she had celebrated too soon. Later, Ru Ren got a chance to draw a lucky card. Hee, come to me, special card. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a dragon attack card. All buildings on your highest valued property will be destroyed. Ru Ren stared in shock at her ruined property. Oh no, of all the cards, why this one? She clenched her teeth in frustration. I'll slay that dragon, how dare it? Meanwhile, Ellison landed on Alina's property. Oh no, I've stepped into Alina's land? Worse, it was Dr. Eo's estate. An expensive piece of land with both a restaurant and a hotel built on it. This is going to cost me a fortune. However, Elena seemed more distracted by something else. Eo has come to my land. She suddenly recalled a snowy night from the past. The first time she met Ellison. Welcome, huh? That night, he had sought shelter in her wooden cabin during a blizzard. Phew, the snowstorm here is really strong, he had said, shaking off the cold. His face was slightly red from the cold as he politely asked her. May I stay here for the night? How much is the cost? Elena was struck by love at first sight, her voice trembling as she stammered. Then, suddenly making a decision as Ellison landed on her space, she declared, it's free, rest as much as you like. Ellison was bewildered, thinking he had misheard. What? Meanwhile, Milton hesitated about purchasing a property. Should I invest here? Men, out of habit, offered his advice. The city of Later doesn't have much value, so a small store here should be enough. Compared to that, the city of Cameron. Before he could finish, Milton bristled and reminded him, this is an individual game. Though Linte had barely escaped Serena's grasp, his fate was already sealed. My dear little brother, show some mercy, just this once, he pleaded. Matt, seeing his brother's struggle, burst into laughter. Hee, what does family affection have to do with money? Linte was on the verge of bankruptcy, practically begging on his knees. Calm down, it's just fake money, someone reassured him. Ru Ren, frustrated after being sent to jail, declared, I'll break out using sheer strength. Ellison reminded her of the game's rules. You can't unless you roll doubles. As the 10th round ended, Ellison finally announced, the game is over. He then instructed everyone to complete the final step. Please count your remaining money. It was one of the rare moments he felt exhausted, silently thinking to himself, they seriously lack basic board game knowledge. Playing with them is tiring. Deciding to let them calculate their own wealth, he at least expected them to be able to count their money properly. The final results were as follows. Men ranked 4th with over 1.620.000 lind. Milton ranked 5th with over 1.000.000 lind. Matt, after taking almost all of Linte's money, climbed to 2nd place with over 10.000.000 lind. This can't be that difficult. Is this how nobles live? As for Linte, he ended up in 6th place with only 200 lind left. Though he wasn't the worst. That title belonged to Serena and Ru Ren, both bankrupt. Serena sat in a daze. The reality of her loss sinking in. Ellison only placed 3rd with just over 5.000.000 lind. He chuckled and congratulated Elena. Elena ranked 1st with an impressive total of over 21.000.000. He offered her words of praise, acknowledging how easily she had won. Holding the stack of bills in her hands, she looked at them in disbelief. Is this real? She murmured. Without hesitation, he handed Elena a silver-colored slip of paper. The reward for 1st place is a free wish. He explained, as long as it's within my capability. I will do anything for you. She hesitated, unsure about the offer. A free wish? She questioned. Suddenly, he asked, Elena, what do you want? She remained silent, staring at the ticket in her hands. After a moment of thought, she cautiously asked, can I save it for later? Ellison had no objections. Of course, that's fine, he replied. There's no time to waste. Serena, who had been listening from the sidelines, interjected in frustration. How can you still hesitate? Take the opportunity while it's in your hands. Meanwhile, there were also rewards for the other top-ranking participants. Those who placed 2nd to 6th were free to enjoy their time here. Matt brought everyone back to reality. Enough dreaming. Get up and get to work. Despite her frustration, Serena remained curious about the wish ticket. This is crazy, a free wish, she mumbled. Even those who went bankrupt received rewards. However, the 2 lowest-ranking participants had to set up their own tent. The 2 girls got to work. But Ru Rin quickly grew impatient with Serena. Not there, you idiot, Serena admitted honestly. I've never done this before. As night fell, everyone retreated to their tents. In the men's tent, Ellison was fast asleep, while Matt and Linte took turns talking in their sleep. If you take this from me, how will I survive? One murmured. How dare you disobey me? Meanwhile, the women's tent had fallen into silence. Everyone was asleep, except for Elena, who was still awake, gazing at the wish ticket. She silently pressed her lips against it. Suddenly, a faint noise came from behind her. Elena slightly opened her eyes. Who's there at this hour? She noticed someone unzipping the tent, as if they were trying to sneak out. In the moonlight, she saw the person's face clearly. It was Milton. Milton glanced around, checking if anyone had woken up. Fortunately, Elena managed to feign sleep just in time. But she had already realized Milton was up to something. In the dead of night, Milton had left the tent. Unluckily for her, Elena had witnessed it. Where could Milton possibly be going at this hour? Milton cautiously approached a man. Before she could say anything, he spoke first. You're here? Startled, she froze for a moment before answering. Yes, I'm sorry for calling you out so late at night. Then, without warning, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. I can't stand being away from you, she whispered. The man, taken aback by the sudden embrace, stammered. Oh, it was Men. His face turned red as he tried to stay composed. Calm down, Milton. But she just smiled and refused to let go. Hee. Hidden nearby, Elena had witnessed everything from her hiding spot. She muttered to herself, Milton and Men, I never noticed it before. We barely see them together. Despite the moment, Men still reminded her, we agreed to keep this a secret from the others at the restaurant. She reassured him, don't worry, I snuck out so quietly, no one knows. Elena exhaled in relief. Since everyone else was asleep, the secret was safe. But then, wow, amazing! A voice suddenly burst out from behind her. Elena spun around in shock. It was Serena. And beside her, Ru Rin had appeared out of nowhere. What are they doing? Ru Rin wondered aloud. Elena panicked. Serena smirked, glancing around mischievously. We've heard everything from the beginning. Ru Rin added fuel to the fire. A secret? Please, everyone already knows you two like each other. Serena grinned. Yeah, what secret? It's obvious. Men and Milton stood frozen, eyes wide and mouths agape, caught red-handed. The next morning, while everyone was busy cooking, a loud voice suddenly echoed through the camp. What? Ellison stood up, looking directly at the newly revealed couple. What a story to start the day. The news spread quickly, and everyone was shocked. Men and Milton are officially dating? Someone blurted out. The couple awkwardly held hands and bowed their heads, looking as if they were confessing to a crime. Men finally spoke. Yes, I was going to tell everyone soon. Ellison grinned and reassured them. Why do you both look so guilty? Congratulations. Linte, who had just heard the news, looked utterly dumbfounded. If I'd known earlier, I would have brought a third tent. Matt wasn't any better. I had no idea. Big bro. The whole group burst into laughter. We really are idiots, aren't we? Someone chuckled. The entire restaurant buzzed with excitement after the revelation. Ellison clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, let's hear all the juicy details over breakfast. He grinned. I prepared the perfect camping-style curry for this morning. He then proudly explained. This is our restaurant's signature curry recipe. First, you slow cook onions in oil over low heat for a long time, actually. This onion is a special variety from another world. It turns brown, shrinks, and develops a deep, rich flavor. Then, in a separate pot, you sauté vegetables and meat with butter before adding the caramelized onions back in. Finally, pour in water, stir in curry powder to avoid clumping, and season with spices like black pepper. And just like that, the perfect camping curry is ready. Everyone gathered around, ready to dig in. Ru Rin's eyes sparkled. It smells amazing. Linte was already holding his plate. Just looking at it is making me starve. Ellison, ever thoughtful, handed a special portion to Elena. Here's a curry without meat. Just for you. Elena blushed slightly and smiled. Oh, thank you. Linte, observing the gesture, quietly admired Ellison's attentiveness. As the last plates of curry were served, Ellison casually brought up the main topic. All right, let's start with a simple question. Who confessed first? Miltine, still holding Men's arm, immediately declared, I did. Both of them turned bright red. Men lowered his head and admitted, I was aware of Miltine's feelings, but our age difference made it hard for me to take it lightly. At first, I intended to reject her. As he spoke, Miltine leaned into him, reassured by his words. But then I started thinking, is it really right to hurt someone just to seem considerate? His words unintentionally struck a chord with Elena, who lowered her gaze. The most important thing, he continued, is how we truly feel about each other. Ru Rin enthusiastically nodded. Yeah, I totally agree. Ellison, resting his chin on his hand, appeared deep in thought. Then suddenly, with a teasing grin, he announced, all right then, the wedding will be held in Gray City Square. Right? Don't worry about the expenses. The couple jumped in shock. Wait, talking about marriage is a bit too soon. Serena stood up and started the fun. Kiss, finish what you left undone yesterday. Everyone cheered in unison, clapping their hands and chanting, kiss, kiss. All eyes turned to Men and Miltine. Kiss, kiss. Men panicked. Right here in the restaurant? Elena, standing nearby, encouraged them. You love each other, don't you? Then why hesitate? With the crowd's support, Miltine took a bold step and kissed Men on the lips. Men froze in shock, his face blank, while everyone around them laughed and applauded. Congratulating the couple, Ellison and Elena stood next to each other, smiling along with the others. Meanwhile, Miltine and Men turned as red as a ripe gack fruit, awkwardly avoiding each other's eyes. The only one who didn't seem happy was Ru Rin. Soon after, the pot of curry was completely finished, and everyone was satisfied. Linte leaned against a tree and sighed. That was really delicious. Mac clutched his stomach, feeling full. Brother, this reminds me of the stew we once had together. His brother nodded in agreement. It's just as good as that one. Hey, Ru Rin, he called out. Bring the Monopoly board over to Ellison. Play with me one more time. She challenged. Ellison sighed, closing his eyes in resignation. Still upset about losing last time? Behind them, Men whispered to Miltine. Well, we got caught anyway, how about taking a walk? She smiled, took his hand, and led him away. All right. Serena placed a hand on her stomach and exhaled. Not bad. This dish is called curry. And it's officially approved. Elena was tidying up the dishes. I really liked it too. I'll wash up quickly. Suddenly, Seenza spoke, striking Elena's weak spot. Whatever it is, don't hold it all inside. Elena. Elena was startled, her eyes widening in surprise. Serena smirked slightly, a knowing look on her face. That wish ticket might not expire. But good men do. Someone could steal him away. It seemed like someone had made a decision today. Meanwhile, Ellison was playing Monopoly with Ru Rin. I just landed in jail. He sighed, watching her roll the dice. Bad luck, she teased. Rough start. Huh? When it was his turn, he toyed with the dice in his hands and asked. But you were surprised too. Right, Ru Rin? About Miltine and Men? She glanced coldly at the card in her hand. Who would have thought they'd end up together while we were out? I'm not surprised, she added. Miltine has liked men from the very beginning, hasn't she? Ru Rin suddenly brought up Ellison. What surprised me even more was his reaction. Her expression didn't change at all as she spoke honestly. I like you. He was so shocked that he spat out the coffee he had just sipped. Dazed, he stammered. What? All of a sudden? Ru Rin, however, remained as calm as ever. I just thought saying it would be enough, she admitted. She confessed that earlier, she had felt a bit left out. But seeing how everyone celebrated Men and Miltine's feelings today, she realized that her relationship with him felt a little different. Maybe, in some way, Ru Rin also wanted something like that. People congratulating, admiring, and wishing them happiness. She lowered her head, looking strangely sad. There was a mix of shyness and gratitude in the atmosphere around them. Ellison, however, avoided the topic and tried to shift the conversation elsewhere. Different in what way? It's the celebration that comes when a relationship begins, she said. Like the way we celebrated your birthday. Ru Rin stared at him intently. But that party was to celebrate my birthday, not my relationship with you. When I confessed my feelings for you in front of everyone, the atmosphere wasn't anything like that. Ellison let out an awkward chuckle, his expression more strained than before. Well, that's true. You and I, we're like family. It's just something natural. No, Ru Rin suddenly shouted, her voice trembling. Her eyes welled up with tears as she declared, I don't see you with just ordinary feelings like that. And I don't want others to treat our relationship as something insignificant either. Her voice softened. It should be a little more special than that. Ellison let the 2 dice fall onto the board. Both landed on ones. With no other option, he seized the chance to change the subject. Double ones. Lucky. Should I try escaping from jail? Ru Rin handed him a card. You won't be getting away, dear. Holding the card in his hands, Ellison stared at it in shock, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of rule is this? The card read, if you roll doubles, you may leave jail immediately. But if you enter jail, you must kiss the black dragon to escape. No exceptions. Ru Rin's face began to turn red. Was that why people reacted so strongly? No matter how she thought about it, that seemed to be the only difference. Determined, she leaned in and launched an attack on Ellison. If a simple touch of the lips holds such deep meaning, then there's no reason we can't do it too. She grabbed onto his collar. This is the only difference I can think of. Ellison, utterly flustered, called out her name. Ru Rin? The distance between them shrank rapidly. Her face was flushed. I will. Only a few centimeters remained between them. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'll get you out of jail. Just then, a small rock tumbled out from a corner, making a sharp clack as it hit the ground. The sudden noise caught their attention. Ellison instantly shot up, looking toward the source. Oh no, if I don't wash the curry pot now, he turned on his heel. It'll get all over the dishes. I'll go wash them first. Hey, Ru Rin shrieked in frustration. But before she could say another word, he had already dashed away. She collapsed onto the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. What's so different about it? Anyway, she mumbled between hiccups. Now, who could have thrown that rock? She was trembling as she hid in the shadows near the pile of used dishes. It was Elena. Her hands were still shaking. Moments ago, she had arrived to wash the dishes. I can wash them here, right? She had asked herself. If she washed them in the lake, the water would be polluted. So she had gone to fetch some water instead. That was when she stumbled upon Ru Rin pressing closer to Ellison. No matter how she thought about it, that was the only difference. She had silently watched as Ru Rin leaned in toward the protagonist. If a simple touch of the lips holds such deep meaning, then there's no reason we can't do it too. As the moment neared, Elena had felt an inexplicable urge to act. Without thinking, she had grabbed a nearby rock and interrupted them. Now, clutching her face, she regretted her actions. What did I just do? Why did I make a noise and stop them? Why did I do that? You idiot, Elena. At that moment, something small slipped from her pocket and fell to the ground. It was the wish ticket, the one that could grant any desire. Elena crouched down, staring intently at the ticket. Serena had just reminded her about it. The wish ticket might not expire. But good men definitely have a time limit. Someone could steal him away. And today, it seemed he had already made a decision. She picked up the ticket and mumbled, anything at all? A bright light flared around Ellison's body. At first, it was just curiosity, gratitude, and a bit of excitement. One of those relationships that felt a little special. At that moment, Ellison also remembered the girl happily slurping her noodles. The one who had taught him the joy of cooking. But at the same time, he recalled the sorrowful fates he had witnessed. The ones that had helped him see the beauty of humanity. Then, in a flash, Niera's words echoed in his mind. The more I understand Ellison, the more I realize, he's not just some strange person. She had once said, I heard Ellison was Biden's former teammate. But it was the next thing she said that made Alina's heart skip a beat. Ellison belonged to Biden, one of the 3 war heroes. At first, this was all just curiosity. But then, Niera had added, that's why I never imagined he'd be here. Elena felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Ellison sat in the large house. His thoughts still lingering. The reason I came to the human world. A hero who, alongside Biden, had saved all races without discrimination. But at that moment, he cheerfully held up a plate of food. Dinner's ready. Elena, on the other hand, suddenly realized something. Her curiosity had been satisfied. But new emotions had begun to grow. Her cheeks turned pink at the thought. Angelra had once stumbled upon her embarrassing past. Elena, you're still wearing that outfit? This is just an emergency backup. She stammered, flustered. Another time, she had practically begged, we're going to the restaurant today. Right? Serena, hurry up. But the only response she got was a sleepy groan. I just want to sleep. It only made Elena even more self-conscious. Now, she absent-mindedly fiddled with the slip of paper in her hand. She had made a decision. The scene suddenly shifts to a vast cave. A voice echoes. So, should we go back? I hope everyone had a great time. Someone adds. Linte looks at him and smiles contentedly. This was the best trip I've ever had. The food was amazing. Matt said the same. Hee. Then, he continues. I absolutely have to learn how to make that cod dish. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Ru Rin looking a bit down, Sei Jenna becomes curious. A ripple of thought crosses her mind. Why does she look so exhausted? Did something happen with Ellison? Fortunately, at that moment, Elena arrives, carrying some items to help Serena, offering a bit of comfort. Perhaps this is good news for Elena. Someone murmurs. Just then, a sudden exclamation is heard. Ellison, catching the falling items in his hands, speaks with a hint of guilt. Elena, did you wash all the dishes already? I should have done that. Yet, Elena remains cheerful. You invited me, so this is the least I could do. While Ellison is still in a daze, he suddenly hears someone calling his name. Elena holds up a wish voucher that she has kept for a long time. I want to use my wish now. Seeing her determination, he grins. Have you decided what to wish for? Tell me. Elena grips the voucher tightly. Hesitating for a moment, the scene shifts again, this time to a small house, where a voice calls out. I'm home. Elena stretches her arms, loosening her joints as she speaks tiredly. The vacation is over. It felt so short. Then, she suddenly turns to the person beside her. Serena, did you have fun too? Serena responds with a simple, it was okay. Hearing that, Elena smiles and looks away, feeling at ease. Get some rest. I'll finish up the preparations for tomorrow's consultation. Just as she turns to leave, Serena calls out hesitantly, her expression showing a trace of unease. Why did you do that? Why waste such an opportunity? The scene quickly shifted back to the small cave where I was. Elena sat in the cave, determined to voice her thoughts. I wish Ellison would continue managing the restaurant in Rick City. A long time passed after she spoke, and her face gradually brightened. That is what I truly want. Ellison held the piece of paper in his hand. Puzzled. The restaurant? His reaction startled Elena, making her panic. Is that too difficult? Ellison, realizing her concern, quickly explained. No, I had already planned to continue managing the restaurant. He looked at the paper in his hands. Still hesitant. Are you sure? Yet, without a moment of hesitation, she immediately responded. Yes, I'm sure. That is everything I truly desire. Serena couldn't understand why she would make such a choice. At the very least, you should have wished for a trip. Just the two of you. She thought. Elena kept sinking deeper into her own emotions. Do you think an opportunity like this will come so easily in the future? She pondered. Lost in thought. After a while, she finally opened her heart. But I saw it. The scene of Ellison being forcefully kissed by Ru Ren appeared vividly in her mind. His face had even shown a hint of embarrassment. Elena had seen everything from the shadows. And now, tears began to well up in her eyes. I saw the way Ellison looked at Ru Ren. She couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out. If keeping my distance is all I can do, then that should be fine, right? Serena found herself feeling irritated. I think I understand now, she thought, glancing at her friend. If this person, with such a pure and sincere heart, were to love someone, it would be beautiful, unlike me. But all she could see was Elena crying harder and harder. I just need to see him occasionally at the restaurant. That's enough for me. Serena's hands slowly reached forward. Maybe I can finally witness the true love I've always longed for. She quickly pulled Elena into a comforting embrace. You fool, she whispered, but all she could feel was the deep sorrow Elena passed on to her. The scene shifted once again, this time to the restaurant. Julian, carrying a towering stack of plates, scowled. Ellison has been acting really weird lately. A terrifying memory suddenly resurfaced in her mind, and she muttered, strange incantations, frequently distracted. Labriosa Tara va. The person next to her shivered. Manager, are you okay? Her sulking expression gradually turned into a deep blush. More than anything, he was avoiding her. Her mind couldn't help but wander. Even at night, he would turn his back on her and flinch whenever she tried to hold him. Before, he had always accepted her touch so easily. Matt, noticing her reaction, asked, Oh, Ru Rin, have you gotten taller? Ru Rin found the question strange and turned to him. What do you mean? I'm sure of it, he said. I realized it during the camping trip. She looked at her hands as thoughts began to surface in her mind. Could it be because the coming-of-age ceremony is approaching? With that in mind, she turned to Matt and asked, Does height matter? Huh? Matt blinked. Not really, but you do seem more mature. Ru Rin immediately seized the opportunity. Is that a good thing? But all she got in response was, I'm not too sure. Meanwhile, Linte turned toward Ellison. Manager? When Ellison didn't respond, Linte raised his voice. Manager. That finally made him snap out of his thoughts. Huh? What is it? Linte shouted. Your hand. You cut your hand. Ellison jolted, looking down. Oh, right. Though he wasn't actually injured. Linte panicked on his behalf. Where's the first aid kit? But Ellison simply waved it off. It's fine. A wound like this will heal on its own. Even while talking, his mind drifted elsewhere, to another woman. This is it. I'll free you from your prison. As he lost himself in the illusion of happiness, Linte, standing beside him, witnessed something entirely different, syrup gushing from Ellison's hand like a fountain. Wait, what? This is bad, Linte yelled. Ellison's face flushed slightly. Looks like I've made my decision. He pressed a hand against the table, deep in thought, just like Ru Rin, that night. That night, when the moon was high over the Black Dragon's sacred ground, a voice echoed through the castle. Metadonna, sitting in her chamber, deep in contemplation, finally spoke. Are the preparations for Ru Rin's coming-of-age ceremony going smoothly? Dahama joined in the lively discussion. Yes, everything is progressing smoothly, someone said, bringing a sense of relief. He sat at the table, exhausted, as they discussed the traditional aspects of the ceremony. We are fully prepared, they assured him, but Edidana struggled to utter the word. Traditional? Dahama's next statement made his eyes widen in shock. It is about pairing Ru Rin, now coming of age, with a suitable partner. In his hands was a peculiar scroll. We have selected several candidates. Would you like to take a look? Metadonna, unable to wait any longer, immediately unrolled the scroll. If Nes were still alive, he would undoubtedly be one of the best candidates. Dahama outwardly responded, perhaps, but his thoughts told a different story. Foolish old man. After a long moment of contemplation, Metadonna finally spoke. Dahama, you seem to understand and have a firm grasp on the person before you. Dahama remained silent, but his feelings toward Ellison, the one who had killed his grandson, were unmistakable. As soon as the word grandson was mentioned, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Dahama's eyes. Not exactly, he muttered. Metadonna, however, cut straight to the point. But do you understand how Ru Rin feels about Ellison? Dahama, convinced that he had the upper hand, confidently declared, I will speak plainly. What he said next truly unsettled Metadonna. The truth is, people already know about Nessa's plan to harm Ellison. But as just an old man who loved his grandson, I chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, I never supported his plan. He continued, but I also did nothing to stop it. Because Nes was right about the decline of the Black Dragon lineage. Despite his cruel words, he showed no signs of regret. And now, in a situation like this, entrusting one of our rare female members to a human, That statement finally pushed Madamada to his limit. What exactly are you trying to say? Dahama's face remained cold and expressionless. My top priority is the survival of the Black Dragon lineage. Just as it is for you. Elder Madamada. He spoke without the slightest regard for Madamada's feelings. That traitor. Baryon. The one who broke the clan's taboo and created the ancient Marbin. Even though she was your daughter. You still imprisoned her with your own hands. Dahama's gaze grew sharper and more menacing. But within that decision, there was regret and mistakes. Understanding the weight of those emotions, he finally sighed. So now, I will share my true thoughts with you. Madamada's face darkened with frustration. But the words still echoed in her ears. Ru-Rin must be paired with a fellow black dragon. Under the starlit moonlight, a certain restaurant remained open late into the quiet night. The conversation inside was rigid, as if lifted straight from a textbook and imposed upon real life. More evident than ever, they asked if he had enjoyed his vacation. And he replied, yes, it was truly wonderful. Inside the restaurant, Ellison was serving dinner to 2 esteemed guests following 5-star standards. Judging by how well the food was received, there was no doubt about its quality. The guest said nothing, simply eating non-stop, leaving his wife, Jin, to handle the conversation. She responded politely, oh, we also wanted to go. As he poured their drinks, he replied with composed courtesy, sorry about that, but since you were both busy, it couldn't be helped. Next time, I'll invite you. The awkward conversation passed, and she lowered her voice to a whisper. By the way, Ru-Rin's birthday is coming up, isn't it? You don't have any plans for a celebration this time? Not wanting to dampen her mood, he lowered his voice accordingly. I've already prepared something. It's something I've been working on for a long time. Curious, she returned to her normal tone. Oh, what exactly did you prepare? He scratched his cheek awkwardly, hesitating before answering. A house. Jin was so surprised that she couldn't hold back her voice. A house? Meanwhile, at his home, Gelro was carefully inspecting every corner, from the ceiling to the floor. Satisfied, he praised, everyone has worked very hard, haven't they? Ruron, eager for recognition, called out, implying that Ru-Rin should be praised as well. Understanding the cue, Gelra nodded and patted Ru-Rin. Of course, you've worked hard too, Ruron. Then, sincerely addressing everyone, he said, I'm sorry, even though we've completed it, I can't help but worry about the final details. They laughed heartily. What are you saying? Creating something this perfect brings us nothing but joy. This is truly a masterpiece of Gora. How would they react? Ha ha ha. This so-called masterpiece was a bas-relief that flickered in and out of the darkness, its sharp edges revealing the artisan's craftsmanship, proving they had reached the pinnacle of their trade. Surrounded by countless voices of condemnation, she heard the accusations clearly. You are the disgrace of the family. Your mother is a criminal. The war happened because you recklessly created an ancient sphere. She sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to find the words to explain herself. Then, until the shadowed face of the elf elder emerged from the darkness, the final verdict was pronounced. Ru-Rin, I shall expel you from the sanctuary. With a start, she threw off her blanket and bolted upright. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare. Waking up should have ended it. Yet her heart still pounded with panic, and sweat drenched her face. Gasping for air, she desperately tried to calm herself. She whispered, are you there? But her hand only found the cold, empty side of the bed. No one was there. Without hesitation, she flung the door open and ran outside, calling out, Ellison, where did you go? The uneasy feeling inside her only grew stronger. In anguish, she prayed, please, don't leave me alone. Fortunately, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she spotted him speaking with Gelra. Upon noticing her, he asked, Ru-Rin, you're awake? Oh, Lady Ru-Rin, Gelra greeted, is something wrong? Their concern deepened as they took in her distressed appearance. Though terror was still etched onto her face, she managed to regain some control over her thoughts. You're here, she murmured, but he didn't answer her question. In truth, there wasn't much to say. Instead, he remarked, this is perfect timing. I planned to tell you on your birthday. But since I'll be busy this year, now is the perfect moment. What are you talking about? She asked. Confused, he hesitated, unable to speak just yet. Only when they reached their destination did he finally complete his sentence. Your lair. Let me show you the entrance first. The sight before them resembled a palace. Impressive, he marveled. Meanwhile, she was too excited to stand still, eagerly looking around. The ceiling is so high. Ruroun exclaimed happily as he ran up to Ru-Rin. Ellison chuckled at his enthusiasm. Does Ruroun have a room here too? Of course, Gelra replied. As his guardian, it's only natural. They continued their tour of what was now known as Ru-Rin's lair. Beyond the main quarters, there was also a wine cellar, a storage room connected to the dining hall, a bedroom, and a treasury, all carefully prepared. And finally, at the center, there was a grand bath. She was like an overgrown child, gleeful at the thought of having her own space and brimming with endless curiosity. Is this using the underground spring from before? She asked. Gelra nodded. Yes, since you enjoyed the hot spring so much. I created this just for you. Seeing her cheerful appearance, his heart felt as if it were welcoming a new spring. Lost in thought. Lately, he had been avoiding things too much, and it showed clearly on his face. Fortunately, seeing the lair had lifted her spirits. That's right, he couldn't keep avoiding it forever. When Ru-Rin's birthday arrived, he would face these emotions head-on. What are you doing there? Bring Ca Sao over here. Her sudden request not only interrupted his train of thought but also momentarily disconnected his brain. What, just like last time? Let's bathe together. And with that, she leisurely discarded her cumbersome clothing, making his face flush red. Half of him wanted to stop her, while the other half hesitated. Hey, wait, Ru-Rin, oh god. Her reckless actions left even the old man Gelra at a loss for where to hide his face. As for him, he had been desperately trying to stop her, but in doing so, he inevitably saw what he shouldn't have seen. Stop it right now. After a chaotic struggle, she was finally enjoying herself in the spacious bathtub, completely relaxed. This is so awkward, she thought, annoyed. Meanwhile, outside, he was still dazed by what had just happened. She's too fast. At least let me mentally prepare. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively patted his forehead, realizing that, in truth, Ru-Rin might be the one feeling the most flustered. We used to bathe and sleep together all the time, but now we suddenly have this distance between us. Bathe and sleep together? A voice suddenly cut through his words. Someone had arrived through the teleportation gate. Before he could react, Ellison frantically called for Elder Medadonna. The elder could barely contain his rage upon discovering that his precious granddaughter had been trampled by a pig. Bathe together? Sleep? You bastard. What did you do to my granddaughter? This is a misunderstanding. Well, not exactly a misunderstanding. But, the more he tried to explain, the worse it got, only fueling the elder's anger further. You're dead meat. Did you think I wouldn't show up? Spare me, please. Both of them were dragged into the castle. But Elder Medadana's fury had yet to subside. You promised. And this is Ru-Rin's lair? Yes, sir. He awkwardly regained his composure and answered the elder's question. As he followed Medadonna inside, his mind was still preoccupied with the bold girl from earlier. Looking down, he wondered, had Ru-Rin finished bathing and left already? After walking for a while, the elder suddenly spoke. I have to admit, it's quite beautiful. Never thought you'd be able to prepare a lair like this. To be honest, I never imagined that a man like you could pull this off. But then he paused briefly. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he hesitantly asked, does that mean I've passed? The elder remained silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, he even had the audacity to negotiate with him. If I say you failed, would you accept it? His cold words left him at a loss for how to respond. What? Then, Medadonna gave an order. Let's talk. As a junior, he obviously had no room to refuse. And so, the two of them found themselves at the hot spring bath. Medadonna and he soaked in silence, one completely at ease, enjoying the relaxation, while the other was trembling like a leaf in the wind. His mind was in complete turmoil. This was awkward. Damn it, this pressure was completely different from the kind he felt from Ru-Rin. But no matter how long he waited, the elder simply continued soaking in the water without saying a word. Unable to endure the silence any longer, he finally spoke up. Elder, what is it that you wanted to talk about? The old man suddenly shifted his tone to that of a storyteller and began. Long before I was born, ages ago, a dragon lord was born. After absorbing 3 ancient orbs, he became known as Balaka, the first and most terrible of all dragon lords. To Balaka, all creatures aside from dragons were nothing more than insects. Of course, I'm not saying that dragons like him don't exist today. But the difference is that Balaka had the power to turn his beliefs into reality. He ordered the extermination of every non-dragon being. And after years of massacre, There was nothing left on the surface of the earth. The once beautiful nature, the budding civilizations, all of it vanished. When everything was reduced to ashes, only dragons remained. Ironically, it was then that Balaka regretted his choices. That was when he realized, dragons could only rule because other creatures existed. But with everything gone, dragons devolved into mere predators, preying upon one another. In the end, the dragons rebelled against Balaka's rule. Those who had absorbed even a single ancient orb before Balaka became the Dragon Lord led the uprising. They eventually succeeded in slaying him, bringing his reign to an end. However, with the fall of his control, the remaining dragons were left with the horrifying savagery that had been etched into their minds. At that moment, all dragons took an oath to prevent the birth of a fully formed Dragon Lord in the future. That is why we consider dragons who create ancient orbs to be criminals. Surprisingly, beyond the sheer irrationality of this belief, its roots can be traced back to a brutal and distant era. But that is not all. The elder leaned back and said, "What I'm about to tell you is connected to this. It's about Ru Rin's mother, my daughter, Belen." And with that, another long-buried story began to unfold. It was a time when the holy land of the Black Dragons still thrived. A child's innocent voice called out to him, "Grandpa." She kept calling persistently until he finally responded. "Ru Rin?" he asked. "Who else would I be calling?" The child pouted. She playfully climbed onto his shoulders, demanding, "Play with me." At that moment, he knew exactly why she was acting this way. With a sigh, he asked, "Where did your mother run off to this time?" "That was about 300 years ago, during an era of peace in the Holy Land. Back then, the two of them could still enjoy carefree moments together. The little girl could tug at his hair and play tricks on him. And all he could do was sigh and indulge her as always. "Hey, don't pull my hair." Only when Sarin, the Grand Elder of the Black Dragons, spoke up did she finally stop. "Ru Rin, mind your manners." I'm sorry, Grand Elder." The Black Dragon Elder, Sarin, spoke gently. "It's all right. Now, come down." Then he turned to Metadonna and scolded him. "You're spoiling the child too much." Metadonna sighed in defeat. "Yeah, I know. I apologize." The little girl beside him looked no different, standing obediently to the side. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the area. The black dragon shot up toward the highest level of the castle. The one who shattered the peace was none other than Sarin himself. Furious, he bellowed, What is this? Who dares to do this in the Holy Land?" At the same time, the dragon had arrived at a place that was not unfamiliar. Belen hurriedly said, "Sorry, is anyone chasing us?" Hearing the call, the elder turned back in surprise. Ru Rin's eyes were now shining brightly at the sight of her mother. "Hurry up, we have to hide this, quickly," she urged, anxiously making arrangements. Little did she realize that she herself was the disaster affecting the entire family. Or rather, the person the elder had mentioned was none other than the Black Dragon. "Biden, this is my daughter," and the orb she brought with her. A radiant blue gemstone appeared before them. There was no room for debate, it was an ancient gemstone. Both of them had lived long enough to understand its overwhelming power, perhaps even more than that. No dragon was unaware that an ancient gemstone was a forbidden relic. "Dodonna?" the mother asked, her voice dazed. "Varen, where did you get this?" She picked up the gemstone. Varen replied nonchalantly, "I stole it. More precisely, I kind of just took it out." Not only had she dared to steal it, but she spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Not something illicit. The elder barely stopped himself from scolding her outright. "This is not something you can casually talk about. Do you even realize how serious this situation is? Do you understand what it means to possess an ancient gemstone? Why did you cause such a major problem?" The woman beside him intervened, stopping him before he worked himself into a fit and collapsed before understanding the full story. "Calm down, elder," she said before turning to Varen. "Explain everything as clearly and in as much detail as possible. A lord is about to be born." Varen replied. It was a short answer, very short, but enough to give a general idea of the situation. She then summarized everything based on today's adventure, from witnessing a group conducting a sacrificial ritual to watching them cleanse ancient gemstones with a strange liquid. Along with the eerie scene that followed, she left nothing out. Finally, she concluded, "Although I'm not entirely sure about the situation, there's no mistaking it, ancient gemstones have appeared. I tried to take them all, but I could only grab one." Right in the middle of her serious explanation, she threw in a dumb joke. Still, no one could keep up with my flying speed. But even just one gemstone, it's already incredible. Of course, no matter the reason, the fact remained that it was an ancient gemstone, one with immense negative influence over the dragon clan. The woman couldn't help but sternly warn her. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? Do you even realize what's about to happen now? The Grand Elder, was that who you meant? He looked on in astonishment. But the woman continued. Unless one is a dragon, the energy of an ancient gemstone cannot be concealed by magic. The rules must be upheld. The elder declared solemnly. As a father, of course, he couldn't just stand by and accept such an unreasonable tradition. However, the trouble was that his daughter, of all things she could have inherited, just had to take after his stubbornness. She casually played with the gemstone. It's fine, father. I fully understood the risks when I decided to bring this ancient gemstone back. But, there is a condition. Grand Elder, if you agree, I will comply. She set the gemstone down and returned to her serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Ru Rin wandered alone outside. She stomped along, grumbling. HMPH, that old fool. Mother has been back for a while now. Yet he won't even let me see her. He won't even play with me properly. As she continued walking, she stumbled upon a strange crowd surrounding a young woman. The elder hesitated for a moment before declaring, Varen, hear your charges. You have violated the pact among all dragonkind and have created an ancient gemstone. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Created an ancient gemstone? Oh no. Finally, he asked, do you admit to this crime? I do, she answered without hesitation. The sentence was announced. You shall spend the rest of your life in a place few even know of, where no one can find you, and from which you will never escape. Do you accept this punishment? I accept, she replied. Ru Ren, realizing the accused was her mother, rushed forward. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, Mother, wait. The trial was concluded. Madamada ordered her imprisonment. Once the place is prepared, I will personally oversee the transfer. Even bystanders found the situation unjust. How could this be allowed? One of them protested. You're overreacting. The elder was taken aback by the unexpected reaction. You don't know about this? The man asked. I only know that Ru Rin's mother was labeled a criminal, but she didn't even create the gemstone herself. Did she? Having experienced it himself, he naturally understood the young man's emotions. But whether it was before or now, he remained powerless. Calm down. Even though she was branded a criminal, the real reason was to protect the ancient gemstone from those who covet it. Only Sauron and I know its location. That secluded place is fortified with the highest level magic, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Even so, the fact remains, it is still a prison. The young man retorted angrily. The elder fell silent for a moment. The truth he had long avoided was now being exposed by someone else. You're right, that fact doesn't change, he admitted. Back then, I acted as if I knew better. But in reality, my reaction was no different. I made a mistake that should never have happened. His sorrowful voice carried the story forward. When the announcement was posted outside the locked gates, nobles whispered among themselves. I don't even know how many weeks have passed. What else can we do? Her mother has become one of the greatest criminals of our clan. You must understand, she is just a child. Even so, this isn't something we can overlook. They continued to argue endlessly. Even when Lady Dodonna approached, they didn't notice her presence. The elder opened the door, stepping into the room where Ru Ren sat, bringing with him the weight of those murmured reproaches. Ru Ren, he called gently. He was met with a pillow thrown straight at his face. Tears streaming, she shouted, I hate you. I don't want to see you. Softening his voice, he tried to calm her. Listen to me, my dear. I need you to do something for me. She remained fixated on her goal, bringing her mother back. Approaching him cautiously, she whispered, Ru Ren, this is something only you can do. Do you understand? Don't tell anyone. Go to the place I am about to show you and bring back a few types of herbs. Eventually, she set out. Why is this place so troublesome? Did he deliberately make this difficult for me? She grumbled before deciding. Fine, I'll just grab some random poisonous herbs and get out of here. Despite her bravado, she hesitated, glancing around nervously. Then, she spotted the exact herb he needed. That's it? That's all? It was supposed to be hidden in a small crevice. Then she squeezed through the narrow gap. Maneuvering her way skillfully, she sighed in admiration. It was just as he had said. Only she could do this. The light was dazzling. Following its glow, she stepped forward, and a breathtaking landscape unfolded before her. There, Basking in the sunlight was a black dragon, enjoying the warmth. She was startled. Ren? How did her child get here? She stared in shock at the little girl, who had somehow found her way to this place. The child burst into tears of joy. Hoo-hoo, mother. She reverted to her human form, gently embracing the little one. Ren, my daughter, you already know, don't you? Ren understood that this was wrong, that she had to leave immediately. But look at those innocent, teary eyes. In the end, this was inevitable. She stroked her daughter's head tenderly. What am I to do? My daughter refuses to listen, just like her mother. After a month of talking together, Ren finally asked, so, all of this, it's just an illusion? She nodded. That's right. A wall usually blocks the view. Ren, I told you not to come here. That old man is so foolish. He can't even tell what's right in front of him. The girl said mischievously. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, then who told you to come here? Ren hesitated before realizing something. Huh? He told me to go pick some herbs. But now that I think about it, wasn't it him who led me here? And he told me to keep it a secret. She reassured her mother. Don't worry, no one saw me. Her mother sighed. I see, your father is a fool. She smiled, gazing distantly into the horizon. The truth gradually unraveled. If even little Ren had figured it out, how could an adult not? So that was why he had left the entrance open, his indifference to others. His lack of enemies. It was only natural that a child like Ren could disappear for months without anyone noticing. He stroked his beard and said nothing. And so, the mother and daughter spent precious moments together. Time passed, though short by dragon standards. Ren grew up, unlike other young dragons who ventured out to explore the world and study magic. Ren spent all her time in her mother's cave without a single complaint. This led to concerns that she might become isolated from the rest of her kind. But one day, she cheerfully announced, Elder, I'm going out for about 2 years. Her smile shone brilliantly, as if it would never fade. The elder simply nodded. As long as I can see my granddaughter smile again, that is enough for me. The other black dragons gradually began to notice. Lately, Ren seems to be in a better mood. HMPH. She's still just the daughter of a criminal. Ren leapt off the cliff, transforming into her dragon form and soaring toward her destination. Hee. Once I'm old enough to be independent, I'll stop coming to this sacred land. She glided freely across the vast sky. I'll continue living with Mother. As soon as she entered the cave, she called out, Mother, I'm home. This gap is getting narrower and narrower. She grumbled to herself, then raised her voice excitedly. Look, I even caught some fish. But there was no response. Confused, she called again, Mother? Approaching closer, she finally saw her mother trembling, her eyes fixated on a glowing gem. Ren's heart pounded with worry. Mother, what's wrong? Are you hurt? But her mother only muttered to herself, shaking uncontrollably. They've stopped searching for the third ancient gem. They've abandoned their goal of becoming a complete lord. Now, all that remains is, the waiting is over. With the power of the Crimson Dragon, I will restore this world. The Crimson Dragon, Lord Sadalon, born in the era of war. His rise marked the beginning of a new conflict. The two elders of the Black Dragon clan stood in distress, troubled by the dire situation. There had been no progress. 2 of the ancient gems had already been accounted for. One was stolen by Elgen, while the other had been absorbed by an incomplete lord. On the map, red marks indicated key locations they had searched. One elder spoke. It seems everything is unfolding just as we originally predicted. They're deliberately hiding their identity until they find the third ancient gem. The other continued, which means, the purpose of this ritual is to create a complete lord. Suddenly, a loud sound rang directly into her ears, making her face go pale. The elder turned to her in concern. Are you all right? She waved a hand. I'm fine, but my ears keep ringing. It's been happening more often lately. Just then, a messenger bird landed on the balcony of the fortress. Who is it from? She asked. He examined the letter closely. It's from the Crimson Dragons. It seems the sacred land has been sealed with magic. He opened the letter, reading its contents carefully. His expression stiffened. They want to share information about the Lord. The timing was suspicious, making it difficult not to overthink the situation. Why now? Of all times, she asked warily. Without hesitation, he activated a teleportation gate, stepping through it into a dense forest that lay between the borders of the two clans. He walked leisurely toward the man standing before him. It's been a long time since we last met like this. This sudden request caught me by surprise. Elder Dedel. The one he had come to meet was none other than Elder Dedel of the Crimson Dragons. Dedon greeted him politely. It has been a while. Metadona. After the initial formalities, Dedon got straight to the point. Do you remember what you once told me a long time ago? Before coming here, he already knew this conversation would inevitably relate to something his daughter had mentioned long ago. Ah, yes, the Crimson Dragons planned to create a lord. I asked you to investigate that matter. His gaze was firm as he looked directly at his counterpart. Having steered the conversation where it needed to go, Dedon began his confession, his words laced with guilt. Yes, back then, of course. I denied it, and for nearly 300 years. Nothing happened, right? A lord? At the time, I thought it was nothing more than an unfounded rumor. Metadona, growing uneasy, had a sinking feeling about what was coming. And just as he feared, Dedon continued, I was wrong. The Lord's decree has been issued to all Crimson Dragons. What? Metadana's face twisted in shock. On Dedon's once resolute expression, only despair and anxiety remained. The target is the destruction of the Ruben Empire. Please, stop us. As soon as he finished his plea, he lost all control. He transformed into his dragon form and lashed out in a frenzy, paying no heed to Metadana's desperate calls. And just like that, peace was shattered in an instant. War had begun. A war among dragons, with the sole purpose of annihilating the Ruben Empire. The royal palace was the first target. Reduced to ruins, at the forefront of the conquest stood the Crimson Dragon Lord, nearly immortal, leading an unrelenting campaign of destruction, erasing Ruben's territories one by one. Yet, the only reason the war lasted as long as it did was due in large part to Elder Dedon, who had leaked information and gathered enough forces to resist the Lord's faction. For the Black Dragons, there was only one objective: to punish those who broke the covenant, to eradicate the Lord's minions. In other words, the war could persist rather than ending swiftly in ruin because of the unwavering support of the Black Dragons. Throughout the war, he felt relatively at ease about Ru Ren and Baron. The forces of the Crimson Dragons and the Black Dragons were nearly equal, leaving neither side with the capacity to focus elsewhere. And as he had said before, Baron's lair was essentially a perfect fortress. At that time, she had become the primary source of outside information for her mother. Mother, you were right. The Lord has truly appeared. You must leave for a while, he told her, but her mother remained silent, lost in thought. It's your father, but even now, he still doesn't understand our daughter. Yet it seems my daughter thinks differently, her mother murmured. Then, she conjured a beautiful light. Ru Ren, come here. Perhaps she had already prepared herself for this. Just as he had expected, her expression turned serious. You must learn to protect yourself from now on. We will begin magic training. And so, Baron taught Ru Ren how to fight. The story had soaked in long enough. He pulled his cloak over his shoulders and continued. From magic to dragon combat techniques, the training continued relentlessly throughout the war. For 13 years. You know what that means, don't you? By the end of that time, something had happened. He said no more, but for those who had been on the battlefield, his silence spoke volumes. Meanwhile, she continued her magic training with her mother, just as she had every day. 13 years had passed. The mother and daughter spent time together as if nothing had changed. But perhaps, only she felt that way. Her mother smiled gently. Wonderful, you've learned even faster than I expected. Hee. She laughed bashfully. Her mother's voice remained warm. Ru Ren, I have taught you most of the fundamentals of magic and combat. She eagerly responded. Yes, and after this, I'll learn flying techniques too. Suddenly, her mother placed a hand on her head and spoke words that made no sense. There's still so much I want to teach you, but I'm sorry. Ru Ren, we have no more time. Before she could react, before she could even defend herself, her mother struck mercilessly. Her vision blurred with pain. But beyond that, a deeper sense of betrayal left her in shock. Mother. Before collapsing, she caught a glimpse of her mother holding an ancient gem, its blinding light growing ever closer. She was unconscious. For how long? She didn't know. Ru Ren, wake up. Her mother's voice pulled her from the darkness. Dazed, she slowly regained her senses, her hand instinctively reaching for her stomach. Mother, my stomach. Calm down. What happened to my stomach? Her mother's gentle and affectionate expression was the same as always. making her feel as if she had just awoken from a terrible nightmare. Was it really just a dream? Even her clothes were intact. She touched her body over and over, finding nothing out of place. But then, she felt it, mana, overflowing, surging within her, and at the same time, an overwhelming power. It was real, not a dream. Ren, do you feel anything? Yes, I don't know why, but I feel so powerful. Her mother's explanation made her heart pound. The ancient gem has been absorbed into your body. In this war, your strength will become vital. Ren, stay in the sanctuary with your grandfather and assist him. Still naive, she asked, but mother, isn't it forbidden to absorb the gem? Her mother only smiled gently. That is why, you must never tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. Ren didn't fully grasp the weight of those words. And because of that, she was easily led along. A secret mission? Just between mother and me? Yes. Excited, she had no idea that this was the beginning of disaster. She had no way of understanding the significance of Belen's decision, of what it truly meant for her to absorb the ancient gem. Her mother embraced her warmly. Ren, this is my decision. Always remember that as you move forward. Thanks to you, all my memories in this cave are happy ones. Hee, I'm happy too, mother. She hugged her mother tightly, whispering her love. I love you, mother. I love you too. Ren, now, go. With those parting words, Ren left cheerfully, without a hint of worry. Yes, I'll be back. But that was the last time. The black dragon stood frozen in place, staring at the scene before them. Blood dripped from Belen's tattered wings. Their final conversation, their last moments together, the sanctuary where mother and daughter had once stood together, now lay in ruin, drenched in silence and death. She collapsed to her knees, crying out in anguish. Mother! Her wail tore through the devastated sanctuary. No! She screamed in despair, unable to bear the sight before her. At that moment, a figure approached. Did I arrive too late? He questioned himself, staring at the tragic scene. Metadana's calm and measured narration painted the memory so vividly, as if it had happened only yesterday. You, of all people, should understand this better than anyone. You saw it with your own eyes. I won't explain what happened after that, because you already lived through it. After countless sacrifices, the Lord was finally slain. The war came to an end. And then, Ren was exiled from the sanctuary. He continued, I never expected the story to take such a dramatic turn. But even after hearing all this, I still don't understand. Why was Ren abandoned? Why was she cast out? Even after the war was over? Faced with this question, the elder remained silent for a brief moment. Then, he finally decided to speak. Before my daughter accepted all her punishments, she made one condition. At that time, she had been completely composed when negotiating with them. Just one condition, she had said. If you agree to this, I will submit willingly. I do not want Ren to be treated as a criminal like me. Right now, there is no other choice. But one day, let her live with pride as a member of the Black Dragons. The elder explained. Ren was still too young. She couldn't completely suppress the aura of the ancient gem she had absorbed. Whenever she was emotionally overwhelmed, or when she fought in battle, the other dragons would immediately sense it. After everyone believed that Belen was dead and that the gem had disappeared, we couldn't let Ren remain. The man furrowed his brow, piecing together the truth himself. That's why, you entrusted me with raising Ren. Because I had absorbed the Lord's heart. I could suppress her aura. And using the laws of the clan, you planned to summon her back to the sanctuary once she was grown and no longer had a lair of her own. At his accusation, the elder had nothing to say. You disappointed me, he admitted bitterly. His silence only confirmed that everything the man had said was true. Anger flared in his eyes as he slammed his fist onto the table. How could you be so selfish? You exiled her when it suited you. Now you summon her back as you please. Have you ever once considered Ren's feelings? Metadana suddenly asked. Then tell me, Ellison, what would you have done? Ellison stiffened. A man as strong as him, one who had lived through countless eras, was now shedding tears over a mere family matter. The elder's emotions spiraled into madness. He clutched his head, his voice filled with self-reproach. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to make things right? You saw it, didn't you? The way Elgin's lair was destroyed at that moment. Yes, that tiny crack. The small fracture I created. It led to the collapse of Belen's lair, and my daughter's death. Because of my foolishness, that child died. What else could I do, except accept her final condition? The war drastically reduced the number of females in our clan. Now or later there will never be a better time for Ru Ren to return to the sanctuary and be fully accepted. Of course, not as a leader. You don't have the same burdens I do, he said bitterly. In the end, this is all just an excuse for my selfish actions. Then, his words turned weak, unbefitting of someone of his stature. I know how disgraceful my words must sound. But even so, I beg you, Ellison, abandon this lair. Step by step, he advanced toward Ellison, who remained frozen in shock. Not for me, not for yourself, but for Ru Ren. Madamada desperately tried to reason with him. Yet neither of them realized. Behind the door, Ru Ren had been standing there all along. She had heard everything.